Chapter 86, My Love, Part 2. Allow me to take his place. A cool, resolute female voice interrupted the ongoing disputes. Everyone was momentarily stunned, their gazes converging upon the source of the sound. A silver-clad figure gradually approached the center of the battlefield. It was Evelyn Umbridge. She stood tall and unwavering between the Death Eaters and Aurors, her expression composed, yet her eyes bore the remnants of unshed tears. "You have mistaken the identity of your target." She spoke, her voice neither loud nor soft, yet every word rang clear and potent. "The Walker family is not the one foretold in the prophecy." "Ah!" Lucius Malfoy sneered derisively from the side. "Umbridge, do you intend to deceive us as your boyfriend does? While others may be oblivious, I am well aware that your household harbors no Raffi." His mirth turned icy. "If one were to insist, it could only be your father, whose name is scarcely remembered. Yet, he has never even laid eyes upon you. You cannot possibly believe yourself to be his treasured possession." The Death Eaters erupted into mocking laughter, relishing the cruel sport of cat and mouse. Amidst the agony and confusion, James heard that familiar voice. It was Evelyn. He struggled to lift his head, warm blood trickling down his brow into his eyes, tinting his vision a deep crimson. Through the haze, he discerned her silhouette, along with Euphemia, Fremont, and Sirius not far away. Evelyn stood resolutely between the warring factions. He longed to shout, urging her to retreat, to return, to have Euphemia whisk her away. He fought to cry out, but the blood surging in his throat provoked a violent cough, each spasm of his fractured ribs piercing his lungs anew. In that instant, upon hearing James cough, all of Evelyn's rationality was consumed by an overwhelming wave of pain. The wounds that traversed his body felt as though they had been transposed onto her own, each one tearing at her very soul. The Death Eaters, spurred on by Malfoy's words, erupted into derisive laughter, while the Hogwarts side and the Aurors remained silent, watching her with concern. No one believed her, except for Sirius. His eyes widened in realization. The name, Raffi, surfaced from the depths of his memory, belonging to the house elf, Evelyn's devoted servant. The absurdity and irony of the moment almost made Sirius laugh aloud. Voldemort and those Death Eaters, including all of them, presumed that Raffi must be some formidable or exceptionally clever wizard. Yet, no one considered that Raffi was merely an elderly house elf, draped in a tea towel, who gazed upon Evelyn with boundless affection and respect, calling her Little Mississippi. Just as the Death Eaters continued to mock Evelyn, Moody sprang into action. A disarming charm shot forth, striking Rodolphus Lestrange, who still held James captive. Lestrange was caught off guard, stumbling back a step. James's body jolted violently, breaking free from his grasp and stumbling forward. "James!" Evelyn rushed forward to catch him, her arms enveloping his nearly collapsing form. His weight bore down on her, blood staining her garments. Simultaneously, the Aurors sprang into action, following Moody's strike. A flurry of spells erupted, igniting the second round of chaos. Bellatrix screamed, unleashing a barrage of frenzied incantations. The battle once again erupted in full force, spells intertwining in the air, dazzling yet lethal. In a flash, a red spell hurtled toward James. Just as Evelyn was about to turn away, a piercing scream shattered the battlefield. "James!" she cried, embracing him as she fell to her knees. The anguished cry of James caused Evelyn's heart to momentarily cease. She clung desperately to his convulsing form, her fingertips acutely aware of the spasms coursing through his every muscle. Scalding tears cascaded onto James's blood-stained face, mingling with the crimson liquid. She furiously lifted her gaze towards the source of the curse. It was Rabastan Lestrange, his expression a mask of malice as he fixated on them. Feeling remorse now, Rabastan scoffed. "I certainly did not hold back when I first captured him." Consumed by rage, Evelyn raised her wand with fervor, but before she could strike, a thunderous explosion erupted, showering blood mist from Rabastan's shoulder. Sirius's blasting curse struck him with precision. "Quick, get James out of here!" he shouted at Evelyn, swiftly turning to plunge into the fray. Remus and Lily sprang into action, joining the Aurors in their battle against the Death Eaters. "You children, stay back!" Moody bellowed amidst the chaos. "This is no place for you to practice spells." Mind your own business, Mad Eye, Sirius retorted, unleashing a slicing curse that targeted Bellatrix. The flames of battle raged on. Euphemia and Fremont rushed forward, striving to assist Evelyn in supporting James. Yet Evelyn remained frozen, paralyzed in place. James, in the throes of the Cruciatus curse, had managed to rest his head against her shoulder, though his body continued to twitch uncontrollably. Little AI, don't cry. I love you. I'm all right, just feeling a bit of pain. Little AI, you must be happy for me. James's voice trailed off, the head that had leaned against her side, ceasing its motion. What terrified her most was the absence of James's breath upon her neck. What's wrong? Everyone around Evelyn sensed the shift. Her fingertips trembled as they slowly extended towards his neck, seeking his pulse. Nothing. She reached again, met with the same chilling silence. No, no. Euphemia, standing nearby, instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. She let out a short, heart-wrenching wail and lunged towards them. Take him to St. Mungo's. Hurry to St. Mungo's. Sirius shouted hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot, as if he might weep torrents of blood at any moment. The pain was relentless, an agony that he could not identify. James harbored grave suspicions that it was his very soul that ached. He had already endured such torment during his captivity. That fool Rabaston was indulging in personal vendettas under the guise of torture. Yet, the pain seemed to fade, for his little AI was holding him. Her tears fell, sorrowful and profound, and he could not bear to witness her distress. James found himself utterly unable to control his limbs, summoning every ounce of strength to bring his head closer to her ear. He wished to comfort her, for she had been frightened by him. Little AI, don't cry. I love you. How frustrating. Yet another wave of pain interrupted his words. The repetition he intended now lost. He had meant to say it twice, to echo his love for little AI. Perhaps he would make amends later. I'm fine, just feeling a bit of pain. It hurts so much, little AI, but please stop crying. It pains me more to see you in sorrow. The blinding light began to envelop his vision. James sensed that something ominous was about to transpire, as if an unseen force were pulling him away. Frankly, he had never expected to survive that ordeal. He had thought he had truly escaped death. Suddenly, James recalled that they were at the station. The last time they were at the station, he had brought his little AI home. At that moment, he had made a wish upon Merlin. What was it again? Ah, he remembered. James felt as though Merlin would break his promise. It seemed he and little AI might be separated. Merlin, you have not fulfilled my first wish, and that is acceptable, but please ensure my second wish is granted. I implore you, I beseech you, with my life, with my soul, let my little AI remain forever joyful. I'm sorry, little AI, I must be selfish once more. Little AI, you must be happy for me. How vexing. He had not finished his words, and he wished to repeat, I love you, once more. Chapter 87. I Love You, Part 2. Evelyn felt as though her heart was being repeatedly sliced by a blunt knife, shattering into pieces. The pain so intense that it threatened her very existence. She would have preferred to succumb to death rather than endure this agony, ignoring the risk of revealing her abilities. She gently laid James down on the ground and knelt beside him, her forehead pressed against his. A soft, radiant green light began to emanate from her palm, no longer imbued with the essence of destruction, but rather a glow infused with warmth and hope, reminiscent of tender sprouts in the early spring. Evelyn had never before channeled her life force to such an extent. She was generous, unhesitating, and indifferent to the consequences. All she desired was for him to awaken. Yet, her efforts proved futile. The verdant light mended every wound on James's body, but his chest remained still, devoid of the rise and fall of breath. His pulse silent and unresponsive. Despair began to seep into her heart. Regret washed over her. She lamented not responding immediately when James first uttered the words I love you. If only she had spoken then. They could have shared more time together and exchanged those precious words countless times. Evelyn leaned closer to James's ear, her voice trembling as she whispered repeatedly, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. The metallic taste of blood began to fill her throat as she tasted her own essence. But it was not enough. It would never be enough. She realized that. More than proclaiming her love for him, she yearned to hear James say once more, even just once, that he loved her. James, you are a liar, Evelyn quavered, her voice hoarse and mournful. You should have just told me you loved me. Why did I not hear it? Her hands continued to pour forth life energy, the green light enveloping both of their figures in a gentle warmth. Yet, James's body was too grievously damaged. Her efforts were woefully insufficient. Little AI, stop. Xiaoji's voice exploded in her ears. Yes, it was time to cease. This was a futile endeavor. Evelyn suddenly realized that from the very beginning, she had watched James suffer, had observed him slip into unconsciousness, had feared he would descend into the abyss of death. And now, she was truly about to witness his demise. It was profoundly unfair. Her movements froze in midair, the green glow beginning to fade. It's all right, dear. You have done your utmost. Euphemia trembled as she embraced her, bending down to gently kiss her forehead, a kiss that felt like the last vestige of maternal comfort in her crumbling world. Sirius approached silently, attempting to support her. It was only then that Evelyn noticed Sirius was also in tears. A part of her heart was abruptly torn asunder. James, so many people loved him in this world. Euphemia, Fremont, Sirius, Remus, and her. He should not be the one to die. He should not leave this world, so rich in bonds. Evelyn understood that James was dying because of her. Misplaced prophecies, erroneous assaults, the catalyst for all calamities, she was to blame. And ultimately, it was her James who would perish. She could not accept this. She was too selfish. She lacked the courage. She could not fathom a world devoid of James. It was James who was the true Gryffindor. Was it not? If someone must live on for the both of them, to find joy in life, it should be him. I do not want to live for you. I want you to live. Without you, I lose all my joy. She lifted her head abruptly, the metallic taste of blood swelling in her throat. Yet she felt no fear. No, she whispered, her eyes ignited with a fervent obsession. I can save him. Evelyn broke free from Euphemia's embrace, looking up at Sirius with a voice soft yet resolute. When Dumbledore returns, tell him to find Laffy. She bent down again beside James, kissing his forehead gently. I love you. I love you. James, this time, I will speak for you. She gripped her wand tightly, aiming it steadily at her own heart. This was not her limit. She had more to give. She intended to offer him every last ounce of her life force, without reservation. Little AI, what are you doing? Xiaoji shouted frantically in her ear, her voice trembling with terror. You cannot do this. But it was already too late. The wand trembled violently. Streams of green light climbing like tendrils from its tip, winding and intertwining, like a resurrected lifeline. It was her life force, symbolizing the last remnants of her existence being drawn from her, surging through the wand towards James. The green light danced upon the wand, swirling and twirling, both sacred and sorrowful, transcending mere healing to become a sacrifice. This was the first time she had extracted life in such a manner. She could feel a part of herself, slowly and distinctly fading away. Death was approaching. Each breath felt like a struggle across an abyss. The essence of death washed over her like a tide, gradually consuming her limbs, her consciousness. Merlin, is this enough? Is it enough to bring him back? Is it enough to restore my James? Little AI, no, stop. Xiaoji cried, you will die? What will I do if you perish? James will take care of you. Evelyn's voice was faint. He knows what kind of fertilizer you like. He will collect dew for you. Her wand continued to draw forth energy. The green light growing fainter, like a dying ember. Sirius lunged forward, desperately trying to halt her actions. Evelyn, stop. James wouldn't want you to go this far for him. Evelyn gently turned her head to look at him. Blake, I am saving our son, she murmured. Do not compel me to hate you. Be wary, or I may ensure James never leaves you even a kitchen. She smiled, a tender yet weary smile. Sirius paused, his eyes red, but still unwilling to give up as he reached out. Then you must live to hate me. Evelyn smiled again, a brief and quiet smile. Enough. That momentary pause was sufficient, for she could no longer feel even the slightest trace of life within her. She relinquished her wand, injecting the last glimmer of green into James, then collapsed upon him, her ear pressed tightly against his right chest. Thump, thump. A heartbeat, weak, yet undeniably alive. Evelyn's eyes widened, tears welling up. He had returned to life. Laffy had once told her that before death, one would see a white light, would behold deceased loved ones come forth to welcome them. If such a vision was absent, it signified a solitary death. Even in reincarnation, loneliness would persist. Little Evelyn had always feared this, convinced that she would die all alone, embarking on the next existence in the same solitude. She slowly closed her eyes. There was no white light, nor James, only darkness. Yet, she felt the corners of her lips curve slightly. She was no longer afraid. How wonderful it was, James. You have come back to life. James Potter, I love you. Before her consciousness completely faded, Evelyn heard a lamentation of a phoenix that tore through the heavens. A drop of warm liquid silently fell upon her lips. Chapter 88, The Godfather. Sirius could hardly believe that James had met such a fate. He vaguely recalled that during their first year, James had solemnly declared that he would live to be 200 years old. 200 years, James. Do you even grasp the magnitude of that concept? You haven't even fulfilled a tenth of it. Sirius could scarcely bring himself to recognize the figure before him as James. He looked nothing like him. How could James bear such grotesque wounds? And wasn't he wearing a white shirt today? When did it turn red? A wave of disorientation washed over him, and he failed to notice Bellatrix casting a lethal curse in his direction. Watch out! Moody roared, shoving him aside with force. The usually stern Auror, upon witnessing the scene before him, fell into an unusual silence, merely casting a protective charm upon them. Sirius had always known that Evelyn possessed some healing ability, but this was the first time he witnessed it firsthand. A soft green light emanated from her hands, flowing like a gentle stream, all of it infusing into James's body. He could see the horrific scars on James's face and body gradually healing, and he held his breath, fixated on James's chest, desperately trying to discern even the faintest rise and fall. Yet, there was none. I love you. Sirius heard Evelyn whispering into James's ear. He suddenly recalled a night when James had burst into their dormitory, excitement radiating from him as he said, Evelyn told me today that she's not very good at saying I love you, and she asked if I minded that she never had. Sirius had rolled his eyes in disbelief. So what? Is that worth your joy? She wants to say it. She just struggles to express it. James had insisted, nodding earnestly. Grinning like a fool. This means she loves me, and one day she will say it. He added with a laugh. And I've always been good at coaxing those who struggle to express love to open up. You're a classic example, aren't you? Sirius's expression had stiffened. When did I ever say that? You did. At the start of 5th year. You got drunk and shouted that you loved all 3 of us in the dorm. James had certainly nodded. Absolutely not. Sirius had retorted vehemently. I can testify. Remus had chimed in quietly. You said you loved us so much you'd be willing to spend time in Azkaban for us. I did not. Sirius had stormed out in frustration. Sirius watched as Evelyn leaned over James, whispering I love you over and over, clenching his fists. James. I've heard that the last sense to fade before death is hearing. Did you hear her? Did you hear her repeating I love you? Her voice was laced with blood. It was futile. Sirius could see that the green light in Evelyn's hands was dimming, her complexion turning pale to the point of transparency. She had exhausted all her strength. Euphemia approached, gently comforting her. Sirius was unwilling to accept this reality, but if James truly gone, then he must at least take care of Evelyn, right? He stepped forward to support her, but heard her, as if delivering her last words, softly say, when Dumbledore returns, tell him to find Laffy. Sirius froze, still processing her words when he saw Evelyn slowly raise her wand, aiming it at her heart. For a moment, he thought she intended to take her own life. The next second, he understood her intention. He had never witnessed such a pure and fervent green. It was so untainted, almost sacred, even from a distance. Sirius felt the immense vitality it contained, gentle, fervent, nearly burning with devotion. She intended to sacrifice herself. Sirius had never lamented his keen perception, but at this moment, he loathed it. He could clearly perceive the light in Evelyn's eyes slowly dimming, the green glow of her wand gradually, irrevocably fading. He was astonished by his own lack of hesitation, instinctively wanting to rush forward to stop her. James was the most important person in his world. He should naturally choose for James to survive. He understood all too well that if James awoke to discover that Evelyn had given her life for him, he would be utterly devastated. 2 pairs of gray eyes locked onto each other, and Evelyn's voice, weak yet resolute, echoed, I am saving our son. But Evelyn, even if the sun rises again, if it no longer shines, if it no longer glows brightly, can it still be the son you love? Sirius was still too late. Evelyn collapsed against James's chest, a serene and satisfied smile gracing her lips. Sirius clearly saw that James's once still chest had finally begun to rise and fall again. Meanwhile, Evelyn's pulse gradually faded beneath his fingertips. Sirius wanted to scream. He wanted to question her loudly. How was he supposed to face James after this? How could he tell James that his life had blossomed anew, rooted in Evelyn's death? A powerful wave of magical energy suddenly swept across the battlefield. Sirius looked up to see Dumbledore. A golden-red phoenix descended, lamenting as it landed beside Evelyn. It lowered its head, and a crystalline tear fell upon Evelyn's lips. Sirius felt her pulse begin to beat again, slowly. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, looking up at the tear-streaked faces of Euphemia and Fremont, finally managing a relieved smile. Euphemia, as if freed from a sentence, knelt to the ground, finally weeping openly. Fremont rushed forward to escort the two to the hospital. Sirius stood, stunned, taking in all that was happening. In a daze, Sirius suddenly thought that in the future, not only should he have 3 places in James's home, but he should also have a game room. Oh right, he must become the godfather of their child, before Remus. Chapter 89, A New Understanding. What does death feel like? Evelyn had never pondered this question. To be honest, in her understanding, Death should be an easy affair. At the very least. It shouldn't come with such aching limbs that she couldn't even lift a finger. Moreover, regardless of whether she had gone to heaven or hell, was this cacophonous environment truly normal? Gradually, her consciousness began to rise, and the voices around her became clearer. It was Sirius, and also James. A jolt of surprise shot through her, and she suddenly opened her eyes to meet a pair of familiar hazel eyes. Don't tell me you both died? Evelyn's voice trembled with panic. How could this be? I clearly saved you. The hazel eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if one more word would cause them to overflow. Stop agitating him. He's been anxious for 2 days, Sirius's voice chimed in, tinged with exasperation. Congratulations, Miss Evelyn, you're still alive. Little AI, you're awake? A voice filled with tears, belonging to Xiaoji, immediately reached her ears. Thank Merlin. It was Dumbledore's phoenix that saved you. You've been unconscious for a full 2 days. Evelyn stood frozen, slowly turning her gaze back to James. The young man appeared utterly exhausted, dark circles shadowing his eyes, and his cheeks visibly gaunt. Yet, his eyes remained strikingly beautiful, now shimmering with surprise, guilt, and a hint of disbelief. I love you. Before he could utter a word, Evelyn smiled and spoke first. She mustered her strength, gently kissing his lips. Tears streamed down James's face instantaneously. He carefully embraced her, holding her tightly in his arms. I love you, he said. His voice choked with emotion. I'm fine, I survived. Evelyn softly reassured him. What matters most is that you are alive. At that moment, an abrupt and loud sob broke the silence from nearby. Evelyn followed the sound and realized she was lying in a large hospital room, surrounded by several beds, many of which were occupied by familiar faces. The woman who had just sobbed was a round, gentle lady who was now wiping her tears while smiling at them. Sensing Evelyn's gaze, the lady kindly smiled back and leaned against the shoulder of the man beside her. Oh, my dear. You remind me of how Arthur and I looked in our youth. If you're referring to the incident of your elopement that enraged your mother, a man lying in a hospital bed nearby interjected. The lady shot him a fierce glare, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. Evelyn recognized him as one of the twins from the Auror team. There were too many injuries at the station. We simply don't have single rooms available. James explained softly, squeezing her hand. Most of the patients here are injured Aurors and members of the Order. Evelyn paused, following his gaze to a boy lying on a nearby bed. The young man had his eyes closed, his complexion pale, with a bandage wrapped around his forehead. Walker? She exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise. How did he get injured? He was hit during the evacuation. Though not life-threatening, he has been intermittently unconscious for 2 days. A clear female voice chimed in from the doorway. Everyone turned to see Dorcas entering, accompanied by Professor Dumbledore, whose face bore an unmistakable weariness, as if he had just returned from another battle. During this time, Professor Dumbledore has been trying to speak with him, Dorcas continued, but Milan has remained delirious. Death Eaters attempted to storm St. Mungo's to abduct patients. We've thwarted them 4 times. Currently, both the Order and the Aurors are taking turns patrolling, just like me. Fabian interjected, raising his hand with a hint of pride. I wasn't injured at the station, I was ambushed in the hospital. Who would be foolish enough to get hit by such an ambush? Gideon, leaning against his bed, rolled his eyes. The next moment, he received a swift kick from Fabian on his shin. Dorcas shook her head gently, her expression one of resignation. Then turned to Evelyn with a serious tone. I know you were trying to save James, but that prophecy shouldn't be taken lightly. Malfoy's words, though harsh, inadvertently saved you. Otherwise, you might have found yourself among Voldemort's targets. At this, James's expression changed, his brow furrowing, and he instinctively tightened his embrace around Evelyn. Evelyn hesitated for a moment before gently extricating herself from his hold, turning to Sirius with a look of confusion in her eyes. You didn't tell them? Sirius shrugged. I wasn't sure if you would want to share after waking up. He paused, lowering his voice, and after the incident with Pettigrew, I don't trust anyone except the 3 of you. Evelyn's expression darkened, her voice icy. Of course, I must inform them. Not just them. I want to tell everyone. I will expose Voldemort's most cherished and repulsive secret to the world. Furthermore, I will ensure that the entire wizarding community knows Voldemort is a coward, a half-blood attempting to wield control under the guise of pure blood. Evelyn finally comprehended why the latter part of that prophecy had been thus. She had never understood why she felt driven to seek vengeance against Voldemort at any cost. But now she realized. Even with James sitting beside her, holding her hand tightly, she understood that he had indeed died, and she had truly lost him. Voldemort, you once destroyed everything I held dear. I will, in turn, obliterate everything you cling to for survival. Wait, what do you mean? Diggory, leaning against another hospital bed, raised his hand, looking utterly bewildered. Evelyn noticed that James was also gazing at her in confusion, his eyes reflecting concern and uncertainty. She kissed the corner of his lips once more, then turned her gaze to Dumbledore on the other side of the ward, whose expression was filled with puzzlement and speculation. Ladies and gentlemen, as I have stated, the prophecy does not point to the Walker family, Evelyn began, addressing everyone's attention. The atmosphere in the already tense hospital room grew even more silent, and the expressions of the onlookers became increasingly perplexed. "You're lacking in dramatic effect," Sirius remarked, looking at Evelyn with exasperation. He then cleared his throat and, in a grandiose tone, declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reintroduce you. This lady, whose beauty rivals my own, the treasure of the Potters, James Potter's girlfriend, clearly, the brilliant and clever Miss Evelyn." Upon hearing Sirius's words, Evelyn immediately froze, and amid the astonished and incredulous gazes of those present, she slowly covered her face with her hands, turning to James and gritting her teeth. "Can you please rein him in?" James promptly soothed her with practiced ease, kissing her cheek. "Sirius is being naughty, just ignore him." Sirius rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. "Hey, just so you know, I intend to be the godfather of your child." Chapter 90, A Thoroughly Slytherin Affair, Part 1. Dorcas Meadows had always been somewhat unfamiliar with Evelyn Umbridge. Before graduating from Hogwarts, she knew only that she was a friend of James Potter and quite brave, nothing more. In truth, Dorcas was quite curious about her. After all, it was James Potter. She had never imagined that one day, James would befriend a Slytherin. Yet, the increasingly strong scent of gardenia surrounding James seemed to silently convey that their relationship was growing ever closer. After graduation, Dorcas maintained contact with Lily and the others, and thus she heard bits and pieces about James and Evelyn's story, including the dramatic incident at the station. At that time, Rita Skeeter had publicly criticized their elopement, only to be countered by the Potter family, sparking quite a scandal. In Dorcas's view, it was James who loved more passionately and clearly in this relationship. Evelyn seemed more like a naive girl, being gently led by James, step by step, towards him. Did she truly love him, or was she merely accommodating him? Unable to refuse, Dorcas had fleetingly pondered such questions. The sudden emergence of the prophecy caught everyone off guard, and before Dorcas could fully grasp the situation, she was urgently dispatched for a protection mission. At that time, everyone believed Voldemort would concentrate his main assault on St. Mungo's. Even Professor Dumbledore personally went to France to aid in his protection and evacuation. But they were all mistaken. No one could elucidate why Voldemort directed his principal assault towards Millicent Walker, a mere child still ensconced in the realm of academia. How could she possibly fathom Voldemort's clandestine secrets? The train was ambushed, leaving them with no alternative but to seek an individual to impersonate Walker, thereby diverting the attention of the numerous Death Eaters. And then, there was Peter Pettigrew, who betrayed them all. Amidst shock and anguish, James barely had time to process the reality before he stepped forth to take the place of the true Walker. Sirius attempted to rush to his side, but James immobilized him with a Petrificus Totalis. Before departing, James uttered but a single plea. "I beg of you, protect Evelyn." Dorcas turned to Moody, aware that even this stern and unyielding aura was momentarily softened. She had once thought that perhaps things would not turn out so dire. After all, James was still alive. Yet in the next heartbeat, Euphemia's heart-wrenching cries and Evelyn's desperate lunge towards James rendered Dorcas utterly frozen. James was dead. Dorcas had contemplated her own demise, the possible deaths of the Order members, and even the Aurors, yet she had never envisioned it would be James. Then, she beheld a scene that would be etched into her memory for eternity. That green light was so beautiful, so surreal. Not like the cold, brutal green of the killing curses on the battlefield. This green light was imbued with emotion. It was love, obsession, the entirety of Evelyn's tenderness and madness. "Merlin, spare them further torment," Dorcas silently prayed, yearning for a miracle. She understood that she was not alone in her supplication on that battlefield. Later, she would realize that everyone harbored the hope for James's survival, yet not a soul dared to believe it, except for Evelyn Umbridge. Dorcas could not fathom how she managed it, but she recognized that within this relationship, two individuals loved with an intensity that was almost unbearable. Ultimately, James awoke before Evelyn. Dorcas witnessed him unraveling moment by moment as the truth dawned upon him. To be candid, it was the first time she had ever seen James weep. In her recollections, James had never shed a tear, even when grievously injured during Quidditch matches. Yet there he was, curled up in Euphemia's embrace, crying to the brink of unconsciousness. In the ensuing 2 days, whenever Dorcas entered the infirmary, she found James steadfastly stationed by Evelyn's bedside, gazing at her unmovingly. Occasionally, he would extend his hand to gently touch the pulse at her neck, as if needing to repeatedly confirm that she was still alive, that she truly remained with them. Sirius remained by his side, tense and filled with concern. Euphemia and Fremont often visited as well, bringing sustenance and supplies. Dorcas sincerely hoped that Evelyn would awaken soon and then forever extricate herself from this war. Even though she had never truly known Evelyn, she understood that Evelyn's previous life was far from easy. She was not one born for the battlefield. She was gentle, restrained. Dorcas wished for her to never again experience injury, sorrow, or be swept away by the flames of conflict. And was this not the very essence of Dorcas's commitment to the Order of the Phoenix? Not solely for the next generation, but for this one as well. She had forsaken comfort to grant more girls the right to choose a life of ease, to ensure that a greater number of them would not be compelled to exist in sacrifice. She fervently hoped that among those girls, there would be an Evelyn Umbridge. Chapter 91, Thoroughly Slytherin, Part 2. Not just Dorcas, but nearly everyone present found it hard to believe their ears. All eyes converged upon Evelyn, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Dorcas felt her mind explode with confusion, a deafening buzz in her ears. Was it truly so? Was it Evelyn? The one referred to as the treasure named Rafi in the prophecy? Yet how could she possibly know Voldemort's secret? Evelyn had extricated herself from the awkwardness created by Sirius moments ago, her gaze sweeping over the assembly with a calm demeanor as she coldly stated, "It is a Horcrux." "What?" came the collective murmur. "A Horcrux? What precisely is a Horcrux?" Questions surged like a tidal wave through the crowd. Even Moody furrowed his brow in confusion. Only Dumbledore remained silent. Dorcas sensed that Headmaster Dumbledore must know something, or at the very least have some suspicions. Evelyn began to elucidate, her voice steady yet laced with derision. "It is an exceedingly malevolent form of dark magic. That madman Voldemort tore his own soul asunder through murder, hiding fragments within objects. As long as a piece of his soul exists, he cannot perish. He aspires to achieve immortality through this." The disdain in her voice was palpable as she uttered the word immortality. In that moment, Dorcas finally comprehended why Voldemort was so terrified of secrets being revealed. It was not an ordinary secret. It was the key to his continued existence and eventual resurrection. Voldemort must have hidden this secret with utmost care. And yet Evelyn had managed to uncover it. "I am quite astonished that you were able to unearth his secret, Miss Umbridge." Dumbledore finally spoke, his tone complex, evidently. "You are a remarkably astute witch. But I am also curious." He paused, fixing his gaze on Evelyn. "Since you possess this knowledge, why did you not seek our assistance? Why choose to conceal it?" Evelyn met his gaze unflinchingly. Dorcas sensed she was even testing Headmaster Dumbledore. "Because I was afraid. Afraid that you would abandon me for the sake of a greater good." The air grew heavy with silence, as if every sound had been siphoned away. Dorcas's heart raced. She dared to speak to Headmaster Dumbledore in such a manner. It was Fabian who shattered the stillness. Frowning in confusion and a hint of anger. How can you use Grindelwald's words to gauge Headmaster Dumbledore? Yet Evelyn remained silent, unwavering under Dumbledore's penetrating gaze. To Dorcas's astonishment, it was Dumbledore who averted his eyes first. After a moment's hesitation, the headmaster slowly spoke, his tone laced with admiration and reflection. "Miss Umbridge, you possess a greater talent for uncovering secrets than I had anticipated." As Dorcas listened to Dumbledore's profound assessment, she felt utterly bewildered. She stole a glance at the others. Thankfully, she was not alone in her confusion. Nearly every face mirrored the same questions and bewilderment. "You should have informed Dumbledore sooner," Moody remarked, his brow furrowed. His voice tinged with discontent. "We could have begun searching for Horcruxes much earlier. If we destroy them, Voldemort will surely suffer a devastating blow." "What good would informing Dumbledore do?" James retorted almost instinctively, immediately defending Evelyn. "How would you find them? What if he carries one with him? If I were him, I would keep my Horcruxes in the most secure locations imaginable." Moody scoffed. "Carrying them around would be sheer folly. The issue is, Voldemort is already aware that someone possesses this secret," Amy Lynn Vance interjected, her voice fraught with concern. "He will undoubtedly hide each Horcrux deeper, making them even more elusive. We have no advantage. Moreover," Dorcas muttered, "we do not even know what his Horcruxes look like. Which objects would he choose? Not which, but which ones? His school diary, the diadem of Ravenclaw, the golden cup of Hufflepuff, and the ring of the Gaunt family. All of these point to an obsession with the number 7. It is likely that he crafted 7 Horcruxes or divided his soul into 7 parts. I now harbor suspicions that the Slytherin locket and the Gryffindor sword may also fall victim to his treachery." At this juncture, Gideon and Diggle could no longer restrain their expletives. Frank and Alice wore grim expressions, while Molly clutched Arthur Weasley's arm tightly, her face a mask of impending screams. Each individual's countenance reflected a blend of incredulous despair and palpable tension. And what of Dorcas? She felt a wave of disorientation wash over her, her thoughts drifting like a tide, the surrounding gasps seeming distant and detached. It was only when Dumbledore spoke that reality reasserted itself. The sword of Gryffindor is in my possession, and I am confident it has not been turned into a Horcrux. Moody, eyeing Evelyn with suspicion, queried, "You wouldn't happen to know where these Horcruxes are hidden, would you?" "I might have even pilfered one of his Horcruxes," she replied. Her tone laced with a hint of recklessness, but evidently, he and his minions are not particularly astute. The room fell silent, everyone momentarily taken aback. Dorcas gazed at the calm demeanor and self-assured tone of the girl before her, rendered speechless. She suddenly recalled her once gentle assessment of Evelyn. Now, she wished to retract that compliment with fervor. This was undeniably a bold Gryffindor. How could the Sorting Hat have placed her in Slytherin? Evelyn regarded them all with a radiant smile. "I cannot ascertain whether he possesses any other Horcruxes or their precise locations. However, why don't we destroy his Horcruxes? Capture the moment with a photograph and announce it to the world? If he has other Horcruxes, he will undoubtedly rush to verify their status. And he may inadvertently reveal his hand. If not, that would be even better. I sincerely hope it drives him to despair." An eerie silence enveloped the room. In that moment, Dorcas inopportunely mused, "Well, it seems Evelyn Umbridge is wholly a Slytherin. A consummate Slytherin." Chapter 92, Sleeping on the Floor. "Come. Shift to the right a tad. No, perhaps a bit to the left. Miss Evelyn, tilt your head slightly outward to showcase that beautiful visage. No. Your hand needs to be higher. It adds gravitas to your sword hold. Why not wear something red? That would be quite striking. Could we refrain from imposing your pitiful Gryffindor aesthetics on Evelyn? Indeed, do not critique little AI's attire. I selected it for her. I strongly suggest Evelyn find a boyfriend with a more refined sense of style. I concur. Potter's finest aesthetic moment was when he courted such a lovely girl. Weasley, mind your own business. Could you possibly silence yourself?" Evelyn, unable to endure any longer, shut her eyes, dismissing the cacophony of opinions around her, and decisively swung her sword down upon the golden cup of Hufflepuff. A swirl of dark mist erupted forth, and without flinching, she cleaved it apart once more. Alice, ever reliable, snapped a photo just as Weasley and James began to bicker. Weasley rushed over to confirm the image and gave Evelyn a thumbs up. "Well done, quite impressive. Weasley, you came here to help your mother take pictures. Remember your responsibilities." Moody rolled his eyes from his corner. At last, it was over. Evelyn sighed. "I don't recall ever feeling this exhausted while stealing a Horcrux." Gideon Pruitt leaned in to view the photographs, filled with admiration. "These images will elevate you to the top of Voldemort's most hated list, the #1 target for Death Eaters. I am far more curious about how Malfoy and Lestrange will fare if Voldemort discovers that his most trusted subordinates lost his Horcrux. I suspect he will bestow upon them a curse of death." Sirius smugly peeled an apple nearby. Just before he could take a bite, Evelyn swiftly snatched the piece, took a bite herself, and then offered a slice to James. He chuckled and accepted it, planting a kiss on her fingertips. "Yuffie and Fremont are already on vacation in Hawaii. You needn't fret," James said, handing Evelyn the freshly arrived letter. She smiled and pressed a kiss to his eyes. "You both not only steal my apple, but also flirt in my presence?" Sirius exclaimed in disdain. "It's in front of us. I am still a patient. Could you perhaps consider my feelings?" Milran sighed. Frank Longbottom approached with a smile, patting James on the shoulder. "Are you all prepared? If so, we shall transfer you to the safe house. Once the Daily Prophet is released tomorrow, the Death Eaters will surely come hunting for you." The safe house is nestled deep within the valleys of Snowdonia in Wales, a secret property passed down through the Longbottom family. Not just Evelyn and her companions, but members of the Order of the Phoenix and Aurors take turns residing there to ensure their safety. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Evelyn was surprised to find James seated on her room's sofa, his gaze intently fixed upon her. His hair was still damp, and a blanket and pillow lay haphazardly at his side, suggesting he had rushed over right after showering. The moment he spotted Evelyn, his face lit up. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist, burying his face against her abdomen. Evelyn radiated warmth, her skin infused with the scent of gardenias. James suddenly realized how much he longed for this quiet moment with her. He nestled closer to Evelyn, then tilted his head up, trying to present the most pitiful expression. "May I sleep on the floor in your room tonight?" Evelyn looked down at him, and he felt her gaze soften. "Why would you want to sleep on the floor?" "My bed is uncomfortable," he murmured. Evelyn remained puzzled. "Isn't sleeping on the floor uncomfortable? I spilled water on my bed. It's wet, and I can't sleep." James blinked slowly at her, attempting to convey innocence. Evelyn paused, her confusion deepening. James seemed to realize how foolish his excuse sounded, and, in frustration, buried his face back into her. "I just want to be closer to you. I need to hear your heartbeat or your breathing to fall asleep." His voice was muffled, laced with unease, and he added softly, "Please, little AI." Evelyn's heart melted instantaneously. When James received no immediate answer from her, he felt a twinge of defeat. Just as he was about to plead again, he noticed Evelyn begin to move. She slowly cradled his face in her hands and smiled at him. Mr. James Potter. There is a way to be closer. Would you like to try? Before he could respond, Evelyn had already straddled his lap and kissed him directly. Her kiss was both tender and urgent. Though he was still uncertain about what Evelyn meant, James instinctively kissed her back. This was the first time they had been so close since the station. The intertwining of the fear of parting and the exhilaration of reunion creates a tempest of unspoken anxieties, anticipation, and audacity. All these emotions are unleashed in this kiss. As their actions grow increasingly uninhibited, desperately entwining and gradually crossing boundaries, James allows Evelyn to tear open his shirt, her slender, supple fingers indulging freely. He clings to the last vestiges of his reason, tightly embracing Evelyn, his hands gently caressing her neck, cautious not to touch the increasingly loose robe that clings to her form. James senses a momentary pause in Evelyn's movements before she gradually withdraws. Then, a rustle of fabric breaks the silence as James's eyes widen in shock. Before he can react, Evelyn kisses him once more. Their bare skin presses together, igniting a spark from the point of contact, a flame that travels down his spine, gradually consuming his rationality. Hesitantly, James's hand finds its place at Evelyn's waist, his fingertips grazing her warm, soft skin. Evelyn's body stiffens momentarily, yet she tenderly kisses his lips and rests her forehead against his, their breaths intertwining. As their gazes lock, James scrutinizes her expression with utmost care, unwilling to impose even the slightest pressure. It's permissible, Evelyn whispers, her voice husky. For a fleeting moment, James trembles at the sound of her words. If it is you, then it is permissible, James. Evelyn's arms gracefully encircle his neck, dissolving the final remnants of distance between them. Now, I wish to possess you utterly. James's breath hitches. Then, in a frenzy of uncontrolled desire, he kisses her with fervor. Each kiss a delicate yet fervent acknowledgement of his adoration. Soft, fragmented kisses land upon Evelyn, each one infused with longing, reverence, and insatiable hunger. Their movements grow increasingly fervent with each kiss and gasp, the waves of passion pulling them into a whirlpool. Perhaps it is the fervor of their earlier kisses, or perhaps the intensity of James's gaze, that leaves Evelyn feeling slightly breathless. Everything becomes a blur, shrouded in a veil of mist. Evelyn is oblivious to the outside world. Her universe has contracted to the hazel depths of James's eyes, which remain fixed upon her, calm yet ablaze with desire, admiration, fervor, and yearning. The tumultuous storm encroaches, testing the boundaries of his gardenia. His gardenia is exquisite, a pure, plump white, its petals imbued with a delicate beauty that stirs the heart. As the tempest unfurls, the flower quivers and sways, yielding and inviting. Then, the storm whispers to him, seductively coaxing, Mr. Potter, tonight, will you rest in my bed, or upon the sofa? Chapter 93. Rafie's friend. A delightful evening? Dorcas raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at James at the dining table, her gaze unabashedly settling on the marks on his neck. James's face flushed crimson, and he cleared his throat, attempting to mask his expression as he lifted his pumpkin juice. Next time, could you perhaps remember to cast a silencing charm? Sirius lamented, cutting into his fried egg with a sigh. After all, I live in this house too. Are we not of any use? James exclaimed, his eyes widening in terror as he looked at him. Sirius grinned, smugly declaring, just teasing you. James rolled his eyes and playfully punched his shoulder. What about Evelyn? Not joining us for breakfast? Emmeline inquired with concern. Still asleep. I'll bring her some later, James shrugged. No need, I'm up. A sleepy voice drifted down the staircase. Evelyn rubbed her eyes and sauntered down, taking a seat beside James. The moment she settled, a profound silence enveloped the room. Confused, Evelyn turned to James, only to find him blushing and gazing at her with a hint of guilt. What is wrong with you? Evelyn arched an eyebrow. Sirius cleared his throat, gesturing towards her neck, his eyes glinting with restrained amusement. Evelyn, perplexed, transformed a fork into a small mirror. Glancing at her reflection, her face instantly reddening. James, are you a dog? Dorcas swore she meant no offense, merely curious. Please don't insult adorable dogs. Sirius interjected before James could respond. So, is it your turn to be on duty today? James hastily shifted the topic. The question flowed effortlessly. Emmeline chuckled lightly, but kindly continued. Indeed, everyone else is outside monitoring the Death Eaters and Voldemort's movements. To be honest, we don't hold much hope of uncovering any leads. However, there's been chatter outside claiming you are the chosen one. Dorcas smirked at Evelyn. Your image-slashing Horcruxes in the Daily Prophet has left countless witches and wizards utterly enchanted. James ought to feel a sense of urgency. Not to worry. He need not fret, Evelyn replied with a gentle smile. I only love him. James's expression transformed from one of grievance to mischief, as he made a face at Dorcas and leaned in to kiss Evelyn's cheek. Regardless, you all must remain here safely, It's chaotic outside. And the Death Eaters are searching for you. Before Emmeline could finish her sentence, a faint popping sound resonated in the air, accompanied by the explosion. A house elf wrapped in a tea towel appeared before them. Dorcas and Emmeline immediately drew their wands, poised to attack, but halted at Evelyn's words. Rafie, what brings you here? Evelyn approached with concern. Rafie's large, round eyes brimmed with tears. Missy told Rafie to stay away. Rafie is a bad elf for not listening. It's all right, truly. I do not blame you, Evelyn said soothingly, crouching down to embrace him. I command you not to blame yourself. Now, tell me what happened. Why did you come to find me? Rafie sniffled. Missy is the kindest, most powerful witch Rafie has ever seen. Rafie has a selfish request. Could you please save Rafie's friend's little master? Evelyn struggled to comprehend his fragmented words. I didn't know you had friends. Rafie had a friend named Creature when he was little. What did you say? Sirius sprang to his feet, suddenly grave. Creature? The creature from the Black family? Rafie nodded vigorously. James's expression shifted dramatically. Then, his little master is Regulus Black, Rafie whispered. Chapter 94. Delaying the exam. Sirius was on the brink of madness. James could see it in his eyes. He knew Sirius all too well. Despite their outward animosity, despite his estrangement from the Black family, despite Regulus having become a Death Eater, Sirius still cared deeply for Regulus. So much so that without fully understanding the circumstances or assessing the danger, he had dashed off to save him. Looking back, it was fortunate that he had acted impulsively. Otherwise, they would have arrived to find only a lifeless body. Sirius felt as if he owed Evelyn 3 lives. One for James, one for Regulus, and one for himself. As he cradled the unconscious Regulus, transported back to the safe house by Rafie's apparition, he could barely stand. He distinctly felt Regulus's breathing becoming increasingly shallow, his complexion turning ashen. Fortunately, Evelyn took over the unconscious really in his arms. Her extraordinary, almost miraculous healing magic was a marvel that the Black family could never procure, even with all their gold galleons, and it forcefully wrested that fool from the clutches of death. Sirius felt an urge to curse, at Regulus, at himself, but more than anything, he yearned to eliminate Voldemort. Ultimately, was it not that damned scoundrel who, with his absurd pure-blood ideology, had transformed both him and Regulus into this state? Creature stood by Regulus's bedside, weeping and incessantly muttering his gratitude to Evelyn, a noise that made Sirius's head throb. Yet, he found it in himself not to silence Creature. Those incessant murmurs grounded him in a singular truth. Really was still alive. He had survived. James approached him, patting his shoulder, his tone gentle and reassuring. As he watched him shakily pour a glass of fire whiskey, Sirius managed a strained smile. James always knew precisely what to say. Always knew how to pull him back from the brink of despair. I will kill that bastard Voldemort, Sirius hissed through clenched teeth, his voice icy. Indeed, James nodded, his tone resolute. According to Creature's account, that locket box was likely the last Horcrux. He instinctively glanced at the locket box resting on the table. Once we destroy it, Voldemort will revert entirely to an ordinary man, and we will not hesitate to end his life. When Regulus awoke, he believed he was still ensnared in a dream. What? Confused? Or disappointed that you haven't turned into a corpse? Evelyn teased, arching an eyebrow at him. How am I still alive? He asked, bewildered. Your brother, my boyfriend. And the members of the Order of the Phoenix pulled you from the depths of that lake. Evelyn stated matter-of-factly, gesturing with her hand. Regulus followed her finger's direction and spotted Sirius and James not far away. He was still grappling with reality. How did you know about me? Wait, is Sirius drinking? During the day? Why is he drinking? Well, he thought you were dead. So, evidently, he is celebrating. Evelyn rolled her eyes, deeply skeptical that Regulus's mind had not been muddled by the lake water. Sirius, noticing the commotion, nearly toppled his cup as he rushed over. Evelyn stepped back, granting space for the brothers. The living room was filled with the sounds of knocking and the voices of Dorcas and Emmeline confirming identities. They had already informed the rest of the Order before embarking on the rescue mission, and now they were arriving in waves. James sauntered over to Evelyn, wrapping his arms around her waist and gently kissing her ear. What are you thinking? Evelyn gazed out at the sunlight streaming through the window, a smile suddenly gracing her lips. I was wondering if this war could come to an end during this holiday. She paused, turning to James. Otherwise, I fear it might impede my newts next semester. James fell silent for a moment, merely kissing her again before softly laughing. Trust me, even without your newts results, the ministry will be clamoring to have you as an Auror. Chapter 95. Always welcome. Through Regulus's recounting, Evelyn began to grasp Voldemort's mindset. Voldemort only knew that someone had uncovered his secret. In his perception and conjecture, the one most likely to discover it was the crown hidden in the Room of Requirement. Thus, he dispatched numerous Death Eaters to attack Milran and demanded Creature from the Black family as a test subject to verify whether the location of his locket box was secure. The locket box's intactness allowed Voldemort to lower his guard to some extent, and he was acutely aware that he did not feel the pain of any Horcrux being destroyed. However, he had not anticipated Creature's escape, who reported everything back to Regulus, leading Regulus to deduce the truth behind his secret from the prophecy. Regulus couldn't help but reflect on his fortune. He had already swapped out the locket box before Voldemort saw the prophet. Upon seeing the photo in the Daily Prophet, Voldemort realized that he had already lost 4 Horcruxes and discovered that his sensitivity to them was remarkably weak. The destruction of the Horcruxes did not bring him the alerting pain he expected, just as Sirius and the others were returned by 2 house elves via apparition. Voldemort stormed back to the cave in a furious uproar. Fabian sat at the conference table, his expression grim, while Abraxas Malfoy and Rodolphus Lestrange were killed on the spot by the killing curse. After the Horcruxes were exposed, many Death Eaters began to turn themselves in. Frank Longbottom interjected. They had not anticipated that their master was a madman. But the issue is, we cannot fully trust them, he continued, his brow furrowed. No one knows if they are genuinely defecting or merely probing for information. Our numbers remain insufficient. We can, Sirius spoke up, exchanging a knowing glance with James. We Remus, Lily, Dorcas, we fought side by side at the station. We trust each other. There will be no repeat of that traitor, Peter. Evelyn noted that when Peter's name was mentioned, James stiffened visibly. Sirius also noticed, casting a subtle glance at him, his expression tinged with worry. No, Professor McGonagall interjected. Her brow furrowed, her tone unyielding. You are still children. Evelyn was taken aback to see Professor McGonagall appear at the safe house. She had never imagined the professor was also a member of the Order. You have not undergone complete training, Gadborn added, shaking his head. But when we fought at the station, we weren't trained either, and we still did remarkably well, Sirius retorted defiantly. I can too, Evelyn asserted. Only to be met with a chorus of dissent. Going to the battlefield is tantamount to seeking death, Moody frowned. Voldemort will undoubtedly prioritize you. But that also means he will concentrate most of his attention on me. Wouldn't that make it easier to ambush him? Evelyn's tone was calm, as if she had anticipated this all along. The room fell into silence. The expressions of those present varied. If anyone should be in hiding, it should be Regulus. Evelyn surveyed the room, shifting her focus. He not only betrayed Voldemort, but also left him a mocking note. This elicited a disgruntled complaint from Regulus. I still don't understand what you were thinking, Sirius sighed, rubbing his temples as he looked at Regulus. How could you act so recklessly? People can be reckless at times. But I only do it occasionally, Regulus rolled his eyes. I suppose it's because I have a reckless brother. I was being brave, Sirius immediately countered. What he means is, you are indeed very brave, Regulus, James interjected, unable to hold back. Are you all right? Evelyn softly inquired, taking James's hand as they returned to the room, willingly nestling into his embrace. James held her close on the sofa, their foreheads gently touching, their breath entwined. Peter, Pettigrew, how is he? James hesitantly asked aloud. Ever since awakening, he had been deliberately avoiding any news about Pettigrew. Sirius said he went home with his mother. Evelyn replied softly. I've heard he is planning to drop out. James fell silent for a moment, gradually resting his chin on her shoulder. I don't know if I should hate him. I hate him, Evelyn declared without hesitation. He nearly caused your death. To me, we were never close. There were no bonds, so hating him is not difficult. She gently stroked James's hair, her touch tender. But you were friends for 6 years. You laughed together, played together, grew together. If you cannot hate him, that is perfectly understandable. James's voice was muffled against her collar, but Sirius hates him. And it seems so easy for him. That's because Sirius is a black. You know their love and hate are both intense. Evelyn chuckled softly, and you to him are paramount. Thus his hatred is even more profound. James remained silent, merely tightening his embrace. If he had only betrayed me, I am not even sure I would truly hate him, he murmured. Perhaps he was simply cowardly. Such things were too burdensome for him. But the problem is, his betrayal not only nearly cost me my life. James paused, his voice barely audible, but it also put you in grave danger right before my eyes. If it weren't for Fox's timely intervention, you would have, he admitted, I think I do hate him. But I can't help but wonder if we overlooked something. Have we always ignored him, forcing him to become what he is now? Ultimately, it is I who failed to protect you. I am the one truly responsible. No, Evelyn interjected decisively, gently kissing the corner of his mouth. I don't care whether you hate him or not. She looked into James's eyes, but I hope you won't torment yourself over this. You must forgive yourself, all right? James pressed his lips together, offering a weary smile. I may never forgive myself. But that is all right, little I. The inability to forgive will ensure I never forget my debt to you. Evelyn furrowed her brow, about to retort, when a hesitant knock at the door interrupted them. You two aren't doing anything right now, are you? Sirius's voice came from outside, sounding somewhat awkward. I mean, there are plenty of people outside, and of course, your passionate escapades are quite normal. I have no objections. But if you are indeed engaged in something, please wrap it up quickly. I didn't mean to interrupt. It's the doorcases who sent me to call you for dinner. James's face turned crimson at an observable rate. Evelyn, unable to contain herself any longer, rose from James's embrace and swung the door open. She glared at Sirius, who wore a smug grin, and declared mercilessly, "You know what, Black? When it's your turn to date, I will repay you tenfold." Sirius raised an eyebrow, his smile unyielding. "You are always welcome." Chapter 96, The Great Battle, Part 1. A flash of red light grazed the tips of Evelyn's hair. She swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the curse that followed, and retaliated with a slicing spell directed at her opponent. "Watch out," she shouted, simultaneously raising her wand to cast a shield charm on Lily. A piercing curse collided with the barrier, dissipating silently in midair. Nearby, Sirius's laughter rang out. "Well done, James. You're not bad either." James shouted back as he engaged in combat. "You both need to focus. There are killing curses flying everywhere." Remus yelled helplessly. Ever since the last Horcrux was destroyed and captured on the front page of the Daily Prophet, Voldemort seemed to have descended into utter madness. He commanded his Death Eaters to unleash relentless attacks, wave after wave, brutal and unyielding. Countless Muggle-born wizards were injured or even lost their lives in the assaults. Ironically, no matter how grand the scale of the attacks, he himself never made an appearance. He merely lurked in the shadows, compelling his remaining followers to charge into battle. Minister of Magic Harold Mincham, known for his toughness, initiated a purge against the Death Eaters. Some who chose to defect were granted temporary trust after rigorous scrutiny and participated in certain defense operations of the ministry. However, more traitors seemed to be paralyzed by Voldemort's wrath, fleeing under the cover of darkness and vanishing without a trace. To Evelyn's astonishment, Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange remained loyal to Voldemort. "I don't know how sincere Lucius is, but Bella?" Sirius scoffed. "She's a lunatic. She married Lestrange on her master's orders. She doesn't care about that man's fate. She's like Voldemort's most faithful hound." The battle grew increasingly brutal. Even Regulus's Dark Mark could no longer accurately sense Voldemort's movements. Blood, screams, and spells intertwined with every ambush, fear enveloping the entire wizarding world. Evelyn knew they could not afford to delay any longer. Voldemort would unleash his hatred upon the entire magical realm, and each day of procrastination meant more innocent lives lost. She could not bear to witness the streets soaked in blood any longer, nor allow her conscience to continue to sink. Therefore, she volunteered to serve as bait, to draw Voldemort out and confront him in a final showdown. She was certain that Voldemort loathed her, resented her for unveiling the truth, and despised her for destroying those Horcruxes. He would surely be unable to resist taking matters into his own hands. "Has Voldemort appeared yet?" Evelyn heard Fabian quietly inquire of Moody. "Should be soon," Moody replied solemnly. "I saw someone fleeing outside, their target clear." He paused, lowering his voice. "Dumbledore is nearby. As soon as Voldemort appears, he will show himself immediately." This battle was a carefully laid trap. They intentionally exposed a vulnerability, leading the Death Eaters to believe that Evelyn and her companions were being secretly relocated. Just as anticipated, as soon as she made her presence known, a throng of Death Eaters surged forward, their attacks relentless. Meanwhile, several figures immediately disapparated, clearly to relay the news. "Fall back." James, having approached Evelyn unbeknownst to her, suddenly yanked her back, guiding her away from a rapidly approaching leglocker curse. In that instant, chaos erupted among the Death Eaters as dark mist billowed forth. Voldemort suddenly revealed himself at the center of the battlefield. The moment he appeared, those Death Eaters still engaged in combat immediately retreated, forming a line around him. This was Evelyn's first true confrontation with Voldemort. She had rehearsed this day in countless nightmares, facing Voldemort across a distance, his crimson eyes like those of a venomous snake, rendering her immobile, her breath stifled. Yet in reality, she discovered that she was not trembling in fear nor collapsing to the ground. She stood tall, wand firmly grasped, blood roaring in her ears, anger and hatred granting her a chilling clarity. She even raised a mocking smile. "Tom Riddle, do you like the photo of me I published in the Daily Prophet? I imagine you must be quite pleased. After all, I do look rather lovely, pleasing to the eye no matter how you look at it. Only I am not as fortunate as you. Your secrets and Horcruxes, which you cannot conceal, have long made me feel nauseous." Voldemort's face twisted in rage. A deadly green curse surged toward her. A brilliant white light intercepted it just in time. Dumbledore had arrived. The white and green lights clashed violently in midair, the brilliance exploding. The battle erupted in that instant. Chapter 97, The Great Battle, Part 2. Countless spells sliced through the air, their their colors intertwining and colliding with fervent intensity. The roar of magic echoed like thunder, in stark contrast to the emboldened and resolute Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix. The Death Eaters appeared increasingly disordered and overwhelmed. Evelyn was locked in combat with Lucius Malfoy. She quickly discerned that his spells bore no intent to kill, their rhythm sluggish, revealing a distinct lack of combat fervor. "You must loathe him as much as I do," Evelyn remarked coolly, raising her hand to deflect the languidly approaching stunning spell. Lucius, his expression impassive and his tone still haughty, replied, "I detest you just as much. Your mother, Ibra, has squandered so much money. Naturally, you, as her daughter, evoke my disdain. The Malfoy family will not be brought low by a handful of galleons. Moreover, you are more aware than anyone that Voldemort's reign is nearing its end." Evelyn's demeanor remained serene, yet her words struck like a dagger. "How many galleons did your family spend to serve him? His return for your loyalty was the death of your father." Lucius's countenance shifted dramatically, his already pale face taking on a ghastly hue. Recently, Death Eaters had been defecting in droves, and the Aurors were uncovering layer upon layer of betrayal, with only a scant few managing to evade punishment. "Now, an opportunity lies before you." Lucius sneered, his gaze steely. "Umbra, you truly excel at manipulating the hearts of men, even more so than your mother. Everyone believes Potter is relentlessly pursuing you, but is it not true that those who uncover the Dark Lord's secrets are merely being led by him, step by step? Does Potter even know this side of you?" Evelyn smiled. "Thank you for the reminder. It brings to mind that you and your wife seem quite fond of one another. Should you be convicted, she would undoubtedly find it difficult to remain unscathed." Lucius fixed her with a penetrating stare, his eyes flickering. After casting several ineffectual spells, he finally spoke in a low voice. "You have one." Evelyn's lips curled slightly. "By the way, do not concern yourself with my romantic life. I shall be happier than anyone." Lucius rolled his eyes in disdain. In that moment, both combatants accelerated their movements, the previously relaxed standoff transforming into a sharp and ferocious clash, spells intertwining with increasing frequency. "I'll assist you." James arrived just in time, positioning himself beside Evelyn. They exchanged a brief glance, and James instantly understood. The three began to fight in unison, alternating between offense and defense, their coordination seamless. They battled while retreating, gradually advancing towards the confrontation between Dumbledore and Voldemort. As they neared Voldemort, Evelyn deftly twisted her wand, redirecting her attack towards him without hesitation. She was acutely aware that Voldemort must have seen her strike, yet he remained motionless. At that very moment, Lucius Malfoy, who had been engaged with James, abruptly halted, enduring the slicing curse. He staggered awkwardly to the ground, narrowly escaping James's grasp and lunging towards Voldemort, taking the blow in his stead. "My master, be careful," Lucius shouted. A twisted smile crept upon Voldemort's lips, a peculiar satisfaction evident as he complimented Lucius amidst his duel with Dumbledore. "Well done, Lucius. You are far superior to your father." Lucius bowed his head in deference before rejoining the fray. Voldemort's already narrow snake-like eyes narrowed further as he regarded Evelyn. His voice chillingly cold. "Dumbledore has just saved your life, and now you present yourself willingly." No sooner had he spoken than a green light flickered at the tip of his wand. However, in the next instant, a red beam struck Voldemort without warning. It was the Cruciatus Curse, cast by Lucius Malfoy. Voldemort let out a shriek of agony, spinning around in shock. His green light still not fully formed, as a torrent of spells surged towards him from all directions. There were too many. An overwhelming swarm of spells converged upon him, and Evelyn sensed that many of them were likely cast by Death Eaters. No one could discern which incantation had triggered the pivotal effect, nor could they ascertain whether the spells had intertwined to produce a terrifying chain reaction. A blinding white light erupted from within Voldemort's body, causing it to crack and splinter with each pulse of illumination. Accompanied by a strange and sharp sonic boom, he disintegrated into a cloud of ash, vanishing without a trace. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the space where the ashes fell, the air feeling as though it had solidified. "Malfoy, you treacherous wretch, ah, master!" Bellatrix's scream shattered the night, heart-wrenching and frantic. Nearby, Sirius could no longer contain his irritation and rolled his eyes, casting a Petrificus Totalis that struck true. Unprepared, Bella became instantly immobilized, her expression frozen in exaggerated fury. "I beg you, make sure she is sent to Azkaban immediately to receive the kiss of the Dementor." Sirius turned to Moody, his face filled with earnest appeal. It seemed that Sirius would now have to settle into the role of a law-abiding citizen. I believe that, for him, living next to Bellatrix would undoubtedly be more tormenting than imprisonment in Azkaban itself, Remus teased with a smile. Sirius offered a strained smile in return, clearly suppressing the urge to roll his eyes again. At this juncture, the Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix began swiftly purging the remaining Death Eaters. Some attempted to disapparate away, only to be met with the horrifying realization that a counter-disapparition jinx had been cast over the area unbeknownst to them. Evelyn and her companions gathered, with Marlene still appearing somewhat dazed. "Is it over?" "It should be," Lily replied, nodding with a smile, weary yet relieved. James wrapped his arm around Evelyn's waist from behind, their heads leaning together as they whispered to one another, playfully swaying side to side. "Is anyone going to stop them?" Marlene gazed incredulously at the couple. They were the only ones not single, and wasn't their behavior rather impolite? "This is quite restrained," Sirius shrugged. "At least they aren't publicly snogging. You have no idea what I've endured living with them. So what should we do now?" Remus blinked, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "School, take the newts, graduate." Lily counted off on her fingers, then mused, "Do you think they'll award us the Order of Merlin?" "Who knows?" Sirius shrugged. "Maybe. At the very least, Evelyn and Regulus are bound to receive something." "Oh right, speaking of Regulus," Marlene inquired, "where is he?" "I tied him up before I left. Raffi is watching him now." Sirius nodded with a sense of pride. "You didn't even check on Creature?" Remus raised an eyebrow. "Unless I wanted to see Regulus on the battlefield, or gather a mess of house-elf brain matter." Sirius grimaced in distaste. He inadvertently glanced to the side and gasped. "Oh no," they've started kissing. Marlene stroked her chin thoughtfully. "I have a new plan." All eyes, except for James and Evelyn's, turned toward her. "I've decided to start a romance. Then I'll sign Remus up too." Sirius smirked. "I think he could use a little love as well." Chapter 98, Daily Life, 101. James finally realized that 7th year had been the most relaxed year since he entered Hogwarts. With the shadow of war lifted, and the fear of Voldemort dissipated. Even the animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin had diminished significantly. James speculated that this was partly due to Evelyn and Regulus being from Slytherin. But more so, it was because of Evelyn. In stark contrast to Regulus, she stands as a valiant warrior devoid of any dark past, having acquired 4 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet have tirelessly promoted her, with even pureblood families pouring resources into her publicity in an effort to salvage Slytherin's tarnished reputation. "At this rate, I suggest you run for the position of Minister of Magic in the future," Mary remarked wistfully. "You would undoubtedly be elected unanimously." "Minister of Magic?" "It was during my recent interactions with those at the Ministry that I discovered the multitude of loopholes within the wizarding world. The Ministry's order resembles a sieve." Evelyn rolled her eyes. "I have done some research, and I believe the wizarding community ought to adopt the legal systems of Muggles. After graduation, I plan to attend a Muggle university to study law and subsequently immerse myself in the Ministry's magical law enforcement department." Lily seemed to have a clear plan. "Well then, the wizarding world is indeed salvaged, with our student council president stepping into the fray," Marlene teased. "Speaking of which, Professor McGonagall mentioned that a transfer student from Durmstrang, named Sally Catlin, will be arriving in a couple of days." Lily suddenly recalled something. "Why does that name sound so familiar?" Sirius propped his chin on his hand, feigning deep thought. "Oh, I remember now. Rael mentioned to me a couple of days ago that the Ministry initially intended to auction off the Gunter estate to raise galleons for reconstruction. But they discovered a new name associated with the property, Sally Catlin. Recently, James has been experiencing a bit of a headache due to Euphemia and Fremont's decision to not return home. To be precise, they have fallen in love with the nomadic lifestyle. From the letter received yesterday, they have already arrived in New York, and Fremont mentioned visiting an old friend. Consequently, James finds himself having to carve out time from his relationship with Evelyn to manage the Potter family's affairs, which leaves him quite displeased. So, if Euphemia and Fremont are not coming home, where are we supposed to spend Christmas? Sirius continued munching on an apple. "Why do you love apples so much?" Evelyn asked. Perplexed, "I feel that apples are not particularly delicious as fruits." Sirius shrugged. "I've loved them since childhood." He is not picky at all, consuming nearly everything, even broccoli. James sighed in contemplation. "So, what are we going to do for Christmas?" Sirius steered the conversation back on track. "We could celebrate on our own. Remus, would you like to join us this year? My parents won't be home, so it will be quite free." James turned to Remus, who was sitting nearby. "Oh, no thanks. My mother insisted that I return home this year." Remus hesitated. "The new Catlin will be there, and my mother seems to know her." "But isn't your mother a Muggle?" Evelyn asked, bewildered. Remus shrugged. "Yes, who knows?" As the latter part of their 7th year approached, everyone became increasingly busy, diligently preparing for exams and future employment. Thanks to her contributions during the battle, Evelyn had received a training invitation from the Auror department, while James had taken advantage of the Easter holiday to pass the trial with the Montrose Magpies. So, you two are headed for one becoming an Auror, chasing dark wizards, while the other is set to become a Quidditch player, forever pursuing the quaffle. Sirius raised an eyebrow at James. Won't your relationship encounter a bottleneck? Just as James was preparing to leave for a date with Evelyn, he froze. Bottleneck? Sirius meant that with you both spending so little time together, your feelings might fade. Remus explained, but I find it curious. I thought with your current relationship and personality, you would have proposed to Evelyn by now. James frowned, remaining silent. He understood that Evelyn harbored a deep-seated fear of marriage and parenthood, even if she had never articulated it. Yet, each time Sirius mentioned wanting to be a godfather, Evelyn would instinctively evade the topic. And whenever Mary and the others jokingly suggested that they should marry right after graduation, Evelyn would laugh, albeit awkwardly. James had once felt disheartened by this. He grew up in a blissful family, and Euphemia and Fremont had instilled in him a yearning for marriage and family. However, he soon comprehended why Evelyn was so averse to the notions of marriage and childbirth. She merely feared repeating Ihra's tragic fate. James vividly recalled when Evelyn jokingly told him that he was the first person to ever say I love you to her. His astonished expression must have prompted her to add, Raffi never dared to say it, and Ihra. She perhaps only experienced a fleeting sense of affection for me during her pregnancy. Subsequently, James had warned Sirius and Mary to refrain from broaching related topics in Evelyn's presence. He was acutely aware that his dear Evelyn was a sensitive soul. Even when she appeared indifferent on the surface, her heart remained tender and delicate. He was determined to fill the void of love she had experienced, willing to embody the roles of her lover, family, and friend, never letting go. Aspiring for a lifetime together, Evelyn had never realized how conflicted she was. She found herself ensnared in an agonizing dilemma. She loved James. If marriage were to happen, he would be the only one she could envision by her side. Simultaneously, she was engulfed by deep fear, uncertain if she was prepared to embrace the institution of marriage. She yearned for James to bear her mark eternally, yet feared being bound by matrimony. But Evelyn was certain that James yearned for marriage. She had initially believed he would propose before graduation, perhaps even at the graduation ball in front of everyone. Yet he did not. This left her feeling both relieved and vaguely disappointed. In truth, she was uncertain about her own desires. She even questioned what choice she would make if James were to kneel before her with a proposal. Then, suddenly, Evelyn smiled, for she realized something. She had never doubted that James would propose to her, nor had she ever questioned that he wished to spend his life with her. Chapter 99, Daily Life, 2. James had left school 2 months early before graduation, traveling with the team to various locations to participate in competitions, preparing for the Quidditch World Cup in 1978. Evelyn was compelled to temporarily part ways with him, maintaining contact only through the two-way mirror that Sirius had lent her. The good news was that James was a genius, in every respect. Even without officially graduating, merely a substitute for the Montrose Magpies, he seized a chance to shine in a sudden appearance, quickly earning a permanent position. Following a series of victorious matches, he was ultimately selected for the England Quidditch national team, becoming a member of the 1978 World Cup roster. This brought about more intensive training and a busier schedule. James hastily returned to Hogwarts to complete his Newt's examinations before immediately needing to return to the training camp. Time is running out. You need to leave. Evelyn gently nudged him, attempting to coax him out of bed. Yet, James stubbornly embraced her, his voice laced with a hint of petulance as he whispered against her neck. I truly miss you. It feels like an eternity since I last saw you. Moreover, I even drank the contraceptive potion this morning, and it tasted dreadful. Evelyn's resolve softened, and her earlier urgency dissipated. She allowed him to draw close, gradually reciprocating his affectionate gestures. However, a twinge of concern lingered. You, your coach, and your teammates. Won't they scold you? James, panting slightly, playfully nibbled on her earlobe, his voice a husky whisper filled with delight. Not at all. They can only envy me. After all, my girlfriend is the most popular witch in the entire wizarding world. Evelyn intentionally arched her waist, prompting a low, involuntary groan from James. A smile graced her lips as she leaned in closer to his ear, retorting, I also believe that my boyfriend will soon achieve a fame akin to mine. She paused, her voice soft yet teasing. How about the 1978 Quidditch World Cup champion? Evelyn's words soon manifested into reality. Colorful ribbons danced through the air, and the entire Quidditch stadium erupted into a frenzy, resounding with deafening cheers for James. Evelyn suddenly recalled the day she realized she had fallen for him. Yet, now the arena felt larger, with even more voices calling his name, while his gaze remained solely on her. James soared on his broomstick, exhilarated, circling the field with a radiant smile. He exuded an air of confidence, as if he were the very embodiment of brilliance. He suddenly veered towards the stands where his family sat. Sirius and Remus, unable to contain their excitement, exchanged high-fives with him, their laughter vibrant and unrestrained. Evelyn watched them, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Just as she locked eyes with James, he tilted his head playfully, mischief dancing in his eyes. Before she could comprehend his intent, he swept her off her feet, securely placing her on his broom. "Are you out of your mind?" Evelyn gasped, gripping his arm in a mix of disbelief and amusement. "You should be parading the Quidditch trophy around." Amidst the audience's suddenly doubled screams and cheers, James laughed heartily, his tone both carefree and sweet. "But I have a more important honor to flaunt." He leaned in and kissed her on the ear. After that, he did not pull away. Instead, he rested his head on her shoulder, softly murmuring, "I won the championship today." "I know," Evelyn chuckled softly. "You were magnificent, Mr. Potter. I'm incredibly proud of you." "I've earned quite a bit on my own lately," he continued. "Indeed, I've received several exquisite gems recently." She nestled against him, her tone tender. "Euphemia plans to buy another house in Godric's Hollow." Evelyn paused, turning to look at him, only to see James holding out a key to Gringotts right before her eyes. "The team provided it. My salary will be deposited there." Evelyn bit her lip slightly, but did not take the key. James lowered his gaze, yet his hand remained extended. "Evelyn, I know I can be a fool at times. On one hand, I feel I know you well. On the other, at times I cannot fathom your thoughts. But whatever you desire, please tell me. If you seek a stable marriage, I can propose to you right now. If you feel that marriage is a constraint, then we can cherish a lifelong romance. This key is yours to command, regardless of any engagement. I only wish to do everything within my power to ensure your peace of mind. I hope that one day, as you look back in your twilight years, you will not regret being with me." Evelyn suddenly laughed. "Is this your way of proposing?" "This is a request for a lifetime of togetherness," James replied earnestly. Evelyn realized in that moment that this was precisely what she desired. In the spotlight of the Quidditch stadium, they etched their marks upon each other. The uncertainties and hesitations she had harbored about marriage strangely dissipated at that instant. She understood that James had been diligently crafting a space for her to rely upon. Much like the soft fortresses her childhood friend, Ravi, had built for her with pillows, gentle, warm, and safe. Now, James was constructing a gentle and non-stifling haven with his love. "I accept your request." Evelyn finally reached out to take the key, smiling as she added, "provided that you give me a beautiful diamond ring." James's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ignited with joy as he asked, "What do you mean?" Evelyn rolled her eyes playfully, a grin on her face. "Mr. Potter, I am making it abundantly clear. Right now, descend to the Quidditch pitch, retrieve the ring you've already prepared, and propose to me. Oh, and," she added, "our new home should ideally have a garden. I will buy you an entire field of flowers." James kissed her and skillfully maneuvered the broom, diving swiftly toward the ground. "By the way, how did you know I bought a ring?" he inquired mid-descent. "You used Euphemia's Gringotts vault before you graduated, didn't you?" Evelyn winked at him. "The goblins evidently mistook me for Mrs. Potter and sent the receipt to me. I must file a complaint against them," James exclaimed, vexed. Chapter 100, Daily Life, 3, regarding patron uses. "You two are truly a whirlwind," Sirius remarked while flipping through the Daily Prophet, shaking his head. "It feels as though every moment of your romance is being reported. A couple of days ago, Rita Skeeter even reached out to us, wishing to write a biography about us." James was left speechless. "I mean, we're only 18. What biography could there be? Who would have thought you could charm Evelyn into accepting your proposal so easily?" Mary sighed, looking at Evelyn with a mix of exasperation and admiration. "Couldn't you have kept him hanging a little longer? I originally wagered he would need to propose at least 7 or 8 times before succeeding." James shot Mary a glare, filled with indignation, then nervously glanced at Evelyn, fearing she might take Mary's advice and invalidate his previous proposal. Evelyn, with a playful smile, leaned in to gently peck the corner of his mouth, but I couldn't bear to. Seizing the opportunity, James pulled her into his embrace, raising an eyebrow at Mary. "By the way, when is Lily coming?" Remus inquired. "Isn't her orientation still ongoing?" "No idea. Should I ask with a Patronus?" James promptly suggested. Before he could finish speaking, he waved his wand. Silver light flashed, and a proud and graceful unicorn burst forth from the tip of his wand. However, before he could send it out to deliver a message, the door swung open. Lily entered just in time to nearly collide with the approaching unicorn. "James Potter," Lily exclaimed, utterly exasperated. "Could you please stop flaunting your Patronus? It's been an entire week. I swear, everyone knows your Patronus has turned into a unicorn." He.S. totally riding on Evelyn's coattails. Otherwise, how would his Patronus be this beautiful? Marlene chimed in. James took Marlene's words as a compliment, nodding in agreement. "Indeed. Little A.S. Patronus is quite lovely." Hopeless, Sirius rolled his eyes and turned to Lily. "Why are you so late? Was your orientation at university not smooth?" "Quite the opposite, actually," Lily nodded, her cheeks tinged with a suspicious red. "You're blushing. What happened?" Mary immediately pressed. "I met a muggle in the same major as mine. He seems quite nice." Lily hesitated. Everyone stared at her intently. Lily's expression shifted to one of exasperation as she surrendered. I exchanged contact information with him. He said he is from America and isn't familiar with England, and asked if I could show him around. The crowd remained silent, their gazes intensifying with fervor. I acquiesced. A collective sigh of significance echoed through the room. Was it not I who expressed the desire for a romantic entanglement? Marlene expressed her indignation, wondering why each of them had begun to date. Fear not, for you still have Remus and Sirius to accompany you, Mary reassured. No. Our moon-faced friend has recently encountered some complications, Sirius remarked with a mischievous grin. Remus, unperturbed by the speculative stares, managed a strained smile before delivering a sharp jab at Sirius, who gasped in surprise. 07 on nostalgia. Evelyn received a task to prohibit the misuse of Muggle items transferred to the Aura department. To be precise, it was not assigned to her. She snatched it up without hesitation the moment it appeared on the task list, her speed eliciting a raised eyebrow from Moody. Marlene, also an Aura, cast Evelyn a look of schadenfreude. I've requested Marlene to accompany me, Evelyn said, bestowing a cold smile upon her before addressing Moody. The smile on Marlene's face instantly faltered. What are you all planning to do? Upon arriving at the scene, Evelyn promptly struck a dog and a deer on the head with her wand. The two animals immediately transformed back into human forms. Could we not employ the disillusionment charm? She exclaimed. Riding a motorcycle in broad daylight is one thing. Failing to conceal yourselves is another. Moreover, when the Muggle Items Division sends someone to apprehend you, you resort to becoming animagi and then emerge to confront them? James, utterly unashamed, looked at her with sparkling eyes and said, Then the task is transferred to the Aura department, right? Indeed, Evelyn has engaged in nepotism by seizing the task and dragging me into it. Marlene feigned a smile, adding, I truly did not wish to assist you in concealing your misdeeds. Where are your wands, gentlemen? Is casting a disillusionment charm such a bother? It's not like it's for James. Sirius lazily leaned against the motorcycle. Evelyn, you've been working overtime at the Aura department these past few days. Our poor little Jamie is lovesick. We cannot truly break the law. So we must create a little chaos for the Muggle Items Division to ensure they willingly transfer the task to you. At this moment, James had already nestled against Evelyn. Whining, I finally have a break during the off-season, and you become busy. We are both so unfortunate. I believe Evelyn has no issue with this, Sirius interjected sarcastically. James shot him a glare, his expression becoming even more pitiful. Should I resign? Can I apply to be your assistant with Mad-Eye? Evelyn had recently developed a certain resilience to James's expressions. She shook her finger at him, saying, No, Mad-Eye would not agree. Besides you, retiring at your peak? I do not want our household overwhelmed by letters from your fans. James, somewhat melancholic, decided to vent his unfulfilled grievances towards the Ministry of Magic. Off we go, he said, planting a gentle kiss on Evelyn's lips before waving to Sirius. We'll take our leave first. Where are you headed? Evelyn inquired with a sense of foreboding. Sirius and I are going home to prepare dinner. Shall we return home early tonight? James winked at Evelyn. Before Evelyn could continue her inquiries, James added, Lily is on a date at the cafe at the end of that street with her Muggle classmate. Sirius and I have already gathered intel. His name is Helga Blom. Before his words could fully register, Evelyn had already turned on her heel and marched towards the cafe. Marlene, quick on her feet, summoned her Patronus to contact Mary and then hurriedly followed suit. Home to prepare dinner? Sirius raised an eyebrow at James. No. We're going to the ministry to file a complaint with Harold Mitchum. The workload for us Aurors is excessive. James tugged at his lips, adding, and perhaps, throw in a few dung bombs. Then let us hasten. We must conclude this before Evelyn and Marlene return to work. Sirius immediately revved up the motorcycle. Chapter 101, Daily Life, 4:08 on engagement. James insisted on hosting an engagement ceremony, one that would be grand and encompass all those they knew. Is that the reason you adorned the front page of the Daily Prophet for 3 days? Remus sighed. I've never seen anyone so extravagantly publicize their engagement. So, have you chosen your attire? Mary inquired with curiosity. Indeed, we secured it long ago. James nodded emphatically, as if recalling something. We decided back in 6th year. Sirius, perusing the venue layout and engagement itinerary, pointed at one item with perplexity. What does it mean to prohibit the appearance of emerald elements? I believe a touch of it would be quite lovely. James's expression darkened further, prompting Evelyn to shoot a warning glance at Sirius. Although Sirius appeared bewildered, he tactfully amended. But white remains more beautiful. At that moment, Sally interjected. Rabaston has entered Azkaban, and according to Rodolphus's will, the Lestrange estate has been bequeathed to Voldemort, who is now deceased, thus making this estate mine. It's quite beautiful inside. Have you considered holding the ceremony at the Lestrange Manor? Remus gasped in horror, and James's demeanor fell completely. Before Evelyn could offer him comfort, James silently retrieved a piece of parchment and a quill. What are you doing? Evelyn instinctively asked. To secure another front-page story. 09 on Lily. When James claimed his second Quidditch championship, Evelyn had successfully campaigned to become the head of the Auror department. As the department's first female head, she possessed unparalleled expertise in information gathering, always discerning swiftly between traps and genuine intelligence during investigations and raids against dark wizards. Moreover, through some unique ability, she had nearly saved the lives of all Aurors within her department. Has Lily not arrived yet? Evelyn asked, casting a worried glance at Marlene. Marlene nodded. Not yet. However, she just contacted me via Patronus. She should be en route. She paused, lowering her voice. Lily has not been well lately. Ever since her breakup with Blom, she seems somewhat disoriented. Why did they part ways? Sirius inquired curiously while flipping through documents. Marlene sighed. You are unaware? Several European nations have been in turmoil recently. Some pureblood families have revived old grievances, claiming that wizards should not marry muggles. Many muggle spouses have even faced attacks. There is undoubtedly someone orchestrating this. It extends beyond the UK to France, Germany, and even the United States. That Blom is a scoundrel. On the day Lily intended to break up, he was the one who initiated it, claiming he could not endure a long-distance relationship and had to return to America. Mary cursed under her breath. That wretched man. He never even considered staying in England for Lily or asked if she would accompany him back to America. We must suppress these issues. It has not been long since Voldemort's demise, and these pureblood families are beginning to stir again. Evelyn's tone turned icy. Ray will assist. Sirius shrugged. If Lily does not arrive shortly, the meeting will commence. I do not understand what the American ministry is thinking. Insisting on collaborating with Europe to host a magical competition. Mary complained as she stood. I must go down to greet them. After graduating, Mary had spent 2 years honing her expertise in Muggle psychology at a Muggle mental health clinic. Then she returned to the wizarding world, taking up a position within the International Magical Cooperation Department. Just as Mary was about to step outside, the office door was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. James burst in, his face a mask of astonishment. Do you know who I just saw on the first floor? The group turned to him in unison. Lily, James exclaimed, practically bouncing with excitement. And her boyfriend. No, her ex-boyfriend. That Blom. They are standing off in the lobby. Everyone was taken aback. Blom, adorned with the emblem of the American Ministry of Magic, was actually part of the delegation. He was, indeed, a wizard. While speaking, he grasped Evelyn's hand, saying, Come on. Little AI, you must want to see this spectacle. Evelyn quickly rose, allowing James to pull her outside. Sirius immediately sent a message to Remus via Patronus. Don't date Sally. You both must come to the ministry. It's urgent. He hesitated for a moment before summoning the Patronus again. Ibra? If you happen to be bored right now, would you like to come to the ministry for a show? Chapter 102, Daily Life, 5. 10. On Maternal Love. Evelyn had never imagined herself becoming a mother. To be precise, she was terrified of the prospect. Even after marrying James, that fear had not diminished. She often recalled the words of Ihira, who had claimed, I was a mistake of the moment. My entry into this world was merely the result of a fleeting, false maternal love induced by hormones during pregnancy. Evelyn had never truly experienced her mother's love. Hence, she harbored no understanding of how to love others as a mother. She constantly pondered whether she would perform worse than Ihira if she were to have a child. Would her child be even more pitiable than she herself had been? It's all right. You have James, Sirius reassured her without hesitation, his tone casual. He gestured towards James, who was not far off, playfully entertaining Neville and laughing like a child. James is a natural father. He spoke with conviction, even tinged with envy. Evelyn smiled, utterly convinced of this truth. She adored Lucia, the child who had inherited her silver hair and gray eyes. This child, conceived through the magical and alchemical union of her and James, was a miracle that had nearly depleted the Potter's gold reserves. Though Lucia was not gestated within her womb, her body had not undergone the hormonal baptism nor the fleshly bond of a 10-month pregnancy. Yet, the moment Evelyn laid eyes on Lucia, she knew she loved her. In that instant, tears streamed down her face, seemingly endless. James held her close, whispering comforting words in her ear for what felt like an eternity. For the first time, Evelyn genuinely believed she possessed the capacity to be a mother. She felt fortunate to be able to love a life sincerely as a mother, rather than pushing it away, denying it, or trampling upon it. She finally comprehended that Ihira's words had merely been self-deceiving excuses. Ihira had simply never loved her. 11. On Sweet Nothings. Lucia was a little imp who could charm anyone with her sweet nothings. Evelyn watched in amazement as Lucia, with utmost seriousness, coaxed Sirius into purchasing a gem that appeared to be quite valuable. Sirius laughed joyfully, readily pulling out his wallet and paying with remarkable ease. You can't tell me that Lucia has already been written into your inheritance list. Evelyn quipped, turning to Ibra. Ibra abruptly turned to her, his expression somewhat awkward. Has Sirius told you? What? Evelyn's eyes widened, her expression freezing. Before she could question further, Lucia came bounding towards her, leaping into her embrace. Mummy. Evelyn crouched down to hold her, and in the next moment, Lucia thrust the gem into her hand. For you. It's the prettiest. Much better than the ones Jamie gave you. It should be called Dad, James interjected from the side, exasperated yet accustomed to correcting her. Lucia scrunched her nose and shook her head defiantly. Since the age of 2, she had ceased calling James Dad. When she first learned to speak, nearly everyone around her had teased her into calling him that, with Sirius being the worst offender. Before turning 2, Lucia had been deeply confused, unable to comprehend why so many people called her Dad. Did they even know who she was referring to? Thus, once she could fluently articulate each person's name, she decisively declared, "No more calling him Dad. Xia, that gem was clearly bought by me." Sirius feigned injury, approaching her. "That ought to count as my gift to Evelyn." "What you bought for me is mine," Lucia responded matter-of-factly, nodding in agreement. Then she solemnly returned the gem to Evelyn's hands. "For Mommy, it's a gift from Xia." She looked at Sirius, pointed to herself, and then to Evelyn. "It's from Xia." After a pause, her small hand patted Sirius's thigh, and she solemnly declared, "Xia has done well. Xia is very satisfied. Xia loves you. Keep up the good work." "Keep up the good work at what?" Sirius asked, bewildered. "At making Xia love you more," Lucia stated with conviction, her gaze toward him laced with disdain, as if surprised that she had to explain this. Sirius was momentarily speechless, staring at her as if verifying whether he had heard her correctly. James and Remus were already shaking with laughter, while Ibra and Sally were openly chuckling. "Why doesn't Evelyn have to try harder? Why can't she just take your gem?" Sirius protested. "Xia loves Mommy." Lucia immediately turned to Evelyn, flashing a charming smile. "Xia's love for Mommy is overflowing." Sirius rolled his eyes dramatically at Evelyn. Evelyn suppressed her laughter, striving to withstand Lucia's sweet verbal onslaught. "Flattering me like this doesn't erase what you did yesterday when you plucked all those leaves from the little G plant." "Exactly." The little G plant echoed indignantly in her ear. Lucia widened her eyes, blinking at Evelyn. "Mummy, let's go buy fertilizer for little G. She will love it. I want to buy the most expensive one. I truly adore her. That's why I wanted to collect her leaves. Next time, I'll pluck fewer." "Little AI, perhaps we should forgive Xia. She just loves me too much," little G pleaded in Evelyn's ear. Evelyn sighed, about to respond when suddenly, the shop assistant from earlier rushed out, holding a pink backpack. "Sir, you forgot your daughter's backpack." The air froze for an instant. James narrowed his eyes dangerously, slowly turning to Sirius. "Your daughter?" The assistant appeared innocent. "Oh, did I say something wrong? This gentleman just said that this is his daughter." "Sirius Black," James bellowed. Sirius swiftly snatched the backpack and took off running. "So what? Who says Xia has the same eye color as me? She is also my daughter." James was beside himself with rage. "Oh, it can't be helped. Xia is too beautiful, looking like me, not you." Sirius taunted as he glanced back, continuing to provoke. "I swear I'll kill you," James shouted, already charging forward with a fist raised. Jamie, transform into a deer. Use your fork to attack him." Lucia excitedly shouted from the side. Just as James was about to transform, Evelyn abruptly pulled him back. "Stop fooling around. We are in a Muggle shopping mall right now." Chapter 1. Come pursue me. Sally Catlin had developed feelings for Remus Lupin, but the exact moment this affection began was a mystery, even to her. They had known each other for an entire decade. Perhaps it was that warm smile Remus had offered her when she first arrived as the niece of Lyle and Hope. Perhaps it was her genuine fondness for the aroma of chocolate, a scent that clung to Remus and brought her comfort. Or perhaps it was during every thunderstorm. No matter how late, when he would softly approach her bedside and clumsily offer solace, a comfort that gradually became second nature to him. It could also be the moment he cupped her face in his hands, gazed deeply into her eyes, and assured her, word by word, "Do not fear. I will always be by your side." More likely, she was simply an obsessive lunatic. After all, such blood coursed through her veins. Nevertheless, Sally remained steadfast in her belief that Remus Lupin would undeniably belong to her. In whatever capacity, he would eternally be hers alone. "Brother," Sally softly called, her gaze fixed upon Remus across the room. Just as he stood up, her voice caused him to freeze mid-motion. "I hope you enjoy your date with Mary," she said, a smile gracing her lips, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. Remus managed a strained smile, glanced at her briefly, then turned to walk towards Mary. Evelyn and I are planning to go on a date in Hogsmeade later, and Sirius will join us. Do you want to come?" James leaned closer, his tone cautious. "But my brother is supposed to be on a date with Mary, right?" Sally's tone remained flat, though her eyes had grown colder. James nodded. "Last week it was Lily. This week it's Mary. And next week will it be Marlene's turn? Sally rose to her feet. He better avoid me for eternity. Evelyn looked at her, her gaze questioning. But Sally merely shook her head slightly, saying nothing as she stepped out of the hall. As she passed the Slytherin table, she faintly overheard Nott and his companions murmuring. That bloke has sent us searching again at Hogwarts, claiming their SA girl with black hair and black eyes who has been sought after since our first year. And after all these years, she remains unfound. Sally did not pause her stride, her expression unchanged as she discreetly retrieved a small mirror from her robe pocket. In the reflection, a girl with red hair and blue eyes stared back at her, her visage flawless and without a single flaw. She had maintained this appearance for a full decade. To achieve this, she had concealed the fact that she was an animagus capable of transformation. The wizarding world was aware that Voldemort was searching for a girl, one with black hair and black eyes. No one knew who she was, nor her connection to Voldemort. No one understood why he was so frantically seeking her, except for Sally herself. Voldemort, her dear uncle, was searching for her. The man who had personally murdered her mother and father when she was just 6 years old was now desperate to find her and the Horcrux she had hidden away. Sally walked directly to the edge of the Black Lake, where the surface was as tranquil as a mirror, and a gentle breeze rippled across it. Before long, footsteps approached from behind. Has your brother gone on a date with MacDonald? Logan Waite stepped beside her, his voice tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Since returning from Christmas, he had been dating various girls. Those unaware might think he was trying to escape the fervor of Potter and Evelyn's romance. He is merely evading me, Sally replied with an unusual calmness. An incident during the Christmas holiday made him aware of my feelings for him. She slowly lifted her gaze to Logan, her stormy blue eyes betraying her emotions. But he explicitly stated he would always be by my side. In that instant, a chill ran down Logan's spine. Reflexively, he took 2 steps back, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Please don't look at me like that. The one you should be furious with is your beloved brother. I cannot bear to lose him, Sally murmured, her gaze drifting into the distance, her voice barely above a whisper. Logan rolled his eyes and urged, then why did you insist on hinting for me to come find you? Get to the point before someone stumbles upon us here. Sally regarded him. Logan Waite, her friend since second year, was an exceptionally clever Slytherin. Before Evelyn transferred, hardly anyone was willing to associate closely with Slytherin, but a chance encounter allowed them to connect, discovering an unexpected camaraderie. Perhaps because they had both learned to thrive beneath their respective masks, they had begun to conceal their friendship from everyone. After all, the thrill of having no public intersection while maintaining a private understanding was enticing, was it not? Over the years, Logan had often relied on the information she provided to successfully evade the pranks devised by James and his companions targeting Slytherin. You also have brown hair and brown eyes. Sally chimed in, her tone light and airy. Logan's eyes widened in instant alertness. So what? You're not thinking of using me as a stand-in for your brother, are you? You know I'm gay. I know, Sally replied with a gentle smile. But as long as others remain oblivious, that's all that matters. The wind swept across the lake's surface, tousling her hair, while the leaves rustled behind her, whispering secrets. When Remus rejected me, he claimed he only saw me as a sister. He said he was too dangerous, too scarred, and that I deserved better. She lowered her gaze, her smile chilling to the bone. But he is mistaken. No one could possibly be better for me than him. If he desires to protect me, he must always keep me by his side. Logan remained silent for a moment before speaking. Honestly, I initially felt some sympathy for your brother, but now I find myself feeling more for my own predicament. He looked at Sally with a wry smile. I merely wish to know if your plans include consideration for my safety. Fear not. With little AI around, you are safe, Sally reassured, raising an eyebrow. She is aware of what I intend to do, and she won't let you come to harm. We're only in 6th grade, for heaven's sake. Let me survive to graduate. Logan crossed his arms and let out a deep sigh. So, what am I supposed to do now? Sally lifted her head, flashing him a captivating smile infused with determination. Come pursue me, Mr. Logan Waite, she declared. Let them know of your existence. Chapter 2. Setting the trap within the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade. The warm crackle of the hearth filled the air, mingling with the inviting aroma of hot butterbeer. In a corner, Remus sat by the window, gently tracing the rim of his cup with his fingers. Thank you for helping me with this, he said apologetically to Mary across from him, pushing a densely scribbled notebook her way. Mary flipped through a few pages, letting out a resigned sigh. Sally will undoubtedly despise me. She won't, Remus insisted, shaking his head with conviction. She is a very kind girl. She will only be angry with me. Mary raised an eyebrow, her tone sharp. Avoiding her like this is futile, Remus. The more you do not reject her, the more she will believe there is hope. If you truly care for her, you must be resolute and disillusion her. Yet Remus's thoughts had already drifted far away. He could not comprehend how circumstances had spiraled to this point. Sally, his sister, had consumed too much eggnog during the Christmas holiday, and, on a dim and chaotic night, had confessed her feelings to him. At that moment, Remus felt an absurdity wash over him, almost believing he had misheard. He had always regarded her as a sister, never allowing any sentiments beyond familial affection to arise. Yet, as the shock subsided, it was replaced by a profound sense of guilt. Had he uttered a misstep in his words? Had his actions been excessively indulgent? Had he inadvertently conveyed some erroneous implication? He had been utterly unaware. Allowing her feelings to gradually evolve into this current state, a deep sense of frustration enveloped him. Perhaps he was not a worthy brother after all. Remus had not intended to divulge Sally's drunken confession to anyone. He merely wished to maintain a discreet distance from her, attempting to steer their relationship back onto the normal sibling track. However, his plans came crashing down in the face of an unexpected inquiry. That day, Sirius casually asked at the breakfast table, "What is going on with you two? Have you had a falling out?" Before Remus could respond, Sally had already spoken up. She said coolly, "He has been avoiding me ever since I confessed my feelings." The air around the dining table seemed to freeze momentarily. From that day forth, the entirety of Gryffindor was aware. All along, Remus had unhesitatingly fulfilled Sally's every desire. However, this time, it was different. He was a werewolf. He did not belong to the realm of normalcy. The Ministry of Magic did not even regard him as human, merely labeling him as a dangerous magical creature. And Sally, she was the sister he desperately sought to protect, the child he had cherished since her infancy. He had no right to her affections. He was unworthy. She deserved to love someone truly gentle, pure, and harmless. Someone who could stand boldly in the sunlight without instilling fear during the full moon each month. He was not such a person. He did not deserve to be that person. His body was marred with scars, concealing too much darkness and despair. If he could not even control his own life, how could he possibly entrust someone else's happiness to himself? Moreover, Sally was still too young. She could not distinguish between possessiveness, dependence, and love. She had merely grown accustomed to his presence, mistakenly believing it to be infatuation. Remus closed his eyes, a dull ache gripping his heart. He did not wish to hurt her, did not want to see her cry, and certainly did not want her heart broken over this matter. Yet, Mary was right. He must sever the misguided notions she harbored about him. He was her brother, and he must take responsibility for her. He would rather see her momentarily saddened than indulge her in trading her future for a fantasy that would inevitably bear no response. "What's wrong, Moony?" James's voice broke through, pulling Remus back from his tumultuous thoughts. He glanced over, meeting Evelyn's complex gaze. Her eyes flickered, as if she had something to say, but was still deliberating. Recently, Evelyn hesitantly spoke up, "There's a Slytherin boy in our year who keeps asking about Sally." "Why?" Remus immediately straightened, his brow furrowed tightly. "What does he want? I've been observing him these past few days, and I think—" She paused, her tone uncertain. "He might like Sally." "A Slytherin?" Sirius's expression tightened, his elbows resting on the table. "What is his name?" "Logan Wet," she replied. "I know of him, but I'm not familiar with him." Remus pressed further. "Do you know what kind of person he is?" "I don't think he is a bad person." Evelyn hesitated. "Are there any good people in Slytherin besides you and Ray?" Sirius rolled his eyes. "I think we needn't worry too much," James shrugged, attempting to lighten the mood. "Sally has never been particularly fond of Slytherins. Even if this what is pursuing her, she would never agree to it. Plus, she doesn't like." As he spoke, he suddenly realized something, abruptly stopping mid-sentence, turning to Remus with an expression of embarrassment. Remus merely smiled ruefully. "I actually wish you would like someone else. I think." Evelyn's voice dropped even lower. "This Logan Wet might be the one." She did not continue, lowering her head, lost in thought. "Xiaoji, what are Sally and the others doing?" Evelyn asked nonchalantly. "Sally just said she wanted to dip Logan in chocolate sauce," Xiaoji replied uncertainly. Chapter 3. I hate that you like me. After dinner, at the end of the corridor. "Are you going to keep avoiding me, brother?" Sally stood at the staircase corner, blocking Remus's path. He halted, instinctively lowering his gaze to evade her eyes. "You hate that I like you, don't you?" Sally's voice trembled, thick with emotion. "You would rather ask Lily and Mary to help you pretend that." "Yes," Remus interrupted, his voice short and strained, as if he had expended all his strength. A heavy silence fell. Remus could hear Sally's breath, rapid and shaky, interlaced with sobs. Sally was crying. His sister was crying. Remus felt his heart constrict painfully, almost rendering him breathless. Sally was not a child prone to tears. She seldom cried. Yet, he remembered each instance when she did. It was back when she had not yet begun to call him brother. On one occasion, as he neared the full moon, the agony coursing through his body and the turmoil within had driven him to the brink of collapse. Sally had clung to him as usual, chattering incessantly. Annoyed and desperate for solitude, he had snapped at her. "You're really noisy. Can't you let me have a moment of peace?" The 7-year-old Sally had paused, silently turning away, her face etched with disappointment and confusion, piercing Remus's heart like a thorn. He had regretted it immediately, but at that age, he too was only 7, unknowing of how to take responsibility for his emotions or how to express an apology. That night, a storm descended, thunder and raindrops battering the windows, mercilessly crashing against the eaves. The acute hearing of a werewolf made it nearly impossible for Remus to sleep. He lay in bed, covering his ears. But amid the chaos of the storm, he discerned a sound that did not belong to the tempest. It was crying, intermittent and desperately stifled. He sat up, hesitating for a moment before quietly exiting his room. Approaching Sally's door, the sound of her sobs grew clearer and more tangible. Remus pushed the door open to find Sally curled up amidst a pile of blankets and pillows, the covers drawn high, nearly obscuring her face. The lightning outside cast a ghastly light through the curtains, illuminating the unmistakable fear and vulnerability etched upon her features. Each time thunder rumbled, she would involuntarily flinch. "Brother," she called softly, her voice hoarse yet imbued with unwavering trust, as if she had entirely forgotten the hurtful words he had spoken that morning. It was the first time she had called him brother. In that instant, an unfamiliar emotion surged within Remus. Responsibility. It was a heavy weight, yet it grounded him like never before. He was no longer the despised monster at St. Mungo's, no longer merely a burden for his parents, nor a creature who would tear himself apart on the night of the full moon. In Sally's eyes, he was a brother. Her brother. "I'm here," he whispered softly, swiftly approaching the bed, climbing onto it, and enveloping her tightly in the blanket. "It's all right." He mimicked the way his mother had comforted him after his transformation, clumsily stroking her hair with a gentle voice. "Brother, I'm so scared." Sally's voice trembled, her entire face buried in his chest, her hands pressed tightly over her ears as if that could shield her from all the terrors of the world. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," Lames murmured repeatedly. "I will always be with you." He was uncertain whether Sally could hear him, yet he continued to say it over and over. "I will always be with you." After that night, Sally began to call him brother. From that day forth, Lames never spoke harshly to her again. She was his sister, and he would sacrifice everything for her happiness and smile. And now, Lames closed his eyes, attempting to shield himself from the overwhelming tenderness that surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "I detest that you have feelings for me. I do not hate you. You are my sister. But I loathe myself." He struggled to articulate each word. "I am a repugnant werewolf. You shouldn't waste such pure feelings on me. Stop it." Sally stepped forward, but halted in surprise at his instinctive retreat, her feet frozen in place. "Don't say such things about yourself. You are not repugnant. You are Lames. You are." "But that is the truth." Lames opened his eyes, gazing at her. He forced himself to meet her eyes, which were swollen and red from crying. Her cheeks were flushed, as if her heart had just been ripped apart. "The fact that you like me makes me feel even more repulsive." His voice trembled, yet he stubbornly continued, "What kind of brother allows his sister to have feelings for him? Your affection makes me feel unworthy of being your brother." Sally's body stiffened. She ceased moving or speaking, her gaze gradually becoming vacant as Lames witnessed the light in her eyes shatter piece by piece. Her body trembled slightly, as if she were desperately trying to maintain her last shred of dignity and sanity. "I'm sorry, brother," she whispered softly, her voice as light as the wind. The next moment, she fled, leaving only silence. Lames sank against the wall, his body weakly sliding to the floor, his breath erratic and his chest heaving violently. He covered his face with his palm, striving to calm the turmoil of pain surging within him. He only wished for everything to return to the beginning. She was his sister, and he was her brother. He wanted to protect her, even if it meant she would hate him for it. He would give everything for her, as long as she could truly be happy. Chapter 4. The Substitute. After attempting the swelling charm twice and a self-transformation once, with unsatisfactory results, Sally resolutely decided that she would cry all night while holding an onion. Evelyn, having finally escaped the clingy James, hurried to the kitchen to assist her. As she pushed open the door, she was met with an absurd scene. Sally was crouched in the corner of the kitchen, slowly tearing at the onion in her hands, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Surrounding her were a circle of house elves, each appearing frantic and helpless, as if ready to crash into the wall for relief. Meanwhile, Logan lounged leisurely against the counter, cradling a cup of hot chocolate and occasionally rolling his eyes at Sally. Evelyn was momentarily taken aback by the sight, instinctively wanting to turn and leave, but Logan called out to her, "Don't go. You had a lovely day flirting with your precious Potter, leaving me here to endure this mental torment. Do you know she threatened to dunk me in chocolate sauce this afternoon? Merlin, I despise chocolate." Evelyn remained silent for a moment, eyeing the cup in his hand. "So what are you doing now?" "Being utterly betrayed by my best friend." Logan stared blankly at the dark liquid in the cup, as if it were a deadly poison. "I'm preparing for tomorrow when I go to see her, with a strong natural chocolate scent." This is already my 5th cup. Actually, Evelyn hesitated before speaking. I have a very realistic chocolate-scented perfume. Logan's pupils dilated as if struck by lightning. Why didn't you say so sooner? Before Evelyn could respond, Sally's intermittent voice broke in from the corner. You wouldn't happen to know how to make one's eyes naturally swollen, as if they had cried all night, would you? Evelyn fell silent once more, then nodded. The next moment, Sally tossed aside the onion and dashed toward her, while the house elves behind her collectively sighed in relief. Evelyn suddenly felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. She must have amassed a significant number of good deed points in Merlin's ledger, for her name must be shining brilliantly in that book at this moment. Lames immediately noticed that Sally hadn't rested well. Her eyes were red and swollen as if soaked in tears repeatedly, her lips cracked, her complexion pale, and she appeared utterly exhausted. As if drained of energy from a night of weeping, a dull ache throbbed in Lames's chest. The thought that he was the cause of her current state intensified that pain, making it deeper, more burdensome. It felt as though someone were using a rusted knife to gradually grind away at his flesh. However, he could not comfort her. He could not show even a hint of hesitation or softness. Evelyn seemed to sense something amiss and deliberately sat down at the Gryffindor long table, as if to provide Sally with some support. Yet the atmosphere at the table remained heavy, each person's gaze flickering between Lames and Sally. Just then, footsteps echoed in the air. At first, no one paid attention. Until Sally Catlin. A clear, youthful voice shattered the silence, brimming with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. Almost everyone turned their heads. Even Sally awakened from her daze, looking up. Lames's body instantly stiffened. He recognized the boy, Logan W.E., a 6th-year Slytherin, whom Evelyn had mentioned yesterday. With brown hair, deep brown eyes, clad in a beige sweater, he exuded a strong, almost cloying scent of chocolate. Not only Lames, but James and the others also sensed something amiss, their eyes betraying a layer of unspoken vigilance and scrutiny. I am Logan W.A.T. The boy's smile was bright and unreserved, seemingly unfazed by the dozens of probing gazes surrounding him. His attention was solely on Sally, showing no hint of surprise at her current state of dishevelment. I've liked you for a long time, Sally. This weekend, may I have the honor of inviting you to Hogsmeade? Lames saw Sally freeze. The moment she set eyes on W.E., she was taken aback. He slowly tightened his fists, unsure whether he hoped she would refuse or accept, not knowing how she would choose. All he knew was that when Sally lifted her gaze to meet his, there was a flicker of faint, yearning anticipation in her eyes. Lames despised this familiarity. He hated that he understood so well what she desired. She wanted him to speak, to stop her, but Lames merely averted his gaze. He didn't even need to look to imagine the expression of disappointment that must have crossed Sally's face at that moment. Yet, who was he to stop her? By what right? A brother who has just been firmly rejected by her. Very well. Remus distinctly heard Sally's response. His gaze snapped up, unexpectedly locking eyes with her once more. Sally was not looking at Wade, but rather fixed her gaze upon him. Her eyes carried a blend of sorrow and unabashed defiance. She stared at him, enunciating each word as if she sought to etch them into his eardrums. Wait, you will pick me up on Saturday morning, won't you? Of course. Logan Waite's expression remained as gentle as ever, seemingly indifferent to her actions, merely offering a faint smile. This time, it was Sally who averted her gaze first. She turned to Logan, a slight smile gracing her lips. Perhaps you could accompany me for a stroll today? That would be my pleasure. Logan's smile deepened, as though he had long anticipated this moment. In the next instant, Sally rose, unhesitatingly walking alongside him. Her departure was so resolute. It seemed as if she had never cared for those left behind. Yet Remus saw it. He caught the glimmer of tears in the corners of her eyes. My dear brother, perhaps you believe that all my actions are merely a momentary act of defiance, that we shall return to the past, and you will once again be my brother. Perhaps you think that in my sorrow, I have merely cast Logan as your shadow. But you will come to understand that the one who is no longer loved is the true substitute. I refuse to accept that you can only be my brother. You harbor far too many concerns in rejecting me, and you have yet to feel love for me. But that is of no consequence. I will compel you. You have but one choice, to fall in love with me and go mad for me. Chapter 5, I shall join too. The moment Sirius laid eyes on Logan Waite, he sensed something amiss. When that rich, almost overpowering scent of chocolate enveloped him, he was nearly certain that this Waite was imitating Remus. Apart from Remus, who had an almost fervent passion for chocolate, Sirius had never encountered anyone who bore such a strong aroma of it. Not only was there the scent, but also the same hair color, the same eye color, the same style of dress, and even their physiques bore a striking resemblance. Sirius had to admit that even he, viewed from behind, would, for a fleeting moment, confuse the two. It was particularly dubious that Logan appeared precisely when Sally had been brutally rejected by Remus. At her most vulnerable and desperate moment, invading her life with an undeniable array of similarities. Sirius glanced sideways at Remus. The latter's expression was dark, clearly having sensed this intentionality as well. Sirius had refrained from intervening in the matters between Remus and Sally. Remus was his closest friend, while Sally was not only Remus's sister, but also someone he had known since first year, whom he regarded as his own sister. Sirius understood that not only he, but also James, viewed Sally as a sister. For this reason, he could empathize with Remus's emotional reluctance concerning Sally. Regarding Remus's actions, Sirius chose to acquiesce. It was Remus's conviction. Remus had always been obstinate. He seemed gentle, but held an unshakable set of values. Even when they had all learned Animagus for him. Wandering the forbidden forest under the full moon, he remained mired in self-doubt and self-loathing, repeatedly cautioning them to be careful before each full moon. What, then, of Sally? Sirius had witnessed firsthand the nearly limitless affection and tolerance Remus had shown Sally over the past 6 years. Despite the lack of blood ties, Sirius still believed that Remus was a commendable brother, far more so than himself. Ultimately, Sally departed with Logan Waite, yet the atmosphere among the group had not relaxed. I feel something is amiss. Evelyn hesitated to speak, her expression grave. When that Logan Waite approached me for information, he was not dressed like this. Nor did he carry such a strong scent of chocolate. Yet I truly disclosed nothing to him. Sirius's suspicions regarding Logan Waite deepened instantly. Why did you not stop Sally? James frowned at Remus. That bloke is clearly doing this on purpose. By what right should I intervene? Remus retorted, then irritably averted his gaze, appearing somewhat distressed. By your right as her brother. James shot back in dissatisfaction, but fell silent under a significant glance from Evelyn. Regardless, I will follow her from a distance on Saturday. I am uneasy. James turned to Evelyn, seeking her opinion. Evelyn nodded gently. I shall accompany you. I shall join too. Sirius declared without hesitation. That Logan Waite is certainly up to something. Evelyn then looked at Remus, her tone gentle and understanding. Remus, while I am closer to Sally, I can comprehend your concerns. We are merely acting out of fear for Sally's well-being. After all, we can all see that this Logan Waite is imitating you. Rest assured, we will take good care of her. Remus remained silent for a moment, ultimately shaking his head and murmuring, No, I will be going too on Saturday. James, can you lend me the invisibility cloak? Chapter 6, I wish to see you. On Saturday, in Hogsmeade, the snow by the roadside was soft, and the air was infused with the scents of candy and hot cocoa. James, Evelyn, Sirius, and Remus, concealed beneath the invisibility cloak, followed at a distance behind Sally and Logan Waite. Sally walked slowly, her expression distant. Logan occasionally spoke to her, but she merely responded with an occasional her gaze wandering. Yet Logan appeared oblivious, seamlessly changing the subject, his tone warm and patient. James was certain that Sally had not noticed them. However, Logan had undoubtedly seen them, even raising an eyebrow in their direction with a hint of provocation. Initially, James felt reassured. He could see that Sally was not particularly taken with this person. He trusted her to distinguish between Waite and Remus. Until they entered Honeydukes. Logan, who had been a couple of steps behind Sally, suddenly quickened his pace just before entering, circumventing her side and perfectly positioning himself to hold the door open for her just as she reached for it. The wooden door creaked as it swung open, and Logan steadied it with one hand while naturally reaching out with the other to grasp Sally's left hand. The gesture was so casual, akin to what Remus would do. James clearly observed that Sally halted for half a second at the threshold. She did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she slightly lifted her gaze to Logan, a momentary confusion flickering in her eyes, as if she were seeking confirmation of something. Sirius was nearly compelled to intervene, but was restrained by Remus, who was hidden beneath the invisibility cloak. In fact, it was not just Sally who was taken aback, James was as well. In that instant, he almost believed he was witnessing Remus and Sally together. James and Evelyn entered openly, while Sirius and Remus stealthily followed beneath the cloak. Sally. Evelyn pretended to stumble upon them, greeting her. How's your date going? Sally blinked slightly, as if drawn from a reverie. Her voice was soft, tinged with hesitation. Just then, Logan approached while selecting candies, presenting a basket to Sally. Are these candies all right? He looked down at her, his gaze resolute. James watched in silence. I don't particularly like these chocolates, Sally remarked, her fingertips brushing lightly against the edge of the basket. I love them, Logan smiled at her. What about the others? Are they your favorites? Sally pressed her lips together and nodded, her gaze towards him betraying a deeper sense of panic. That's good. I was worried about making the wrong choice. Logan chuckled lightly before turning to James, his words laden with meaning. What a coincidence to run into you here. You wouldn't happen to show up at the place where we're having lunch later, would you? Who knows? James shrugged, his tone indifferent. There aren't many places for lunch in Hogsmeade anyway. Stop pretending. I know you've been following us, Logan bluntly exposed. Sally's attention shifted to James, her surprise evident. James met her gaze without flinching. We're concerned you might encounter someone with ulterior motives. Sally's eyes quickly darted away, scanning the surroundings with urgency. James understood whom she was searching for. He hesitated to speak, but Logan interjected, I'm just genuinely interested in her. Nothing more. He paused, then added, even if someone were to keep watch, it wouldn't be you, would it? Your brother isn't saying anything, so what do you think you are? Sally's complexion drained of color. Disappointment etched across her face as she looked at James, her voice trembling. My brother isn't coming? James opened his mouth to respond. But in the next moment, he felt a sharp jab in his back. Sally lowered her head, a self-mocking smile tugging at her lips. Of course. He probably doesn't want to see me anymore. But I really want to see you, Logan said, squatting down to meet her gaze, his tone lighthearted. I've been looking forward to this date with you for quite some time. He took her hand again, smiling. Let us go settle the bill, and then have lunch. James realized that Sally must have been thinking about Remus again. When she was unhappy, she always lowered her head, and Remus would crouch down like this to comfort her. All right, Sally murmured softly, clasping Logan's hand in return. Chapter 7, I don't mind. Remus was uncertain what prompted him to follow Sally on this date. He stood at the street corner, hidden by an invisibility cloak in the crowd, watching her walk side by side with Logan. The latter mimicked his stride and demeanor so deliberately that even the slight tilt of his head while speaking, the unconscious gestures of his fingers, bore an unsettling familiarity. They seemed to be engaged in conversation, with Logan frequently stealing glances at Sally, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Meanwhile, Sally's gaze would linger on his face for a moment before drifting away. He was all too familiar with that look, slightly unfocused, imbued with a sense of daydreaming. It reminded him of those times before Sally confessed her feelings, when she would gaze at him blankly across the long table, only to suddenly snap back to reality and smile as if nothing had happened. A peculiar thought crossed Remus's mind. Was Sally thinking of him at that moment? Or perhaps, did she perceive the person before her as his shadow? As he watched Logan crouch down, looking up to console Sally, and even take her hand, an indescribable emotion surged within Remus. When Sally reciprocated Logan's grasp, this feeling peaked, not anger, nor jealousy, but rather a sense of violation. As if a space that rightfully belonged to him had been invaded by an uninvited guest. Remus distinctly sensed that Logan was attempting to replace him. Sally was aware of Remus's position and the direction from which he was observing them, as Evelyn had given her a knowing look upon entering the restaurant. For that reason, Sally had deliberately chosen a seat that would allow Remus to observe them easily. What are you thinking? Remus saw Logan lean closer to Sally, whispering something in her ear with an air of calculated intimacy. Remus was certain that Logan was being intentional, deliberately allowing his breath to brush against Sally's ear to capture her attention. And it worked, for Sally's ears, as always, were sensitive and flushed at the slightest touch. Sure enough, Sally snapped back to reality and shook her head at him. Unperturbed by her cold response, Logan merely smiled good-naturedly. Is there anything I ordered that you don't like? Remus noticed Sally instinctively retreating a bit, her brow furrowing lightly. He recognized that she was beginning to feel uncomfortable. She had never been accustomed to being so close to strangers. I can tell you're imitating him, Sally spoke softly. Remus was taken aback, his breath hitching. James and the others exchanged a glance filled with unspoken understanding. Are you happy? Do you like me imitating Remus Lupin? Logan countered without hesitation, his tone candid. Sally gazed at him, but remained silent. Or, let me rephrase that. Do I resemble him well? Logan tilted his head at Sally, grinning. I think I do. Especially since you seemed lost in thought looking at me several times today. Why are you doing this? Sally asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Because I know you'll like it. I know that the reason you agreed to go on a date with me is that I'm imitating him. Logan's smile deepened, his eyes fixed intently on Sally. The other day, I inadvertently overheard your argument with Lupin. I realized you have feelings for him. I must admit, it made me a bit sad because I've liked you for a long time. But it's also good news. Logan gradually leaned closer, closing the gap she had deliberately created between them. To an outsider, the two appeared inseparable. Remus's heart tightened. An inexplicable thought struck him. If someone were to witness this moment, would they truly believe they were together? Sally, look at me. I have the same hair color and eye color as he does. You see, I've imitated him quite well today. He rejected you. But I'm asking you to accept me. You can treat me as if I were him. I don't mind, as long as you give me a chance, all right? If you like, I can always imitate him in front of you. Sally stared at him, astonished. Why? Because I like you. I like you so much. Love makes one humble, and it allows for tolerance. I understand the feeling of unrequited love. It can drive one to madness. You can use me as your outlet. Remus stood frozen, observing every action of Logan and listening to the seductive words he whispered to Sally. Each word pressed heavily against his chest, intensifying his discomfort. He wanted to rush in and put a stop to it all, yet in the next moment, he realized he had no standing, no right to intervene. He had already rejected Sally's feelings. By what authority could he stop her? As a brother? But wouldn't that be overstepping boundaries? Would his intervention ignite false hope in Sally? Would it lead her to fall once more into the chasm of hope and despair, plunging her into deeper anguish? Sally did not respond to Logan, but he appeared unhurried. He merely reached out, gently tucking a stray hair behind her ear. "Brother," Sally murmured in a daze. Her voice soft and laced with habitual reliance. Her call echoed in Remus's ears like an explosion. For a fleeting moment, he thought he had been discovered. His heart raced and instinctively sought to reply. But then he heard another man's voice. "Yes, I'm here." Logan's lips curled into a smirk, exuding unmistakable pride. Sally seemed to realize what she had done, hurriedly whispering, I'm sorry, It's all right." Logan gently reassured her. "I told you. As long as you desire it, I have no objections." Rames's fists clenched unconsciously, his heart weighed down with discomfort. He reminded himself that it was merely Sally's habitual response, not a call for Logan. She simply viewed Logan as a reflection of him. Yet, the dull ache in his chest remained unassuaged. Rames was reluctant to admit that it stemmed from jealousy and anger. "So, are you happy today?" Logan inquired once more. "Will I have the chance to ask you out again?" Sally gazed at him, as if having resolved something within herself. She smiled softly. "Of course. I am quite happy today." Chapter 8. The Performance. Logan noticed Sally's hands gripping the knife and fork tightly. He cast a sidelong glance at her, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes, yet he maintained an outward air of ease, continuing to smile as they conversed. He believed they had performed their part convincingly. The provocative lines, the tone just right, every detail adhered to their plan. However, the impact evidently fell short of Sally's expectations. According to their original design, their act should have compelled Rames to leap forth and intervene. Yet, nothing transpired. To James and the others, it appeared that Sally was starting to reciprocate Logan's advances, even revealing a genuine smile. That smile was gentle, bright, and filled with ease. But Logan was acutely aware that this was a precursor to Sally's madness. She always smiled like that before someone faced misfortune. To Logan, Sally was a cold-hearted individual. On the surface, she was warm, kind, as if anyone could receive her sincere treatment. Yet, in reality, she cared for no one. Logan was certain that her willingness to befriend him was simply for amusement. The sole exception was Rames. Even the slightest disparaging remark about Slytherin would earn a ruthless retaliation from her. Logan had lost count of the times he had witnessed her skillfully introducing venomous snakes into a Slytherin dormitory. Once, he could not help but ask, "Are you truly a Gryffindor? The Gryffindor renowned for bravery and integrity? What on earth was the Sorting Hat thinking when it placed you there?" Sally merely chuckled, her tone casual, "Because my brother is in Gryffindor. So, I threatened the Sorting Hat that if it didn't place me there, the corridors of Hogwarts would be filled with snakes." Logan did not doubt the veracity of her statement. "And I am undeniably brave and upright," she added, raising an eyebrow. Logan questioned the truth of that claim, but considering her audacity in handling so many snakes barehanded, he wisely chose to remain silent. He believed Sally to be the kind of person reckless enough to disregard the consequences. Yet, whenever Rames was involved, she would think things through meticulously. Logan had long pondered the allure Rames possessed that made Sally so fixated on him. Was it merely because he was her nominal brother? At that moment, Sally turned to him, the corners of her lips slightly curling. Her brow arched meaningfully as her fingers casually brushed across her lips. Logan's smile faltered for an instant. He had prepared to perform this act, yet he had not anticipated an early unveiling. Logan was now 100% certain that Rames would undoubtedly intervene, but he was uncertain whether he would be met with violence. Rames observed as Sally gently set down her cutlery, as if declaring her meal concluded. He breathed an internal sigh of relief. This date, which had rendered him nearly breathless, was finally nearing its conclusion. He had resolved to speak privately with Logan once Sally returned. However, the next scene left his breath caught in his throat. Logan smiled at Sally, shaking the paper bag in his hand. "Would you care for a piece of candy?" Sally did not refuse. She merely nodded gently. Logan reached into the bag, extracting a piece of candy, the packaging unfamiliar to Rames, likely a new variant from Honeydukes. He noticed that Sally intended to take the candy herself, but Logan subtly evaded her grasp at the moment she reached out. Then, while locking eyes with her, he leisurely unwrapped the candy. The sound of the candy wrapper crinkling felt particularly jarring in the quiet air. Logan brought the candy to Sally's lips, and she lowered her head to accept it. Rames's brow furrowed slightly. For some unknown reason, Logan's actions stirred a wave of inexplicable irritation and discomfort within him. "Is it delicious?" Logan asked slowly. Sally puffed her cheeks, containing the candy, and nodded. "Unfortunately, I only bought one. I would like to try it too." Rames's heart sank sharply, an ominous premonition rapidly spreading. Sally still gazed at Logan, a look of bewilderment upon her face. Shall we go buy some more later? No need to trouble yourself, Logan's voice dropped, laced with a hint of husky ambiguity. He raised his hand, his fingertips lightly gripping Sally's chin, an action that appeared gentle but bore no semblance of inquiry. The distance between them swiftly diminished, their breaths nearly intertwining. Sally was compelled to tilt her face upwards to meet his gaze. She blinked, instinctively retreating slightly, her breath becoming unsteady. Logan, with a smile that was both playful and predatory, reached out with his other hand, pinching Sally's earlobe, his fingertip gently kneading the delicate skin. A flush of red quickly spread along her ear, causing her body to tremble slightly. You may consider me your brother, Rames heard Logan say. Sally froze in place, her eyelashes fluttering, then she slowly closed her eyes. As if granting silent permission, she extended a hand, clutching the fabric at Logan's waist. She did not refuse, allowing him to draw closer. Rames's breath caught in his throat at that moment. He could hear James and the others gasp in shock, while Evelyn coughed, having been caught off guard by her juice. The unabashed possessiveness and smugness in Logan's eyes stirred a wave of nausea and revulsion within Rames. It felt as if something within him had been abruptly severed, and a fiery rage ignited deep within, scorching every nerve. This was not mere anger. It was a tumultuous surge of pain intertwined with a primal instinct to protect, so intense it nearly obliterated his capacity for thought. Reason was still making its last desperate stand. You have no right to intervene. You have already rejected her. Yet in the next moment, when Logan's lips drew perilously close to Sally's, that fragment of reason was utterly crushed. It was instinctual resistance, quicker than reason, stronger than any concern. Rames abruptly cast aside the invisibility cloak draped over him, the chair scraping noisily against the floor as he stormed forward, yanking Logan away from Sally with such force that the latter staggered back a few steps. How dare you? Rames gasped, his breath quickening, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Logan, as though poised to pounce. Brother Sally's voice interrupted him. She stared at Rames, disbelief evident in her eyes. What are you doing here? Rames paid no heed to Logan. He struggled to suppress the bubbling rage within him, deliberately softening his tone to avoid frightening her. Sally, you need to come out and talk to me. Chapter 9, The Kiss. Sally had always felt that the Gunter family possessed an innate propensity for extreme obsessions with certain matters. Her grandmother was infatuated with Riddle, her uncle obsessed with immortality, and her mother captivated by the illusion of a warm family. Yet she found herself enamored with Remus. She never considered this infatuation to be wrong. In fact, she believed it to be healthy and entirely justified. In the past, she had been too indifferent to delve into the nature of her feelings, firmly convinced that it was love, enduring love, the very essence she needed to survive, akin to air. Until, one day, more and more people began to surround Remus. James, Sirius, and once there had even been a Peter Pettigrew. In her second year, she inadvertently overheard Peter speaking ill of Remus and, under the guise of other reasons, secretly framed him, leading to a definitive rift between him and his friends. Yet, no one ever instilled in her a sense of urgency, for she knew she held a unique place in Remus's heart. That was, until the Christmas holiday arrived. After assisting James and Evelyn in their escape at the station, Remus suddenly lamented, I truly hope to experience such love one day. A sense of crisis began to stir within Sally. Love. She had never contemplated that Remus might long for such an emotion, the kind that involves a sense of possession, where one is regarded as the center of another's existence. What would she do if that person appeared? Thus, under the influence of alcohol, she confessed her feelings to him. What she desired was not merely familial or friendly affection, but all of his emotions. No one else could occupy that singular space in his life apart from her. She was certain Remus would acquiesce, yet he declined. He had never refused her before. In that moment, Sally felt as though she might lose her sanity. Why refuse me? Are you willing to betray your promise to me, my dear brother? Remus grasped Sally's arm, guiding her half-heartedly into the shade of a large tree. The instant he halted, she forcefully wrenched her arm away, her gaze frigid. How long have you been watching? For a moment, Remus remained silent before quietly admitting, I was. You used James's invisibility cloak, didn't you? Sally smirked, her smile laden with self-mockery. So, why were you following me? I was worried about you, Remus replied, his brow furrowed, his voice low. Why didn't you refuse that Weasley? On your first date, he. The words caught in his throat. He found himself unable to utter the word kiss. Sally stepped closer, and Remus noticed the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes. Then why didn't you stop me from the beginning? Why wait until the very end to intervene? Why didn't I refuse him? Sally mused to herself. Because he resembles you, and I cannot refuse that. Remus's breath hitched. You cannot think that way. Then accept me. Sally challenged, lifting her chin defiantly, her teeth clenched. She stepped closer again. Do you dare say that when you heard my conversation with Weasley, your heart did not waver? Can you honestly claim you felt no anger or jealousy when you saw him about to kiss me? Remus averted his gaze, swallowing hard. I was just angry at how he treated you. But that is what dating is like. That is what love is like, Sally taunted. Are you going to be angry with every person who kisses me? This is different. Remus retorted sharply. He doesn't respect you enough. His words trailed off as Sally kissed him. She abruptly rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around Remus's neck and pulling him down forcefully. Remus was momentarily taken aback, his pupils dilating as a chill and softness enveloped his lips. In the next instant, a sharp pain surged as Sally began to torment his lips. Her kiss was unrefined, stumbling. Really, and Remus sensed that she was pouring all her emotions into it. It felt like punishment, or perhaps coercion, as she emitted soft, muffled sounds between their lips. He instinctively wanted to push her away, but before he could act, her low, threatening whisper reached his ears. Kiss me, or I will go back to Weasley to finish that kiss. Her words struck Remus's heart like a sledgehammer, freezing the hand he had aimed to push her away with. Seizing the moment, Sally climbed onto him, her legs wrapping around his waist, her weight pressing down on him as it had in their childhood. Remus was compelled to grip her legs, staggering as he pinned her against the trunk of the tree. His palm pressed against her thigh, their bodies intimately close. And he could feel the warmth radiating through the fabric of her clothing. Leaves rustled down around them, leaving only their breaths and heartbeats in the air. Remus was uncertain if he was responding to her or merely attempting to salvage his poor lips. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his movements grew slow and hesitant. The girl before him entwined him like a vine, her fingertips gliding down his nape, sending chills through him, coaxing his nerves to unravel. The air was thick with tension, weaving pain and tenderness together. In the midst of the pain, he began to crave that softness. This sensation was foreign to him. Pain was a familiar visitor in Remus's life. Each time it arose and faded, he felt only sharp claws and the hardness of wooden floors. But in this moment, he was experiencing a different sensation, warmth, delicacy, an irresistible urge to chase after it. Then, suddenly, a cold liquid fell onto his lips. A faint, salty taste seeped in. Remus froze, struggling to pull back slightly. Tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she refused to release him. Had he been the cause of her tears lately? Why was she crying again? Remus's voice, laden with concern, betrayed the intimate position they found themselves in. Kissing me hurts. Sally, in a tone of grievance, covered her mouth and pleaded, Brother, help me. Remus's gaze fell upon her swollen lips, which, despite their condition, appeared relatively intact. If he were to glance in a mirror at that moment, he would find his own lips marred with blood. He frowned and reached to touch her lips, only to be seized by Sally, her eyes bright with expectation. Brother, do you like it? This is my first kiss. Remus was taken aback. Her expression was so innocent, bordering on naive, as if she truly did not comprehend what a kiss entailed. It was only then that he realized the gravity of his actions. He had kissed her, had not immediately rejected her, and even returned her kiss. A wave of overwhelming guilt washed over him, draining the color from his face. Sally's smile froze at that moment, her hopeful gaze gradually consumed by disappointment. You regret it, don't you? You don't like it, do you? Remus struggled to speak. I cannot give you what you desire, Sally. Why can't you? Sally's voice rose sharply. I want only what you can give me. She slipped off him, shoving him away in anger. I want you to be with me forever, to have your love. All of it. Friendship, familial love, romantic love. All of it belongs to me alone. I do not want anyone else to occupy your singular place. Remus was taken aback, softly stating, If you wish, I can spend my life without marrying or dating anyone, only accompanying you. But you cannot, Sally. You should find someone truly worthy of your love. I am far too dangerous. I am a werewolf, and I could harm you. Even if I have not harmed you, being with a werewolf will never bring you happiness. Sally felt as though her heart had been brutally carved out. Despite her anticipation of Remus's words, the moment she heard them uttered, she was overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. Fine, I will, she coldly retorted, raising an eyebrow at him. Remus Lupin, do you know what? I believe Logan Wet is the very person you speak of. Chapter 10. Slytherin gains 20 points. Almost the entirety of Hogwarts was aware that Logan Wet was in a relationship with Sally Catlin. This marked the second cross-house couple between Gryffindor and Slytherin, following the infamous pairing of James Potter and Evelyn Umbridge. Furthermore, this couple was undeniably passionate, showing no inclination to hide their affections. From the outset, Remus recognized that Sally's initial intention was merely to provoke him. She would go out shopping with Logan, dine with him, and spend time in the library, activities she once shared with Remus, as if she had simply replaced him with Logan. However, as time progressed, the situation spiraled out of control. Sally mentioned Logan more frequently, and the duration of her time spent with him increased. Simultaneously, Remus became acutely aware of a heart-wrenching reality. Sally no longer referred to him as brother. At times, she would call him by his name. At others, she addressed him with the frigid Lupin. That night, it was Remus's turn to patrol the school. Upon reaching the corner of the 7th-floor corridor, he heard the faint rustling and hurried breaths. He immediately understood the nature of the sounds. Relationships among older students were not uncommon, driven by hormones. Late-night rendezvous and intimacy were frequent occurrences. Typically, he would turn a blind eye and an ear to such scenes, as dealing with them was both awkward and unnecessary. Yet, as he prepared to walk away as usual, he caught a barely audible remark, nearly drowned out by the heavy breaths. "Logan, be gentle." Remus froze in place. He could hardly comprehend the emotions surging within him as he kicked open the classroom door. The moment the door swung wide, he felt an overwhelming urge to hurl a curse at Wet. In the dim light of the moon, Sally perched atop a desk, while Logan Wet leaned over her. Hands braced on either side of her body, his head nestled against her neck, breathing heavily. From Remus's perspective, the pose was exceedingly intimate. Sally had her arm draped around his neck, breathing softly, her cheeks flushed. As the door burst open, their movements simultaneously stilled. Sally's half-closed eyes slowly opened, locking directly onto Remus's gaze. Truthfully, Sally had never seen Remus like this. His expression was filled with fury, his demeanor more chilling than when he transformed into a werewolf. Yet, a smirk curled Sally's lips. She relished this moment. She delighted in witnessing Remus's emotions surge for her sake, in observing the usually genteel man peel away all pretense before her, revealing a long-repressed nature. He often claimed to be a werewolf, repulsive, dangerous, dark, with blood that was tainted. Yet, her blood was equally sullied. Thus, Remus Lupin, we are fated to be entwined in darkness. In the shadows, you reside. And so do I. We are destined for an inextricable bond. What are you doing? Remus's voice was low and icy, his anger barely contained. Logan slowly turned around, raising an eyebrow with a grin. Can't you tell, Prefect Lupin? With Logan no longer shielding her, Sally's state was laid bare before Remus. The top few buttons of her shirt hung loosely, as if roughly torn open, exposing large swathes of pale skin, marred by conspicuous red marks. Remus's grip tightened, sparks erupting from the tip of his wand. He began, but in the next instant, Sally abruptly stepped in front of Logan. You must not attack him, she asserted, her tone protective. Remus stared at her in disbelief. You're not even of age. He is deceiving you. So what? And we haven't crossed any lines. Sally rolled her eyes dismissively, unperturbed. Regardless, you must not attack him. In that moment, Remus felt as though his heart might explode. You should be sleeping in the dormitory, he said, his voice trembling. Yet, Logan chuckled lightly, resting his chin on Sally's shoulder, casually regarding Remus. I suppose you've seen more than just us, right? I never imagined Prefect Lupin would concern himself with such matters. Slytherin loses 20 points. Remus gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with deliberation. Stepping forward, he forcibly grasped Sally's wrist, pulling her towards him, and carefully draped his robe over her shoulders. Sally feigned a struggle, lifting her gaze to him with a meaningful smile. Are you angry, brother? This term momentarily stunned Remus. She hadn't called him that in ages. Even knowing she was doing it deliberately, he found himself at a loss. He gazed at her for what felt like an eternity before finally sighing. Come on, let us return to the dormitory to sleep, shall we? Sally pursed her lips, shaking her head gently. Remus's gaze inadvertently fell to her slightly swollen lips, reigniting the flame of unnameable fury within his chest. I won't, unless you first restore Slytherin's points, she slowly articulated. The air thickened momentarily. Remus fixed her with a piercing stare, his chest constricted with pain, before finally grinding out through clenched teeth. Slytherin gains 20 points. After Remus and Sally departed, Logan's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. As footsteps approached, Logan kept his head bowed, covering his face as he lamented. Evelyn, my innocence. Stop pretending. You clearly enjoyed the performance, Evelyn retorted with a scoff, kicking his leg. And don't think I don't know, you've reaped your share of benefits. Your father now believes your sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Logan's expression faltered. Damn it. How do you always manage to be so well-informed? Practice your acting skills. It can satisfy your personal wickedness, and after graduation, you can use your superb talent to compete for your inheritance back in Germany with your half-brother, Evelyn said, crouching down with a smile. First, I need to survive. Do you have any idea what kind of script Sally has in store for me next? If I don't get killed by Remus Lupin, it's only because your boyfriend and Black are quick on the draw. Evelyn patted his shoulder sympathetically. Good luck. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Chapter 11. Completely replacing you. James had always struggled to understand why Remus would reject Sally. In his eyes, Remus's reasons were feeble and unconvincing. As for Remus's sensitive and insecure thoughts, James had impulsively wished to obliterate those superfluous concerns from his mind with a single, reckless act. A werewolf was merely a minor, furry inconvenience. This issue would at most make Remus prefer running with them in the Forbidden Forest during the full moon, but it would not strip him of his capacity to love and be loved. Moreover, James had never doubted that Remus would ultimately be with Sally. For Remus, Lupin could never truly reject Sally Catlin. Time and again, he would bend his principles for her, and he could never bear to see her in distress. James felt that if Sally pressed a little harder, Remus would certainly acquiesce. However, the situation had shifted. It appeared that Sally was genuinely considering a change of heart. That evening, as James and Sirius were huddled together in the common room, diligently completing their assignments, the door was flung open with force. Accompanied by Sally's irate voice, "I'm dating Logan now, and it's none of your business. Mind your own affairs, Remus Lupin." In the next moment, she stormed into the room and ascended the staircase to the girls' dormitory, draped in a clearly oversized school robe that James instantly recognized as belonging to Remus. Heavy footsteps echoed at the entrance, and Remus entered, his expression grave. "What's wrong?" Sirius inquired first. "I was on patrol today and saw Sally with Logan," Remus replied, his voice low and somewhat muffled. James understood perfectly what Remus meant, even if he didn't articulate it clearly. He truly did not perceive Logan as a threat. In his eyes, Logan was merely a stand-in for Remus. It was not until the following day that James grasped the possibility that Logan might be more than just a mere substitute. Logan was hardly surprised to find himself confronted by Remus and his companions. To be precise, he had been preparing for this encounter for quite some time. Yet, he felt utterly wronged, as the buttons on his shirt had been torn by Evelyn, and the ambiguous marks were conjured up by Evelyn and Sally themselves. Logan swiftly composed his expression, revealing a playful smirk imbued with provocation as he sized up the somewhat pallid Remus Lupin before him. "Is there something you need, Lupin?" Remus, his demeanor icy, demanded, his voice hoarse as if he were straining to maintain his composure. Logan, seemingly oblivious to the threat in Remus's tone, continued to smile. "I like Sally, which is why I've gone to great lengths to get close to her." "By imitating me?" Remus's voice rose sharply. "Indeed," Logan readily admitted, meeting Remus's gaze. "Lupin, you are incredibly fortunate to easily win Sally's affection. However, I am not. I must fight for it. I must seize it. And I must endure the discomfort of mimicking you to earn the chance to be with Sally." Remus narrowed his eyes, his breathing becoming more rapid as he struggled against the swell of a certain emotion within him. "Regardless of your intentions, keep your distance from my sister and show her the respect she deserves." Logan couldn't help but recall Remus's furious demeanor from the previous night. "Remus Lupin, what do you truly desire? Did you not reject Sally? Why then are you so incensed? Do I need to reiterate? I'm currently her boyfriend. If anyone should stay away from her, it ought to be you, shouldn't it? I happened to overhear the latter part of your conversation that day. Aren't you supposed to be a good brother? Let me tell you, you are far from being adequate. I am attempting to lessen Sally's infatuation with you. All of our intimate exchanges are entirely consensual. How can you accuse me of disrespecting her? By the way, I really ought to thank you. Although I fail to comprehend why you would reject her, perhaps you are indeed a principled Gryffindor, possessing a strong moral compass even towards a sister with whom you share no blood." Logan, fixated on provoking Remus, completely disregarded Sally's earlier admonition to refrain from saying anything too outrageous if she encountered him. Ignoring Sirius and James's furious glares, he stepped closer, placing a hand on Remus's shoulder. Remus's shoulder tensed immediately. "It's fine. Please, do continue to hold on to your beliefs and strive to be Sally's true brother. Meanwhile, I shall be her romantic counterpart. And don't you think that Sally is growing more enamored with me, relying on me?" Logan's smile widened with satisfaction. "The activities you used to share with her are now mine to partake in, and the things you never did with her, like last night, are also mine." Remus felt himself teetering on the brink of losing control. Tonight was a full moon, and the agony within him rendered him particularly irritable. He sensed that even before his transformation, the wolf within was asserting dominance, driving him to obliterate everything in sight. Logan observed Remus's unraveling with a smirk. Patting his clenched fist, "Don't be so angry. Please don't take it out on me. Sally would be heartbroken." Leaning in closer, Logan whispered into Remus's ear, "Even if I appear as your substitute by Sally's side, I will eventually, completely, replace you." Remus Lupin, ask yourself honestly, did you confront me today solely out of brotherly concern for your sister? Do you truly harbor no selfish motives? Without hesitation, Logan turned and departed. James stood beside Remus, witnessing in his eyes a complexity that transcended mere anger. It was a tumultuous blend of confusion and turmoil, one that he himself scarcely recognized. Chapter 12, The Python. At that moment, Sally felt an overwhelming urge to harm herself. She should have warned Logan to keep his distance from Remus in recent days, ideally. He should have avoided him altogether. It was not merely a matter of choosing her words carefully, but rather a complete silence. She had not witnessed Remus's transformation cause such suffering in a long time. This evening, the werewolf did not rush into the forbidden forest as was customary. Rather, he seemed intent on tearing apart everything before him, especially himself. Not even the formidable black dog nor the towering stag could subdue him. Sally transformed into a tiny insect, cowering in a shadowy corner, helplessly watching as the werewolf's sharp claws carved deep gashes into his own flesh. The stench of blood was nearly suffocating. Sally felt a profound pain, yet she would gladly bear those wounds herself. From a young age, she had witnessed Remus's transformations. In her childhood, she had often sneaked into the basement to accompany him during his transformations while Hop and Lyle were distracted. Her intention was simple. By transforming into a snake to entwine around him, she could prevent him from inflicting harm upon himself. At that time, this method was indeed effective. Everything had gone smoothly until one fateful night when Aunt Hope discovered her missing on the night of the full moon, terrified out of her wits. Thereafter, Uncle Lyle would cast restraining spells in her room on that night to prevent her from sneaking out. After entering Hogwarts, she still managed to sneak out on the nights of the full moon to be with him. Until one morning, Lily half-jokingly inquired at the breakfast table why she had not returned home the previous night. From that point forward, Remus had entrusted Lily with watching over her daily. Later, James and Sirius had mastered the art of animagus. They kept it a secret from everyone, including her. Sally suspected that their exclusion from the plan was due to her poor performance in transfiguration classes. With Voldemort's pursuit intensifying, she felt compelled to feign incompetence in her transfiguration studies, fearing that one day, Voldemort might connect her to the animagus through his own transformations. She recalled Remus having argued with James and the others. If an animagus were to be bitten by a werewolf, would they also transform into one? The debate concluded with James and Sirius assuring that they would neither experiment nor sustain any injuries. Yet Sally had long known the answer. They would not. This evening, she had managed to witness Remus's transformation only by using her date with Logan as an excuse. Thanks to Lily, who had shown no suspicion and even expressed support for her relationship with Logan, even offering to help her cover up. Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder echoed across the sky. The weather tonight is utterly dreadful, and it seems that a torrential downpour is imminent. Even in her current form as an insect, she can sense an uncontrollable shiver coursing through her entire being. She harbors an intense fear of thunder, a fear that is profound. With each rumble of thunder, she is yanked back to that fateful night when she was but 6 years old. A night woven with blood and light. On that day, she had crouched in the yard, digging a deep hole, for she wished to plant a cherry tree. Her mother had disapproved, uttering that phrase she had grown almost weary of hearing. In a fit of defiance, she resolved to plant it herself. The air was stiflingly hot. As lightning flickered and thunder roared, the scent of impending rain drawing nearer with each passing moment. Just then, Voldemort burst into their home, seeking the gaunt ring. Curiosity compelled her to stealthily peek through the window. Her mother surrendered the ring without a struggle. However, when Voldemort laid eyes on her father, a fierce rage ignited in his blood-red gaze. To this day, Sally remembers his near-roaring accusation. Muggle, you dare to love a Muggle, using the same despicable means as her. Do you wish to be forsaken? Do you deserve the blood of Gaunt that flows through you? What ensued was a violent argument, followed by slaughter. Thunder rolled. Green light flashed, and it was not her mother who fell first, but her father, who had shielded her mother all along. He rushed forward, standing before her mother. Without a moment to utter a word, her mother's anguished screams and furious roars followed, as green and red lights intertwined chaotically within the house. As the lightning flashed and thunder cracked, Sally's mind went blank. When she regained her senses, the torrential rain was pounding down upon her. Through the curtain of rain and glass, she saw her mother cradling her father's lifeless body on the ground, while Voldemort lay unconscious nearby. Compelled by an unseen force, she stepped inside the house, crouched down, and removed the ring from his lifeless form, discovering an old notebook, a cup, and a pendant box. She did not know their significance, but she sensed that these items must hold great importance, as they were kept close to him. Then, Voldemort stirred. In his crimson eyes flickered a bone-chilling malice. Perhaps she was momentarily stunned, or perhaps witnessing her parents' death had numbed her fear. But she seized a nearby vase and smashed it against his head. At the moment blood spattered, she realized that even a demon could bleed. She fled. Before leaving, she buried those items in the deep hole in the yard, the very spot where a cherry tree was meant to take root. She dared not take them with her, fearing that Voldemort would trace her through these objects. The only refuge she could think of was Aunt Hope's home. Aunt Hope was an old friend of her mother's. someone she had met and maintained correspondence with during her time at Muggle University. Her mother often spoke of her and would occasionally write to her. However, in the past 2 years, the letters had dwindled to almost nothing, and the occasional envelope that arrived bore a new address in the countryside. Her mother had expressed concern, often mentioning her intention to visit. On that day, Sally, weary and worn, made her way there. Before stepping into the house, she altered her hair and eye color, making slight adjustments to her appearance. Aunt Hope indeed took her in, but to her surprise, she learned that Aunt Hope had married a wizard. Furthermore, she discovered the reason for Aunt Hope's move to the countryside. Her son was a werewolf. Initially, Uncle Lyle was reluctant to take her in. From behind the wall, Sally could clearly hear fragmented words about the wizard's revelation of the werewolf. She did not comprehend what a werewolf entailed, having never encountered one before. Yet, she understood one thing: Lyle was a wizard. Therefore, she discreetly channeled a bit of magic, shattering a cup and feigning a loss of control over her powers. With nowhere else to turn, she had to remain. After Aunt Hope's insistence and Uncle Lyle's reluctant agreement, she was adopted as their niece. They were unaware of her true past. She merely claimed that her parents had perished in a car accident and that she had fled before being sent to an orphanage. Fortunately, during that time, the London census was not particularly stringent. In truth, she did not bear the surname Catlin. That surname was a pseudonym her mother had used during her university days. She subconsciously altered her name to Sally Catlin. The painful memories frequently haunted her, with the events of that night replaying in her mind. For a long time, Sally did not grasp the significance of Voldemort's words to her mother. Only upon entering Hogwarts and learning the unforgivable curses did she come to understand the incantation her mother had been casting upon her father. It was the Cruciatus Curse. How absurd. For a time, she had healed herself with memories from before she turned 6. She had always believed her childhood to be filled with happiness. Yet, all of it was a facade. What, then, is real? What will never abandon her? Even the so-called beautiful childhood did not belong to her. What could she possibly cling to? Like a form of self-torture, she repeatedly recalled that night. Voldemort raised his wand, and the killing curse erupted into the air, radiating a green light. The moment her father lunged towards her mother, was it an instinctual act of protection, or had her mother controlled him with the Cruciatus Curse? Yet, she could understand her mother's obsession. Her mother had always told her, "Sally, you must be obedient and learn to be grateful, for your mother and father have given you a warm home." Sally gazed at the frenzied werewolf before her. He was her brother, her Remus. And he was the only person who had never deceived her, the sole individual who made her feel truly alive. She would not allow him to deceive her. Every promise he made must be fulfilled. Even if he himself had forgotten, she would remember for him. Remus was right. She might indeed struggle to distinguish between possessiveness, obsession, and affection, but so what? Witnessing his pain, if given the choice, she would unhesitatingly bear it for him. She was willing to be hurt for him, to bleed for him, even to use those wounds as proof of her devotion. She would willingly die for him, even if it were merely possessiveness and obsession. Her feelings for him ran deeper and were more profound than anyone else's love for him. James and Sirius were valiantly restraining Remus, the scent of blood permeating the air. Sally huddled in the shadows, and within a few breaths, transformed from an insect into a massive python. Without hesitation, she surged forth. James and Sirius were taken aback to see a colossal serpent, seemingly emerging from nowhere, entwining itself around the rampaging werewolf like a vine. The werewolf's fangs and claws repeatedly tore into her scales and flesh, blood spilling forth like rain, yet the python did not relent, tightening its grip to prevent the werewolf from inflicting further harm. Even in his stag form, James recalled Remus once mentioning, "As a child, I vaguely remember being ensnared by a small python during my werewolf transformations. I know it is impossible, but curiously, whenever I have that impression, I wake up the next day with almost no wounds." Sirius proposed another possibility. Perhaps it was during those times you suppressed the wolf within you that you felt bound? Both Remus and James accepted his conjecture. Yet now, James began to believe that Remus's memory was not a mere fantasy, but something that had indeed transpired. Sally was tightly entwined with Remus, feeling his teeth and claws repeatedly sink into her flesh. The pain burned like flames, yet within her heart, a deeper sensation than agony was the thrill of satisfaction. She could feel Remus's blood flowing, while her own spilled forth uncontrollably. "Brother, look, even before you realized it, our blood had already mingled together. Just like us, indistinguishable and inseparable." Chapter 13, Self-Punishment. Loss of control. Remus could distinctly sense his own loss of control. Never before had he yearned to attack someone as he did at this moment. He wished to unleash his fury upon Logan Wright. Perhaps it was the full moon that night, the wolf within him stirring restlessly in the shadows. The wolf's fangs and claws scraped beneath his skin, urging him to pounce and rend the person before him into shreds. Yet he could not. Absolutely not. Remus forced himself to take deep breaths, suppressing the growl that threatened to rise in his throat. He knew all too well that he could not allow his emotions to spiral out of control. In his youth, his mother often remarked upon his irritable temperament, unlike his father's gentleness. Even as an infant, whenever she took away his toys, he would cling to her hair. If he was denied what he desired, he would wail unabashedly. But everything changed after that night. Since being bitten, since witnessing the disdain, disgust, and unmistakable fear in the eyes of those healers at St. Mungo's, he learned to mask his emotions. He had to bury his anger deep within. After all, to others, he was already perceived as a dangerous and cruel beast. He could only be gentle, only be amiable, only be magnanimous. Only in this manner would others temporarily forget he was a werewolf, or at least be willing to pretend to forget. He could not harm others. James could attack Rabaston out of anger while pursuing Evelyn, and others would commend him for his loyalty, for protecting his beloved. But Remus Lupin could not. Regardless of the justification, should he strike, those privy to his secret would label him in their hearts a dangerous, uncontrollable werewolf. Worse still, he lacked even a legitimate reason to confront Logan. For Logan was correct. He and Sally were a couple, and he possessed the right to do so. Yet Remus found himself without the grounds to even question it. Replacement. Logan Wright was assuming his place, and he was excelling in his role. Remus could not discern the source of his anger. Was it the fury of being supplanted, or was it because Logan had stepped into Sally's view by emulating him? The romance between Wright and Sally, the intimacy they shared, the whispers exchanged, all blossomed in the shadow of Remus's own existence. Logan Wright had no right to take his place. He had spent 10 years by Sally's side. She had called him brother for a decade. Why did everything change the moment Logan appeared? Suddenly, Remus realized he was consumed by jealousy. He could not deceive himself any longer. He envied Wright for not being a werewolf, for being able to openly claim the role of Sally's boyfriend, for being able to kiss her without restraint. He envied Wright for taking the position that was rightfully his. Yes, it was meant to belong to him. The one who should stand beside Sally was him, only him. In the instant that thought pierced his heart like a dull knife, Logan Wright's probing question echoed in his ears. Do you truly have no selfish desires? How could he claim to be devoid of selfishness? Before Logan's arrival, Sally had never dated any boy. Although there were always suitors offering her love letters and mustering the courage to ask her out, she would merely frown and decline, turning to him with bright eyes. Brother, I don't want to date them. I don't like them. Will you accompany me to Hogsmeade for sweets this weekend? He had secretly rejoiced at this. For his sister, his Sally, only had room for him. He could see and feel her possessiveness toward him. On Valentine's Day, she would destroy all the chocolates and letters he received. When girls invited him to Hogsmeade, she would discontentedly refuse on his behalf. And he had never stopped her. He had allowed her possessiveness to flourish, tacitly consenting to her absolute control over him. He had thought that this arrangement would continue indefinitely, until that fateful day when Sally confessed her feelings to him. At that moment, Remus felt a wave of revulsion wash over him like never before. He had consistently told himself that it was merely a sister's possessiveness toward her brother, even hypnotizing himself to believe it. Yet that thin veneer was shattered by Sally's admission, forcing him to confront the dark and pitiful depths of his own heart. As well as the desperate truth, he was a werewolf. A werewolf could not prevent him from being a good brother, but it would eternally hinder him from being a suitable lover. He could not provide her with a future, stable employment, a respected identity, a decent life. These things were beyond his grasp. He would face discrimination, be subjected to inspections by the Ministry of Magic, and endure society's disdain and suspicion. His future was destined to be barren and bleak. Every time Logan Wright achieved a position of authority, it felt like a reminder. Look, you only possess this modicum of dignity due to the sympathy of your teachers. Your future will not be so dignified. And this truth was immutable. For the roots of his suffering were deeply embedded in his very blood, an unending torment. The moonlight enveloped Remus. Anger and despair wove an impenetrable web that ensnared him. He had known the transformation would be excruciating that night. As his bones fractured and reshaped, he remembered Sally from their childhood. Whenever he returned home battered and bruised, she would dutifully sit by his bedside, reading to him from those well-worn Muggle storybooks. He recalled one tale, The Wild Swans. His Sally once said to him, "Brother, if I could weave you a shirt of nettles, you would no longer have to endure the pain of transformation on the full moon." She added, "But I believe even if the princess's brother never returned to his true form, she would still wish to be with him forever. So would I? But Sally." Weaving that shirt would prick the princess's hands again and again, until they bled profusely. But Sally, that would be far too painful. It would lead to endless suffering. He had always tried to convince Sally, attempting to persuade both her and himself that she could not distinguish between possessiveness and love. Yet Remus questioned himself. What about you? Remus Lupin? Can you truly discern the difference between love and familial affection? Is it possible for a brother to feel jealousy toward his sister's boyfriend? The agony of transformation engulfed him entirely. His joints felt as though they were being shattered by a hammer, his bones contorted beneath his skin, and he felt as if he were being cleaved in two. The sound of his heavy breathing and the suppressed growls filled his ears. As another consciousness began to claw its way out of his body, vying for dominance, his rationality was being stripped away inch by inch. Yet Remus stubbornly clung to that remnants of clarity, not to suppress the wolf, but to feel the pain. At the moment his blood surged forth. A flicker of relief washed over him, even as his consciousness began to fade. Perhaps this blood could serve as recompense, a means to atone for the tears shed by Sally. He yearned for pain, desired to hurt to the very marrow, seeking to repay that selfishness which ought not to have existed. With claws deeply embedded in his skin, he engaged in self-punishment. Chapter 14. I Will Remember. Sally genuinely cherished Evelyn, an inexplicably astute individual who seemed to harbor countless secrets yet never revealed them. A person capable of discerning Remus's secrets, yet choosing to accept them quietly rather than broadcasting them. A truly good soul. She sincerely believed that the most aesthetically pleasing aspect of James, whose taste was otherwise lamentably poor, was his success in winning Evelyn as his girlfriend. Evelyn, in turn, held a fondness for Sally, recognizing her as the first and only person to perceive her subtle affections for James. However, Sally refrained from uttering a word, merely whispering "keep it up" as she passed by one day. Of course, had Sally not arrived at her door in a bloodied state at the break of dawn, she might have liked her even more. Upon seeing Sally, Evelyn momentarily froze, then swiftly stepped aside to allow her entry. Before Sally could steady herself, the vibrant green glow of life enveloped her. Did you go toe-to-toe with an acromantula tonight? Evelyn gazed at her with concern. No, I was busy fighting a werewolf. Sally replied nonchalantly, winking at her. Evelyn, momentarily taken aback, leaned closer to scrutinize Sally, asking, James mentioned that you weren't included in their animagus training. Sally did not respond directly, instead offering a smile. It seems you've uncovered one of my secrets, haven't you? When Remus awoke, he felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body. Madame Pomfrey promptly administered a vial of potion, fretting as she murmured, What happened? You weren't this injured before, why now? Thankfully, it isn't too severe. Once Madame Pomfrey departed, Remus turned his attention to Sirius and James beside him. Thank you for your efforts last night. I lost control. James and Sirius exchanged glances, and it was James who hesitantly spoke. To be honest, we were on the verge of being overwhelmed by you. Then, out of nowhere, a python appeared and restrained you. You were ferocious in your attacks. That snake sustained considerable injuries. A python? Remus frowned, faintly recalling something binding him. Didn't you once say you felt a snake wrapping around you as a child? Could it be the same one? Sirius speculated. Remus was even more puzzled. But how is that possible? How did it enter the shrieking shack? And even if it did, how could it have made its way to Hogwarts? Sirius lowered his head, a hypothesis forming within him, yet he dared not voice it. After sending James and Sirius away to rest, Remus gently closed his eyes. He was well acquainted with physical pain, but now it was so intense that he struggled to breathe. He vaguely recalled the thunder from the previous night. Sally was terrified of thunder. Whenever it rumbled, she would always come seeking him. Yet last night, he was too dangerous, too powerless. Aside from allowing the wolf to tear him apart, he could do nothing. Did Sally feel frightened last night? Was she alone, or was she with others? Would that other person be Logan Wet? Remus painfully confronted the reality that in his most helpless and despicable moments, Logan Wet was a normal person. He could be with her. For the first time, Remus experienced a flicker of doubt. Was Logan Wet's presence in Sally's life truly a misfortune? Unexpectedly, after the full moon, Remus grew even more evasive towards her, exhibiting a greater restraint and aloofness in their interactions. He even ceased to prevent her from going out with Logan. Logan shook his head as he remarked, Are you sure your plan isn't flawed? You two now resemble siblings, and not the close kind. I might interact with my own brother like that too. Sally could not comprehend where the issue lay, but she was certain that Remus's thoughts had taken a bizarre turn, and her plan must continue. She was determined to compel him, to force him to fall in love with her, to make him acknowledge his feelings. At dinner, around the Gryffindor table, where's Sally? Evelyn inquired nonchalantly. Is she not joining us for dinner? She's been with Logan Wet every day lately. Perhaps she hasn't arrived yet. Lily cautiously glanced at Remus. Mary and Marlene exchanged knowing looks. Remus, his head bowed, appeared engrossed in slicing a bloodied steak, seemingly oblivious. Yet Evelyn noticed the veins on the back of his hand becoming pronounced. May I join you at the Gryffindor long table for dinner? A male voice interjected. Evelyn turned to see Logan affectionately wrapping his arm around Sally's waist, practically leaning into her as they conversed. To everyone else, they appeared as a close couple. But Evelyn discreetly rolled her eyes. She considered the possibility of using a potion to mimic the same scenario next time. As it was evident that Logan was thoroughly enjoying the act, Remus scrutinized Sally. Her lips were swollen, and a red mark marred the pale skin of her neck. Entirely unmasked, it was clear to all what had transpired moments before. Sally held Logan's hand as they arrived late, taking a seat beside Evelyn, fortuitously facing Remus. As soon as Logan sat down, he flashed a smile at Remus. "Long time no see, Remus." Remus found the smile blinding and provocative, causing his temples to throb and his rage to flare up, though he quickly suppressed it. "Why are you so late for dinner?" Remus addressed Sally, ignoring Logan. He was at a loss as to why he felt this way. He knew the reason, yet he masochistically sought another answer from her. But Sally remained silent, merely gazing at him. Logan, however, responded to Remus. He deliberately pressed his thumb against the mark on Sally's neck, making it appear even more pronounced. "Can't you see?" Logan raised an eyebrow, smugly glancing at Remus. Under Remus's scrutiny, Sally lowered her head and served Logan a spoonful of chocolate pudding. Remus observed that Logan did not seem to enjoy this particular dish. Yet, it was something he savored. Under the gaze of everyone, Logan grimaced as he took a bite. When Sally turned to look at him, Logan instantly masked his discomfort with a smile, declaring, "Delicious." Sally nodded, pausing for a moment to scrutinize Logan's expression. "You don't really like this, do you?" Logan chuckled lightly and shook his head. "No, I do like it. As long as it's food you give me, I will enjoy it." Sally hesitated for a moment, studying Logan intently for a long while before replacing the dish in front of him. "I'm used to giving, it's fine. If you don't like it, you needn't eat it. I will remember next time." Logan nodded, smiling gently, his expression one of fulfilled longing, as if the person he had been desperately pursuing had finally seen him. Yet Remus felt a bitter taste in his mouth, the food turning to sawdust. Remus understood Sally all too well. He knew precisely what it meant when she began to invest her heart in someone. Just like now, during their countless shared meals. Sally had casually piled some dishes onto Logan's plate, dishes that were not to his liking but rather to hers. This was the first time she had acknowledged Logan's preferences and made a promise of sorts. Remus was certain this would not be the last instance. He felt an urge to ask her what she intended to remember Logan's likes, only to forget him afterward. Chapter 15, Brother. It seemed that as spring approached, storms would become increasingly frequent. Remus slept particularly soundly that night. Shafik had unexpectedly altered his patrol schedule, and he had already endured 2 consecutive days of rigorous duty. Once the patrol concluded, he collapsed onto his bed, utterly drained, and swiftly succumbed to slumber. A thunderous boom erupted in the distance, jolting Remus awake. As he struggled to open his eyes, a blinding flash of lightning split the night sky, illuminating the dormitory as if it were midday. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the next clap of thunder struck even more ferociously. Remus shot upright in bed. Across from him, Sirius and James were already awake, bleary-eyed and staring at him. "Another thunderclap. We were just about to wake you," James mumbled. Remus hurriedly tightened his robe and dashed toward the door. "Merlin, how could I sleep so deeply and not wake up immediately?" Sirius glanced at the clock on the bedside table. "Weren't you just back from patrol?" Remus paid no heed to their words as he burst through the dormitory door and strode outside. Typically, whenever thunder rumbled, Sally would seek him out. Either he would find her just outside the dormitory, or he would intercept her in the common room. Sirius and James exchanged glances and followed suit. The thunder grew louder, and Remus nearly sprinted into the common room. His eyes were immediately drawn to a curled-up figure on the sofa by the fireplace. The flickering flames deepened the hue of her light red hair. Lily and Mary, along with Marlene, sat beside her, softly comforting her, occasionally patting her back. With each crack of thunder, Sally's shoulders would tremble ever so slightly. Just as Remus was about to call her name, the door was suddenly flung open. A tall figure clad in black pajamas, carelessly draped in a coat, stood at the entrance, panting. It was Logan Wet. His hair was tousled, lacking the usual meticulousness. His clothing hung loosely on him, and his face was flushed, as though he had run nonstop from the cellar. Logan looked up, his gaze locking with Remus's shadowed figure. He offered a fleeting yet meaningful smile, but in the next instant, all his attention was directed towards Sally. "Sally, sweetie." His voice brimmed with urgency and concern. The curled-up Sally momentarily hesitated before launching herself into Logan's embrace, her voice tinged with tears. "Brother." Logan bent down, tenderly kissing her cheek, holding her tightly. It's all right, I'm here. Little AI?" Sally inquired softly during the embrace. "Yes," Logan replied. Remus stood frozen in place, unable to move. Sally had indeed fallen for Logan Wet. Moreover, Logan had truly, as he had claimed, supplanted his position. "Brother." The way Sally referred to Logan Wet was not a fleeting misunderstanding, but rather the most instinctive and dependent call. In her moment of fear, She had uttered a name that was originally meant solely for him. Throughout their long acquaintance, Sally had never called anyone else brother. That title was exclusive, unique, a bond between them. It had been a considerable time since she had addressed him in such a manner. Remus had once thought that it was merely a phase of petulance and silent treatment. He believed that if he waited long enough, she would again call him by that name. But she did not. He had been replaced, thoroughly and completely. His position, his title, even his singularity had been usurped. He watched as Sally clung to Logan wet, their bodies fitting together without a sliver of space between them. Her entire focus was devoted to him, not even sparing a glance in his direction. A dull ache surged in his chest, so intense that it rendered him breathless. More painful than any transformation under the full moon. He marveled at the fact that his heart continued to beat. Suddenly, Remus felt a sense of deservedness. His avoidance and rejection had led to Sally's abandonment of him. She no longer possessed him, nor sought his companionship. He realized that she no longer needed him. This had been his desire all along, to hope that she would no longer be infatuated with him, to wish that she would fall for someone truly worthy of her affection. Yet he had not anticipated that when that day arrived, he would find no escape. The position of brother had vanished. What, then, remained for him? It seemed that the only role left for him was that of a solitary wolf, shrouded in shadows and darkness, watching her happiness from afar. Logan Wet clearly loved her. He had sprinted from the cellar to the Gryffindor common room in the dead of night, solely to comfort her. Sally trusted him. Her posture in his arms was one of genuine reliance and ease. Remus understood her. She appeared outwardly warm, yet was guarded within. She rarely exposed her vulnerabilities. But Logan Wet had come to know all her weaknesses. The earlier words now struck him like a boomerang. She had indeed found someone deserving of her love. He ought to be supportive, yet why did he only wish to destroy everything in front of him? Sally buried her face in Logan's shoulder. But her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Remus's pale, seemingly devastated expression. A barely perceptible smile crept upon her lips. Brother, what are you thinking? Are you pondering whether I have found that worthy person you spoke of? Will you offer your blessings? Don't rush. You will discover it. You will come to know. You push me away under the pretext of fearing for my well-being. Yet only by your side do I feel utterly safe. I can hardly wait to see the look of regret on your face. My dear Remus, my beloved brother. Chapter 16, Acceptance. Everyone gradually came to realize one undeniable truth. Sally was genuinely in a serious relationship with Logan Wet. Remus increasingly loathed the nighttime patrols, for he would invariably encounter Sally and Logan walking side by side, sharing whispers and laughter, even witnessing some intimate moments he wished to avoid. Recently, James also seemed to grow agitated. What to do? What to do? Little AI has turned me down for evening dates several times. Does she find me too bothersome? He tugged at his hair in frustration. Sally's birthday was only a week after Remus's. Historically, Remus had always indulged her, celebrating their birthdays together. However, this time was different. Remus, let us celebrate our birthdays separately this year. During breakfast, Sally suddenly lifted her head, her tone as casual as if discussing the most trivial of matters. Sirius's toast hovered midair, while Mary and Lily stared in astonishment, their gazes shifting towards them. Remus's hand trembled, nearly spilling the juice from his cup. He stiffly inquired, why? Because I want to celebrate my birthday with Logan this year, just the two of us, Sally replied with an air of nonchalance. Completely oblivious to the subtle shift in Remus's expression, she lowered her gaze, preoccupied with fiddling with the necklace in her hands, then glanced up at Lily with a hint of shyness. Lily, do you think this necklace is pretty? Lily nodded. It's quite lovely. I remember you made it yourself, right? It was a serpent-shaped silver necklace, with exquisite lines and a chilling sheen. Remus noticed the faint initials of Sally's name etched upon it. Do you think Logan will like it? Sally tilted her head, her eyes earnest and hopeful. He probably will. Lily hesitated, her glance flickering towards Remus. After all, it's made by you. He's bound to appreciate it. Of course, I will, came a deep voice interjecting, followed by a gentle kiss placed on Sally's cheek. The others instinctively looked up to find Logan right seated beside Sally. His tone was casual, laced with a hint of mischief. You wouldn't mind if I whisked Sally away on her birthday, would you? After all, you've celebrated so many with her over the years. While I haven't had the chance yet. With that, he turned and bit into the bread Sally had offered, the action intimate. Want some candy? Sally's eyes sparkled as she retrieved a piece of chocolate from her pocket, extending it towards Logan. I'm not fond of chocolate, he replied. Oh, then let us buy some of your favorite candies this weekend, she said effortlessly, tossing the chocolate onto the table. James's brow furrowed, his gaze darting between Logan and Remus. Remus remained silent, his demeanor icy. He muttered, I'm feeling a bit unwell, before standing to leave. As he departed, he cast one last glance at Sally. Yet her focus remained solely on Logan. She did not look at him. As he walked away, he could still hear Logan's voice, laced with amusement. Is Evelyn not joining you for breakfast today, James? Mind your own business regarding our little Eve, James retorted immediately. Sally did not return home on the night of her birthday. Remus was uncertain how long he had been seated on the sofa. From the afternoon until dusk, he had been staring out the window, watching the light gradually fade, the fire in the hearth ignite, only to extinguish in the prolonged silence. He rekindled the flames time and again. In his hand, he clutched a bag of candy, a birthday gift from Sally. He consumed them one by one, none of which were flavors he cherished, all unbearably sour. They were Logan's favorites, not the chocolate he preferred. He should have been on patrol that night. But he deliberately switched shifts. It remained unclear whether he was escaping or merely waiting. Until creak. The door to the common room was gently pushed open. Remus sprang to his feet, instinctively glancing outside. The sky was already lightening, dawn approaching. In that fleeting moment their eyes met. Sally paused slightly, then broke into a smile. Up so early? She asked, her voice hoarse. Remus's fists clenched suddenly. He struggled to ignore her appearance, yet the faint bruises marring her neck pierced his vision painfully. I was waiting for you. His voice was dry, nearly inaudible. I didn't sleep all night. Oh, don't wait next time. Sally bit her lip. About to turn back, toward the dormitory. What did you do last night? Remus couldn't resist calling out to her. Sally halted, tilting her head to regard him. Can't you tell, brother? She pointed to herself. Remus saw clearly but preferred to remain blind. You're still young, his voice quivered. I turned 18 last night. Sally chuckled softly, moving closer to him step by step, causing his heart to race, compelling him to retreat a few paces. When she approached him, looking up with her face close to his, she pouted and suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist. Brother, let us make amends. You continue to be my brother, all right? She nuzzled against him, her voice tinged with a long-lost playful affection. Brother, I truly like Logan. Her warm breath brushed against his chest, yet sadness clouded her features. But I'm still unhappy, because we're not like we used to be. Remus stiffened but instinctively embraced her. Logan is really great. Can you accept him? Sally looked up at him, her eyes filled with pleading. Remus felt a sudden tightness in his chest. The last time Sally had gazed at him with such sincerity was when she had confessed her feelings. Now, she beseeched him to accept Logan right with that same expression. He wanted to refuse. He had no desire to accept Logan. Yet now, Sally adored him. They had been at an impasse for far too long. And it had been ages since Sally had been this close to him. In this moment, with her affection radiating towards him, Remus realized how much he missed her closeness. It seemed he had regained his significance in her heart. If accepting Logan would bring Sally closer, then perhaps it was worth it. All right, Remus murmured softly. Let us sit on the sofa. I'm exhausted after a night of turmoil, Sally mumbled quietly. Remus's breath caught, but he gently guided her to the sofa. Sally nestled into him like she did when she was a child, finding the coziest spot to settle down. She yawned softly, her eyelids gradually fluttering shut. Brother, I really like Logan, she mumbled sleepily. At first, I didn't like him, but later I realized he's really great. Remus replied gently, as if that would soothe the ache in his heart. Suddenly, Sally wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice hazy. Brother, can I tell you a secret? Remus was momentarily taken aback, then his heart softened, and he replied quietly, go ahead. He knew Sally was now so tired that she was unaware of her actions. His hand found its way to her hair, gently stroking it as he usually did. Sally buried her face in the crook of his neck, her warm breath against his skin causing him to shiver involuntarily. Actually, last night, I was in so much pain, her voice was barely above a whisper, even now. It still hurts. Remus's entire being went rigid. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the bruises adorning her neck. Among them, a faint red handprint was visible. Chapter 17. Will he always love me? When James and Sirius emerged from their dormitory, they stumbled upon a sight. Sally was curled up, peacefully asleep in Remus's embrace. He draped his school robe over her, holding her in a manner that he certainly found uncomfortable. Soft murmurs echoed through the tranquil common room as he gently patted Sally's back, his touch tender. Have you two made up? James rubbed his eyes, his drowsy voice tinged with curiosity. Beside him, Sirius stifled a large yawn and casually inquired, It's only 6 o'clock. What time did you return to the dormitory last night? Why are you up so early? This morning, James had early training, and Sirius usually accompanied him. Remus offered no reply. He merely raised his eyes to glance at them briefly before lowering his gaze, directing all his attention to Sally in his arms. James and Sirius exchanged a knowing look, instantly sensing something was amiss. Sirius furrowed his brow, stepping closer to discern the marks on Sally's neck. Who? The words faltered in his throat, his voice abruptly halting as he tightly gripped his wand. Was Sally willing? Or must I take action against Weasley? She holds a great fondness for him. Remus's voice was strained and subdued, as though he were compelling himself to acknowledge an uncomfortable truth. Sirius rolled his eyes and tugged at his shirt collar. Very well. Then I shall find a moment to deal with him discreetly. Sally shall remain oblivious. Sally and I have reconciled, Remus stated coldly, his tone betraying no warmth. She expressed her desire for me to accept Weasley, as she is quite fond of him. If you harm him, Sally will be heartbroken. He turned to James. James, may I speak with you privately? Sirius exhaled exasperatedly. Fork it over. I'm off to the kitchen for breakfast. See you on the Quidditch pitch. James blinked, increasingly perplexed. Remus? What is it you wish to discuss? Remus hesitated for a moment, a difficult expression settling upon his features. I do not intend to offend, but I find myself without anyone else to consult. James's confusion deepened. It's just that. Remus's voice fell to a whisper. Does it hurt? Evelyn, she. James paused, quickly realizing the implication, his face flushing with embarrassment. How would I know? We haven't. His stammering only served to deepen Remus's gloom. Once James awkwardly departed, the common room fell silent once more. Remus drew out his wand, softly murmuring a healing spell, the white light gradually soothing the bruises on Sally's neck. He reached out, wishing to confirm the marks had indeed faded, but in that instant, a hand shot out and grasped his tightly. He froze, lowering his gaze. Sally remained in slumber, her brow furrowed, murmuring softly, Logan, I truly like you. You are not Remus's substitute. Please don't choke me. In that moment, Remus felt his blood run cold. His chest constricted violently, the pain almost rendering him breathless. He swore that upon hearing Sally's words in her dream, he was seized by an overwhelming impulse to annihilate Logan Weasley. Even without the full moon, the wolf within him roared to break free. Blood surged through him, and he yearned to shred that name to pieces. He genuinely questioned the authenticity of Logan's affections. Were all those tender gestures and thoughtful acts merely facades? Brother, Sally's voice interrupted his thoughts, and he looked down to see she had awakened. Awake? You should return to the dormitory and rest. He forced a smile, his voice gentle. It's still early. Today, I shall excuse you. Sally lazily nestled against him, her fingers unconsciously grazing her neck. Remus's heart skipped a beat, pain stabbing through him, yet he could not restrain himself from asking, Did he hurt your neck? Sally's expression instantly shifted to panic, quickly masked by a veneer of calm. No, Logan did not mean to. She clutched Remus's hand tightly. You must promise not to confront him. He truly did not intend any harm. Upon finishing, she hurriedly rose, a sense of urgency in her movements. I am still quite tired. I shall return to rest. Her actions were frantic and stiff, and Remus genuinely feared she might trip over her own feet. He instinctively reached out to support her, only to be gently pushed away. He stood frozen, staring at her, his arms suspended in the air. Sally averted her gaze, a hint of remorse on her face. I apologize, brother. I should not have clung to you as I did before. Logan is right. After all, we share no blood ties, and we must maintain our distance. Each word pierced Remus's heart like a dagger. Maintain distance. Logan is right. What does he know? Would a decade of companionship, 10 years of habits, 10 years of unspoken understanding be dismantled by a few words from Logan? Remus wanted to protest, but when he met Sally's gaze, he found himself momentarily entranced. Sally appeared genuinely relieved. It was the first time since the Christmas holidays that she wore such a serene smile. Remus longed to see her smile like that, yet he found himself unable to voice any words of agreement. He refused. He missed Sally's embraces. He missed her closeness. He missed her possessiveness over him. He missed being her special and singular confidant. His silence was interpreted by Sally as acquiescence. She gave him a gentle smile before turning to ascend the stairs. Just before she stepped onto the staircase, she hesitated. Remus's eyes brightened momentarily. He almost hoped she would turn back, show him compassion, and retract those heart-wrenching words. Sally slowly turned, her eyes filled with conflict and turmoil. Brother, Logan loves me, doesn't he? In that moment, Remus's breath hitched. A pang of anguish pierced his heart. He could not provide her with an answer, because he did not know himself. Logan would go to great lengths to be near her. Even if it meant being a stand-in, Logan would patiently soothe her, accompany her on adventures. Logan would run from the cellar to Gryffindor Tower in the dead of night, solely to comfort her. These actions certainly resembled love. But if he truly loved Sally, how could he allow her to stay out all night on her first day of adulthood? How could he leave such marks on her delicate neck? How could he commit acts that made Remus's heart ache with mere contemplation, igniting a tempest of rage within him? Remus was uncertain of what love should resemble. Yet he knew one thing with utmost clarity. He could not bear it. He could not bear to see her hurt. He could not bear her bearing such marks. He could not bear even a fleeting glimpse of fear on her face. If Logan Weasley cared for Sally even half as much as Remus did, if he loved her even a fraction as deeply, upon realizing this, Remus suddenly grasped the essence of his thoughts. He realized he loved Sally. Remus felt foolish, comparing his feelings to those of Logan. But why should he not? No one in the world understood her better than he did. No one cared for her more than he did. No one loved her more than he did. Remus's throat tightened, yearning to utter something. I believe he does not love you. I believe he does not respect you enough. You should leave him. Will Logan always love me? Sally asked again, her eyes sparkling with hope, mingled with uncertainty and despair. It was akin to the moment he first met her. This is your home. Those were Remus's first words to Sally. At that time, he had already become a werewolf, accustomed to solitude, too afraid to hope that anyone might remain by his side. Will you always stay with me? That was Sally's first question to him. Her tone was indifferent, yet it could not mask the fear and yearning hidden beneath her gaze. As she gazed at him in that very moment, he responded affirmatively. Yes, Remus replied, bridging the past and present. Sally's radiant smile illuminated her face, as it always did. Remus understood that his initial response was sincere. He would willingly forsake marriage, romance, and the prospect of offspring for a lifetime, as long as she required his presence. He would stand by her eternally. Yet, the second response he could not confirm did not pertain to himself, but rather to Logan Wet. He could only pray that Logan truly loved her and would continue to love her forever. If not, it was of no consequence. For he would pay any price to fulfill Sally's desires. This was his penance, the punishment for pushing her away. It felt as if flames were consuming him, searing every nerve ending. Yet amidst the agony and torment, Remus found a perverse sense of liberation, even a clandestine, almost morbid satisfaction. It was as if through self-inflicted punishment, he could validate his love for Sally. Logan Wet, you must fulfill her wishes. Remus Lupin, you must fulfill her wishes. Chapter 18, Neglect. Logan Wet was neglecting Sally. The concern he once exhibited was now starkly contrasted by his indifference. He always managed to conjure various excuses and justifications. Too busy lately, feeling a bit weary. Burdened with a pile of reports assigned by his father. More than once, Remus contemplated confronting Logan, but each time Sally intervened. She appeared to have an unwavering faith in Logan's words, leaving Remus at a loss. Whenever Remus or Sirius intended to confront Logan, Sally would grasp Remus's hand, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on him, imbued with a mix of stubbornness and yearning. During the day, Logan rarely accompanied her. Yet at night, Sally often vanished without a trace. Remus knew all too well that her nocturnal outings rendered him incapable of restful slumber. What troubled him most was the expression that occasionally flickered across her face before she departed at night, not merely sweetness, but tinged with a hint of palpable fear. He attempted to follow her on several occasions, only to inexplicably lose her trail. Thus, he grew increasingly determined to reclaim the enchanted map confiscated by Filch. Despite the clouds of doubt swirling in his mind, Remus clung to a sliver of hope. He had never experienced love and was uncertain whether Logan and Sally's interactions were deemed normal. Yet, he genuinely wished for everything to be as it should be. He fervently wanted to shield Sally from harm. Remus prayed to Merlin that Logan's excuses were indeed genuine, that he was simply preoccupied, not intentionally neglecting Sally, until Evelyn found him. She appeared utterly haggard, a picture of sleep deprivation. Remus, I sense something amiss, Evelyn hesitantly began. I have been observing for quite some time. Are Sally and Logan's relationship truly normal? She laid bare the long-buried questions festering within Remus. With that statement, he comprehended fully. This was abnormal. Sally had undeniably changed, and not just Remus. James and the others had noticed it as well. During breakfast at the Gryffindor table, Remus gently placed a slice of apple pie on Sally's plate. Care for another? He softly suggested, his gaze apprehensively landing on her barely touched bowl of oatmeal. No. Thank you, Sally replied, her complexion pale and tone devoid of warmth. I am trying to lose weight. You? Lose weight? Mary could not help but scrutinize her. Since the Christmas holidays, Sally had visibly slimmed down. Her already slender figure appeared alarmingly gaunt. Are you trying to lose weight or starve yourself? Sirius retorted without mercy, narrowing his eyes as he examined her. Besides, why on earth would you want to lose weight? Sally paid his inquiry no mind, merely absent-mindedly prodding the apple pie on her plate with her fork. Logan prefers girls who are a bit thinner. She caught a glimpse of Remus, who could no longer contain his frustration and silently mouthed a curse. A flicker of satisfaction surged within Sally, yet she maintained a facade of melancholy. Thus, I wish to become even thinner. Sally was immensely grateful to be a metamorphmagus. In such moments, a slight alteration in her appearance sufficed to uphold the illusion of frailty. It was only poor little AI who had recently been dragged out for late-night snacks every evening. That's Logan Wet's twisted sense of aesthetics, Remus stated in a grave tone, his expression darkening as he unceremoniously forked a piece of bacon onto Sally's plate. You must eat more. Otherwise, when we return home for the summer, your mother will be heartbroken to see you like this. Sally shook her head stubbornly, pushing her plate even further away. Remus furrowed his brow, about to speak again, but was interrupted by Evelyn. Her gaze was fixed intently on Sally's face, laced with unmistakable concern. Why hasn't Logan been accompanying you lately? He is very busy, Sally replied softly, hesitating momentarily, unable to meet Evelyn's eyes. Yet Remus could clearly see that her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she uttered those words. After speaking, Sally forcefully blinked, as if trying to will the impending tears back. Sirius was already displaying impatience, his gaze drifting over them, searching for Logan wet at the Slytherin table. Sally was certain that if Logan appeared in the next moment, Sirius would undoubtedly draw his wand without hesitation, summoning Logan before him. Meanwhile, Remus abruptly rose to his feet. He despised this feeling. In his friendship with James and Sirius, he had always been the one to temper their impulsiveness. Yet at this moment, his rationality was steadily eroding. Sally's emaciation, her hesitance and anxiety, her lack of confidence, her repeated concessions and grievances. Why should she suffer? Why should Logan Wet treat her in such a manner? Why should he disregard the feelings of someone he had cherished since childhood, someone more precious than his own life? It was Logan who had painstakingly endeavored to win Sally's affection. So why? Why did he possess her heart, yet fail to cherish it? Why was he oblivious to Sally's emotions? Remus noticed Sally looking at him with a hint of confusion. He forced a smile. I just remembered Professor McGonagall needs me for something. I must go. Chapter 19. I am toying with her. In recent days, Logan had been exceedingly cautious when venturing out. He was acutely aware that he could be subjected to inexplicable attacks at any moment. This was not difficult to ascertain. Just the fact that Evelyn had recently resolutely refused to impersonate him was enough to signify the gravity of the situation. Logan repeatedly found himself grateful that he would be returning to Germany after graduation. Otherwise, he would live the rest of his life in constant trepidation for his safety. How did you manage this? He inquired, incredulously staring at Sally. I remember your transfiguration skills were lacking. How have you suddenly become so adept at human transformation? At that moment, Sally had completely transformed her appearance. With golden hair, azure eyes, and exquisite features, she bore no resemblance to her former self. Enough with the small talk. Sally rolled her eyes. Just remember to stand in front of me later. I can't let my brother recognize my face. Otherwise, if he investigates and discovers that this person doesn't exist, it will be troublesome. You will protect me, right? Logan still felt a tinge of guilt, seeking reassurance once more. Sally turned to glance at him, her tone deliberately soft and tender. Of course. Rest assured, my love for you runs so deep it borders on obsession. I cannot even bear to witness your suffering. Logan exhaled a long sigh, his face etched with resignation. I hope so, Merlin. What could I possibly owe you from my past life to endure such servitude in this one? Sally, unfazed by his exaggerated display, replied coolly, please. Can you at least act better for a moment? With a feigned smile, she patted his face. And let's not mention past lives. I saved your life in second grade. From that moment on, you ought to have been my devoted servant. She quickly estimated the time. According to Evelyn's directions, Remus had likely completed a circuit and was approaching. Sally instantly shifted into focus, leaning forward slightly, drawing closer. You may deliver your lines now, Mr. Waite. Remus had finally located Logan Waite, thanks to Evelyn, who had detected the anomaly sooner than anyone else and had been discreetly tracking Logan's movements. Yet, when Remus stood before him, the seething rage within him threatened to consume him whole. Upon finding Logan, he observed him leaning casually against the railing beside a strange blonde girl. Logan's figure obscured her face, yet it did not prevent Remus from overhearing their conversation. Why haven't you been spending time with your little girlfriend these past few days? The girl teased. I couldn't be bothered, Logan replied lazily, toying with her hair in a nonchalant tone. Besides, I'm with her tonight. Impressive, darling. So, this is your roundabout way of getting back at her for previously rejecting you? She jested. Remus stood frozen, a chill coursing through him as he silently withdrew his wand. Indeed, Logan scoffed, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Wasn't she the one who turned me down? Didn't she claim not to like me? Didn't she treat me like a mere substitute? Look at her now, reduced to my plaything. I thought you genuinely liked her, the girl remarked with a hint of mockery. Apparently, I am quite the actor, Logan replied, his laughter cold and sardonic. Not only did she believe me, but so did you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the girl let out a short, sharp scream, yanking Logan aside. A blasting curse suddenly erupted, striking the very spot where Logan had stood, sending debris flying and blackening the ground. The girl screamed and instinctively fled. Remus had no time to regard her. The next blasting curse was already hurtling toward Logan. Logan reacted with lightning speed, deflecting it with a flourish of his wand, sparks flying in all directions. What did you mean by that? Remus advanced briskly, seizing Logan by the collar and glaring fiercely. He could feel his entire body quaking with fury. Logan could almost foresee the punch that was about to land, yet he did not flinch. He met Remus' gaze with a cruel smile curling at his lips. Oh, didn't you hear? He enunciated each word deliberately, placing a heavy emphasis on the last few. I'm toying with your sister. But don't be too angry with me. If you hadn't stepped aside, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Logan provocatively lowered his voice. Remus felt his breath catch, guilt and rage surging within him, nearly tearing him apart. Darkness clouded his vision as his fist was already raised. Brother, a familiar voice interrupted him. Remus whipped around. Sally stood not far off, her expression one of confusion as she looked between them. What are you two doing? Remus' fist froze midair. We, he stammered, his voice hoarse, unable to articulate a complete thought. He longed to tell her every cruel word Logan had just uttered, but those words were too venomous. They had nearly suffocated him upon hearing them, and he could scarcely imagine how Sally would react. Why not speak? Logan whispered mockingly, leaning closer to his ear. Are you afraid? Or do you fear she simply won't believe you? Remus clenched his hand tightly, veins bulging. Yet Logan showed no fear, instead laughing derisively as he forcefully shrugged Remus' hand away. Not to worry, darling. He turned to Sally, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth. Your brother thinks I've been a bit distant lately, so he suggested I treat you better. He deliberately winked at her, adopting a light tone. I think he is right. This afternoon, let us go on a date, shall we? Sally's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. She beamed at him, visibly uplifted, and without hesitation replied, sure. In that moment, Remus felt as though something had been violently wrenched from his chest. A wave of helplessness engulfed him. He wished to unveil the truth, yet found himself utterly mute. How could he tell Sally that Logan had never loved her, that all his actions were merely an act of revenge? Remus genuinely wished for his own demise. He had rejected her in the name of love, yet allowed another to approach her with hatred. He feared he would cause her harm, hoped she would find someone worthy of her affection, wished she would remain unscathed. Yet, he had become the very source of her hurt. This was his fault. Chapter 20. I will make her suffer more. As evening approached, Remus visited Filch's office and retrieved the Marauders map. The parchment unfurled slowly in his palm, his gaze locking onto two names, Sally Catlin and Logan Waite. The two names were closely aligned, walking side by side toward the castle. During dinner, Remus spotted Sally in the great hall. This was the happiest he had seen her in days. Did you have fun? He could not help but ask softly. Sally nodded enthusiastically, instinctively reaching out to take his arm as she usually did. But a light cough interrupted her. It was Logan. Sally's movement halted midair. She froze, her joy abruptly overshadowed by unease. She instinctively turned, glancing nervously at Logan. Come here, Logan beckoned slowly, his gaze laden with meaning. Sally hesitated for a moment, but obediently approached him. In the next instant, Logan wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, his eyes, however, gazing over her shoulder directly at Remus, provocative, brazen, and utterly defiant. Remus's fists clenched instantly. The gentle warmth in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a chilling glare. Meet me at our usual spot tonight, all right? Logan whispered in Sally's ear, yet did not conceal it, intentionally letting every word reach Remus's ears. His tone was flippant, laced with a nauseating teasing. Sally, oblivious, merely nodded obediently, her gaze filled with affection and adoration as she softly replied, okay. What's wrong? Sirius noticed Remus's distress, gently touching his arm and asking in a low voice. You and James need to keep Sally occupied tonight. Remus gritted through clenched teeth. I need to have a word with Waite. Late at night, Remus studied the Marauders map, observing Logan's name appear in an empty classroom in the dungeon, while Sally's remained in the Gryffindor common room. Remus halted his patrol, inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and made his way toward the empty classroom. Logan lounged casually against the desk, arms crossed, a faint smile playing on his lips. Upon encountering him, Logan initially exhibited a momentary pause, soon replaced by a blend of bewilderment and provocation. I distinctly recall that I arranged to meet with Sally, he remarked, arching an eyebrow with a languid tone. You ought to clarify matters with her, employing a rationale that spares her feelings, and terminate the relationship. Remus spoke coldly, his voice thick with suppressed emotion. Terminate the relationship? Logan chuckled, as if he had heard something amusing, slowly shaking his head. But I haven't yet had my fill of this. Logan wet, you truly are a scoundrel. Anger shattered the veneer of reason, and Remus lunged forward, too furious to even draw his wand, yearning only to land a punch upon Logan's face. Yet, Logan did not flinch or evade. Instead, he leaned in slightly closer, a malicious excitement gleaming in his eyes. Sally will be looking for me shortly, he hissed. If you dare to strike me, I assure you, I will leave nothing concealed. Remus's fist hovered in the air, trembling with suppressed fury and struggle. Inside, Logan felt a surge of panic, genuine and potent. At such proximity, he could discern the veins bulging on Remus's neck and hear the suffocating breaths he struggled to contain within his chest. The face that usually bore a gentle restraint was now chillingly cold, the scars etched upon it appearing grotesquely pronounced under the current expression. Logan understood all too well that this seemingly affable gentleman had finally discarded his facade, laying bare the fury that lay dormant within. The only leverage he possessed was Sally, the one who could cause Lupin to lose control in an instant, yet also the one who could compel him to halt at the precipice of collapse. For a considerable time, Logan had genuinely believed that Lames viewed Sally merely as a sister. He had not held high hopes regarding his own aspirations for Sally. However, since Sally desired it, he would continue to indulge her charade. Yet now, it appeared that the head boy of Gryffindor was not only deceiving himself, but had also become adept at ensnaring others. He cared deeply, loved fiercely, yet adamantly refused to acknowledge it. Logan resolved to temporarily deviate from the script, intending to push him further. Lames, catching Logan's gaze, suddenly erupted into laughter. The laughter began softly, then crescendoed into a more pronounced, cruel mockery. Lames Lupin, he pronounced slowly. I once believed that Sally harbored unreciprocated feelings for you, but I was mistaken. You are evidently in love with her. He narrowed his eyes, filled with malice. How does it feel now? To see me, assuming your identity, seizing everything you have fought to protect? Are you on the verge of madness? Lame's hand was already clenched into a fist, yet he remained rooted in place. Logan edged closer, his voice low and venomous. In truth, I despise her. But I loathe you even more. She once saw only you in her eyes. Not a single love letter I sent was remembered by her. And you? You possess effortlessly what I have yearned for in vain. He scoffed, jealousy flickering in his gaze. I desire Sally. I wish to exact revenge on her, and concurrently, I wish to retaliate against you. Lame's breath hitched. Absurdity, irony. He found it almost laughable in that fleeting moment. He had envied Logan wet countless times. Healthy, exceptional. Not a werewolf. Incapable of harming her on a full moon. Unshackled by the burden of being an older brother for 10 years. Free to pursue Sally without reservation. Logan seemed to possess everything. Yet, here he was, consumed by envy of himself. I was contemplating how to retaliate against you, Logan continued, his eyes glinting with cold light. But in truth, I have already avenged myself. His tone suddenly softened, drawing closer to Lame's ear, his voice chilling. You must have seen the marks upon her. Have you not? I revel in witnessing her beg for mercy, crying out in pain, gasping for breath. That visage is truly intoxicating. In the next moment, Logan felt a vice-like grip tighten around his neck. His eyes widened in shock, a sensation of suffocation surging through his mind. Lame's hand clutched his throat with ferocity. His gaze bloodshot, as if he were on the verge of crushing him. Logan's vision darkened, yet he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain composed. He silently thanked his training in silent spells. A petrification curse shot forth. Lame's body instantaneously stiffened, frozen in place. Logan gasped for breath, desperately clutching his throat as he staggered free. Just stand there obediently. Logan twisted his lips into a grim smile, lowering his voice menacingly. Rest assured, from this point onward, Sally Catlin will only suffer more. With that, he exited, not glancing back. Chapter 21, Misrecognition. Lame's rigid form gradually regained sensation. The effects of the petrification curse waned. Yet he felt as though his heart had been struck by a blunt instrument, a tumult of anger, frustration, and guilt surging within him. He had erred. He should not have rejected Sally, should not have pushed her away, should not have afforded Logan any opportunity. He believed that by distancing himself, he could spare her from harm. Yet reality had dealt him a brutal slap. The world harbors too much malice, and human hearts are inscrutable. He would rather die than cause her pain, yet he could not ensure that others would share his sentiments. Only by remaining at his side could she be safe. In the darkness, his eyes remained keenly perceptive. Logan had intentionally extinguished all the candles before leaving, believing it would instill fear in him. Just as Lames was about to depart, the door creaked open, then closed again, accompanied by a soft squeak. A familiar silhouette stood at the threshold. Logan? Sally leaned against the door, her gaze laced with panic and unease. I'm sorry. I'm late. It wasn't intentional. Please don't be angry, okay? Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of apprehension and a desire to appease. Are you there? Please respond, okay? Or should I conjure a bit of light? I'm genuinely frightened. Lames felt a tightening in his throat. He could scarcely bear to see Sally display such fear. Almost instinctively, he stepped forward, striding towards her. Sally. His words had yet to escape his lips when the sound of fabric rustling startled her. Sally's expression relaxed, relief washing over her as she immediately moved towards the source of the sound. There you are, she murmured softly, only to be abruptly caught by the leg of a chair, stumbling. Just before she fell, Lames swiftly reached out, catching her securely. Sally instinctively clung to him, burying herself deep within his embrace. Their breaths intertwined. Why are you so quiet today? Sally inquired softly. Or, what would you like to play today? Lames froze. He could hardly believe his ears. She had mistaken him for Logan. Rationality dictated that he should speak up immediately, refuse her, and make her understand that the person before her was not Logan. Just as he was about to respond, Sally rose onto her toes and gently pressed her lips against his. Lames was familiar with her lips. The last time she had kissed him, it had been awkward, hesitant, a raw outpouring of emotion. Yet now, this kiss bore an adept familiarity, a gentle allure that felt almost solicitous, radiating a disquieting warmth. Deep within, jealousy and anxiety surged forth. Lames knew this should not transpire. He recognized that he had countless opportunities to refuse her, yet at that moment, he found himself ensnared by the dark thoughts within his own heart. He envied her for the familiarity and intimacy she displayed towards another. Lames did not reciprocate her affection, which only served to heighten Sally's unease. Her lips brushed against his, as if pleading, tinged with fear. Do you not like it? Not like it? Certainly not. But how could he possibly embrace it? A whirlpool of contradictions, anxiety, jealousy, and repression dragged him into its depths. The Adam's apple of Remus rolled, and he ought to have pushed her away. Yet, the tremulous inquiry that escaped her lips caused the most fragile part of his heart to collapse. He finally lowered his head, reciprocating the kiss with exquisite restraint, his movements slow and cautious, as if fearful of startling her. Sally momentarily froze. Then her breath became slightly erratic, and she submissively leaned into him. The initial playfulness gradually morphed into an undeniable attachment as she reached for his shoulder, drawing her body closer. In the enveloping darkness, only their hurried breaths intertwined. Sally's kisses grew increasingly fervent, imbued with a desperate need that threatened to drown him. Remus, initially a passive participant, found himself inexorably drawn into the depths of their shared moment. Her breath, her quivering voice, her warm touch, all of it consumed him. Yet, the deeper he sank, the more pain he felt. She remained oblivious. The figure before her was not Logan. He was being kissed in Logan's stead. Jealousy clawed at his every shred of rationality. Just as he teetered on the brink of complete surrender, Sally suddenly pulled back slightly, her breath quickening, though her hands did not cease their movements. With practiced ease, she unfastened her shirt, the fabric gliding down with a soft rustle. That sound shattered Remus's heart amidst the profound silence of the night. She lifted her gaze, her eyes hazy. Did I perform well today? Remus felt a tightening in his chest, and before he could respond, she timidly added, could you, perhaps, not be too rough today? She bit her lip, seemingly fearful of rejection. Could you not pinch me today? A wave of anguish, jealousy, and guilt surged forth, crashing like a storm within him. Remus's fingertips trembled, his throat constricting as he struggled to find words of reply. In the next instant, he drew her closer, resting his forehead against hers. His voice quaking and choked as he murmured, I'm sorry. The words slipped from his lips in a breathy tone, a plea, almost akin to self-punishment. He kissed her neck, a fervent outpouring of emotions that had long been suppressed, each kiss light, yet reverent, as if he were desperately trying to conceal all traces of her past wounds. Sally shivered under his touch, a faint whimper escaping her lips. She whispered in his ear, an unexpected awe coloring her tone. You are so gentle today. You used to be too hasty, and it would hurt me, but today, you are so tender. Remus felt on the brink of collapse, almost gasping for air. Logan had never been gentle, yet she interpreted this belated tenderness as a transformation in Logan. Tears welled in Remus's eyes. If Logan could not provide this, then let him step in. Even if she no longer belonged to him, even if her heart was drifting away, he was still willing to please her, if only to elicit a moment of ease and joy from her. He kissed her lips once more, this time with restrained gentleness, tracing her contours without any hint of aggression. His hand slowly ascended, trembling fingers brushing against her cheek, her ear, and her jawline. He did not halt. His lips traveled from the corner of her mouth to her chin and then to her neck, kissing softly, inch by inch, with a near self-effacing eagerness. Let me, he silently pleaded, the words nearly spilling forth yet stifled back down. He was her brother, and yet, not merely that. Sally smiled softly, tentatively reaching towards Remus's face, only for him to grasp her wrist firmly. Are you afraid the scars on your face will expose you, my brother? Have you begun to desire to be a substitute for your substitute? You've started to lose your mind over me. I can feel it. You are in love with me. Chapter 22, Confession. Sally was nearly breathless from the kisses. Their lips entwined, Remus's arms encircled her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her breath coming in quick, trembling gasps. Seemingly provoked by her breaths, Remus suddenly lifted her, tilting his body slightly, pushing her towards the table behind them. Sally found herself pressed against the table, instinctively attempting to support herself. Yet, Remus's palm had already settled on her waist, firmly laying her back down. The table was cold, yet Sally felt an intense heat coursing through her body. Remes's lips cascaded down her bare shoulder, collarbone, and even lower. She shivered, fingers involuntarily tangling in his hair as she gasped for breath. Her hands trailed down the side of his neck, delving into his shirt. Remus froze. She would touch his scars, the indelible marks of shame he could never erase. In an instant, she would realize he was not Logan. Almost instinctively, he seized her wrists, pinning her hands together, raising them high above her head. The force was undeniably strong, yet not brutal. His thumb caressed her wrist bone, cautious not to hurt her, placing his hand beneath hers, supporting it against the table. In that moment, Remus suddenly awakened, a dull ache surging through his chest, nearly tearing him apart. He was enjoying his sister's intimacy under a false pretense. She wholeheartedly entrusted herself to Logan, while he had stooped so low as to exploit this deception. A profound sense of shame gripped his throat. Remus felt despicable, loathsome, lacking even the courage to meet her gaze. He slowly released her hands, carefully helping her adjust her clothing. His movements were tender, almost humble, meticulously fastening each button as if to conceal the earlier loss of control. "Why did you stop?" Sally asked, her gaze unfocused, her tone laced with confusion, as she wrapped her legs around Remus's waist once more. Remus's throat felt parched, yet his mouth instinctively mimicked Logan's tone and voice. "It's too late today. Let us head back for now." She allowed him to arrange her clothing, but a glint of mischief flickered in her lowered eyes. Just as Remus's fingers departed from the last button, Sally suddenly lifted her head, leaning close to his ear, whispering, "So, tomorrow, shall we continue here?" Remus's breath caught in his throat. He understood he ought to refuse immediately, lest he ensnare her further. Yet, he was overcome by a terrifying greed, reluctant to push away this reliance. He was acutely aware of his unworthiness. He knew this was disgraceful, a descent into depravity, an unforgivable betrayal. After a moment of silence, his gaze darkened. "All right." As Remus entered the common lounge, Sirius lounged lazily on the sofa, as if he had been waiting for him. "Where's James?" Remus instinctively diverted the conversation. "Guess." Sirius rolled his eyes. Little A could suddenly be bothered to talk to him, and he was practically running over. Remus pressed his lips together. "That's good. He's been harboring too much resentment in the dormitory lately." "Not as much as you," Sirius scoffed, his gaze laden with meaning. "Stop dodging the topic. What exactly did you discuss with White tonight?" Remus paused for a moment, ultimately covering his face, his voice spilling through his fingers. "I deceived Sally. She thinks it was White." Sirius froze, then abruptly sat up straight. Shock and anger etched across his face as he cursed vehemently. "You're insane. What was I supposed to do?" Remus shot back, his eyes bloodshot. "You have no idea what that bastard White said. He claimed he was with Sally merely for revenge, that she meant nothing to him." Sirius's expression gradually grew colder, his gaze darkening. "Then he truly deserves to be damned." Suddenly, Remus lifted his eyes, his fixation bordering on the pathological. "Isn't that obvious? You've loved her for over a decade." Sirius frowned in exasperation, but soon froze, his brow furrowing. "Wait a moment. Which kind of love?" Remus's throat bobbed, hesitating for a long while before murmuring, "I know I am unworthy of her. She deserves someone honorable, flawless, not a werewolf." "But Sirius, I can assure you of one thing. I would rather die than harm her. But what about others? Who can guarantee their intentions?" A hint of madness crept into his voice. "She is safest only when she is by my side." Sirius remained silent for a long time, staring at him with a mix of shock and complexity. "How did you and James develop this penchant for poaching?" Yet ultimately, he sighed. "But I support you. What do you intend to do? You must be honest, after all." Remus painfully closed his eyes. "I cannot. Honesty means revealing all of Logan's malice. It would cause her great suffering." Sirius was about to say something more when he was interrupted by the sound of light footsteps. "Brother, are you done patrolling?" Sally laughed as she ran over, her damp long hair cascading down, the black nightgown accentuating her fair skin. She unreservedly flung herself beside Remus, bringing with her the fragrance of her recent bath. Remus instinctively glanced up, noticing the few reddened marks on her neck, and everything from moments ago flashed in his mind. Tightening his throat, he struggled to conceal his abnormality, smiling at Sally as he allowed her to lean against his shoulder, naturally taking the towel she offered. He patiently and gently dried her dripping hair. "It's so nice to have a brother." Sirius, lounging on the sofa, lazily teased, "No need for drying spells. There's always someone to dry your hair." Sally's smile faltered slightly, her expression dimming suddenly. "Earlier, Logan used to help me too." The air instantly grew heavy. The smile on Sirius's face froze. Sally turned her head slightly to look at Remus, softly saying, "But I believe he will return to being the way he was. I believe he is worthy of my love." The towel in Remus's grasp tightened suddenly. After a moment, he slowly relaxed, his voice hoarse and low. "He will." Chapter 23, Entanglement. "Logan, Sally exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace. Remus instinctively held her tightly, deftly pressing a gentle kiss on her cheek. I won't be able to see you tomorrow. Sally lifted her head, her gaze hesitant, as if fearing misunderstanding. Remus paused, suddenly realizing that tomorrow was his transformation day. He had completely forgotten. It's all right. He forced himself to remain calm, relieved that Sally had spoken first. Otherwise, he would have been unable to concoct a plausible excuse. However, Sally panicked, waving her hands frantically, her voice even quicker than usual. I'm not going to see someone else. Really, it's not that. It's just that my brother hasn't been well lately, and I need to be with him. Her eyes were glistening, desperately looking at Remus, fearful of his misinterpretation. I only love you, truly. She almost clumsily assured him. I've already lost those feelings for my brother. Remus's smile instantly froze on his face, his arms instinctively tightening. He gritted his teeth, his throat constricting, barely suppressing the unwarranted impulses. He struggled to curve his lips into a semblance of a smile. His voice hoarse. I love you alone. Remus felt utterly despicable. Every night, he masqueraded as Logan to meet Sally, and with each departure, he was filled with trepidation. The way Logan supposedly caused Sally pain was merely through indifference and distance, and he could only weave layer upon layer of lies at night to excuse that indifference. He knew these lies were fragile, easily shattered with a light poke. Once broken, he and Sally would plummet into an irretrievable abyss. Yet lately, Sally had been smiling joyfully. She loved to drag him to Hogsmeade for late-night strolls, enjoyed lying with him atop the astronomy tower counting stars, and refused warming charms in the cold wind, just to nestle into his embrace. Every moment caused Remus's heart to ache, because they had shared these experiences countless times before. But now, she no longer wished to share them with him. She desired Logan by her side instead. Intimacy often begins only after the effects of the polyjuice potion wear off. In the darkness, Sally would wholeheartedly snuggle into his arms, and Remus even felt grateful that the pitch-black night concealed the truth, preventing her from discerning who he truly was. He loathed touching her under Logan's guise, yet he had no other choice. It seemed Sally was also using such intimacy to confirm that Logan loved her, that he needed her. Remus understood that Sally had always lacked a sense of security. He had spent years trying to compensate for it. But Logan's emergence had effortlessly shattered everything. Do you love me? After every kiss, Sally would softly ask him. Remus could only respond in Logan's voice. Time and again, I love you. You're wonderful. I truly love you. He whispered in her ear, yet his heart was slowly being torn apart. No matter what, I will love you. Will you love me forever? Sally asked, filled with anticipation. Remus's throat tightened, uncertain whether he should pledge such a vow, for he knew Logan couldn't. But he could. I will love you forever. He finally spoke, wagering his very soul. Do you realize you are dancing on the edge of a knife? Sirius glared coldly at Remus. James, beside him, also wore a furrowed brow, concern etched across his face. You must be honest with Sally. You need to tell her the truth. You are deceiving her. Sirius's anger was nearly uncontrollable. But she is happy, Remus instinctively retorted, his voice trembling. If I pretend to be Logan, she listens to me, begins to eat normally, and she is no longer anxious like before. But once she discovers the truth, she will feel even more humiliated and despairing. Sirius roared, Sally trusts you. Once the truth is revealed, she will completely shatter. How can you expect her to accept that the two people she has relied on her whole life have been lying to her? With those words, Remus froze in place. He had contemplated this. He had imagined the outcome countless times in his nightmares. But as long as Sally was nestled in his arms, wearing that contented smile, he dared not delve deeper. Yes, all of this was a cruel facade, yet it was his only tender illusion. He knew Sirius was right, but he simply could not break free. Remus was tormented by his inner turmoil, yet he quickly realized he no longer had the right to be conflicted. Sally knew Remus too well. Sally understood Remus. She had spent too long with him, and no one knew him better. Even Aunt Hope only grasped his life before the age of 11, but since then, they had been inseparable. She knew better than anyone that Remus would never voluntarily reveal the truth. He was gentle but not indecisive. He simply always placed himself lower, so even when hurt, he chose to be forgiving. Sally reveled in Remus's hesitation and inner conflict. The more one cares, the more one fears losing. This is not a conventional love. Yet for Sally, it is the affirmation she seeks. The verbal declaration of I love you is too easily uttered, insufficient to provide her with solace. Only by witnessing Remus being cornered time and again, suffering and faltering for her sake, can she be assured of his genuine affection. What she intends to do is undeniably despicable, yet she feels no shame. Brother, your hesitation will wound me. You must compensate for it for a lifetime. Chapter 24, The Truth. On a Sunday afternoon, within the Gryffindor common room, Remus immediately sensed something amiss the moment Sally entered. Evelyn was supporting her arm. and Sally appeared utterly drained from weeping, her entire being swaying precariously. "What's wrong?" Remus exclaimed, springing to his feet from the sofa. James and Sirius instantly stowed away their smiles, their brows furrowing as they turned their attention to the two girls. As Remus approached, Sally collapsed into his embrace, her tears swiftly soaking through the fabric of his shirt. Evelyn, helpless, spoke for her. She just broke up with Logan. They were not alone in the common room. More and more eyes turned towards them. Remus immediately enveloped Sally in his arms, murmuring softly, "It's all right. It's all right. I'm here." He assisted her unsteadily into their dormitory, while James and the others remained in the common room. "Brother," Sally choked out, her voice fragmented. "He said he doesn't love me. He said he only wanted to get back at me." She clung to him as if trying to merge into his very being. Remus felt his heart being slowly crushed. "But he promised he would love me forever," Sally continued, her words breaking off intermittently. Remus shut his eyes, guilt nearly overwhelming him. That promise of eternal love had indeed come from his own lips. The more she wept, the clearer it became to him that he had been the one to thrust her into despair. Everything had seemed perfect before. Why had it come to this? She sobbed inconsolably in his arms. Remus felt a tightness in his throat, wanting to say something, but the words eluded him. Once the truth was spoken, she would not only despise Logan, but also him, hate him to the very core. "Brother," Sally grasped his sleeve, looking up at him with tear-filled eyes, resembling a helpless child. "My heart hurt so much." In that moment, Remus wished for nothing more than to cease to exist. When she was younger, she would run to him like this every time she fell or scraped her knees, saying it hurts. He had always known how to comfort her then, applying a bit of his white fresh perfume to soothe her, offering her a piece of candy, and praising her courage. But now, her pain was his doing. He had become the perpetrator. All he could do was hold her tightly, gently rocking her just as he had in her childhood, smoothing her tear-streaked hair. Guilt and anguish tore at him, making him feel as though he were being slowly disemboweled. Yet he knew that once the truth was revealed, she would strip him of even the right to continue living. Sally curled up in his embrace, her eyes swollen from crying, her voice quivering. "Brother, you have always been the strongest. You could accomplish anything for me since we were children. Can you help me this time too?" Remus's heart jolted. She raised her face, her tear-glazed eyes brimming with dependency and innocence, yet uttering a request that nearly suffocated him. "Can you make him love me?" In an instant, his chest felt as if it had been violently torn open. What she wanted was not him. What she desired was Logan. "Sally," Remus's voice came out hoarse, unrecognizable to him. "Please don't." Yet she clutched his hand tightly, her gaze a mix of despair and stubbornness. "Brother, you have always granted my wishes. Please do this for me." He promised he would love me forever. Remus completely shattered. He pulled her close, resting his forehead against her shoulder, his breath trembling. The words he had kept buried surged to the surface, finally overwhelming him. "He never said that." Sally looked up in disbelief, her eyes widening, suddenly attempting to escape his embrace. But Remus stopped her. He forced himself to meet her gaze, his voice raw, filled with frantic desire and desperation. "It was I who said I would love you forever. It was I who said I would love only you." He felt as if he were losing his mind. Yet he no longer cared. He could not bear the thought of her pleading for that bastard's love. Let him come, even if it meant assuming a sinful identity. Even if he had to kneel to atone. "Brother," Sally froze, fear flashing in her eyes. "What are you saying? All this time? It was I who accompanied you out at night." Remus gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his cheeks. "It was I who whispered love to you." The room fell into a profound silence, only their breaths intertwining. Sally trembled, her face pale. "What are you saying, brother?" Her voice trembled with a panicked despair, her struggles intensifying. Remus gazed at her, his chest heaving. "I'm sorry," he murmured. He felt Sally stiffen momentarily in his arms. The next second, slap. A resounding strike, infused with all her despair and fury, landed forcefully on his face. Chapter 25, I Will Replace Him. Remus's head was violently turned to the side, a sharp, fiery pain immediately flooding his face, accompanied by a faint metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Yet he did not shield his face. His arms remained tightly wrapped around Sally's waist. He feared that if she were to push him away in anger, she might truly flee. And he had a premonition that if she escaped this time, he would never be able to catch up to her again. He slowly turned to face her, only to find Sally frozen in place, her hands still suspended in midair, her gaze fixed intently on the spot where she had struck him. Her expression bore regret and reluctance. She felt pity for him. An odd sense of satisfaction surged within Remus's chest. At least her first reaction was not to flee. At least beneath her anger, there lay a twinge of concern for him. "Does it hurt?" He gently grasped the hand that had struck him. Her palm was slightly reddened. Remus frowned, cupping her hand to his lips and softly blowing warm air onto it. Sally vowed that if the scene weren't so crucial, she would impulsively kiss him in that moment. She adored his current demeanor, the way he seemed as though he would never leave her, clinging to her tightly. But in the next second, Remus felt her hand suddenly withdraw. He instinctively looked up, first feeling disappointment, then panic. In the silence that followed, Sally's eyes filled with tears once more. "So, it was you." Her voice trembled as she forced out each word. "The one who went out with me at night. The one who was intimate with me, was you?" Her gaze shifted from anger to utter heartbreak. Remus would have preferred her to glare at him furiously, to hit him, to curse him. He could endure her rage, but he could not face the heartbreak in her eyes. Because that was his doing. "Yes," he admitted softly. "When did this start?" Sally's body trembled slightly. "That day." Remus's voice quivered. "The day you saw me standing with Logan. That night, it wasn't him, it was me. Remus Lupin." Sally suddenly cried out his name, tears cascading down her cheeks like a dam finally breached. What was the purpose of this? To humiliate me. Her voice was sharp, each tear falling like a droplet of despair. Remus felt a sharp pang in his heart. Instinctively, he reached out to wipe her tears away. But Sally abruptly turned her head, rejecting him. "How could I ever humiliate you?" Remus's voice was urgent, trembling with emotion. I knew he was not a good man. I never intended to impersonate him. But, Sally, you were genuinely happy at that time. I couldn't bear to reveal those cruel truths to you. So you deceived me, is that it?" Sally whirled around, her eyes red from crying, fixing him with a gaze filled with betrayal. "Logan deceived me, and so did you. You even pretended to be him, claiming you would love me forever." "That was not a deception," Remus interrupted, stepping forward fiercely. Sally instinctively recoiled, yet his arm tightened around her waist, preventing her from escaping. It was then that Remus realized how close they were. With the slightest inclination, he could easily kiss her. "That was not a deception," he murmured, his voice low and hoarse, his gaze locked on Sally's eyes, this time without a hint of retreat. "I love you, and I will love you forever." Sally paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features, but it quickly morphed into a sardonic smile. "Enough. Stop lying to me. You once said you hoped I would find someone worthy of my love. You claimed you were merely my brother. You said you despised my affection for you." She nearly screamed. Remus felt a hollow emptiness in his chest, for the first time overwhelmed by helplessness. Yes, every word she spoke was true. He believed this would bring her happiness. But now, his Sally often wept, her smiles becoming increasingly scarce. The illusion that he had acted rightly was gradually being torn apart. "I was wrong." Remus's eyes burned with unshed tears. "I was wrong. I wanted to be more than just your brother. I love you. Not just as family or a friend, but with a depth of love." He recalled how Sally had once cried to him, expressing her desire for all of his emotions, family, friendship, love. She wanted it all. Now, he had laid everything before her. Remus observed the shock and confusion in Sally's eyes. Yet, she no longer needed it. It was too late. "You cannot treat me this way." Sally's expression appeared bewildered, as if all her strength had been suddenly sapped. Remus hurriedly followed her momentum, gently placing her back on the ground. "You cannot treat me this way, Remus Lupin." Sally grasped his tie tightly, her eyes bloodshot as if they could bleed. "You cannot reject me when I love you, and then come back to profess your love when I have finally begun to let you go. You cannot bury all the pain you caused me beneath the guise of love." Remus was nearly gasping for air, his heart aching as he gazed at her. His voice hoarse. "Sally." In the next moment, she released his tie, collapsing into a heap, sobbing uncontrollably. She curled up, clutching her legs tightly. Remus stood frozen for a few seconds, realizing that she no longer depended on him. He was no longer the source of her comfort. She began to reject him. But how could this be? "Sally, were you not the one who wanted me by your side? How could you abandon me first? Please, don't do this." Remus lunged forward, ignoring her struggles and enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Sally's attempts to break free grew more frantic, and Remus held one of her hands against his cheek. "Please, don't ignore me. Strike me if you must, scold me if you wish. I was wrong. I acted inappropriately. Just don't ignore me." Sally's hand trembled, raised high, yet it never came down. Finally, it slowly descended, not to strike him, but rather to wrap around his neck. Her head buried into his shoulder, and he felt a sharp pain as she bit him. Remus remained still, not even attempting to escape. He did not know how much strength she exerted, but the pain she inflicted was nothing compared to the agony he felt when her tears soaked through his shirt. "I do not wish to see you." Remus heard her muffled voice, laced with a resolute finality, as though she sought to push him away entirely. "I love you." Remus did not waver, holding her even tighter, tilting his head to place gentle kisses upon her disheveled hair. "Do not speak such words." Sally's voice quivered, as if she had heard the most brutally cruel lie. "I love you." Remus stubbornly reiterated. "Logan cannot be there for you, but I can. I can be there for you forever." He paused, almost self-deprecatingly adding, "After all, wasn't he merely appearing in your life as my substitute? You see, for so long, You have been unable to distinguish between him and me. I could also be his substitute. He pleaded humbly, stroking her hair, softly coaxing. Sally, my dear, promise me, will you? Sally, with tear-filled eyes, lifted her head, fixing him with an unwavering gaze. Did you use the compound potion back then? Remus's breath hitched, sensing this as a form of tacit acknowledgement. His heart ached as if steeped in vinegar, yet he could endure this sting as long as it meant she would not drift away from him. He nodded. Remus. Sally's expression was immensely complex, her eyes swirling with anger, mockery, and an uncontrollable vulnerability. You truly went to great lengths to deceive me. For a moment, Remus was rendered speechless, merely watching her, ready to accept any punishment she might impose. But in the next instant, she lunged forward, wrapping herself tightly around him as though clutching a lifeline. Deceive me a little longer, Sally pleaded, so my heart does not ache so painfully. Remus felt as if his heart were being torn asunder. He could only repeatedly murmur soothing words, kissing away her tear-stained cheeks, her forehead, until her trembling body gradually shifted from frantic sobs to silent shudders. With red-rimmed eyes, Sally's fingers dug almost into his back, desperately and urgently demanding, hold me tightly. Will you? Just like he did when he professed his love for me. Remus's heart felt as if it were being forcibly ripped apart. Guilt, pain, desire, every emotion intertwined, nearly choking him. Yet, he still responded to her request with tenderness and compliance. He kissed her lips, her neck, each kiss infused with suppressed madness, as if he were seeking atonement. Sally gasped and wept, her tears mingling with desperate longing, nearly consuming him. Yet Remus felt more pain than she did. What she truly needed was never him. She yearned for the Logan she believed had once loved her. Thus, he could only continue to pretend, soothing her with almost reverent tenderness. In her eyes, even if he was not under the influence of the compound potion at this moment, he was still Logan. But within his heart, he had long since become irredeemably lost, utterly submerged. He was her Remus. Chapter 26. He would not allow her to leave again. Sally suddenly leaned in and kissed him fiercely. Remus could sense that this was not an expression of love, but rather a forceful release of pent-up emotions. Sally was tearing at his collar, her fingers cold and trembling, yet stubbornly delving deeper. When her fingertips lightly brushed against his chest, Remus's breath caught in his throat. The scars upon his body, cold and unsightly, were inadvertently exposed to her touch. A wave of overwhelming inadequacy surged within him. He was not Logan. Logan bears no such scars. Yet, would she truly wish to confront such a version of herself? Fear nearly engulfed him. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, yearning for the compound potion, only to discover an empty void, a stark reminder of his essence, the grotesque marks of a werewolf, which he could not conceal. His breath came in rapid bursts, and his hands trembled slightly. In the end, he tore off the Gryffindor tie from around his neck. Gently, he placed the tie before Sally and fashioned it into a knot. Sally paused, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, as if she wished to speak but was interrupted by him. Be good. Just a single word, yet it carried an almost pleading tenderness, with darkness shrouding her gaze. He felt emboldened. Remus responded to her kiss and her caress. Their movements grew increasingly intimate, their breaths intertwining. Remus sensed that what she desired was not him per se, but merely an emotional outlet for reliance and consumption. Yet he wholly accepted this. Eventually, however, Sally's responses began to wane. The hands that had once clutched his clothing loosened gradually, her breath steadying, though still interspersed with soft sobs. It was only when Remus looked down that he realized she had fallen asleep in his embrace, exhausted from her tears. The tie still covered her eyes, remnants of her weeping lingering on her face. Remus's heart slowly crumbled, yet a thread of absurd satisfaction arose within him. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. I love you. After leaving the dormitory, Remus found James and the others still seated on the sofa. Upon his emergence, they cast inquiring glances his way. Where's Sally? Evelyn inquired first. She cried herself to sleep, Remus replied, pressing his lips together. Sirius raised an eyebrow at him. What part are you omitting? Remus sighed, resenting Sirius's perceptiveness. You're right. I revealed the truth to Sally, including my impersonation of Logan. What was her reaction? She was utterly unable to accept it. Remus covered his face with his hands, his voice muffled. I've messed it up. At least she didn't flee. She doesn't want to avoid you, James encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. She truly does want to avoid me, but I didn't let her leave. I told her I could continue being Logan's substitute, Remus said with difficulty. Goodness, a pack of lunatics. I really don't want to delve into why your lips are swollen now, Sirius said incredulously as he stood, rolling his eyes. I need to step outside for some fresh air. Before he left, he tossed a letter at Remus. While you were gone, an owl delivered a letter from your mother. We took the liberty of holding on to it for you. Remus opened the envelope. My dear Remy, Sally wrote to me yesterday, saying she recently started dating a boy. He's a Slytherin named Logan W.T. Sally claims this boy is wonderful, and that her relationship with him is largely thanks to you. Remy, your mother trusts your judgment of character. However, Sally is still a girl, and it's her first love. You must investigate this boy further and ensure Sally doesn't get hurt. As her brother, you must look after her. If possible, you can invite him to our home this summer. Love, your mother. Remus was at a loss for how to respond to this letter. Each word felt like a profound mockery of him. He felt he had betrayed her trust, not once, but twice. Everything was in disarray. Remus? Evelyn called out with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, Remus replied hoarsely. Evelyn looked somewhat guilty. I had no idea Logan W.A.T. was that kind of person, otherwise. I would have been cautious from the moment he started inquiring about Sally. I never expected he would hurt Sally, regardless of what you did. I believe your intentions were not to harm her. But I did hurt her, Remus said, his anguish evident. Sally cares about you, Evelyn continued. She will forgive you. Remus suddenly lifted his gaze to her. Remus, James has told me much. As your friends, we don't believe your second identity defines you. I initially wanted to discuss this with you, but W.T.'s actions came too swiftly. But, if Sally could fall for you the first time, surely she can love you a second time, right? Remus lowered his eyes. You are correct. I will not allow her to leave me again, by any means necessary. Sally must remain by my side, forever. Chapter 27, I love him. Sally felt an immense satisfaction with the progress of her plan. Evelyn had just recounted Remus's reaction in the common room that day, and Sally's smile deepened. I adore him this way. Her voice carried a near-obsessive quality. I relish the notion of him binding me to him eternally. We must possess each other completely. No one should even think of escaping. Evelyn fell silent for a moment. She did not fully grasp Sally's perspective on love, yet she refrained from commenting. She was uncertain which beliefs were correct and could not presume to judge. However, she felt that someone like Remus, whose insecurities were etched into his very being, truly required the fervent, almost coercive love that Sally offered. Shall I? Sally suddenly reclined on the sofa, raising her hand to let the dappled sunlight filter through her fingers. I love watching him go mad for me. The more frantic he becomes, the less likely he is to let go. I yearn to be loved by him with such fervor, above all else. Evelyn gazed at her. Sally's eyes sparkled with infatuation and satisfaction, her obsession seemingly her only pursuit. This is wonderful. Without a hint of hesitation. No confusion. That in itself was happiness. I had thought that day you would completely bind yourself to him. Evelyn carefully rephrased. Why did you pretend to sleep in the end? I have many scars. Sally replied cheerfully, as if discussing something trivial. I had previously used a confounding charm, but that day there was no time. I didn't want him to know of the scars' existence. Evelyn was aware of those scars. After that full moon, when Sally sought her help, she had witnessed the crisscrossing wounds firsthand. Many scars lay grotesquely across Sally's body, yet she appeared entirely unfazed, seemingly untroubled by them. Evelyn believed that Sally was the most deserving of Remus's fervent love, and she was entirely justified in demanding it from him. Because her love for Remus was equally generous and fervent. Did those wounds not hurt? Evelyn couldn't help but ask. Sally paused for a moment before responding candidly. They do. She added with a smile, unreservedly. They often hurt unbearably. But in that way, it feels as if I can empathize with him. Even though I know he must suffer far more. After the full moon, Remus rarely complained in front of Annie Hope. He always bore it silently. Sally's smile turned slightly mischievous. I'm luckier than him. When I hurt, I feign a fall or an injury, then retreat into his embrace to seek comfort. Remus is a fool. He doesn't have enough of his own potion, but still manages to save a little for me, applying it to those insignificant little injuries. Then he offers me a piece of candy, usually milk candy, as it's more affordable, something Annie Hope can manage. Sally spoke while involuntarily smiling. Even in the midst of recalling her painful memories, her smile remained radiant. It seemed that such painful recollections, when infused with the presence of Remus, brought her a semblance of joy. The sunlight danced upon Sally's eyes, and Evelyn found her extraordinarily beautiful. An absurd thought flickered through Evelyn's mind. If only Sally's eyes were black, it would have been even more splendid. Remus would become the sole ripple in the tranquil depths of her gaze. She entrusted her world to Remus. You love him, Evelyn said softly yet assuredly. I love him. Sally responded without hesitation. But then, almost immediately, she repeated it, her voice laced with uncertainty. I love him perhaps. In truth, I do not understand what love truly is. My feelings for him may not be entirely healthy. Yet, this is all I learned from my late mother. This is love. I promise you, that is love, Evelyn assured her. Sally raised her eyes to meet hers, laughing joyfully. How wonderful, she softly reiterated, I love him. Chapter 28, that was Sally. Anyone who knew Remus even slightly could discern that his possessiveness towards Sally had intensified to an almost uncontrollable degree of late. Conversely, Sally had markedly altered her previous dependency on him, almost deliberately distancing herself from him. Only James and a few others were privy to the reasons behind this shift. The rest were utterly bewildered. After Transfiguration class, Sally had no further lessons, while Remus had ancient runes next. The students trickled out of the classroom in small groups, gradually dispersing. Remus approached Sally, lightly touching her shoulder, and in a hushed tone inquired, "What are you going to do later?" Sally slightly turned her body, almost instinctively creating a bit of distance. "It's none of your concern. Are you going to look for Logan White?" Remus's expression tightened, stepping closer. His voice still gentle, but laced with suppressed questioning. "That's none of your business," Sally replied coldly, her gaze icy. "You should be off to class with James and the others." Remus suddenly grasped her arm, lifting his gaze towards Sirius and James waiting at the door for him. "Help me ask the professor for a leave." Sirius raised an eyebrow, sighing in resignation, and tugged James away. "Understood." The figures at the door had scarcely vanished when Remus almost impatiently enveloped Sally in his embrace, his grip so tight that she could hardly move. "Let go of me, Remus," Sally struggled, her expression indifferent. "Why have you stopped calling me brother?" His voice was hoarse, tinged with hurt and unease. "What do you think?" Sally turned her gaze away, refusing to meet his eyes. "You still despise me, don't you?" Remus leaned down, burying his face in Sally's shoulder. "Do not hate me. Do not seek out Logan. He is not good for you. If you wish to see him, I will drink the potion right now and accompany you." Sally abruptly lifted her gaze, a cold laugh escaping her lips. "Do you want me to live a life of falsehood?" This statement struck Remus like a dull knife, piercing deeply into his heart. He began to panic. Throughout this period, no matter how distant Sally had become, she had always acquiesced whenever he expressed a willingness to transform into Logan. This was the first time she had not nodded in agreement. "My love for you is not false." Remus gritted his teeth, his tone infused with desperate defiance. "What I desire is not love, but what about him?" Sally did not retreat. Instead, she stepped closer, gazing directly into Remus's eyes. Remus's throat bobbed, his eyes swirling with anguish and anger. He sighed softly, as if conceding yet pleading, and covered her eyes with his hand. His lips descended upon hers, trembling with insistence. "Do not anger me, Sally, at least not today. Tonight is the full moon." Sally understood that Remus's emotions would undoubtedly be even more unstable tonight. Yet, she deliberately sought to provoke him once more, wanting to see how far Remus would go for her. Surprisingly, Remus did not spiral out of control as she had anticipated. He merely suppressed his anger, allowing those words to slice through his heart repeatedly. Sally was taken aback. She was uncertain whether to feel elated or disappointed. Yet, she was certain of one thing. Tonight, Remus's transformation would undoubtedly spiral beyond control. But it mattered not. She would still be present, poised to rein him in at the very first moment. Sally Catlin had to concede that she had miscalculated. The situation was more uncontrollable than she had imagined. The werewolf was unprecedentedly ferocious. James and Sirius had long been prepared for this, yet even united, they could not contain Remus. The werewolf seemed to have completely shed the shackles of reason, its howls deafening. Sally was aware that they had alternative methods to calm Remus, but such methods would inflict harm upon him, and they hesitated. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, she transformed into a massive python and lunged at him once more. However, this time was far more arduous than before. She could distinctly feel her scales being ripped away by his sharp teeth, Remus nearly tearing her apart. The excruciating pain gnawed at every nerve in her body. Blood surged forth, gushing out like a fountain, warm streams wildly draining from her body. Sally realized she was rapidly losing blood. Sirius was stunned. He watched as the massive python, in agony, raised its head under Remus's vicious bite, emitting a hissing scream that sounded less like a threat and more like a suppressed wail. He and James dared not relent, their eyes fixed intently on the brutal struggle. Sally could barely comprehend how she managed to endure. The blood loss caused her vision to darken, her consciousness wavering, at times drifting away only to be jolted back by pain. Yet, she remained resolutely entwined around Remus, refusing to let go. Time stretched, each second feeling like a century. Finally, when the last sliver of moonlight faded entirely, the ensnared werewolf let out a low, mournful howl, its form gradually collapsing. Remus had concluded his transformation. Sally, drenched in blood, mustered her remaining strength, immediately releasing her grip and retreating, handing him over to James and Sirius for support. Sirius could see that the massive python was gravely injured. Once confirming that Remus was unharmed, he intended to cast healing spells on the python. But in the blink of an eye, the python vanished without a trace, leaving only the metallic scent of blood as a grim reminder of the previous brutality. Sirius did not expend further effort to pursue the python's whereabouts, merely exchanging a glance with James, and together, they carefully supported Remus as they made their way toward the infirmary. This time, Remus had suffered no external injuries, although his breathing was weak. It was significantly easier than usual. Sirius was confident that with a few bottles of nourishment from Madame Pomfrey, Remus would soon be able to return to the dormitory for rest. However, their pace remained deliberately slow, unwilling to rouse him along the way. Yet, as they approached the castle, Remus slowly opened his eyes. James immediately noticed his awakening and bent down with a smile. "Hey, congratulations. This time, a kind-hearted python helped you out, and you sustained minimal injuries." "Indeed," Sirius chimed in, "that was the most benevolent snake I have ever seen. So gravely wounded, yet still fighting to protect you. I just can't fathom why." Remus weakly smiled. "I thought I would have to lie in the infirmary for another 2 days." Just as James was about to say something, he was interrupted by Sirius. Sirius gazed in astonishment at the person before him. "Evelyn, what are you doing here?" Remus abruptly lifted his head, his gaze instantly falling upon the young girl not far away. Evelyn's complexion was ghastly pale, her hands trembling, and she appeared almost unable to stand. James hurried forward, grasping her icy hand, his voice laced with concern. "What happened?" Yet Evelyn offered no reply. Instead, she surveyed them with terror, her voice quaking. "Where is Sally?" "Sally?" Sirius furrowed his brow, pondering. She should be in the dormitory tonight. Could she have gone to find Weasley? James speculated instinctively. Tears welled in Evelyn's eyes. "Is there a giant python aiding you tonight?" The air abruptly thickened with tension. Remus's breath hitched sharply. A chilling dread surged from his feet to his heart. A horrifying thought flickered in his mind, nearly suffocating him. No, it couldn't be Merlin. It simply must not be true. He must be mistaken. It had to be an illusion. "Yes," Sirius's expression grew grave. Evelyn's voice was tinged with desperation. "That must be Sally. We agreed to meet her here to tend to her wounds. She should have arrived before you. Yet she has not shown up." Remus's world crumbled around him. He yearned to scream, yet found himself voiceless. It felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart, the pain rendering him breathless. Remus fervently wished for Merlin to end his suffering. He begged Merlin to take him away. He clutched Sirius's collar, his voice hoarse. "You just said she was gravely injured?" Sirius shut his eyes, his throat constricted, struggling to utter 2 words. "Very serious." He paused, his gaze filled with excruciating torment. "All that blood on you, it belongs to that python." Remus's mind erupted in chaos. In the next moment, he tore himself from their support and dashed into the darkness, his steps erratic as he fervently pursued the shadows. Chapter 29, His Sins. Remus felt on the brink of collapse as a flood of memories surged within him. From the small python that had appeared in his childhood to the sudden emergence of the giant serpent, he felt like the biggest fool in the world. How could he have failed to connect all of this to Sally? Only she would have stayed by his side since childhood. Only she would foolishly risk her own safety to save him. Suddenly, Remus felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. The taste of blood lingering in his mouth from his transformation into a werewolf. It was Sally's blood. In his mouth, on his body. During this transformation, he possessed only a vague awareness, yet he could still recall his desire to tear everything apart. He should have torn himself to shreds. Not her, his Sally, his sister. Remus recalled the reasons he had initially rejected Sally's offer to accompany him. He didn't want to risk harming her during the full moon. Yet, he had long been inflicting harm upon her. Long ago, he had built his own well-being upon her blood. Merlin, why were his sins so profound? Remus and the others called out frantically, racing to find Sally. Ultimately, they followed a trail of still wet blood and discovered her lying quietly beneath a great tree. So still that Remus could scarcely discern her breathing, unable to see the rise and fall of her chest. He staggered forward, overwhelmed by a torrent of self-destructive thoughts, and managed to find her weak, almost non-existent pulse. "Evelyn, please." Remus cried out in despair. Evelyn rushed to her side, green vitality pouring forth, enveloping Sally. Remus could scarcely believe this was Sally. Her face was smeared with blood, as though she had been pulled from a pool of it. Her body bore numerous wounds. Some claw marks, others bite marks, all gaping and curling, their edges beginning to pale. Through the tattered fabric of her clothing, Remus caught a glimpse of scars. Grotesque reminders that seemed to have existed long before. They were all his doing. Sally's wounds healed rapidly under Evelyn's care, yet she remained unresponsive. "She has lost too much blood. We must get her to the hospital wing for some restorative potions." Sally vowed that none of this was part of her plan. She had not intended to inform Remus of this ordeal, let alone in such a bloody manner. She feared he would retreat even further, that he would feel guilt. Yet this was her choice. She had no regrets, nor did she deem those scars as anything to be ashamed of. However, Remus would undoubtedly be devastated. He could shatter for her, but not over this. She despised using her suffering as a means to provoke him. That was his nightmare, his torment. She wanted him to transcend his pain to love her, but not at the cost of collapsing under the weight of her own suffering. As she departed from the shrieking shack, she had known it was all over. She had completely exhausted her strength to return to the castle in search of Evelyn. Just before consciousness faded entirely, she managed to transform back into her human form, using her last ounce of strength to maintain her facade. Sally felt as though she had been drifting through the air until a force suddenly yanked her back, and she truly felt the frailty and agony of her body. Her consciousness ebbed and flowed until she finally regained some awareness, hearing Remus's voice beside her. Evelyn looked at Remus with concern. Sally had been unconscious for a day, and Remus had remained by her side, dazed, for the entire duration. Aside from giving her water and wiping her face, he held her hand and gazed at her. Evelyn and the others were deeply worried but found themselves at a loss for words. They vividly recalled Sally's harrowing state, and so did Remus. He would never find peace, even if she awoke. Eat something, Sirius urged, offering Remus a steak sandwich and a cup of juice. Don't let yourself waste away before Sally wakes up. Remus mechanically accepted the food that Sirius handed him, gripping it tightly. It should not be her. She should not be here. Remus's voice was hoarse as he suddenly spoke. He looked up at Sirius and the others, shadows of fatigue beneath his eyes, tears cascading down his reddened cheeks. She was still angry with me. She clearly despised me. She said she didn't want to see me. Why did she come? She shouldn't have come. She shouldn't have been hurt. It should have been me during the full moon transformation. Why is she the one lying in bed? Sally will never hate you, Evelyn softly reassured Remus. Her eyes filled with compassion. Even when she's angry, she merely says she doesn't want to see you, and she cannot even bring herself to hate you. Remus. She loves you, and even when you rejected her, she never voiced it to disturb you. You are incredibly important to her, which is why, whether in her relationship with Logan or during your arguments, she would always come to your aid. We cannot truly comprehend the agony and insecurity you experience as a werewolf. But Remus, Sally can. She feels your pain just as acutely, and she does not mind. Remus's tears flowed even more freely, his entire being shaking with sobs. He seldom cried so openly. Regardless of the pain, he usually wept silently, for the sound of his cries would only deepen his parents' worry and disturb others. Sally had never heard Remus cry so heartbreakingly. She had never heard him weep aloud. She struggled to open her eyes, only to squint against the sudden brightness. Sally sensed a dull ache coursing through her body, her limbs devoid of strength, and her head clouded with dizziness. She understood these sensations were the aftermath of excessive blood loss. Brother, I'm fine, Sally managed to utter with great effort. Remus immediately looked at her with a glimmer of surprise, his appearance weary and haggard. It's all right. Brother, don't cry. I'm here, Sally continued softly, echoing the words he had once spoken to her on that stormy night. Chapter 30, Forever Bound. Sally found herself fabricating a few lies to explain her ability to transform into a python since childhood. She had no desire to reveal the truth about the shape-shifting Magnus to anyone. It was not a matter of trust. It was a perilous risk, especially since Remus and his companions had decided to join the Order of the Phoenix after graduation. Sally had once argued vehemently with him over this, wishing fervently that Remus would remain forever distant from Voldemort, eternally separated from this unavoidable war. Sally was terrified. She feared that Voldemort would take Remus from her just as he had taken her parents. Even more frightening was the thought that if Remus were to discover her blood relation to Voldemort, he might come to despise her, and her friends might harbor the same disdain. Yet Remus was resolute about joining the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore had informed him that Voldemort was recruiting Greyback and the werewolves, and Sally felt compelled to stand opposed to Voldemort and Greyback. She could no longer dissuade Remus. She could not prevent him from pursuing this path. She knew how hard Remus had worked to prove himself different from most werewolves, and she could not be so cruel as to hinder his efforts. Sally understood why Voldemort sought her. To be honest, she was initially taken aback. She had thought that Voldemort would have some connection to his Horcruxes. At the very least, he should be able to sense their locations, but he did not. Sally speculated that this was likely a consequence of Voldemort having fragmented his soul too many times. She harbored distrust towards the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore. In her view, Dumbledore's revelations about Greyback served as a form of manipulation. She was also unwilling to disclose anything about the Horcruxes to anyone, as this was her only bargaining chip in her confrontation with Voldemort. Moreover, she wished to keep her identity concealed, clinging to the faint hope that perhaps Voldemort would never find her. Remus sat quietly by Sally's bedside, his gaze fixated on her. An expression of profound sorrow etched upon his features. Perhaps you could let go of your guilt? Sally suggested helplessly, looking at Remus. He bit his lip, remaining silent. With a silent sigh, Sally took hold of Remus's hand. He stiffened momentarily before gripping her hand tightly in return. Why? Remus asked softly. Sally knew precisely what he was inquiring about. I love you, brother. No matter what you've done, I will always love you. I could never utter words of hatred towards you. I am simply heartbroken. But that does not mean I wish to see you tear yourself apart on the night of the full moon. So you believe that me tearing myself apart is a better idea? Remus trembled as he questioned. Sally smiled gently. Brother, I feel cold. Could you hold me? She wanted him to rest. He had just endured a full moon, and his complexion was far from healthy. Remus stared at her for a moment before nodding obediently. He carefully climbed into bed, leaning against the headboard, allowing Sally to find a comfortable position within his embrace, releasing a contented sigh. Remus looked down at her, bewildered by how she could so easily forgive him for his actions. He reflected on her earlier words. Love. She loved him. Remus was uncertain what kind of love this was, but as long as she loved him, that was enough. He would never let her go. He would remain by her side forever, ensuring that he alone would savor her affection. Sally's wounds had healed, yet the scars left by the werewolves were indelible. Her clothing hung loosely on her, and as she leaned against Remus, some skin inevitably became exposed. Remus could see the scars that marred her body, akin to his own. Sally noticed Remus's gaze. Do you find my scars beautiful? Remus struggled to suppress his emotions, leaning down to press a silent kiss to her eyes. He believed that the scars on his own body were hideous and grotesque. Yet on her, they were beautiful. Everything about you is beautiful, Remus admitted. But I wish to destroy myself for this. Brother, spare your life for me. I want you to stay by my side, Sally urged, nuzzling against his shoulder. Then tilting her head to meet his gaze. Also, I think your scars are as beautiful as mine. Remus, almost reverently, kissed the scars adorning her body, murmuring, I will not leave you. I will not allow you to leave me. To James and the others, it appeared that Sally and Remus had reconciled in a peculiar manner. More precisely, Sally had forgiven Remus in an unusual way. I thought they would remain at an impasse until graduation, James remarked with relief. The atmosphere had been quite strange lately. Evelyn found it equally perplexing. She had expected Sally to push Remus away once more, or perhaps provoke him further. Though unsure what had prompted Sally's change of heart, she had a premonition that it was related to the Daily Prophet from that day. The Prophet had transformed into a grim chronicle of Death Eater attacks, filled with bloodshed and violence. One event after another splashed across its pages. The ghastly green of the dark mark casting a pallid hue over people's faces. That day, they had merely spent the night in the hospital wing until the following morning when James's owl, Phil, clumsily delivered the Daily Prophet into their hands. It was not a large-scale attack. In fact, it might not have even been a Death Eater assault, as the corpse bore no dark mark. Evelyn suspected that the editor of the Prophet had deliberately categorized it as a Death Eater attack to attract attention. The victim was a girl with black hair and eyes, likely their age, who was about to transfer from Durmstrang to Hogwarts. Rumors had circulated for some time. After all, transfers were rare. Yet this girl had been attacked shortly after arriving in Britain. The photograph displayed her drenched in blood, her eyes wide with terror. Fortunately, she had been taken to St. Mungo's and survived, though she remained hospitalized. James had intended to lighten the mood and began reading the article aloud. However, before he could finish, Sally anxiously snatched the paper from him. Upon reading the report, her expression darkened ominously. They later excused themselves, and when Sally was discharged, Evelyn was surprised to find that Sally and Remus had reconciled. I just feel that tomorrow and the unexpected are both uncertain, and I can no longer wait. Sally explained to Evelyn, adding, I know he will be bound to me forever. Evelyn had no doubt about this. She understood that Sally and Remus would be eternally linked, much like the werewolf and the python beneath the full moon. Chapter 31, Transfer and Vacation. Sally had not seen Logan for quite some time, primarily due to the persistent presence of Remus, who wielded the Marauders map, making it impossible for her to evade him and seek out Logan. Until today, when she implored Evelyn to concoct an excuse to borrow the map. However, Logan's very first utterance left Sally momentarily speechless. I'm transferring schools. Sally gazed at him in astonishment. I'm transferring to Beauxbatons to complete my final year in France. The recent surge of attacks in Britain has been alarming. Although they primarily target Muggle-born wizards, many half-bloods and purebloods have also been innocently caught in the crossfire. My father insists that I must leave. Logan appeared visibly distressed. Why Beauxbatons then? Sally inquired, her brow furrowed. Durmstrang also delves into dark magic. My father believes it would be best for me to distance myself from such matters. Logan's expression was grave. What about you? I worry for you and Evelyn. Your brother and her boyfriend, along with that black fellow, will undoubtedly join the fight against the Dark Lord. Indeed. Sally's demeanor also turned somber, yet she managed to smile for Logan. Well, at least I need not fret about Remus attempting to assassinate you anytime soon. Logan rolled his eyes at her, yet with a note of concern, he cautioned. Regardless, your life is paramount. If it comes to it, you can always seek refuge with me. My father would not object. Sally nodded in acknowledgement, though she had no intention of doing so. If Logan's father discovered that she was the girl Voldemort had been frantically searching for, he would likely sever all ties with her. This thought caused her to pause momentarily. What about Remus? Would he also distance himself from her? An overwhelming anxiety surged within Sally. Perhaps she should not be so deeply entwined with Remus. Being bound to him could render her more vulnerable than ever. When Sally returned to the common room, she found Remus seated on the sofa, the flickering firelight casting shadows across his profile. It was late at night, and the common room was deserted. Almost immediately upon hearing her approach, Remus's gaze locked onto Sally. Where have you been? He inquired softly, feeling a twinge of guilt. Sally settled onto the sofa beside him. I went out for a walk with Evelyn. Evelyn was unwell today and should be resting in their dormitory. Otherwise, James would not have taken Sirius with him to help collect dew for her. Remus stood and leaned closer to her neck. Sally instinctively recoiled slightly, but Remus held her shoulder firmly, anchoring her in place. You want to see Logan? He scrutinized Sally's eyes, his voice low and tinged with a hint of grievance. You smell like him. His cologne, rather unpleasant. Sally yearned to refute his claim, insisting that Logan's cologne was rather pleasant, especially since she had assisted him in choosing it, but wisely refrained from voicing her thoughts. Tilting her head with curiosity, she observed Remus's shifting expressions and leaned closer to his ear. Brother, are you jealous? Indeed. Remus suddenly embraced her tightly. What were you doing seeking him out in the dead of night? Did you not promise me you would cease visiting him? Sally returned the embrace, feigning inner conflict. But we are heading home tomorrow. Aunt Hope wrote to me earlier, expressing her desire to invite Logan over for the summer. Before she could finish her sentence, Remus pressed his lips against hers. She smiled contentedly, wrapping her arms around his neck and responding to his kiss. You are definitely doing this on purpose to provoke me. Remus reluctantly withdrew, gently kissing her forehead, yet his voice still bore an undercurrent of unease. Yes, I am intentionally riling you up. Sally pecked his lips playfully. We have merely clarified things, brother. I believe I have moved on. Remus gazed at her in disbelief, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Sally kissed him once more. So, there's no one in your dormitory right now, right? You can discard that potion concerning Logan. And this time, please do not blindfold me again. This holiday, it was Lyle and Hope who arrived in a muggle car to fetch them. Upon seeing Sally, Hope enveloped her in a warm hug and planted a kiss on her cheek. Has Remus taken good care of you? Hope inquired tenderly. Sally instinctively cast a glance at Remus. Indeed, my brother has been very attentive. Remus hung his head, unable to meet Hope's gaze. And how is your relationship with that Logan boy? Hope asked with genuine concern. Quite well, Sally replied, her tone suggestive, especially with my brother around. Upon arriving home, Remus carried Sally's luggage into her room. Have I been taking good care of you? He leaned against the wall, looking at her as he closed the door. You were quite the caretaker last night, brother. Sally smiled at Remus, reaching up to encircle his neck, her legs wrapping around his waist. Remus expertly supported her as he leaned in to kiss her lips. Why is it that you enjoy entangling yourself with me even when you aren't a little snake? Their kiss intensified. Just then, Hope's voice called out, Sally, Remus, dinner is ready. Sally gently pushed Remus away, resting her forehead against his, breathless and flustered. When can I tell Mom that I've stolen Logan Wright's girl and taken her for myself? Remus began kissing her neck, playfully nibbling at it. If you don't stop, Aunt Hope will barge in and witness what you've been doing to me, Sally chuckled, loosening her hold on Remus. Moreover, she added, tilting her head to indicate the bite mark on her neck, I certainly will not explain how this came to be. Then allow me to explain. Remus replied with a smile. Chapter 32, The Attack, Part 1. Summer was supposed to be a rare time of leisure. Yet Sally felt as though she were perpetually on edge. Haven't they finished training yet? She could not suppress her worry as she gazed out the window. Ever since Remus and the others decided to join the Order of the Phoenix, Dorcas had informed them that during the summer, they could participate in some training and small missions. Sally suspected this was due to a shortage of personnel in the Order. Not yet, Evelyn reassured her from the side. But Sally saw through her facade. She too was anxious. Sighing, Sally took a sip of the juice on the table, the cool liquid providing little solace. She and Evelyn were seated in a Muggle cafe, having frequented this establishment over the summer, making it their regular meeting spot. After all, James and the others dared not disclose their involvement with the Order to their parents, so each outing had to be cloaked in the guise of visiting one another. While waiting for their training to conclude, Sally understood that their true endeavors were not merely standard training, but rather an attempt to locate the girl with black hair and black eyes before Voldemort could. This thought prompted her to instinctively reach into her pocket to touch the note she had concealed. She was reluctant to reveal her identity, but perhaps she could share the existence and location of the Horcrux with them. In the corner of the cafe, a small television broadcasted Muggle news, depicting the scene of an incident at a London Underground station. Could this be the work of Death Eaters? Sally mused, her eyes fixed on the screen. Indeed, Evelyn nodded, sliding the morning's Daily Prophet towards her. The front page headline was about the attack at the Underground station. Sally's brow furrowed in concern. Their mission today isn't to go there, is it? As the last words faded, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted outside the cafe, causing the windows to tremble violently. Both Sally and Evelyn felt a tightening in their chests, instinctively rising to their feet and rushing out the door to gaze toward the source of the sound. Across the street, flames and clouds of smoke billowed upward, casting a grim, reddish hue across the sky. Almost immediately, piercing screams rent the air. Panicked Muggles scattered in all directions, some bearing the marks of burns and ash, their clothes tattered, faces streaked with soot. Others were simply paralyzed by fear, running chaotically. Before Sally could fully comprehend the situation, a figure barreled past her and Evelyn, pushing them aside. The cafe owner stumbled out, panic etched on his face, neglecting to secure the shop as he fled with the throng. The street descended into utter chaos. What had happened? With quick reflexes, Sally seized a dust-covered, distressed man by the arm. A restaurant. There was an explosion. An explosion. He stammered, his voice trembling. How did it happen? Evelyn pressed urgently. I don't know. The man's gaze was unfocused, clearly still in shock. I wasn't too close. I just saw a group of people in black robes, wearing strange masks, rush inside. And then boom. The restaurant exploded. He was on the verge of tears, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Sally and Evelyn exchanged a silent understanding. No words were needed. Sally drew her wand and cast a subtle memory modification charm on the Muggle. The man's expression turned vacant for a moment before he turned and stumbled away with the fleeing crowd. I'm going to check it out. Evelyn's voice was cold. The Ors 1T arrived quickly. I'll come with you, Sally said, gripping her wrist firmly. Evelyn hesitated, initially inclined to refuse. She knew Sally typically shunned such situations. Whenever their conversations veered toward Voldemort and the Death Eaters, Sally's expression would darken. But at this moment, Sally appeared resolute. Evelyn's refusal went unspoken, and she simply nodded, all right. Upon their arrival, the scene before them was nearly enough to induce vomiting. The acrid stench of charred remnants mingled with the noxious smoke, the heat waves still undulating. The devastated restaurant was aflame, its walls blackened and cracked, furniture strewn about, while the air was thick with the scent of blood and burnt flesh. Above, a colossal dark mark hung ominously in the air, the ghastly green skull twisting slightly amidst the swirling smoke. This was the first time Sally had seen the dark mark up close. It was far more visceral and terrifying than anything depicted in the papers. She felt her blood run cold, her body stiffening to the point where breathing became arduous. She averted her gaze, only to catch sight of a charred body draped across a broken sofa, its features indistinguishable, as if still emitting wisps of smoke. Sally's stomach lurched. The surroundings fell into a haunting silence. Even the shadows of the Death Eaters were nowhere to be found. Had they departed? Or had they turned their wrath elsewhere? Sally's throat tightened. She hoped for the former, yet dared not entertain the thought. Evelyn's gaze was frigid as she scrutinized their surroundings. We still cannot apparate here. A heaviness settled in Sally's heart. They had just attempted to apparate, only to fail miserably. Even though no Death Eaters were visible at that moment, the protective enchantment against apparitions still loomed ominously over the area. They had not yet left. At that moment, a faint whimper broke the stillness within the ruined restaurant. The sound was so delicate, yet it rang out starkly against the silence. Shortly thereafter, muffled sobs followed. Sally and Evelyn exchanged tense glances, their nerves taut. Cautiously gripping their wands, they moved toward the source of the sound. It emanated from beneath a charred corpse. The body lay stiff and twisted, as if desperately trying to shield something in its final moments. Is there someone there? Evelyn whispered cautiously. The crying abruptly ceased. We're not here to harm you, Sally quickly added soothingly. Don't be afraid. Still, there was no response. Biting her lip, Sally took a deep breath and gently waved her wand. The charred body was slowly moved aside, revealing a small figure curled up beneath. It was a girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old. She trembled slightly, her clothing tattered, her face smeared with soot and debris. The girl let out a short, sharp scream, immediately covering her ears and tightly shutting her eyes. Sally couldn't help but feel a pang of recognition upon seeing the girl. She reached out to stop Evelyn from advancing, kneeling down slowly, her voice gentle. I'm not a bad person. Look at me. I'm different from those masked men. Aren't I? The girl remained motionless, though her fingertips trembled slightly. After what felt like an eternity, she cautiously lifted her head. Tears carved 2 paths through the grime on her small face, her eyes filled with uncertainty. She scrutinized Sally, then furtively glanced at Evelyn, who stood quietly at a distance. The brightness in her eyes began to flicker. The girl nodded ever so slightly, an almost imperceptible movement. A wave of emotion washed over Sally as she reached out to stroke the girl's dust-coated hair, her voice soft. "I'll take you away, all right?" The girl hesitated for a moment, then timidly extended her arms toward Sally. Instantly, Sally embraced her, cradling her protectively. She could feel the girl's heartbeat racing, yet gradually, she began to relax in her hold. Evelyn stepped forward, exchanging a knowing glance with Sally. She nodded, and together they moved toward the exit. Chapter 33, The Attack, Part 2. However, scarcely had they stepped out of the restaurant when the once quiet street was once again shattered by cacophony. Shouts, screams, and the sound of frantic footsteps filled the air. Muggles fled in every direction, many turning back in terror, their faces pale as ghosts. Following their gaze, Sally held her breath in an instant. Several Death Eaters, adorned in silver masks and black robes, were advancing menacingly, their laughter chilling and deranged. They waved their wands, unleashing bolts of green and crimson light, spells that spelled instant death for the unsuspecting Muggles. One by one, the Muggles fell, their screams drowned out by the maniacal laughter, transforming the street into a merciless hunting ground. Clutching the little girl, Sally felt a wave of nausea wash over her once more. The laughter slithered into her ears like a venomous snake, coiling around her heart and leaving her icy. Confringo. The explosive spell erupted from the tip of Sally's wand with a piercing shriek. Flames burst forth, hurling one Death Eater backward, who crashed into a wall with a thud. Confringo. Evelyn followed suit, her spell striking another Death Eater squarely, the shockwave sending him sprawling to the ground, his mask marred with charred cracks. The sudden assault immediately drew the attention of all nearby Death Eaters. The spells that had been mercilessly targeting Muggles turned with lethal intent towards Sally and Evelyn. Seizing the fleeting moment, Sally quickly lowered her head, thrusting the little girl into the arms of a flustered woman in Muggle police attire, her expression fraught with panic. "Take her away. Hurry." The woman, unable to ask further questions, immediately clutched the girl's head tightly in her embrace and desperately sprinted into the depths of the crowd. In the next moment, a beam of green light and a flash of red light hurtled toward them almost simultaneously. Crucio, a Death Eater's Cruciatus curse, initially aimed at Sally, veered off course amid the chaos and struck a nearby Muggle instead. The man collapsed on the spot, his body writhing violently as if seized by convulsions, his heart-wrenching screams slicing through the street, fading into a haunting silence within mere moments. "Daddy!" The little girl stood frozen beside her, her eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and terror, crystallizing into despair as tears streamed down her cheeks. "You cold-blooded monsters!" Sally shrieked, her fury threatening to incinerate her whole being. Sally harbored a secret. She wielded dark magic with an ease that felt like a hereditary curse coursing through her veins. It was a gift she regarded as both grotesque and tainted. Time and again, she had vowed to herself never to use it. Each report of Death Eater assaults in the Daily Prophet deepened her hatred for this power. She swore she would not become like Voldemort, not even a fraction. Yet now, she found herself yearning to unleash the dark magic, her wand pulsating with restless energy. Sally knew that if she uttered the incantation, if she called forth that curse, she could make these beasts scream. The Death Eaters were laughing, standing beside the corpse, their laughter so unrestrained, as if the Muggle's death were merely a jest for their amusement. In that moment, Sally felt the surging anger within her subside, her hesitation evaporating. She raised her wand. Crucio. The incantation burst forth like a bolt of lightning from her wand, striking the Death Eater, still reveling in laughter. The mirth was abruptly silenced, replaced by a scream that tore through the air. The man collapsed to the ground, his body contorted as he clawed at the earth, producing a cacophony of scraping sounds. "Sally!" Evelyn gazed at her in horror. It was the first time she had witnessed Sally cast the Cruciatus curse. She had never imagined Sally would resort to an unforgivable curse. "They deserve this," Sally murmured, her voice low and grim. "They should experience this pain." Evelyn felt a jolt of shock. Before she could gather her wits, she instinctively cast a shield charm to protect Sally from the onslaught of curses that followed. More Death Eaters surged forward, but one by one, they screamed, writhed, and convulsed under Sally's dark magic. The power she had suppressed for so long now flowed forth like a torrent. Sally could feel the dark magic consuming her, yet this consumption elevated her to unprecedented heights. For the first time, Sally felt a sense of exhilaration. Until, "Sally!" That familiar voice sliced through the cacophony like a blade. Sally jolted, her wand freezing midair. It was then she realized what she was doing. Instinctively, she wanted to retract her wand, to conceal everything that had just transpired. Her gaze darting anxiously until it landed on Remus in the distance. He was panting heavily, sweat glistening on his forehead, appearing utterly disheveled from running. James and Sirius were close behind him, with Marlene and Lily following in their wake. Accompanying them were wizards from the Order of the Phoenix and Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. Sally noticed the expressions of fear and disbelief on many faces as they regarded her with caution. Her heart tightened, and in her panic, she sought Remus's gaze. He rushed toward her almost instantly, seizing her arm. "Are you hurt? Why is there so much blood on you?" Sally glanced down abruptly. Her clothing was soaked with crimson. "I'm fine." She struggled to keep her voice steady, softly adding, "It's not my blood." Remus visibly relaxed, pulling her into a tighter embrace, his voice laced with relief. "You scare me to death." The battlefield remained tumultuous. Aurors and members of the Order joined the fray, colors of spells intertwining as explosions and shrieks filled the air. The Muggles had long been evacuated. Only the clashing of spells and the shadow of death remained. Remus pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, whispering urgently, "You need to fall back and rest. Stay safe." With that, he tightened his grip on his wand and turned to plunge back into the fight. Sally stared blankly at his retreating figure, murmuring to herself, "Why didn't he ask me?" Evelyn approached her side. "That doesn't matter." Her gaze swept over Sally. Concern etched on her face. "Are you all right? You just cast so many cruciatus curses." It was only then that Sally became aware of the emptiness and dizziness rapidly closing in as the adrenaline faded. The cost of dark magic was like poison, coursing through her body. She felt her limbs weaken, darkness creeping into her vision. She struggled to remain upright, reaching out to steady herself against Evelyn's shoulder. As Evelyn reached out to steady her, Sally suddenly let out a soft laugh, her voice raspy. "Do you think I'll be sent to Azkaban?" "No," Evelyn replied, momentarily taken aback, before decisively adding, "If they dare to imprison you, we'll break you out." The tide of battle began to turn, with the Death Eaters starting to retreat. Just as Sally was about to exhale in relief, the sky darkened abruptly, a cold wind sweeping shadows across the battlefield. A suffocating roar echoed from above, imbued with an unsettling chill. From the black mist, a tall, gaunt figure slowly emerged. Those eyes, more crimson than she remembered, radiated a cold cruelty. The air thickened, and all spells lost their brilliance in that moment. Voldemort had arrived on the battlefield. Chapter 34. Does your head still ache? Sally stared unwaveringly at Voldemort, striving to steady her breathing, her nails digging into her palm. The pain in her hand allowed her to maintain a semblance of composure. She had always excelled at concealing her true nature as an animagus, never allowing her emotions to betray her in front of others. But this time, she felt herself nearing the brink. The fears that had haunted her for years had never dissipated, but now, they were overshadowed by a more potent emotion: hatred. In comparison to the terror buried deep within her memories, what coursed through her now was a visceral loathing. Voldemort, clad in his black robes, moved with an elegant grace, casually toying with the serpent coiled around his arm. The newly arrived Death Eaters trailed closely behind, some donning cold silver masks, while others bared their faces, their eyes glinting with malice and cruelty. The expressions on the faces of the members of the Order and the Aurors grew grave, their wands gripped tightly as the air thickened with tension and hostility. Sally caught sight of Remus's gaze. He was fixated on a figure within the crowd, who, in turn, noticed him and provocatively flicked out a scarlet tongue, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his cheeks and neck marred by grotesque scars. Sally recognized him immediately. It was Finra Greyback, the one who had left an indelible nightmare in Remus's life since he was 4 years old. The Death Eaters, previously engaged in battle with the Order, now retreated behind their menacing leader, their former disarray replaced with an audacious bravado. Hand over the dark-haired girl, Voldemort intoned slowly, his voice cold and sinister, "or I will kill you one by one." Instinctively, Sally felt the urge to ensure her disguise was still intact, but her fingers froze mid-air. Any movement could reveal her, and she had to restrain herself. At the very moment Voldemort made his appearance, Ducas had swiftly conjured a Patronus, transmitting a certain message outward. Sally could only pray that she had successfully reached Dumbledore. Moody snorted derisively, his gaze filled with contempt. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Voldemort's voice suddenly deepened, laced with impatience and menace. "I will not repeat myself. You transported a dark-haired girl using a Muggle subway last night, believing you could conceal it from me." He continued to stroke the giant serpent, his tone menacing. "Surrender her willingly, or I shall annihilate you all before seeking her myself." The expressions of the members of the Order and the Aurors hardened. In the next instant, Fabian Pruitt raised his hand first, unleashing a fierce cutting curse directed at Voldemort. The battle erupted abruptly. Colorful spells intertwined in the air, resembling a brilliant yet lethal firework display. Combatants from both sides engaged in a chaotic melee. Moody, the Pruitt brothers, and an elderly Auror with a mane of white hair, but sharp eyes confronted Voldemort. He appeared utterly unperturbed, exuding an aura of confidence. His Death Eaters surged forward, madly charging at the Order and the Aurors. The disparity in numbers became immediately apparent. Almost everyone found themselves entangled with 2 or 3 Death Eaters, spells weaving into a chaotic web of fire. Remus, seemingly embracing a certain determination, deliberately squared off against Greyback. Sally watched as spells whirled around her, the air thick with the scent of blood and charred remnants, each person's gaze transforming into one of fierce resolve. A tightness gripped her heart, and an ominous premonition surged within her. She wished not to dwell on it, yet found herself unable to avoid the thought. James was encircled by 3 Death Eaters, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. Evelyn, wand in hand, was about to step in to assist when Sally yanked her back. Seizing the opportunity, Sally slipped a note into her pocket. Evelyn paused, confusion evident in her eyes. "Can we discuss this after the battle? Consider it a little surprise." Sally forced a smile, her voice trembling. She did not wait for Evelyn to inquire further, turning to raise her wand and plunge into the fray. Evelyn bit her lip, suppressing her questions, then followed suit, forming a small circle with James and Sirius, their teamwork allowing them a momentary reprieve. Meanwhile, Remus unleashed a blasting curse towards Greyback. Caught off guard, Greyback was forced to retreat. Just as he lifted his wand to retaliate, Sally's cutting curse sliced through the air behind him. Blood sprayed forth as a gruesome gash appeared on Greyback's body. "You filthy bitch!" Greyback roared in fury. His grotesque features twisted as he bared his blood-stained fangs and lunged at Sally. But before he could reach her, he was struck by 2 simultaneous curses, crashing heavily to the ground. Remus stood protectively in front of Sally, his chest heaving, his gaze locked onto Greyback, filled with an unprecedented intensity of hatred. Yet Greyback suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha, little wolf cub, you can't be developing feelings for this girl, can you? Ha ha ha, you think you're worthy?" He pointed at Remus, his laughter laced with piercing mockery. Remus's complexion drained of color, his blood running cold. But his resolve remained steadfast. He did not flinch. "Greyback, you are truly pathetic." The laughter ceased abruptly. Greyback appeared to have been struck at his most vulnerable point, his eyes turning a furious crimson. He lunged forward, howling in rage towards Remus. In the next moment, the two collided violently, tumbling into a chaotic melee. Sally, intending to rush forward to aid Remus, was suddenly startled by a hissing sound, accompanied by the rustling of numerous serpents crawling across the ground. She turned sharply to witness a horde of venomous snakes advancing from all directions, a dark mass moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, several snakes coiled around an Auror's ankle. The Auror quickly realized something was amiss, but it was too late. A venomous snake opened its maw, its fangs sinking deep into his flesh. Within moments, his complexion shifted from pale to a ghastly purple, his lips turning black, breathing becoming labored, his body swaying precariously. "Beware the snakes. They are venomous," Moody shouted, his face paling as he issued the warning. Everyone had to divert some of their focus to direct spells at the serpents at their feet. Yet the situation grew increasingly dire. The bitten Auror could no longer withstand the venom. His body stiffened as he toppled backward. Remus rushed forward to catch him, but in that instant, the snake coiled around the Auror suddenly lifted its head, arching its body, and darted towards Remus. "Watch out!" James shouted in alarm. Time seemed to elongate at that moment. Sally clearly saw the snake's mouth open, its glistening fangs inching closer to Remus. "Back off!" Sally shouted instinctively, employing Parseltongue. The snake froze midair, its entire body paralyzed as if robbed of strength, then fell heavily to the ground. Not just one. All the snakes attacking the Order and the Aurors halted in unison, rising upright, flicking their crimson tongues, their gazes vacant, as if awaiting some command. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the battlefield. The Order, the Aurors, and even the Death Eaters stared at Sally in astonishment. Shock, confusion, and skepticism intertwined in their gazes. Sally distinctly felt a searing gaze from the opposite side. Voldemort was scrutinizing her. His eyes were cold and sinister, reminiscent of 11 years prior. A tightening sensation seized Sally's heart, yet she forced herself to meet his gaze. In the next moment, she raised her wand with fervor, sending a piercing curse straight at Greyback. The air was rent with ear-piercing screams. It felt as if time had frozen. Bellatrix immediately shrieked, raising her wand to strike at Sally, but Voldemort's hand intercepted her. She hesitated, then obediently lowered her head and stepped back. A glint of determination crossed Sally's eyes as she commanded in Parseltongue once more, "Attack the Death Eaters, attack them." The swarming snakes instantly turned their bodies, launching at the ranks of Death Eaters. Several caught off guard shrieked as they were bitten, the scent of blood permeating the air. The remaining Death Eaters retreated in panic, the scene descending into chaos. "Stop!" My children. Voldemort's voice echoed in Parseltongue. Except for Sally, no one understood his words. All they witnessed was the venomous snakes freezing in place, rising upright, ceasing their assault. Sally stood there quietly, for the first time scrutinizing Voldemort in such an unguarded manner. She suddenly realized that apart from his grotesque and twisted visage, he was merely a flesh and blood mortal. Yet the shadows that loomed behind him, the carnage he commanded, could easily devour her friends. Sally turned to look. The members of the Order and the Aurors were all battered and breathless, their magic nearly depleted. They could not hold on for long, and she knew well that if Voldemort did not obtain what he desired, he would not hesitate to slaughter everyone present. She was uncertain of the identity of the dark-haired girl, but she could not allow her to become a scapegoat. Sally could not discern if the courage of Gryffindor had encroached upon her reason or if the taint of dark magic had driven her to madness. All she knew was that she craved a moment of indulgence. No longer cloaked in pretense, no longer restrained, no longer fearful. She yearned to rend asunder all facades, to unleash a primal roar at Voldemort, even if it meant their mutual destruction. Slowly, she closed her eyes. After 11 long years, she unveiled her true self, shedding the guise of Polyjuice Potion. The sharp intake of breath rippled across the battlefield. Sally opened her eyes, meeting countless astonished gazes. She beheld Remus. His pupils constricted in disbelief. Yet, she had no time to ponder further. A manic smile curled upon her lips, imbued with defiance. She lifted her chin towards Voldemort. My dear uncle, it has been far too long. She tilted her head, her expression a cruel innocence. Does your head still ache from the injury I inflicted 11 years ago? Chapter 35, Revelation. Sally Catherine. From the very first day of term, Sirius had taken note of this girl, the one who obediently trailed after Remus, yet scrutinized everyone with her seemingly innocent eyes. Her sorting had taken longer than anyone else's, piquing the curiosity of many, but she merely wore a puzzled expression. I have no idea. It seemed as though the sorting hat had dozed off, for it said nothing. I was startled as well. Sirius would wager she was lying. Yet he chose not to expose her. As time passed, Sally integrated into their small circle alongside Remus. Sirius gradually discerned that Remus treated Sally with an almost suffocating affection. Every minutiae of concern was magnified, as if the mere thought of Sally stumbling would cause the world to collapse. In Remus's eyes, Sally was a pure, delicate girl in need of protection, care, and to be cradled in gentle hands. However, Sirius held a different perspective. One day, he inadvertently stumbled upon Sally standing atop a Slytherin boy's chest, twirling her wand and whispering threats that could send shivers down his spine. This Slytherin was known to Sirius, having recently spoken ill of Remus behind his back, and was also the next target of Sirius and James's pranks. Hey, Black. Upon noticing him, Sally merely glanced up nonchalantly, as if the boy beneath her did not exist. Her smile was innocuous. Don't tell my brother. With that, she turned and walked away as if nothing had transpired. Sirius stood frozen for a full 30 seconds before bursting into laughter. It was absurdly amusing. Sally Catherine had played her role flawlessly before Remus, yet in private. She appeared to have no interest in maintaining the facade, even referring to him casually as Black. Sirius began to suspect that perhaps the sorting hat had intended to place Sally in Slytherin from the outset. Sirius did not divulge his thoughts to Remus, but days later, Remus was once again fretting in the dormitory, mumbling about several Slytherins giving Sally unsettling looks. Unable to contain himself, Sirius spoke up. Remus, I really think you needn't worry. Sally is quite formidable. He did not see shock or confusion reflected in Remus's eyes. Remus nodded calmly. I know, but she enjoys having me worry about her. Sirius rolled his eyes dramatically. As time went on, both Sirius and James gradually came to regard Sally as their own sister. Sirius found himself reflecting on how much of an indoctrination Remus's daily musings had become. He too began to view Sally as kind and harmless. Until the incident at the Shrieking Shack, when a spell from Sally struck him. He suffered little injury, yet the pain was considerable. Sally gripped his collar, interrogating him with a slow enunciation of her words, threatening him. In that moment, Sirius swore he glimpsed Sally's eyes turn an inky black, but it was fleeting, and he dismissed it as a mere hallucination. It was no illusion. On the battlefield, Sirius tightened his grip on his wand, silently watching Sally from a distance. Her red hair faded away, and her features underwent subtle transformations. When she opened her eyes once more, he beheld orbs as dark as night. Only then did Sirius connect the dots. Sally was a Polyjuice Potion master, the very girl Voldemort had been seeking. But why? With her disguise cast aside, Sally's aura shifted drastically. She was no longer the meek, protected girl, but rather sharp and perilous, embodying madness in extremity. A cold smile graced her lips as she fixed her gaze upon the shadowy figure of Voldemort, her voice clear and laced with mockery. My dear uncle, it has been far too long. Does your head still throb from the injury I inflicted 11 years ago? Sirius heard the gasps of his fellow Order members. The expressions of many Aurors etched with shock. Even the Death Eaters exchanged incredulous glances. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Sirius himself was momentarily stunned, unable to discern whether he should be shocked by Sally's address to Voldemort or applaud her unwavering demeanor in the face of such a foe. Voldemort's visage, once composed, began to fracture with each of Sally's words. Ultimately, his expression warped into a twisted snarl. So that's why I couldn't find you all this time. His voice was raspy and shrill, akin to a serpent's hiss. You are a polyjuice potion master, hiding in Gryffindor. Do you honor your Slytherin blood? Before he could finish, Remus instinctively positioned himself in front of Sally, his eyes vigilant and his body tense, as if ready to pounce. However, Sally merely extended her hand, gently pushing him aside. Shaking her head, this scene ignited Voldemort's madness. You have fallen for a werewolf. His shriek reverberated throughout the arena, infused with a lunacy, a filthy, lowly, vile werewolf. You and your mother both deserve to die. Your mother controlled your father with the Imperius curse, and you? What means do you employ to manipulate this monster? His words were sharp, brimming with hatred. Yet Sally merely laughed dismissively. Slytherin blood? Her tone was frigid and sardonic. Is it honorable to become a coward like you? Clinging to life by creating Horcruxes? She advanced step by step, her black eyes locked onto Voldemort's. What right do you have to brandish the banner of pureblood supremacy? To sway those so-called pureblood families? Tom Riddle, you are nothing but a half-blood, a product of a love potion. I am pitiable, but you are even more so. These words detonated like an explosion, shattering the battlefield's stillness. The Order, the Aurors, and even the Death Eaters could hardly believe their ears. Whispers erupted among the ranks. Many faces contorted in disbelief. Voldemort's eyes burned crimson, and with a violent flick of his wand, green and red lights erupted chaotically, accompanied by the screams and thuds of fallen bodies, as a menacing aura once again engulfed the battlefield. Capture her. Seize that girl. Alive. Voldemort screamed. In that instant, all eyes converged upon Sally. Chapter 36, Homecoming. Sally was acutely aware that she must allow Voldemort to capture her. She had no idea when Dumbledore would arrive. Even if he did, he could not alter the outcome. If Voldemort had failed to capture her, he would undoubtedly unleash his wrath and attention upon the Order of the Phoenix, depriving them of any opportunity to destroy the Horcruxes before he became aware. Her gaze fell upon the enormous serpent that perpetually coiled around Voldemort's arm. In the lulls of battle, he had protected it more than once. Sally's heart tightened. It could very well be Voldemort's latest Horcrux. She exchanged a fleeting glance with Evelyn, whose eyes brimmed with terror. Yet Sally managed to curve her lips into a faint smile. She understood that Evelyn had grasped her intentions. Remus, too, caught this subtle exchange. Although he couldn't comprehend their communication, he observed as Sally gradually distanced herself from the protective circle of Aurors. Alarm surged within him, and he swiftly pulled her back behind him, his voice urgent. Whatever you're contemplating, you cannot take such risks. I cannot agree. Sally's throat constricted as she looked at him, her lips trembling as she spoke. I have deceived you and Aunt Hope. I am not who you believe me to be. That does not matter. Remus's voice resonated with clarity amidst the chaos of battle. Who you are is irrelevant. You are Sally. I promise to protect you and to always be by your side, regardless of your appearance, your identity, or the blood that flows through your veins. I will love you. As he spoke, his wand continued to wave, spells erupting in the air. Tears blurred Sally's vision. She had not wept when confronting Voldemort, yet now she was overwhelmed by tears. What frightened her was not death itself, but the thought of how Remus would look at her when he learned the truth. She had concealed herself behind a facade of lies for over a decade. Brother, she whispered, gripping her wand tightly, I'm sorry, but I need. He grasped her. Before she could finish, a killing curse suddenly shot from her wand and struck Remus. Sally's heart shattered. This spell was one her mother had repeatedly used since her childhood, and she had memorized it, yet she never imagined she would one day cast it upon Remus herself. Choking back sobs, her voice trembled. Take care of yourself. Stay away from Sally Catlin. You no longer love her. Uncertain how long the spell would last or if she would even survive to return, she hoped that, should she perish, Remus could forget her entirely. Ideally, Evelyn would comprehend her intentions and cast a forgetfulness charm on him. Remus's gaze became vacant and bewildered, his movement stilled, then he released her hand, focusing solely on fending off the attacks before him, no longer shielding her. Seizing the opportunity, Sally broke free from the protective circle, but a Death Eater immediately seized her, binding her with a restraining spell. Master, I have captured her, the Death Eater exclaimed with excitement. Voldemort let out a shrill laugh, and more Death Eaters surged forward to fend off Moody and the others. Sally offered no resistance. allowing herself to be ensnared by the chains of magic. Sally. Remus's voice erupted suddenly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her, attempting to rush forward. Stop him, Voldemort commanded coldly. Greyback lunged at him, pinning Remus down with brutal force. Kill this werewolf, Voldemort's frigid order echoed. You dare, Sally shouted. Yet, before she could utter another word, a piercing spell struck her body. Agonizing pain instantly robbed her of consciousness, plunging her world into darkness. 02. Remus was indeed taken aback by Sally's identity. Yet that surprise quickly gave way to calmness. Her identity merely rendered everything more comprehensible. It elucidated why Sally could transform into a serpent at such a young age and dismantled her previous clumsy excuses. However, when he lifted his gaze, he noticed the expressions of several aurors had shifted. Hesitation, fear, and even instinctual aversion flickered in their eyes. A surge of heartache and indignation welled up within him. This was unjust. It was profoundly unfair. His Sally, the girl who would embrace him without hesitation on the darkest of nights, had somehow become someone they deemed to be shunned? Did her past not hold any significance? Her kindness, her bravery, and her desperate attempts to protect those muggles, did they all pale in comparison to the blood that flowed through her veins? She was clearly the victim. Her parents had perished at her uncle's hands. She had hidden for years to survive, pursued nightly by terror. And what of him? Remus was suddenly engulfed by guilt. Had she been living in constant fear all this time while he had never truly noticed? He had no time to contemplate further. Sally's killing curse struck him. The sensation was peculiar and unfamiliar. His thoughts abruptly stripped away, leaving the world as a mere blank slate. Yet, within that emptiness, the only thing that remained clear, the sole existence, was Sally's voice. Take care of yourself. Stay away from Sally Catlin. You no longer love her. That voice trembled, yet etched itself into his soul. The essence of the killing curse was to compel unwavering belief. Thus, he believed. He believed her words. He believed her command. But in the next moment, he beheld it. Sally was being dragged away by the Death Eaters. In that instant, a primal instinct deep within him erupted. Even as the spell suppressed him, even as everything was stripped away, he yearned to surge forward, to break through the crowd, and reclaim her. He wanted to bring her home. He knew his parents would not care. They would not love her any less because of her identity. He loathed the malice and discrimination the world harbored toward her. He had to bring her home. A protective instinct, so immense it felt as though it would tear him apart, surged from his core. It instantly shattered the constraints of the killing curse. The spell crumbled. The bewilderment in Remus's eyes vanished entirely. He inhaled sharply, feeling his blood simmer anew. He could not be commanded to cease loving her. Yet, just as he prepared to charge forward, a towering shadow barreled into him. It was Greyback. That face, twisted in a malicious grin, loomed near, its beastly fangs glistening with a chilling white light. Greyback tackled him, his heavy form pinning Remus down, malevolence and murderous intent overwhelming him. You're not going anywhere, you little beast. Greyback growled, his claws digging into Remus's shoulder, tearing flesh. Remus gritted his teeth, thrashing wildly, a primal growl erupting from his throat. Voldemort's icy command rang out on the battlefield. Kill this werewolf. Sally's voice echoed in despair. You dare. Remus's heart lurched painfully. He wanted to respond, but then, a spell struck Sally. His world was abruptly drained of all substance, everything crumbling before his eyes. He watched helplessly as Sally fell, engulfed by the shadows of the Death Eaters. He had failed to bring her home. Chapter 37, Soul-Sucking. When Sally regained consciousness, it was in a dark room. She was firmly bound to a chair, devoid of any means to move. She attempted to transform into any creature to escape, only to discover that her abilities felt suppressed. Still attempting to make some futile struggles, my dear niece? A smooth, sinister voice echoed, and in the darkness, Sally beheld a pair of crimson eyes. Given your current appearance, I have no desire to associate with you, she retorted, adopting a defiant expression, though she was uncertain whether Voldemort could perceive it. However, in the next moment, she was engulfed by the excruciating agony of the Cruciatus curse. A searing pain coursed through her entire being, and her scream reverberated in the vast emptiness of the room. It felt as if her bones were being wrenched apart, and her flesh scorched by flames. Trembling uncontrollably, she felt as though she might be torn to shreds by the torment. At that moment, an even more terrifying force surged forth. It was Voldemort's legitimacy. Sally suddenly realized he intended to extract the secrets of the Horcruxes from her mind. She had secretly practiced the art of mental occlusion, a necessity for one burdened with so many secrets. Time and again, she forced herself to empty her thoughts, erecting a formidable barrier. Yet, she had never truly practiced with anyone. She could not bear to involve anyone in such horrors, and in truth, she doubted her ability to endure. But now, she had no other choice. Gritting her teeth, Sally channeled all her willpower into a shield, fiercely resisting the invasive consciousness. Voldemort's power slithered into her mind like a venomous serpent, tearing open her memories. Despite her desperate struggles, she felt her hidden Horcruxes being laid bare. Yet, in that instant of memory being ripped apart, she also glimpsed Voldemort. He was impeccably dressed, far more handsome than he appeared now. He walked along a corridor, and Sally inferred from the surrounding portraits and tapestries that it was the 8th floor. Grateful for the countless after-school tasks James and the others had endured since their first year, Voldemort stood before a wall, and then, miraculously, a door appeared. He entered and retrieved a crown-like object from his robes. Sally was uncertain of its nature, but she was convinced it was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. A sudden urge to laugh surged within her. She pondered how Voldemort had fared these past years. He had unwittingly delivered a Horcrux into Dumbledore's very sight. And after losing the remaining ones, he could no longer reclaim this one. He could not enter Hogwarts. And Sally believed he would be loath to divulge this secret to any of his potential Death Eater recruits who could access Hogwarts. She felt Voldemort's arrogance as he rummaged through her memories. In that moment, she was laid bare before him, utterly exposed. He chuckled softly, his voice piercing. "You have certainly gone to great lengths for that, werewolf. Like your mother, you are mired in this delusion of love, so utterly laughable. I hope the one you chose is wise, unlike your foolish father, who, after your mother warned him to stay away, still rushed forward to meet his doom." Tears streamed down Sally's face. This was the answer she had sought so desperately. It was not a fabrication. Her childhood was not a fabrication. The love she had received was not a fabrication. Perhaps, in those days spent together, or in the final moments before death, her father truly loved her mother. She involuntarily recalled the look in Remus's eyes just before she lost consciousness. He had broken through the Dementor's curse. She did not know how he had accomplished that, but she realized that when parting, she had failed to tell him she loved him. Voldemort saw it all. He witnessed the note with the address, saw her handing it to Evelyn. In the next moment, the force of legitimacy abruptly withdrew. Voldemort lunged forward, seizing her throat with both hands. Sally's feet were violently lifted off the ground, blood rushing to her head, her breath stolen away, and her throat emitted a broken sound of struggle. She writhed desperately, but it was utterly futile. The world blurred around her, and all that remained was the deafening roar of her heartbeat. Voldemort slowly withdrew something from his robes, waving it before her. "Do you miss your parents? Would you like to greet them?" Through her blurred vision, Sally discerned what it was. It was a string of ghastly white finger bones. She froze, her stomach churning violently, nearly on the verge of retching. She should have realized that this madman would never spare her parents' remains. She thought she would be choked to death. "You are quite fortunate," Voldemort murmured. "Your eyes resemble your mother's." With that, he released her and vanished into the darkness. Sally collapsed onto the cold stone floor, coughing uncontrollably, her throat ablaze with pain. Yet tremblingly reached out, gripping the string of finger bones tightly in her palm. Tears blurred her vision, yet her gaze burned with hatred. She could surmise Voldemort's intentions. He would immediately mobilize his forces to seek the Horcrux she had inadvertently revealed or launch a direct assault on the Order of the Phoenix. Sally could only pray within her heart that Evelyn and the others would be swift enough to retrieve the Horcrux before Voldemort could. Just then, footsteps echoed, accompanied by a few short screams and the incantations of Petrificus Totalis. Alohomora. With the sound of the lock turning, a heavy iron door creaked open. A beam of light piercing the dark cell. Sally strained to lift her head and beheld a figure standing at the entrance. Regulus Black. Chapter 38, Destroy Him. "I must say, I originally intended to come here to collect your corpse," Regulus remarked from the doorway, a hint of surprise in his voice. Sally smirked, rising from the ground unsteadily and making her way toward the door. "You know, the moment I heard you had joined the Death Eaters, I placed a wager with James and Remus on whether you would ultimately follow in Sirius's footsteps." Regulus raised an eyebrow. "And the result?" "The result is, you helped me win 20 galleons." "Thank you." Sally bent down, retrieving a wand from the fallen Death Eater outside the door. Her own wand had likely been snapped by Voldemort long ago. "However, I originally thought your corpse collection plan only included your brother. Considering you were his friend," Regulus shrugged. "Next time, if you give me a heads up, I'll add you to my corpse collection list." Sally flashed him a forced smile. "As it stands, you will likely be the reason I become a corpse." She patted his shoulder, encouraging him. "Rest assured, I can tell you will live a long time." They soon exited the damp dungeon, and it was then that Sally truly realized her location, the Lestrange Manor. Clearly, Bellatrix was eager to showcase her loyalty to her master. "How long have I been brought here?" Sally inquired, glancing at Regulus. "Half an hour." Sally attempted to wield the unfamiliar wand to conjure a Patronus, but failed. Its compatibility with her was far too low. "Use your Patronus to send a message to your brother," she calmly instructed him, urging him to go to Hogwarts at once. Voldemort will stop at nothing to reach Hogwarts after discovering the Horcrux is missing. What does that mean? Regulus frowned, his expression perplexed. The last Horcrux is at Hogwarts. Sally scoffed. I bet he was quite pleased with himself at that time. Regulus's brow furrowed. I swear, when I joined the Death Eaters, I didn't think he was arrogant. That only means you were brainwashed by him. Poor little Ral. But where would he hide the Horcrux? Regulus muttered to himself, disregarding Sally's address. I see a rather peculiar room on the 8th floor. Are you referring to that door that suddenly appeared in the wall? Regulus abruptly interrupted her. Sally looked up, a hint of surprise in her eyes. You know more secrets than I anticipated, Mr. Black. Gaining access to Hogwarts during the summer break is no trivial feat, but fortunately, Professor Slughorn did not seal the Flu network during the holidays. However, the truly challenging task was absurdly simple. The Horcrux was brazenly perched atop a statue of a witch. They noticed it immediately upon entering, without even needing to search. This must be the last one, right? Regulus exhaled softly. Moments ago, Sirius's Patronus had found him, informing him that the Order of the Phoenix had already destroyed the remaining Horcruxes. Thankfully, Sally was still alive. Sirius's voice echoed through the Patronus, filled with relief. Otherwise, I'm certain Remus would have transformed into a werewolf during the day. Burn it with fiend fire, Sally instructed Regulus, who complied without hesitation. There remained one Horcrux, the serpent that had always been at his side. Just as he spoke, a deafening crash erupted, shaking the entire castle. Regulus nearly lost his balance, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Sally. Merlin, do you think the start of school will be delayed? After all, it seems Hogwarts is on the verge of destruction during the summer. Wow, Evelyn must be furious. Sally dashed to the window, having spent the entire summer preparing for exams. Through the tower's window, she beheld the throng of people confronting each other in front of the castle. Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix stood distinctly apart, their magic crackling in the air. At the forefront was Professor Dumbledore, and across from him, Voldemort's fury was palpable, even from such a distance. The colossal serpent that coiled around Voldemort's arm was slowly slithering away, merging into the tide of snakes behind him. What do you see? Regulus couldn't help but ask. An enraged, hideous man, Sally replied, glancing at him. Did you not see? Clearly, my eyes cannot transform into those of a hawk, Regulus replied, gazing into Sally's eyes with a tone of resignation. Sally blinked, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. Mr. Black, a new plan. She thrust the crown, now only a faint outline due to the fiend fire, into Regulus's arms. Take this to provoke your former master, while simultaneously signaling your stance to the Order and the Aurors. This way, if we win, Sirius 1T have to go through the trouble of breaking you out of Azkaban. Regulus raised an eyebrow. And what if we lose? Sally scoffed. Let go of such ominous hypotheticals. If we lose, there probably 1T be anyone left to collect your body. Regulus sighed. It seems we need a third party to execute the body collection plan. Oh no, I already have one. Sally shrugged nonchalantly. Logan will likely return to help me collect the bodies. That troublesome ex-boyfriend of yours? Somewhat, Sally chuckled sheepishly. In truth, she felt as though she were on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Yet perhaps the events of the day had been so densely packed that her adrenaline remained at a frenzied height, leaving her exhilarated to an almost unnatural degree. She distinctly remembered that her only goal upon leaving home today was to pass the time with Evelyn at the cafe, and then wait for Remus to return home with her. Who could have anticipated things escalating to this point? Merlin, why are we conversing like old friends? Regulus evidently sensed the abnormality. His tone tinged with irritation as he raked his fingers through his hair. Because you are on the verge of a nervous collapse. Your neck is dangling in midair. You are right. Regulus took a deep breath, his face pale, the tense feeling of impending death making him want to vomit. Good. Maintain that feeling, Sally assured him. When you see Voldemort, you can vomit right in front of him. Before her words had even finished, she had already pushed open the window. In Regulus's astonished gaze, she nimbly stepped onto the windowsill. Wait, what are you doing? Regulus's voice rose. Sally turned back, her eyes bright and almost manic. I'm going to destroy my dear uncle. Pausing, she added, and when you see Remus, please convey my love to him. Come back alive. Regulus nearly shouted. But all that responded to him was the sound of the wind. Sally did not leap from the windowsill, but transformed into a bird, breaking through the night and diving toward the battlefield. Chapter 39, Greetings, Part 1. Hogwarts was engulfed in flames and the brilliance of spells. Sally soared down, weaving through swirling black smoke and flickering magic, instinctively holding her breath at the sight before her. In front of Hogwarts Castle, the two factions were clearly delineated. The Order of the Phoenix and Aurors formed a defensive line, resolutely brandishing their wands. At the forefront, Dumbledore and Voldemort clashed in a fierce duel. This was no ordinary exchange of spells. Even the air reverberated with the force of their confrontation. As she circled in the air, she spotted familiar figures. Moody wielded his wand with one hand while forcefully pushing aside an aura struck by a curse, bellowing, "Don't get distracted." Counterattack. The Pruitt brothers stood back to back, unleashing a barrage of spells that detonated like explosions, forcing the encroaching Death Eaters to retreat. James and Sirius stood side by side, James casting spells with precision and ferocity, while Sirius charged forward fearlessly, drawing a significant amount of fire away to create an opening for James. Remus remained by their side, fiercely defending against sneak attacks, his gaze focused and cold. Fenwick and Docus flanked from either side, pushing several Death Eaters back. A short distance away, Lily fought alongside Marlene and Evelyn. Everyone was ablaze with determination. Each person was fighting with all their might. Sally's heart raced. She saw Voldemort's furious face. She knew he intended to use the entire battlefield as an outlet for his wrath. The flames illuminated Sally's wings. She folded her wings and dove down fiercely. The battlefield awaited her descent. "I love you." Remus swore that Regulus's declaration was utterly beyond his expectations. Spells flew erratically, stones shattered. Yet Regulus chose this moment to utter such a statement. Remus was momentarily rendered speechless. "Sirius, your brother has lost his mind," James remarked sympathetically, glancing sideways while blocking a green curse. Perhaps this was the reason for his sudden defection. "Sally made me say it," Regulus hurriedly clarified. "Where's Sally? Why isn't she with you? Weren't you just together?" Remus pressed anxiously. "She said she was going to destroy Voldemort. I believe she intends to obliterate his last Horcrux." Regulus displayed the mangled Horcrux in his hand. Sirius glanced at it, then swiftly called out, "Hey, old bald man. Is this the reason you had to break into Hogwarts?" "Sorry, it seems we've already destroyed it ahead of time." For a fleeting moment, Regulus truly wished to hurl that crown at Sirius's face. The next moment, as Voldemort's enraged voice echoed, along with an attack hurtling toward him, he indeed did so. "You have a good brother." Remus offered him a fleeting smile before swiftly darting away. Regulus couldn't shake the feeling that the smile bore an air of malicious glee. Sirius seized Regulus by the arm, dragging him into a hasty retreat. "Merlin, why are all these little imps here?" Moody bellowed, unleashing a barrage of spells. "Is it because today is training day?" Marlene gasped in response, panting heavily. Sally had infiltrated the serpent throng. Amid the chaos, unnoticed, a bird alighted upon the ruins, only to morph into a snake within the shadows. Locating Voldemort's Horcrux was not particularly daunting. That serpent was the largest and most formidable among them. When Sally found it, it was poised to strike at Evelyn with its gaping maw, while Lily stood nearby, her face etched with terror, helpless against two Death Eaters restraining her. Sally lunged forward, sinking her fangs into the serpent, the acrid taste of venom causing her stomach to churn. With a brittle crack, the colossal serpent convulsed and fell. Sally felt she deserved accolades from Evelyn, followed by a heartfelt embrace, a reward for her decisive action in slaying the beast. Yet, upon returning to her human form, Evelyn's initial surprise swiftly erupted into fury. "Are you serious? Sally Catlin, your best course of action was to deliver a note and march to your own demise." Sally wiped the blood from her mouth, defending her choice. "You must concede, this indeed afforded us a tactical advantage. Our progress has been remarkably smooth. Once this is over, I shall personally see to your demise," Evelyn threatened through gritted teeth. Sally gestured with an okay sign. "Mind lending me a voice that carries?" The wand I commandeered barely glows. Chapter 40, Greetings, Part 2. Voldemort was locked in a fierce duel with Dumbledore, their spells exploding in midair, distorting the very atmosphere around them. This was precisely why Voldemort had entrusted his final trump card to the Serpentine Horde. Accompanied by them, he was rendered even more perilous. However, amidst the tumultuous battlefield, a remarkably loud voice suddenly rang out. "My half-blood uncle, I trust you are aware that I have just destroyed your last Horcrux." Voldemort whipped his head around, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on the source of the voice. Sally stood among the ruins, brandishing a massive, limp serpent, even waving at him. "What a lunatic!" Regulus muttered under his breath. "Are you not considering surrendering?" Sally continued, her voice dripped with derision. "Your master has lost all chances of revival. He is now merely a shattered soul, an ordinary man." Her words resonated clearly across the battlefield. The Order and the Aurors immediately sensed the once relentless assault by the Death Eaters slackening, their spells faltering. "Kill her!" Voldemort screamed, his voice hoarse with desperation. Sally's form abruptly contorted, and in the next instant, she transformed into a sleek black serpent, darting toward Voldemort. She deftly evaded a barrage of lethal spells, while the remaining attacks were deflected by various incantations. Those surges of magic were all too familiar to her. Evelyn, Lily, James, Sirius, and even Remus. They were all protecting her. Voldemort, nearly driven mad, relentlessly unleashed killing curses, the green light bombarding the air, resembling a lunatic completely unhinged. Sally clearly saw a spell shoot from Dumbledore's wand, striking Voldemort's body. Simultaneously, she coiled around Voldemort, her venomous fangs sinking deeply into his pallid neck. Years of suppressed hatred erupted in that moment. As the venom surged within, she could almost feel the emotions that had accumulated in her chest being entirely released. Transforming back into her human form, she drew forth the string of bone-white fingers from her pocket and, without hesitation, plunged them into Voldemort's carotid artery. "Mom and Dad, say hello." She locked eyes with Voldemort's terrified and contorted face, a cruel smile curling at her lips. "You should be more courteous. Do say hi to them, Tom Riddle." In truth, Sally was unsure what ultimately led to Voldemort's demise. Perhaps it was the relentless assault from Dumbledore and the Aurors. Or perhaps the venom coursing through his veins. Yet, none of that mattered anymore. What was significant was that he was dead, and in the next heartbeat, she was tightly embraced by the rushing Remus. "I love you." His voice was hoarse, laced with the relief of survival, forbidding her from ever issuing a command to cease loving him again. Sally was uncertain whether she was crying or laughing. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet her lips were uplifted. "Never. Next time I use the Cruciatus curse, I'll command you to love me forever." Remus lowered his head, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "You know, the Cruciatus curse cannot compel someone to do what they genuinely desire. We are destined to be together." Sally gazed at Remus, a smile gracing her lips. "What? A werewolf and a Slytherin scion. We are indeed fated for one another." Sally's eyes sparkled as she regarded him. "I can hardly imagine how much of a headache will be for the Ministry of Magic." Remus chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. Sally wrapped her arms around his neck, initiating a kiss. Remus immediately reciprocated, pulling her even closer. "Does this mean our remaining training activities are concluded ahead of schedule?" James looked at Evelyn with eager anticipation. "Which means we will have more time for dates. This also signifies that your lies will soon be exposed before your parents." Evelyn chuckled mercilessly. "While Sally and I are innocent, mere accomplices ensnared by your love." Sirius crossed his arms, glaring at her. "Slytherin." Then his gaze shifted to Regulus, reckless Slytherin. Lily, standing nearby, ruthlessly punctured him. "Sirius, you looked positively radiant when you received the news from your Patronus." Sirius rolled his eyes dramatically. He glanced at Sally and Remus, still locked in their embrace, with a look of distaste. "I truly wish I had a camera, so I could send this scene to Mrs. Lupin." Marlene displayed a hint of sympathy. "She still struggles to fully accept this, does she not? She has always perceived Remus's actions as bearing some unforgivable hint of abduction." James shrugged. Evelyn nodded without batting an eye. "Indeed, that is the reality." Chapter 41, Compassion. Malapagant was bestowed with the same name as her mother by her uncle. She had always known she had a twin brother, or perhaps a younger brother. Yet, she did not encounter him until she turned 16. Her uncle, Morphin, would often tell her, "You are fortunate. You resemble your mother. Though quite ugly, I would gladly take you back to raise you." Morphin frequently reminded her that she was merely a miniature version of her mother, possessing an unattractive appearance and meager magical abilities. She was forbidden from attending Hogwarts. Confined to the home, Morphin perpetually warned her against falling in love with muggles. Malapagant longed to refute him. She had no understanding of what love truly was. Until that fateful summer when Tom Riddle arrived, he committed countless wrongdoings, yet Malapagant did not deter him. Tom Riddle did not kill her. He simply gazed into her eyes, which mirrored his own, in silence. Malapagant felt that he initially intended to take her life, until she spoke to him. "Your eyes are akin to mine. Morphin says my eyes resemble mother's." He spared her, not even taking that ring. Melop left, discovering that she possessed the ability to wield magic freely, unrestrained. Her powers surged with vigor and exhilaration. She altered the memories of several muggles, granting herself access to a muggle university, and she adopted a new name. One entirely disconnected from her past, Catherine. There, she encountered a friendly and beautiful girl named Hope, and they quickly became inseparable friends. Later, just before graduation, she met a muggle, the new librarian at the university. It was the first time Melop felt self-conscious about her appearance. Yet her affection for him was profound. She borrowed books repeatedly, arriving early each day to the most convenient spot to catch a glimpse of him. She spent entire days in the library, solely to exchange morning greetings and farewells. However, she dared not confess her feelings, and the agony of unrequited love tormented her. One day, when she did not see him at work, she serendipitously discovered him at a cafe, animatedly conversing with a lovely girl. The surge of insecurity overwhelmed Melop, prompting her to take drastic measures. Raphael encountered a girl, an endearing, shy bookworm. She lacked the courage to greet him or initiate conversation. Each time they interacted, she averted her gaze, yet her eyes betrayed her, secretly observing him with fervor. So charming was she that he often found himself teasing her, sometimes asking, "Why do you shy away from looking at me?" Her face would flush crimson in response. Raphael considered asking her out for coffee or a leisurely stroll, should she be inclined. His childhood friend wholeheartedly supported this notion, encouraging him to invite the girl out. Little did Raphael know that this girl was a witch. In truth, he had never believed in the existence of wizards until he was compelled into marriage by one. Raphael felt anguish. Undeniably, he harbored feelings for Melop. Yet he struggled to accept that he had been ensnared by her enchantments. On several occasions, he broke free from her spell, attempting to escape, only to be met with her hysteria and even more stringent surveillance. Amidst confusion, they welcomed a delightful daughter, whose hair and visage would shift with her emotions. In his bewilderment, he often heard her weeping, pleading for him to love her. As time passed, Raphael grew adept at evading the binding curse, contemplating countless times to implore her to cease the enchantment. Yet he remained silent, feigning compliance with the spell, hoping to lull her into a false sense of security before fleeing. Days turned into years, and he continued to wear this facade. Eventually, he found himself shamefully in love with the very woman who had ensnared him. Was it truly unexpected? Initially, he had indeed found her somewhat appealing. Raphael recognized the unhealthiness of his situation. He understood that perhaps he should have a candid conversation with her, expressing his willingness to share a life together, even without the soul-binding curse. Yet he realized that this was what she desired. Her insecurity demanded an extreme, yet solid sense of safety. Raphael knew the relationship was unhealthy, but perhaps he did not require a perfectly healthy love. Then, the arrival of another man incited his fury. Melop fiercely shielded him, commanding him to retreat. In response, she cast the soul-binding curse once more. This time, Raphael broke free from the curse faster than ever before, and he felt a swell of pride. He positioned himself in front of her, facing Voldemort, and uttered the words, "I love you." Though it was not the first time he had voluntarily expressed this sentiment, it was the first time she understood it was his own choice. Melop descended into madness, unleashing her magic recklessly, clashing with Voldemort. She knew that her actions would likely lead to her demise. In her final moments, she caught a glimpse of Sally peering in through the window. She felt compelled to leave something behind for her, a legacy she needed to bestow. Fixating on Voldemort's eyes, she cast a curse with her very soul, a frail curse, yet all that she could offer. When you gaze into those eyes that mirror mine, may you feel pity for her. Chapter 1, 1978. Lily, run! James shouted urgently, hurling a blasting curse behind him. Lily's right shoulder bled profusely, having sustained a curse that she had managed to staunch momentarily with a healing spell. With any movement, the wound reopened, blood seeping through her sleeve. James positioned himself to protect her as she nodded resolutely, suppressing her pain and preparing to flee. But as she turned to escape down a narrow alley, several figures clad in black robes and silver masks silently blocked their path. Lily's complexion drained of color, her steps involuntarily retreating. She realized they were surrounded. James saw the scene unfold as well, his jaw tightening, his gaze icy as he stared at the advancing Death Eaters. The intel was wrong, he muttered through gritted teeth. Hold on. Sirius and the others will notice something amiss and come to our aid. What had begun as an ordinary reconnaissance mission, James and Lily working together, while Sirius and Remus were assigned to provide backup, had quickly turned into an ambush. They had been pursued and cornered. Lily said nothing further, merely nodding firmly. In the deserted alley, the light of spells flickered and intertwined. James and Lily gradually found themselves overwhelmed, their magic waning with each incantation. Several green killing curses whizzed past, barely missing their hair. "I'll draw them away, you go," James said, staggering back to Lily after being struck by a spell, his voice barely above a whisper. "Don't be so cruel, James," Lily replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I can't just go back and tell Evelyn that you're dead." "You might not die," James weakly reassured her. Forcing a bitter smile, he raised his wand again, desperately channeling the last remnants of his magic. The glow of his spells dimmed, and he could almost hear the buzzing of his blood as his magic faltered. Suddenly, a trip jinx struck him, causing James to falter and kneel. At that moment, a green light imbued with the essence of death hurtled towards him. He had no time to evade. His waning magic left him sluggish, each movement feeling like a struggle for his last breath. "James!" Lily's pupils dilated as she screamed. He felt a sinking sensation in his chest, closed his eyes, and awaited death's embrace. Yet, the anticipated pain and demise never arrived. Instead, there was a deafening explosion, followed by a heavy thud. James snapped his eyes open. The Death Eater who had aimed to kill him now lay slumped against a wall, unconscious. The wall bore a gaping dent, bricks crumbling down upon him. Before he could catch his breath, two more Death Eaters were flung against the wall, crashing heavily. One of them faced the unforgiving bricks. and James could almost envision the disfigurement of the face behind the mask. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Reinforcements had arrived. Sirius and the others had finally caught up. However, as he turned to see who had attacked, he was taken aback. The newcomers were not familiar allies, but rather a stranger, a woman he did not recognize. Her golden locks shimmered softly in the interplay of the setting sun and the glow of enchantments, while her eyes gleamed with a rare silvery hue. She stood atop the wall, surveying the Death Eaters from her elevated position, her exquisite features taut, yet the corners of her mouth curled into a cold smirk. "I've been off duty for merely 3 weeks, and you wretches are already so eager to prance about?" Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she leapt down with grace and precision, landing without a sound. Almost immediately, spells erupted from her wand, imbued with a chilling ruthlessness, hurtling towards the Death Eaters. Lily hurriedly steadied the swaying James, her eyes wide with shock at the sight of the enigmatic woman. "Who is she?" James shook his head, utterly bewildered. He had never witnessed such a reckless approach to combat. The woman dared to confront the killing curse head-on, sidestepping at the very precipice of death, merely to unleash a more savage counterattack. She disregarded the wounds marring her body, blood seeping steadily, yet she did not pause for a moment. Her demeanor as stoic as ever, as if she were impervious to pain. The battle swiftly concluded. James even suspected that a few Death Eaters may have fled in terror from her terrifying aura, resulting in their disarray. The woman, decisive in her movements, ensnared the remaining foes one by one, then yanked a still-conscious Death Eater by the collar, her wand coldly pressed against his throat. "Who is orchestrating your actions?" The captured Death Eater trembled, stammering, The Dark Lord." James stared at the unfolding scene, perplexed as to why she would pose such an inquiry. Wasn't he it evident? In the next moment, a flicker of impatience crossed her features, and she delivered a harsh kick to the man. With the action, blood gushed anew from her own wounds. "I am not inquiring about your former master." The captive Death Eater, pale with fear, stuttered in response. "I am eternally loyal to the Dark Lord." Before he could finish, a spell struck him, rendering him unconscious in an instant. "Damn, such a tough tongue. Once we're in the interrogation room, I shall see if you can maintain your loyalty," the woman muttered under her breath. James instinctively shielded Lily behind him, wary of this sudden apparition. Her gaze landed on James, and her expression shifted. Her brow furrowed tightly, worry etched across her face. She strode towards James, urgency and fury evident. "Ron told me you drew all the Death Eaters away to buy them time alone. Harry Potter, are you a fool?" Before her words had fully settled, she had already raised her wand, a healing charm enveloping James in a gentle glow. "Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Where is Ginny? Is she injured?" James was taken aback. Ron, Ginny, Harry Potter? None of these names were familiar to him. He suppressed his rising confusion and quietly urged, "You should tend to your own injuries first. Your condition is far worse." The woman rolled her eyes, about to retort when a cold voice interrupted her. "What are you doing?" James looked up sharply at the source of the voice. Sirius, accompanied by Remus and others, rushed in. Alongside them were Dorcas, Marlene, Frank, and the Pruitt brothers. All bore their wands aloft, expressions tense with vigilance. Sirius's gaze was piercing, locked onto the unfamiliar woman. James noticed her eyes widen in alarm, her breath quickening. The pallor of her face, already pale from blood loss, turned ghostly white upon hearing the accusation. She slowly turned, freezing as her gaze met Sirius's. He scrutinized her. She appeared quite young, perhaps of similar age to him. Beautiful, yet drenched in blood, an astonishing sight of disarray. The scene was littered with subdued Death Eaters, yet her wand was pointed at James. Yet she merely stared at him, her silver eyes tinged with red from suppressed emotion. Suddenly, her expression twisted, a mix of rage and anguish. "You damned bastards." Her voice trembled, each word a struggle from deep within her throat. "How dare you impersonate him?" Her voice escalated, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Who granted you permission to bear his visage before me?" The bloodshot silver eyes glimmered with unmasked hatred. "No matter what vile means you employed to impersonate him," she nearly roared, "I swear, I will peel the very skin from your face." Sirius observed the woman's expression contort with profound fury. In the next instant, a chilling incantation escaped her lips. "Crucio." It was the Cruciatus curse. "Sirius, be careful," James shouted. Sirius responded instantly, casting a shield charm upon himself. Simultaneously, Gideon quickly retaliated, a slicing spell darting towards the woman. Yet she did not evade. She braced herself against the onslaught, blood spraying from her torn wounds, splattering onto the ground. In disbelief, she turned back, eyes firmly locking onto James. "Harry, are you out of your mind? That is not Sirius. It is a Death Eater's trap." James felt a whirlwind of confusion engulf him. Unable to discern the nature of the situation, he could not comprehend why this woman, who had just saved them, was now casting an unforgivable curse at Sirius. Was she an enemy or an ally? Who was Harry? Lily couldn't help but interject, stepping out from behind James. Her gaze sharp as she fixed it on the woman. Why do you refer to James as Harry? Upon seeing Lily, the woman seemed struck. Staggering back a couple of steps, her chest heaving, breath ragged. She regarded Lily with disbelief, then turned her gaze back to James. Suddenly, she lunged forward, seizing the disheveled hair from James's forehead. Then, she stared intently into James's hazel eyes. James Potter? Her voice trembled. James blinked, nodding slowly. The woman's attention shifted immediately to Lily, her pupils constricting slightly. Lily Evans? Lily nodded in affirmation, her tone resolute. Yes, that is I. The woman's expression crumbled entirely. James pressed his lips together, gazing at the figure before him, finally unable to contain himself. So, who are you? She instinctively blurted out the answer. Ibra. She covered her eyes in distress, her voice laced with derision. I must truly be mad. Harry was right. I really should see a Muggle psychologist. Chapter 2. The door of number 12, Grimmauld Place, creaked open gently, the sound echoing eerily in the empty house. Harry stepped inside, glancing around but finding no one in sight. His heart tightened. Just then, he faintly heard the low, pulsating beat of rock music emanating from upstairs, loud and indulgent. He sighed inwardly, making his way up the familiar stairs to the third floor, eventually halting at Sirius's bedroom door. Harry knocked softly, yet there was no reply. Though he knew Ibra must be inside. The music coming from behind the door was not a tune from the wizarding world, but rather a Muggle rock song he had never heard before. As Harry pushed the door open, he braced himself for the usual haze of smoke that usually filled the room. However, there was none. Ibra rested languidly against the sofa, her slender fingers delicately pinching an unlit cigarette, her gaze intently fixed upon the leather-bound notebook in her lap. Her countenance was serene yet distant, illuminated only by the warm, amber glow of a small desk lamp that cast light upon one side of her face. Harry could scarcely contain his gratitude to Merlin, for it had been an eternity since he had witnessed such tranquility upon her features. His eyes instinctively roamed the room, seeking the source of the music that filled the air. An old record player spun slowly, the black vinyl emitting a rock melody imbued with freedom and sorrow, saturating the quiet bedroom. Harry approached and settled himself on the carpet before her, reaching for the half-empty glass of fire whiskey on the coffee table, taking a gentle sip. Did you come here merely to pilfer my liquor? Ibra inquired coolly, her gaze never straying from the pages of her notebook. I came to see if you were taking care of yourself, Harry replied, placing the paper bag he carried into her lap, containing Molly's onion soup and kidney pie. Ibra did not summon her wand. Instead, she raised her hand, and with a slight flick, the bag floated to the coffee table. I'm not hungry. I'll eat later, she stated dismissively. Harry sighed in exasperation, extracting the pie from the bag and breaking off a small piece, offering it to her lips. Please don't starve in front of me, all right? Have you eaten anything yesterday? Ibra paused, finally lifting her gaze to the thick curtains covering the window, a hint of bewilderment in her expression. What is the date today? Harry squeezed his eyes shut, releasing a sigh tinged with frustration, nearly bordering on anger. It's the 8th. You've been suspended for 3 weeks. I visited 3 days ago. I thought you came yesterday. Ibra raised an eyebrow, genuine surprise lacing her tone. If I could, I would come every day just to keep an eye on you, Harry retorted, glaring at her in annoyance. But I was dispatched to the United States for field duty. Ibra blinked, then chuckled softly, reassuringly taking the pie piece from him. Kingsley hasn't he mentioned when I might be reinstated, has he? Reinstated? You mean after you once again stormed the Department of Mysteries, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the Wisengamot, and even the Minister of Magic's office? Harry groaned, rubbing his temples. Kingsley suspended you to protect you. Half the ministry is vehemently opposed to you, and a host of pureblood families are stoking the flames from behind the scenes. Ibra snapped her notebook shut and ignited the cigarette in her hand. Then inform Kingsley that I shall cause another ruckus tomorrow, until they agree to award Sirius the Order of Merlin. Or simply kill me. No one wants to kill you. Harry's brow furrowed tightly, his tone urgent. I won't allow anyone to harm you. Even yourself? Ibra tilted her head, letting out a carefree laugh. Harry's expression darkened instantaneously. The haunting memories surged uncontrollably in his mind, and he instinctively lunged forward, gripping Ibra's wrist tightly, swiftly rolling up her sleeve to examine her arm. Hey, it was just a joke. Ibra shrugged, nonchalantly withdrawing her hand. I'm not going to be like I was that summer after 5th year. Harry could never forget that summer following their 5th year. It was a time of suffocation, collapse, and endless void, as both he and Ibra were dragged into the abyss. Sirius's death seemed to have extracted a part of Ibra's very soul. He felt woefully inadequate as her family, realizing only when Ibra first attempted suicide how deeply she felt for Sirius. He could not fathom how such feelings had come to be. But he understood the torment they brought her, as he repeatedly intervened to prevent her embrace of death. In their last encounter, he had knelt in the bathroom, holding her tightly, his voice laced with desperation and tears. "You cannot do this, Ibra. You cannot leave me. You promised me. I share my surname with you. And you will be my family for life. You agreed to this when you were 8. At the end of Privet Drive stood an old orphanage. The iron gates were rusted and battered, the walls dreary, yet a solitary tall, grand tree stood as the only splash of color. From the moment Harry could remember, Uncle Vernon had often threatened him, saying he would be sent to the orphanage if he misbehaved. On his 7th birthday, Harry secretly slipped away, gathering courage to approach the orphanage. He thought it would be inevitable that he would end up there, so he might as well see what his future home looked like. Would he have to sleep in the stairwell? If so, he would need to bring along his collection of bottle caps and little toys. It was on that day that he met Ibra. She was a petite girl, but her golden hair was strikingly beautiful, far surpassing Aunt Petunia's. She clutched a small piece of bread tightly in her hand. Upon seeing him, she hesitated briefly before breaking off half the bread and offering it to him. "You look hungrier than I am," she remarked. Harry did not deny it. He was indeed quite hungry, perpetually unsated. Thus, that day, he received not only half of a somewhat stale piece of bread, but also a friend who was just as famished as he. She was his first friend, and ultimately, his future family. They truly agreed to become family when they were 8 years old. It was a sweltering summer afternoon, the streets nearly empty. Harry had been punished the day before and was forbidden to eat, leaving him desperate with hunger. He quietly made his way to the orphanage to find Ibra. But she too had nothing in her hands. With that, she took Harry's hand and, with an air of mystery, led him into the headmaster's office. They stealthily pilfered 2 bottles of milk and 2 small pieces of cake, then hid in the branches of the great tree, laughing uproariously. "Will we get caught?" Harry asked anxiously, savoring the food slowly and with great care. "Don't worry, Potter, our actions are quite discreet," Ibra replied with a radiant smile, breaking off half of her cake and handing it to Harry. "Why do you always call me Potter?" Harry mumbled, his mouth full of cake, a hint of annoyance creeping into his tone. "We're friends, you should call me Harry." "I envy you," Ibra said, swinging her legs, her eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration. "You have a surname, and I do not. The name the headmaster gave me sounds strange, whether spoken or written." Harry paused for a moment, then without hesitation declared, "Then let us share a surname." "You are my first friend, and my only friend," Harry reiterated solemnly. "I can share my surname with you. But only family share a surname." Ibra hesitated, though her expression was one of yearning. "Then be my family," Harry insisted earnestly. "You are an orphan. And I am an orphan. We are destined to be family." Harry noticed the light in Ibra's eyes brightening, more radiant than the sunlight filtering through the leaves. "Is there a condition to becoming your family?" she inquired cautiously, excitement barely contained in her voice. Harry frowned. "No conditions. None are needed. I simply want you to be my family." "No," Ibra replied resolutely, shaking her head. "The headmaster said that to gain anything, one must pay a price or meet certain conditions." Harry was momentarily taken aback by her tenacity, pondering for a considerable time before finally articulating a condition he desired. "Then, you shall be my family for life, one that will never abandon me." He hesitated, as if a sudden thought had struck him, and eagerly added, "Moreover, you must promise to be cautious while walking and crossing streets, never to end up like my parents, taken away by a vehicle and leaving me behind." Ibra nodded fervently, her joy evident as she agreed. Many years later, Harry often reflected on his fortune. In a world teeming with children, he had encountered Ibra, a young witch of Muggle descent, who, during his most vulnerable and solitary years, offered him half of her bread and a sense of family. When they entered Hogwarts together, many regarded Ibra with curiosity. She shared the same surname as Harry, yet no one had ever heard of the savior having a sister or a brother. Whenever someone inquired, Harry would proudly puff out his chest and solemnly introduce her. "This is Ibra Potter from Hufflepuff, the girl whose laughter radiates warmth and kindness to all. She is both my friend and my family." For Harry, Ibra Potter signified more than just a name. She was the source of laughter and sustenance during his painful years from 7 to 11, sharing in his sorrows. At that tender age, her very name became synonymous with radiant sunshine. Chapter 4 2002-3 Harry watched Ibra as she painfully consumed the food before her, a wave of concern washing over him. He could discern that her psychological struggles had begun to affect her appetite. "You need to see a therapist, Ibra. Hermione has mentioned she would recommend one. She sought counseling there after the war." Ibra swallowed with difficulty. In truth, Molly's cooking was delectable, yet she felt no hunger, no desire for food. She simply did not want to drive Harry to despair with her silence. "I don't need one," Ibra insisted. "My only psychological issue at the moment is that the Ministry of Magic is being absolute bastards by not awarding Sirius the Order of Merlin." They have been woefully slow to clear his name and show him the respect he deserves. Her voice gradually crescendoed as she pushed the food away, gazing at Harry with a wild intensity. Harry, they always say Sirius wouldn't care. They claim the dead don't mind, but I care. Even if that medal cannot rectify his death and the years of unjust suffering, I want him to have it. Ibra trembled uncontrollably. Harry, look at what I am doing now. I feel like such a failure. I was so close to him, yet I couldn't save him. Now he is gone, and I can't even fight for a posthumous honor on his behalf. Harry swallowed hard and enveloped Ibra in his arms. Instantly, she melted against him like butter. Harry was at a loss. He could never truly grasp the depths of her pain, nor could he alleviate her inner turmoil. Since Sirius's death, Ibra's demeanor had irrevocably transformed. She was no longer the sunlit girl who always smiled, but had become erratic and strange. In their 7th year, she chose to remain at Hogwarts instead of fleeing with Harry and the others. Bearing the Potter surname, combined with her Muggle heritage, Ibra faced relentless humiliation and torment that year, resisting time and again. She had never confided in Harry about those experiences, though Neville occasionally remarked on her bravery in casual conversation. She seems to fear nothing, Neville would often say. Harry yearned to understand how much of Ibra's fearlessness stemmed from self-destruction, a courage forged from a shattered soul. This realization often filled him with guilt, as he felt she bore an unspoken burden on his behalf. During his time of flight, she had taken on responsibilities that should have been his at Hogwarts, while helping him remember Sirius in his quest for survival. Shortly after the war, Ibra joined Harry and Ron in the Auror office. Yet even with Voldemort's demise, the lofty ideals of pureblood supremacy had not been entirely dismantled. Many ancient pureblood families still wielded significant influence within the Ministry of Magic. Not all were Death Eaters, but some covertly shielded the offspring of those with dark legacies. The Auror office often approached arrests with trepidation and hesitation, but Ibra remained unperturbed. She wielded the Cruciatus curse without reservation and, on several occasions, even cast the killing curse. Some of the unrepentant pureblood descendants found themselves imprisoned in Azkaban by her own hand, while a few others fell victim to her spell work. Harry understood that Ibra was not merely enforcing the law. She was also channeling her fury and hatred through this power. Each assault and confrontation was approached with a reckless abandon, seemingly unafraid of death itself. Harry sincerely hoped she did not long for it. The war had taken a grievous toll, with many young Aurors, those of Harry's generation, quickly falling in the efforts to eradicate the Death Eaters. With her near-fatal determination, Ibra rapidly ascended the ranks, becoming the youngest head of the Auror office. This only intensified the discontent among the pureblood families, leading to a barrage of complaints and schemes against her, until Hermione devised a plan for Ibra to publicly declare herself Sirius's widow. It was undoubtedly a strained pretense, with inconsistencies in age, yet the black surname was sufficient to temper the malice of those pureblood families. Once begrudgingly accepted into their fold, the resistance Ibra faced noticeably diminished. To solidify her status, Harry even transferred ownership of number 12, Grimmauld Place, to her name. However, he soon realized that she was not content. It was apparent to everyone around them, not just him. Hermione had repeatedly informed Harry that she believed Ibra exhibited severe signs of post-traumatic stress and depression, urging him to take her to see a therapist. Yet Ibra consistently evaded the suggestion. She poured herself into her work, often spending several consecutive nights in the Auror office. On rare days off, she would retreat to Grimmauld Place, locking herself in Sirius's bedroom. She would draw the heavy curtains tightly, preventing a single ray of light from penetrating. In that darkness, she often lit only a single lamp, leaning on the sofa as she perused the Muggle magazines Sirius had left behind, numbing herself with alcohol and tobacco. Harry often felt she was desperately seeking traces of Sirius. What alarmed him even more was that he increasingly saw shadows of Sirius in Ibra, that same simmering resentment, that proud defiance, tinged with a fragmented sense of freedom. "If you are truly in pain," Harry finally murmured, unable to contain himself, "then go find him. You need not stay for my sake." Ibra froze, incredulity etched on her face as she looked up at Harry. "You swapped out that curtain 3 years ago, didn't you?" Harry tilted his head, his expression gentle yet tinged with helplessness. "I've always known. For a time. Your gaze towards me was so peculiar that I realized you must have uncovered something. However, I never brought it up myself, for I feared it might drive you away. Yet now, no matter the circumstances, as long as it alleviates your suffering, I shall support you." Harry spoke earnestly. Everyone else is gradually emerging from the scars of war, but only Ibra remains shrouded in confusion, obscuring her inflamed wounds with a disillusionment charm. After a long silence, Ibra managed a strained smile. "In truth, I have only traced a fragment of the origins of this veil, or rather, I once caught a fleeting glimpse of Sirius's soul, but it was ephemeral. Harry, even if I stepped through the veil, I cannot guarantee that I will find him. Her hand instinctively brushed against the necklace adorning her neck, from which hung a ring of the Black family. This veil is akin to a door, she whispered, her gaze drifting elsewhere, and those who enter are like keys. Different keys unlock different worlds. Harry, I cannot assure you that I am the same key that opens the door to Sirius. Harry reached out once more, enveloping her in a tight embrace, his voice choked with emotion. I merely wish for you to know that I will always stand by you. As long as you can live well. I know. Ibra patted his shoulder, her eyes betraying an unmistakable weariness. I am trying. At the very least, I strive to live for you. You are the sole reason I persist. Harry tightened his embrace further. He had intended to stay with Ibra a while longer, at least to watch her enjoy a meal. However, it was not long before Ron's Patronus burst into the room, bearing unwelcome news regarding their holiday. A faction of Death Eater remnants is on the move. Shall I accompany you? Ibra frowned, discerning the urgency in Ron's tone, sensing that the situation was dire. No need. It's not the first time, Harry reassured her. Rest easy, take care of yourself. Yet, as fate would have it, her apprehensions proved correct. 2 hours later, Ron's Patronus reappeared at Grimmauld Place, his voice nearly unraveling as he repeated the location and details. Upon hearing the place, Ibra immediately disapparated, vanishing from the room. Simultaneously, in a Muggle cafe near number 12, Grimmauld Place, the television was broadcasting the news. Just moments ago, we had the privilege of witnessing a total solar eclipse, reportedly the clearest one in recent years. Meanwhile, in Sirius's bedroom, the veil locked away in the wardrobe suddenly emanated an ethereal blue light, as if responding to a distant call. Chapter 5, Memory. Life for Ibra resembled an absurd and cruel tragicomedy. While most people's childhood memories are vague, she recalled each moment with acute clarity. Pain, after all, is profoundly indelible. The more one suffers, the harder it is to forget. By all accounts, she should have been easily adoptable. With her golden hair and striking visage, she was often favored by others. Indeed, many prospective adoptive families took a liking to her. Unfortunately, the orphanage's matron did as well. Ibra soon realized that she would inevitably fall under his control. She had glimpsed his actions through the keyhole, revolting, grotesque, suffocating crimes. It involved another golden-haired girl, whose smile was radiant and captivating. Ibra did not know her name, only that the smile had ultimately vanished. That girl had called the police, but her cries had made little ripple. After that, she never saw the girl again. Fear trailed her like a shadow. Misfortune had finally befallen her. The matron, Mr. White, advanced step by step, his fingers twisting a strand of golden hair, his voice heavy and oily. Look at that beautiful head of golden hair, Ibra. She froze, her legs weak, unable to move. She pressed her back against the table, wishing to shrink beneath it, to embrace herself and hide. Then, for the first time, her magic manifested. When that greasy hand brushed against her cheek, the matron suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed heavily to the ground. Ibra curled up beneath the table, trembling, her gaze fixed on his unconscious form. She dared not flee. Fear rendered her helplessly imaginative. She envisioned the suffering endured by the golden-haired girl. Imagine the fate that awaited her once the matron regained consciousness. In her mind, she had become the next to cry and struggle. She could not suppress her sobs. Then the matron stirred back to life. Strangely, he did not display anger. Instead, he wore a satisfied smile as he slowly rose. He retrieved a hard piece of bread from the drawer, handing it to her with a sugary, yet threatening tone. You performed well today. Remember, do not speak of this. Understood? Ibra had no comprehension of what had transpired. Mechanically, she accepted the bread and fled the room that instilled such terror within her. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing her, yet she felt only coldness, a bone-chilling chill. At that moment, she encountered a small boy with black hair and green eyes. He was not from the orphanage, yet he was dressed similarly, in a somewhat shabby manner. His ill-fitting clothes hung loosely on his frame. His eyes were fixed hungrily on the bread in her hands, his throat bobbing slightly as he swallowed. Ibra suddenly smiled. She tore the bread in half and offered him a piece. After all, she had little appetite. Later, Ibra discovered that she possessed an extraordinary talent for fabricating memories. It was only then that she began to understand the peculiar expression the matron had worn that day. She had altered his memories. New children continued to arrive at the orphanage, gazing at her with innocent, clear eyes, shyly calling her Sister Ibra. Each of those childish calls struck deep within her heart, clarifying her resolve. She had to do something. She could not bear to watch these naive children endure such pain and humiliation. She endeavored to erase the matron's perverse inclinations, attempting to make him forget all his sordid thoughts. But it proved too difficult. Those thoughts were entwined too deeply within his memories, a tangled web from which she could not extricate herself. Thus, she began to seek out the matron frequently and actively. The way he looked at her grew increasingly ambiguous, more contemptuous, more nauseating. Yet fortunately, no innocent child was summoned to his office again. But even if nothing occurred, every moment spent in that office was agonizing. Instinctively, she would curl up beneath the table, pressing her back against the cold wall, as it was the only way to attain a semblance of false security. The snacks the matron offered her were never kept for herself. They were either shared with the younger children or secretly saved for Harry. Ibra always wore a smile. She cherished laughter. She had read a saying in a book, as long as one maintains a smile, life will gradually improve. Indeed, she discovered that when she smiled, those painful times seemed to pass a little more swiftly. Ibra had believed that this state of affairs would continue until she reached adulthood and left the orphanage. However, when she turned 11, a letter of acceptance from Hogwarts shattered this cycle. She finally understood the source of her peculiar abilities. She should have felt joy, but instead, a wave of panic surged within her, overshadowing the prospect of escaping her torment. If she left, what would happen to those children? Without her protection, what would become of them? Guilt and anxiety coiled around her like a shadow. In truth, Ibra had long harbored a plan within her heart. Yet she had never dared to fully commit to it. It was not until the eve of the school year that she resolved to take the plunge. The following morning, amidst the chaos following the news of Principal White's tragic demise, she departed from the orphanage, clutching her acceptance letter as she made her way to the station bound for Hogwarts. Ibra was uncertain whether the next headmaster would be benevolent or malevolent. In her heart, she silently prayed, hoping to secure a gentle future for the children. Life at Hogwarts was invariably joyous. Ibra cherished Hufflepuff. She adored the warmth and kindness of this house. It seemed as though the wounds and anguish could gradually dissipate amidst the laughter and affection of each passing day. Upon entering the magical realm, she discovered the significance of the surname Potter. Yet, that mattered little. She relished the bond she shared with Harry. They were family to one another. Even in a world that felt utterly foreign, they remained steadfastly reliant on each other. In her third year, Sirius Black made his appearance. Initially, Ibra felt a sense of reluctance towards him. He was Harry's godfather, his true family. What about her? Did Harry still need her? It was only on that fateful day when all misunderstandings were dispelled that Sirius solemnly vowed to provide Harry with a home. Ibra quietly trailed behind them, remaining silent. Suddenly, Sirius turned and looked at her. Ibra, is it? I have heard much about you and Harry from others. You are his family. If you don't mind, I hope you will allow me to keep a room for you. Would you consider accepting me? Ibra gazed at Sirius, momentarily stunned, before she smiled and nodded. Sirius returned her smile, no longer the deranged figure of the shrieking shack, but rather a weary yet sincere expression. He gazed at Ibra and softly remarked, Ibra, you have beautiful golden hair. At that moment, Ibra felt herself stiffen, her heart constricting painfully as haunting memories surged forth. She looked at Sirius in terror. He appeared gaunt and haggard, his eyes sunken, yet they held a clarity unmarred by any lascivious intent. His compliment was genuine. You remind me of a friend of mine, Sirius said softly, nostalgia lacing his voice. Marlene had hair just like yours. She was an exceptional witch, so very brave. Ibra wanted to protest. She did not consider herself brave. In her eyes, she had never been courageous. Yet when the words lingered on her lips, she simply curved her mouth into a radiant smile in response to him. From that moment onward, Ibra often recalled Sirius and the words he had spoken. Many had praised her hair, yet only his commendation overshadowed the nightmarish memories that plagued her. Chapter 6, Another World. Beneath a dimly lit sky, dust swirled, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Several disoriented Death Eaters lay crumpled on the ground, while not far away, a woman clad in black, bloodied and bruised, staggered to her feet. Sirius had not anticipated the situation would escalate to such a degree, especially when the woman had just hurled a piercing curse in his direction in a fit of rage. Ibra was engulfed in confusion, her bold conjecture threatening to tear her apart, if not for Merlin driving her to madness. She struggled to lift her head, daring not to look at Sirius. Instead turning to James and Lily, her voice trembling. What year is it? 1978, James replied before Sirius's voice interjected. Ibra felt a sudden tightness in her chest. The mere sound of Sirius's voice precipitated tears that surged forth uncontrollably. She bitterly smiled at herself, having thought she had cried all she could. Her heart burned, as if a flame ignited within her, consuming her thoughts in chaotic disarray. In the next moment, she realized it was not an illusion. The necklace around her neck was growing unbearably hot. She instinctively reached to touch it, but froze just as her fingertips were about to make contact. Merely adjusting its position over her clothing, she confirmed one thing. She had found Sirius. Yet, she had never envisioned it would occur in such a manner. She had imagined encountering his lingering spirit in the wilderness, at sea, or in some desolate void. Yet here she stood, in another world, one nearly identical to her own. 1978. Ibra quickly calculated in her mind. At this moment, Sirius was merely 19 years old, full of vigor and unburdened by 12 years of imprisonment and chains. Everyone present was no fool. That question about the year had undoubtedly aroused their suspicions. James and Lily, having overheard her inquiry, exchanged a quick glance that sparked a realization. Old master. James's eyes widened in shock, while Lily gasped, her lips trembling slightly. Ibra could distinctly feel a burning gaze fixed upon her. Sirius. His look was one of scrutiny and doubt. He had already begun to piece it together. Ibra was not surprised. Sirius had always been perceptive, just as he had easily discerned her feelings in the past. Why do you ask this question? Sirius's voice bore a hint of probing. All eyes were intently focused on her. Ibra remained silent for a moment, then slowly turned to the group of Death Eaters who were not yet fully incapacitated. Are you certain you want me to speak here? She countered. The Pruitt brothers and Frank stepped forward first. Ibra quietly assessed them, aligning their faces with the photographs etched in her memory. We'll take them back, Frank stated succinctly, nodding towards Sirius and the others. Gideon wasted no time. Quickly casting a silent spell, let us know once you have found a suitable location. Sirius cast a sidelong glance at Ibra, his brow furrowed. She should be taken to St. Mungo's first to see a healer for her wounds. Ibra hesitated, lowering her gaze, forcing herself to keep her voice steady. No need. Let us return to headquarters. She tilted her head, observing the varied expressions on their faces, and slowly added, if I am not mistaken. The current headquarters should be in the Snowdonia Valley of Wales, correct? She knew this location from Sirius's journal. A few months prior, she had stumbled upon those old notebooks in his room. At that time, she had been so inebriated she could barely stand. Yet she had noticed the secret compartment behind the coffee table. She had opened it. The pages were filled with tales of confinement and solitude. Pinned by the Sirius trapped at number 12 Grimmauld Place, Ibra sensed the wariness of everyone around her. Seated quietly at the table of the Order of the Phoenix, she found herself scrutinized by every pair of eyes, some standing against the wall, others seated across from her, all poised to draw their wands at a moment's notice. She was also observing them. Evelyn Umbridge, James's girlfriend, had just effortlessly healed all her wounds. In that instant, Ibra truly realized this was not a return to the past, but rather a world that bore semblance to her own, yet diverged in subtle details. Countless thoughts flickered through her mind. Is Harry now safe and sound? How did she come to be here? Can she return? Does she even wish to go back? Sirius has been observing her intently. The girl who identifies herself as Ibra refuses to disclose her surname, yet she candidly admits to hailing from a future. They have promptly contacted Professor Dumbledore and other members of the Order of the Phoenix. Throughout the journey, she remains eerily silent, even covered in blood. She utters not a single groan, as if she feels no pain at all. Yet Sirius notices her gaze incessantly scanning her surroundings, every entrance and window meticulously scrutinized. Alert and cautious, she resembles a miniature version of Moody. Sirius suspects she might well be an Auror in her future. Nevertheless, she deliberately avoids one particular direction, intentionally refraining from looking at him. Professor Dumbledore cannot return in time. It is Mad-Eye Moody who hastily arrives at the headquarters of the Order. Almost as soon as he enters, he points his wand directly at Ibra. You say you come from the future? His tone is hard, laced with skepticism and intimidation. This statement is not entirely accurate. Ibra is uncertain whether the trajectory of this world aligns with her memories, yet she refrains from elaborating. She merely fixates on Moody before her, considerably younger than she remembers, his scars still less pronounced. Truth be told, apart from Sirius and Remus, he is the only one present she has genuinely interacted with. Long time no see, Professor Moody. Ibra nods at him. Professor? Gideon interjects incredulously. Have you started teaching at Hogwarts? Moody eyes her warily, his face, with its faint scars, etched with doubt. I trust you even less now, girl. That was never part of my retirement plan. You will add it to your plans, Ibra retorts, her tone flat to the point of being dismissive, completely unconcerned by his skepticism and menace. Moody's eyes narrow dangerously. He employs an Auror's old methods to interrogate her, and Ibra is acutely aware of it. After all, she has employed such techniques herself. Aren't you going to say anything more? How do you intend to prove you are not a Death Eater? The tip of the wand presses against her throat. Ibra slowly surveys the faces around her. These visages are both strange and familiar. She has seen them in old photographs and on sacrifice lists. Perhaps the interrogation techniques you are using now are item 14 from the manual you wrote? Ibra tilts her head and speaks lightly, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. What manual? Gideon interjects, suspiciously. Moody pauses momentarily, then lowers his wand. His voice is deep and hoarse. I am writing one, but it is not yet complete. It sounds quite useful, Ibra affirms with a nod. The atmosphere suddenly grows tense. You are an Auror. Sirius suddenly speaks up. Everyone clearly observes that Ibra, who appears so at ease and indifferent in the presence of Moody, stiffens at the sound of Sirius's voice. Her expression tightens unnaturally, and she instinctively lowers her eyes. Yes. Ibra pauses before adding, I am also the director of the Auror office. Chapter 7. You are worth it. Ibra is uncertain why she has disclosed the title of director of the Auror office. She has never cared for such titles or positions, yet in that moment, she desires Sirius to know. Sirius is aware of her feelings since the Christmas holiday of their 5th year. Ironically, she is oblivious to the fact that at that time, Sirius was perilously close to death. Ibra has always been accustomed to rising early. However, Harry and the others, after a night of Christmas revelry, remain entrenched in slumber. She did not expect to encounter Sirius at the kitchen door. He is leaning against the cabinet, casually draped in a dark robe, a half-full glass of wine in hand. Hey, he notices her, offers a slight smile, and casually greets her. Care for breakfast? Ibra nods. How about French toast? Sirius tilts his head, his open collar revealing a large expanse of tattoos. Ibra can only nod, rendered speechless. In truth, she had not anticipated that Sirius could cook. His movements are proficient, and the taste is surprisingly delightful. Perhaps sensing her astonishment, Sirius chuckles. Back when I had just graduated, I lived with James, Remus, and others for a while. The only meals I could prepare that were palatable were my own. After that, their conversation dwindles. Ibra feels anxious and hesitant, wanting to speak but unsure of what to say. Sirius remains silent, sitting quietly across from her, occasionally sipping his wine. Just as she is nearing the end of her breakfast, he speaks again. Kid. His voice is soft. You are still very young. You will grow up and meet better people. Ibra's hand falters. She raises her gaze to meet Sirius's eyes. He does not shy away. His gaze is calm and clear, tinged with the gloom of being trapped in Grimmauld Place. I have no doubt you will become an exceptional witch. But do not waste your time on someone who is 21 years older than you and a wanted criminal. He pauses, lowering his voice slightly. I am not worth your youth. Ibra's throat tightens, the tide of grievances surging within her nearly spilling over. Adolescents often harbor lofty aspirations, and reason tells her she should immediately deny his words, laugh it off as a joke, preserving at least a shred of dignity. Yet, she cannot bring herself to voice it. She does not wish to deny her feelings for Sirius. Thus, she can only grip her knife and fork tightly, her nails digging painfully into her palms, causing her eyes to well with tears. She bows her head, gritting her teeth to finish the last bite of toast, striving to suppress the disappointment and bitterness swelling within her. When she finally raises her head, she expects to see the usual calm demeanor of Sirius. Instead, in a fleeting moment, she catches a glimpse of guilt in his eyes. But Ibra strives to muster a radiant smile and earnestly states, I believe you are worth it. It seems that Sirius never anticipated such a response from her. Surprise flickers across his expression. Just like that, the 19-year-old Sirius bears an expression of astonishment. The other members of the Order also gaze at her. Their expressions varied. You look like you just turned 18 at most. Fenwick cannot help but comment. 20. Ibra calmly corrects. Merlin, from what year did you come? We must have all retired by then. Otherwise, how could someone so young become the director of the Auror office? Dorcas snorts. Perhaps she is simply too exceptional, having pushed you aside. Sirius raises the corners of his mouth, jesting. Or perhaps we are all dead. Do not make such jokes, Sirius. Remus frowns in admonition. Yet Sirius merely shrugs indifferently. Ibra can no longer bear to listen. Her chest feels as though it is being crushed by some heavy weight, a buzzing sound echoing in her ears. Suddenly, she rises, and all eyes turn towards her once more. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. There should be an empty room upstairs, right? Moody narrows his eyes, his voice cold. We are still unclear about your origins. We will wait for Dumbledore to return to discuss this. Ibra struggles to suppress the tremors in her hands, striving to keep her voice steady. The room at the end of the second floor is unoccupied, Alice kindly reminds her. Ibra nodded slightly, and as she turned to leave, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the bottles of wine arranged in the cabinet. She made her way to her room, locking the door behind her, and it was only then that she completely broke down. She was at a loss as to why. Perhaps it was anger. Perhaps the joy that had been suppressed for too long, or maybe it was simply the overwhelming impact of emotions. Sirius Black. He stood before her once more, vibrant, youthful, and unabashedly flamboyant. He could even jest about his own death with a casual flippancy. Ibra longed to scream, to shatter every object in the room with all her might. It was so profoundly unfair. She was enduring a constant torment over his death, while he seemed utterly unconcerned, effortlessly uttering words that made her want to collapse into tears. The word widow resonated deeply with her. The term felt apt. To call him a lover felt too intense, while to refer to him as family felt too intimate. Their connection existed in a state of ambiguity and entanglement. The heartaches of a teenage girl unfurled slowly between the blazing sun and the falling snow, spiraling out of control. She had never confided in anyone. While Hermione busily penned a letter to Crumb, Ibra merely sat quietly nearby, watching each careful stroke of the quill, while Sirius's face repeatedly surfaced in her mind. Inevitably, he was undeniably handsome, even after 12 years of imprisonment. He had not been stripped of the good looks bestowed upon him by Merlin. Yet, Ibra had never dared to voice such feelings. It was far too awkward. He was Harry's godfather, willing to accept her because of Harry. If she were to lay bare her feelings, every subtle balance would shatter. Upon being discovered by Sirius, Ibra did not feel particularly sorrowful. That secret infatuation was something she had never anticipated would yield any outcome. It was merely a unique emotion of hers, tinged with both sourness and sweetness. She did not mind, for they still had ample time. At the very least, they could still become family. But then, Sirius died. He died before her eyes, in such close proximity. If only she had been a second quicker, she could have reached out to him. If only she could have resisted that damned, bleeding wound. She could have lunged forward and caught him in time. Her hand had already been outstretched. So why? In that moment, had pain forced it to retract? More terrifying still, no one blamed her. She wished someone would blame her. Ever since then, her dreams had been haunted by a singular image, the look of terror and relief in Sirius's eyes as he faced death. Ibra despised him. She loathed that sense of relief. Why? Why did he feel at peace as death approached? That initially innocent affection was deepened through the relentless self-torment of each passing day. Yet the cost was a deeper self-condemnation. Ibra took a deep swig of whiskey, the burning liquid scorching her throat. In the haze, she faintly heard voices from downstairs, along with Sirius's hearty laughter. How could he laugh so freely? How could he remain oblivious to her feelings and pain? It was unjust. The alcohol dulled her suffering temporarily, peeling away her rationality bit by bit, leaving behind only madness and obsession. Suddenly, she flung open the door and stumbled downstairs. Chapter 8. I Miss You. Sirius lounged in a chair, chuckling as he watched Evedorn reach for the fried fish on Frank Longbottom's plate. Alice was conversing with Longbottom. She clearly noticed Evedorn's antics, but made no effort to stop or expose him. Hey! Frank finally caught on at the last moment, striking Evedorn's hand with his fork. Evedorn grimaced in response, undeterred, turning his gaze to another untouched plate, fixating on the fried fish within. Forget about it. Amelin rolled her eyes. That S meant for Ibra. But when she had just been invited to dinner, she had shown no reaction. Evedorn complained, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. She definitely won to eat tonight. Is something wrong with her? Evelyn frowned, her voice tinged with worry. I saw her take 2 bottles of fire whiskey. She's really acting strange, don't you think? Remus remarked quietly, glancing at Sirius. Every time you speak, her expression becomes odd. She definitely knows you. Initially, she even thought you were an imposter and hit you with the Cruciatus curse. So, does that mean the concept of the 3 unforgivable curses no longer exists in the future? Why would an Auror use the Cruciatus curse? Marlene inquired. The group exchanged glances. Yet all shook their heads. No one could provide an answer. Just as Sirius was about to speak, a clatter of unsteady footsteps echoed down the stairs. The footsteps were erratic, as if there were a risk of tumbling down the stairs at any moment. All eyes turned to the staircase. Ibra appeared. She was wrapped in a loose black robe, her face flushed from intoxication, her gaze hazy, yet she defiantly held her chin high. She looked thoroughly inebriated. Sirius thought she finally resembled a true 20-year-old girl. Wasn't she the one who referred to Voldemort as the former master of the Death Eaters? The war should have ended by now. Sirius believed a 20-year-old girl living in peacetime should not behave as Ibra had prior. Hey, Ibra, would you like some dinner? Lily asked kindly, her tone gentle. But Ibra seemed entirely oblivious, her unsteady steps taking her straight to the cabinet, reaching for another bottle of alcohol. As she approached the cabinet, she staggered visibly, her body leaning dangerously, nearly falling. Oh my! Lily exclaimed, rushing forward to steady her. Ibra was so intoxicated that she offered no resistance, not even realizing she was being supported, and was dutifully guided to a chair beside Sirius. She leaned back, her arms shielding her eyes, making no further movement. I'm starting to doubt your words, Moody scoffed, arms crossed over his chest. A drunken fool can't become the head of the Auror office? What a joke. Stop complaining, Ron, Ibra slurred, her voice hoarse. I never get drunk on missions. Besides, I've been suspended. Who is Ron? Moody furrowed his brow. Ibra let out a low chuckle, an amusing joke, Ron, pretending not to recognize your own name. So, you've been suspended? Sirius couldn't help but ask why. Ibra's body visibly flinched at the sound of his voice. She slowly lowered her arms from her face, struggling to sit up, and turned to look at him. Her silver eyes, tinted with alcohol, glimmered with a moist sheen, like a summer haze shrouding the sunlight. Her cheeks were flushed, and more than that, An overall soft pink hue enveloped her. Sirius was certain she was utterly inebriated. She gazed at him, bit her lip, and leaned slightly forward, her voice carrying a hint of grievance. Isn't this your fault? Sirius was taken aback. The grievance contained an undeniable intimacy. As if the facade of indifference had been torn away by alcohol, he instinctively felt a twinge of guilt and averted his gaze. However, when his eyes fell upon her neck, he froze. There hung a necklace, and at the end of the chain dangled a ring. Sirius's gaze was firmly locked onto the ring, his voice suddenly deepening. How did you come by the ring on this necklace? The others were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. James, closest to Sirius, couldn't help but lean in curiously, staring at the ring on the necklace for a moment before exclaiming, "Isn't that your ring?" Sirius was all too familiar with that ring, for it currently adorned his little finger. Every member of the Black family possessed their own ring, engraved with their name on the inner band. He vividly recalled how, in a fit of rage when he ran away from home, he had flung it onto the floor of the Black estate. Yet, on the day of his graduation from Hogwarts, Regulus had returned it to him, insisting, "At least wear it. In case you die a miserable death one day, I can still recognize you and claim your body." The echo of that memory reverberated in his mind, causing Sirius to momentarily falter in his breathing. "Answer me." His patience had finally worn thin as he reached out to grasp the ring, yearning for confirmation with his own eyes. However, just as his fingertips were about to make contact, Ibra subtly shifted, deftly avoiding his touch. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an intoxicating blend of jasmine and liquor assailed his senses. In the blink of an eye, a weight settled onto his lap as a pair of warm arms encircled his neck. Ibra had seamlessly nestled herself into his embrace. The clatter of cutlery echoed sharply as chairs scraped against the floor. The Pruitt brothers simultaneously erupted into coughs, while Moody, who had been slicing meat, paused in astonishment. Sirius froze, blood rushing to his ears. He swore he must have been tipsy, otherwise, his face would not be burning so fiercely. Instinctively, he attempted to push her away. But Ibra, unsteady, began to slide down. Reacting on impulse, he wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her back toward him. In that instant, he suddenly realized what he had done, and a single thought raced through his mind. Damn it, he truly deserved a slap. To make matters worse, he could feel the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, laden with unspoken implications. The awkward atmosphere was almost maddening. Even James instinctively recoiled, stammering as he attempted to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Ibra buried her head into his shoulder, her voice low and hoarse. "I can't tonight. I'm too tired, Sirius." After a brief silence, chaos erupted at the dining table. A cacophony of coughs and gasps filled the air, accompanied by several girls' stifled exclamations. Throughout his life, Sirius had never experienced such close physical proximity with any girl. Since his first year, he had received a plethora of love letters, but he never opened or even glanced at them. He was aware that countless individuals had harbored feelings for him, but he never paid them any mind, dismissing every confession without a second thought. His only foray into what could be deemed a date was when James dragged him along to accompany Marlene under the pretext of finding an excuse to ask Lily out. Yet now, everything was different. This was the first time someone had sat on his lap, wrapped their arms around his neck, and pressed their entire being against him. Moreover, she had just uttered those words. Sirius's mind buzzed with confusion. He had never been so desperate to understand the nature of his relationship with this girl named Ibra. He could even sense the collective curiosity in the gazes of those around him. He was on the verge of madness. I didn't he stammered, unable to articulate what he was trying to explain. I just wanted to confirm that ring. It was unclear whether he was addressing Ibra or defending himself against the others. What is there to confirm? Ibra's voice was muffled, still resting her head on his shoulder. You've had it for nearly 40 years. Ibra seemed to find her position uncomfortable, shifting restlessly, prompting Sirius to tighten his grip around her, steadying her movements. Misinterpreting his intent, Ibra lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she slowly blinked, whispering, "I really can't tonight. Enough." Sirius interjected hastily, his face flushing a deep crimson. "I get it, no need to say more." He feared she might utter something that would leave everyone utterly speechless. However, Ibra appeared to be quite satisfied with his response. Exhausted, she lowered her head once more, her lips brushing against his neck as she softly confessed, "I miss you." The words, though barely audible, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Then, her shoulders trembled slightly as unrestrained sobs began to escape her. Scalding tears streamed down her face, dampening the side of Sirius's neck and collar, leaving his mind in utter disarray. He could not bring himself to push her away, remaining rigid as he allowed her to weep in his embrace. Across from them, Fenwick's expression morphed into something peculiar. "She's 20 this year. Yet she says you've had that ring for nearly 40 years. James suddenly realized something. Spinning around to fix his wide-eyed gaze on Sirius. You never told me you were a creep. Sirius swore, had the circumstances allowed. He would have delivered a solid punch to James's face. Chapter 9. The ring. Sirius sat there, frozen, allowing the girl who used him as a cushion to weep upon him, her tears gradually soaking his clothing. He felt as though he might harden into a statue. Afraid to take a deep breath, his comrades remained equally motionless, merely watching with gleeful malice, their amusement barely concealed, devoid of any inclination to lend a hand. Chaos reigned in Sirius's mind. Just a day earlier, when he first encountered Ibra, she had raged at him, attempting to attack. Now, this girl was curled up in his arms, drunkenly lamenting how much she missed him. The dissonance was so jarring, so absurd, it made his chest tighten. Yet he found himself unable to push her away. She was far too inebriated, likely lacking the strength to even stand. Gradually, her sobs subsided, her breathing on his shoulders slowing to a steady rhythm, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Sirius sighed softly, gently adjusting his position to make it easier to hold her. I'll take her back to her room, he muttered through gritted teeth to his friends, whose faces were alight with suggestive smiles. I'll deal with you lot later. Ibra was surprisingly light, almost ethereal in her frailty. Sirius lifted her effortlessly, only to realize how alarmingly thin she was. Even as she rested against him, her prominent collarbones were starkly visible. He remembered the way to her room. With a gentle nudge of his foot, he kicked the door open and laid her down on the bed, then casually pulled the covers over her. The room was thick with the pungent scent of alcohol, 2 empty bottles of fire whiskey rolling haphazardly on the floor. Resigned, Sirius bent down to pick up the bottles, preparing to dispose of them. But as he raised his head, he caught sight of something alarming. On the girl's pale arms, visible beneath the black robe, were several horrifying scars. They were not the marks of a duel, but rather deliberate, despairing wounds, as if someone had repeatedly taken a blade to her skin. Sirius stood frozen in place, his gaze fixated on her face. Even in slumber, her brow was furrowed, as though ensnared in an invisible torment. An inexplicable impulse compelled him to reach out, his fingertips gently brushing through her hair. As the realization struck him, Sirius froze momentarily before hastily retreating from Ibra's room. The dining area remained occupied, with everyone still awaiting his return. Why had he taken so long? Remus raised an inquisitive eyebrow, his tone laced with curiosity. Sirius waved the 2 empty bottles in his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, just picking up a couple of bottles. Merlin, had she actually consumed both? Dorcas gaped at the bottles in astonishment. She would surely suffer a splitting headache come morning. So, what exactly is your relationship with Ibra? Fenwick could no longer contain his impatience, pressing for answers. How would I know? Sirius replied, resuming his seat, visibly uncomfortable, the casual demeanor on his face appearing to be a forced facade. How could you not know? Under what circumstances would you give your ring to a girl? Lily rolled her eyes, her tone sharp. Merlin, to think that a time traveler from the future could be Sirius's girlfriend, or possibly even his wife. Marlene widened her eyes in disbelief, shaking her head. I always assumed you would die alone and eventually move in with the Potters. I never imagined you would actually date. 20 years apart, Sirius. You're a beast in gentleman's clothing. Edgerborn declared with mock seriousness, though the amusement in his eyes betrayed him. Sirius was bombarded by their banter, his head spinning. Just as he prepared to retort, James unexpectedly interjected on his behalf. Can it be some other kind of relationship? Perhaps she is his daughter? Passing the ring to a daughter seems quite reasonable. Evelyn, mid-sip of water, choked violently at this suggestion. James immediately turned. Concern etched on his face as he reached out to assist her. The room fell silent, everyone pausing in their conversations to glance at James. Sirius found himself at a loss, uncertain whether James's comment was a lifeline or a push into the fire. He managed to deliver a sarcastic remark. Truly helpful, James. If that's the case, I suppose I should go ahead and reserve a cell in Azkaban. Evelyn shot James an annoyed glare. Have you forgotten what Ibra just said to Sirius? James faltered for a moment, his face flushing crimson as he stammered. I didn't mean it like that. Evelyn's words reminded everyone of the earlier exchange, their gazes towards Sirius becoming increasingly charged with intrigue and unrestrained mirth. Sirius, in agony, raised a hand to shield his eyes. His tone weak. Thank you very much, Evelyn. You've been equally helpful. However, Gideon contemplatively interjected, why is she not wearing the ring, but rather hanging it around her neck? Perhaps it's simply inconvenient? After all, she is an Auror, Marlene shrugged. Lily's expression grew serious as she hesitated, her gaze settling on Sirius. Noticing her scrutiny, he raised an eyebrow. What is it? Have you something to share with the group? Lily, torn, finally spoke. In the Muggle world, if a person becomes a widow, they often take off their wedding ring and wear it around their neck as a necklace. My neighbor does just that. As her words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. The previous teasing and banter vanished without a trace. In retrospect, that makes sense. Frank spoke in a low tone. She questioned you earlier, daring to impersonate. And every time she listened to you, her reactions were quite off, Evelyn added, furrowing her brow. Didn't she just hold you and say how much she missed you, while crying? Lily bit her lip. At the time, I thought she was just drunk, and didn't think much of it. Sirius felt a tightness in his chest. His thoughts immediately drifted to the scars he had seen on Ibra's arm earlier. Those ghastly marks, reminiscent of self-harm, or even attempts at self-termination. A chill crept up his spine, causing his complexion to pale. Sirius had never feared death, yet being forced to confront the reality of his demise in the future was an unbearable truth to accept. Of course, Remus attempted to salvage the situation. You might have just divorced. Sirius pressed his temples heavily, his voice laced with suppressed sarcasm. Splendid. Either it's a broken relationship, or death. Quite the delightful choice. Why not ask her tomorrow? That should clear things up, Moody interjected coldly, snorting. If you truly have a connection, it shouldn't be difficult to inquire about other matters. That's precisely why you've been single your entire life, Mad-Eye, Fabian said, shaking his head in exasperation, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Chapter 10. The Onset of Panic. Ibra was not entirely inebriated at first, yet she was far from sober. She was aware of her words, deliberately provoking Sirius, eager to witness his embarrassment and helplessness as a form of retribution for his flippant jokes about her life and death. Yet, the moment she buried herself in his embrace, tears streaming down her face, Ibra completely lost control. Her rationality was gradually consumed by the alcohol, leaving only the overwhelming urge to cry. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, she wept, as if through her tears she could extract the heavy burdens lodged within her chest. The following morning, she awoke to a searing headache. Her consciousness was hazy, everything shrouded in a fog. Reality and illusion intertwining chaotically. Her throat felt parched as if set ablaze, making even thought a daunting task. Stumbling, she pushed open the door, instinctively making her way downstairs. In retrospect, she felt no blame toward herself. If blame were to be assigned, it would be due to the kitchen's layout mirroring that of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sirius, too, had not slept a wink. More accurately, he had succumbed to fitful, shallow slumber, plagued by dreams of Ibra's tears and the gaze she cast upon him. The intertwining of complexity and sorrow left a heaviness in his chest. By the time he decided to abandon rest and rise from his bed, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Moody had mentioned that Professor Dumbledore would return to headquarters in the afternoon. When Sirius made his way downstairs, everyone was already present. The Order of the Phoenix provided little entertainment. They typically gathered around the conference table to chat or play wizard's chess. However, such gatherings were rare, as they often had individual missions. This was the most assembled they had been since their last group photo. However, Wormtail had yet to return. He had gone home to visit his ailing mother, Mrs. Pettigrew, who had been unwell lately. Yet, from his letter, it seemed he would return by the afternoon. The conference room had a peculiar layout, connecting directly to the dining room, allowing a clear view of the kitchen from within. As Sirius yawned while preparing his breakfast, James swiftly spotted him and unabashedly called out, "Make sure to bring me a breakfast too." "You didn't eat?" Sirius retrieved 2 eggs and a few slices of bacon. "I did, but I'm hungry again," James asserted confidently. At that moment, a series of unsteady footsteps echoed through the room. Sirius turned to see Ibra, shielding her eyes with her hand, her brow furrowed in pain, as if she might collapse at any moment, trudging toward the kitchen. "Are you planning to fall flat on your face this early in the morning?" Sirius frowned, his tone laced with concern and annoyance. Upon hearing his words, Ibra hesitated momentarily, lowering her hand with uncertainty, her gaze drifting toward him, a self-deprecating smile tugging at her lips, yet she offered no reply. Sirius studied her, an inexplicable tightness forming in his chest as he watched her disregard him entirely while pouring a glass of water. "Would you like some breakfast? Eggs and bacon? Or perhaps French toast?" He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. To be honest, he was utterly baffled by the nature of his relationship with Ibra. However, he was acutely aware that she had barely touched her dinner the previous night, and he could not bear to witness her suffer and hunger before him. Yet, Ibra remained silent, not even sparing him a glance. She drained the glass of water in one go and reached for the bottle of fire whiskey in the cabinet. Sirius could hardly believe his eyes. After the state she was in last night, was she really going to continue drinking? "Are you out of your mind? Are you planning to drink yourself to death?" His voice was laced with suppressed anger. The conference room was enveloped in a heavy silence. Everyone observing the scene, yet none daring to speak up. Finally, Ibra made a move. She slammed the bottle down on the table with a sharp sound, glaring at Sirius. "Can you just shut up?" Sirius was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock, hardly able to believe what he had just heard. Ibra abruptly shut her eyes, painfully tapping her temples. When she opened them again, she seemed utterly shattered. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving violently. And she clung desperately to the cabinet, her voice hoarse and filled with despair. Fine, I was wrong. I was wrong. Is that enough? Just please, have mercy, disappear. Don't let the hallucinations torment me anymore, okay? Harry has been urging me to see a therapist. And I've been too afraid to tell him that if he knew I was seeing things, he would undoubtedly drag me to a hospital. Please, don't just show up out of nowhere, okay? Don't deceive me into thinking he is still alive. Do you have any idea how long it took me to accept that he has gone? Sirius stood frozen in place, his heart tightening. It was only at this moment that he finally understood. Ibra believed he was merely a figment of her imagination. That was why she laughed like that. Why she ignored him. Sirius didn't even have time to contemplate his own mortality. The Ibra before him had completely unraveled. I'm not a hallucination. He desperately wanted to comfort her. But before he could finish, Ibra abruptly looked up, almost hysterically interrupting him. Then what are you? Sirius's ghost? I'm really losing my mind. Sirius, every night I have the same dream, and each time I have to watch you die again. Her voice trembled, tearing apart with despair. Have mercy on me. If you really want me dead, just tell me in the dream, okay? Don't make me relive that scene over and over again. If you say one word, I could die instantly. Her breath was erratic, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her fingers clutching her throat as if she couldn't breathe. In the next moment, she slid down to the floor beside the cabinet, her face turning pale. Sirius's heart constricted painfully, and instinctively he rushed over, wrapping his arms around her tightly, pulling her hands away from her throat. Get back! He shouted towards the people rushing into the conference room, his tone fierce. Make way, give her space to breathe. Ibra's eyes suddenly flickered with a hint of surprise amidst the fear. She grasped Sirius's hand as if a drowning person clinging to a lifeline. I can touch you, Sirius, save me. Sirius's heart ached intensely, a wave of guilt crashing over him. He hardly knew her. He had only met her yesterday, yet she had been reduced to this state because of him. She was in a panic. This was his fault. Breathe with me, all right? Just listen to me. His voice strove to remain steady, yet it carried an unprecedented tenderness. He exaggerated his movements, dramatically inhaling and exhaling. Inhale, exhale, once more. Ibra gradually fell into his rhythm. Though still chaotic, she could breathe a little easier. Sirius sat down beside her, enveloping her in his embrace, holding her tightly. For the first time, he was grateful to have attended a few mundane psychology classes out of boredom. It's okay, he murmured softly, again and again. You're just having a panic attack. Can you feel it? I'm holding you. I'm really here. I'm not a hallucination. Do you remember? You saw me yesterday. You said you came from the future. You remember, right? The alcohol dulled Ibra's consciousness, her panic nearing the brink of chaos. But Sirius's voice was like a guiding light, pulling her back from the tearing void. Her world began to feel real again. Sirius observed her breathing gradually stabilize, cautiously guiding her. Can you speak now? Ibra nodded slightly. Do you know my name? Sirius Black. Very good, Sirius said in a gentle tone. Now do you remember your name? Ibra paused, almost instinctively murmuring. Ibra, Potter. The air suddenly became thick with tension. Sirius froze, slowly lifting his gaze to lock eyes with James, who was not far away. James's eyes blazed with fury, shock and rage threatening to consume him. Evelyn gasped, covering her mouth as if afraid she might scream. Remus reacted the quickest, instinctively gripping James's arm to prevent him from rushing over. Sirius's throat tightened, a singular thought racing through his mind. It's over. He might be dead. Desperately, he struggled to hold on. So, what is your relationship with James Potter? Ibra's gaze remained dazed. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered. He is Harry's father. Sirius gritted his teeth and pressed on. And what is your relationship with Harry? Ibra's chaotic mind struggled to piece together the memories, finally grasping Sirius's earlier words. Her voice low. You said Harry is my brother Sirius Black. James shouted furiously at him. Ibra flinched, instinctively shrinking into Sirius's embrace. Remus immediately pressed down hard on James's shoulder, covering his mouth with one hand and shaking his head. Sirius now felt as though he were truly on the brink of death. Chapter 11, Confrontation, Part 1. In hindsight, James realized that there were indeed many inconsistencies. Perhaps they should never have regarded the fragmented utterances of a drunken girl as absolute truth. Yet in that moment, one after another, the shock struck him, rendering him utterly irrational. His daughter, battered and bruised, appeared because Sirius had been tortured into this state. She had just thought that Sirius was a hallucination. How many times must she have experienced such hallucinations to become so bitterly disappointed, to so humbly beg the illusions to spare her? The only clear thought in James's mind was, first, punch Sirius, then sort everything out. Sirius had to admit that the influx of information over the past 2 days had been overwhelming. His thoughts wandered absurdly. He wished he could travel to the future and ask his 40-year-old self, "What the hell are you thinking? How dare you do this?" By the time Ibra regained her composure, she found herself settled beside the sofa, while James had nearly seized Sirius by the collar, gritting his teeth and shouting, "You bastard! Traitor!" "Sirius is not a traitor," Ibra blurted out. James whirled around, his face a mask of shock and betrayal. "I'm your father. You want to help me, but instead you help him? He incessantly clamored to be the godfather of my child. Is this truly what he envisions as the role of a godfather?" "Indeed." Gideon, arms crossed, remarked with a wicked glee, "Anyone in his position would surely be incensed." "Stop causing trouble, Gideon," Dorcas admonished. Meanwhile, Moody merely lingered in the background, squinting as he observed the unfolding drama. Ibra was utterly bewildered, blinking as she managed to stammer, You are not my father." James's expression darkened instantly. "Are you severing ties with me for him? Or have you already done so in the future?" Sirius, however, offered no retort. His demeanor was complex as he allowed James to grip his collar tightly, showing no signs of resistance. "Wait, I truly do not comprehend what is transpiring. Could someone elucidate this for me?" Marlene interjected. "You just proclaimed that your name is Ibra Potter." Ibra's eyes widened in shock, her heart momentarily halting. This was precisely why she had meticulously concealed her surname. The name Potter was far too prone to misinterpretation. "By Merlin's beard," she lamented, covering her eyes in despair. "I swear I have no blood relation to you." Yet James persisted relentlessly, his gaze sweeping over her hair, donning a look of realization. "Being adopted does not count." "You did not adopt me at all," Ibra interjected, her voice rising in urgency. "In a sense, we do not know each other at all." The gazes of the assembled crowd converged upon her, a tapestry of suspicion, confusion, and scrutiny interwoven. Ibra pressed her lips together, forcing herself to speak. "Let us discuss this when Dumbledore returns. It is not a pleasant tale, and I do not wish to recount it twice." Her gaze fell upon Sirius, who was tying an apron with a hint of anxious unease. The sight of his guilt-ridden, non-confrontational posture caused Ibra to involuntarily curve her lips into a faint smile. "I'm hungry. Is there breakfast?" Ibra inquired, vaguely recalling her recent breakfast options. Sirius glanced at the clock on the wall. "How about lunch?" Ibra expressed no objections, merely nodding gently. Lunch was prepared by Sirius, Frank, and Alice, with the Pruitt brothers assisting. Ibra was unaware that the Lombard couple would be cooking. She had only encountered them once at St. Mungo's, where she had been hospitalized after an injury while on a mission, fortuitously residing in the adjacent ward. In the kitchen, Frank and Alice were whispering to each other as they prepared the meal, their every gesture exuding intimacy and harmony. Ibra felt a pang in her chest. This should have been Neville's childhood, filled with warm parents and a complete family. The ravages of war were brutal and agonizing. Ibra loathed war and despised Voldemort. She yearned to ascertain whether Voldemort's influence in this world mirrored that of her own. She posed a few casual inquiries to Lily and others, apart from Evelyn's appearance. Everything else bore no significant difference. Suddenly, she felt compelled to express gratitude towards Evelyn. Thanks to her, Ibra could ascertain that this was not the past, but rather a divergent world. If it were the past, then every breath she took, every word she uttered could potentially rewrite the future, a calamity indeed. Yet in this alternate world, she could act without restraint, for every moment she participated in would become history, her existence shaping the future. "So, what exactly is your relationship with Sirius? Girlfriend? Or perhaps wife?" Dorcas could no longer contain himself, voicing the unspoken question lingering in everyone's minds. Ibra's hand faltered momentarily as she instinctively glanced towards the kitchen. Sirius's silhouette was illuminated by the light. His movements had not ceased, yet he was evidently listening. That shoulder line, that casual posture, gradually overlapped with the memory of the person she once knew, but could not fully reconcile. The youth before her was still vibrant, surrounded by friends and laughter. The Sirius in her memories bore more scars and shadows, a soul burdened with profound anguish. But Ibra did not like that version of him. It was not something to be admired. She wished for him to escape such a fate. She did not want him to tread that path again. This was enough. He was still laughing, still living fervently. She owed her thanks to Merlin for bringing her back to the inception of this tale. "Neither," Ibra replied with a smile, her lips tinged with a hint of bittersweetness. Actually, before she could finish, a rapid knocking at the door abruptly interrupted her response. Chapter 12, Confrontation, Part 2. The group exchanged glances. Amy Lynn Vance and Benji Fenwick tightened their grips on their wands and cautiously approached the door. "Who is it?" Amy Lynn inquired warily. "It is I, Peter Pettigrew," came a shrill voice from outside. Ibra's heart seized abruptly, her complexion draining of color as her gaze fixated on the entrance, her hand clenching into a fist. Peter Pettigrew, the name she had nearly forgotten, the true traitor. She struggled to restrain herself, repeatedly reminding herself that it was 1978. Uncertain if Peter had already succumbed to Voldemort's servitude. Yet when that round, pudgy face materialized before her, the sole thought surging through her mind was to immediately cast the killing curse upon him. "Oh, who is that?" Peter exclaimed upon entering, his gaze landing on Ibra at the long table, his tone laced with curiosity and unease. "This is Ibra, from the future," Fenwick casually introduced, his tone tinged with jest. "A great deal has transpired these past few days. To be honest, you've missed quite a lot." "Future?" Peter's countenance shifted, incredulity flooding his features as he pressed. "You mean the future?" Ibra keenly observed as he instinctively tightened his grip on his left arm. During the First Wizarding War, no one was aware that certain Death Eaters bore the dark mark branded by Voldemort on their arms. All that was known was that after those nights of attacks, these repugnant symbols would appear in the sky. "Indeed, I hail from the future," Ibra confirmed, her voice laced with an icy chill. I cannot simply take her word for it." Peter stammered, his eyes brimming with terror. "What if this is a trap set by the Dark Lord?" As he spoke, he instinctively took a couple of steps back, drawing closer to the door like a rat poised to flee. Fenwick was about to speak to reassure him, but in the next moment, a violent surge of magic erupted, swiftly engulfing the entire room. Fenwick stumbled backward, barely regaining his balance, while Peter was thrown to the ground, held down by an invisible force, immobilized. He writhed desperately, his face turning crimson, gasping for breath in a futile struggle. The members of the Order of the Phoenix collectively inhaled sharply, their wands raised instinctively, pointing toward the source of this oppressive force, Ibra. She remained seated, seemingly distant from Peter. Yet it felt as though she towered over him with an unsettling authority. "What do you intend to do?" Sirius's voice shattered the silence first, filled with urgency and anger. Ibra offered no response. She slowly rose from her chair, her expression impassive as she approached Peter. "Why do you appear so frightened upon hearing I come from the future, Wormtail?" Ibra's voice was frigid. "Do you lack the confidence to keep your filthy secrets hidden for a lifetime?" I do not know what you're talking about." Peter's complexion drained entirely, his gaze evasive, his voice sharp with fear. Help! James! Save me!" James immediately rushed forward, followed closely by Sirius and Remus. The three of them formed a barrier in front of Peter, effectively shielding him from the advancing figure of Ibra. "What do you intend to do?" James's wand was pointed directly at Ibra, his gaze sharp and resolute. Ibra stared back at him, showing no sign of retreat. "To eliminate the traitors of the Order of the Phoenix. Have you ever considered why the recent missions have consistently failed? Have you never suspected that among you lurks a mole?" Her fists clenched tightly, her magical powers surging restlessly. Peter let out a piercing scream, his body contorting as if crushed by a massive weight, as though his bones were being ground to dust. The air in the room became thick with tension, and all members of the Order held their breath. No one acted. They merely gripped their wands tightly, their faces etched with grave concern, tumultuous emotions swirling within them. "He is our friend." Sirius gritted his teeth, stepping forward to shield James, his eyes blazing as he confronted Ibra. "He would never do such a thing. Let him go." Ibra, who had managed to maintain her composure, felt her mental defenses begin to crumble at Sirius's casual words. "Friend?" Her voice trembled, laced with an uncontainable mockery. "You protect him, treat him as a friend. But what about him? How has he repaid your trust?" Ibra's voice rose, filled with anguish. "He caused James's death. He framed you for Azkaban. He kidnapped James's child. He has betrayed all of your trust. 12 years, Sirius." Her voice grew hoarse, emotion flooding over her. "You spent a damn 12 years in Azkaban. 12 years. Sirius froze, a flicker of horror and disbelief crossing his face. James is dead." James's complexion turned ashen, his expression becoming one of helplessness. Ibra knew that this news would strike a devastating blow to anyone. Moreover, the one declared dead was himself, while the true culprit cowered behind them, like a cowardly wretch crying for help. Ibra could hardly suppress a laugh at the absurdity of it all. Peter Pettigrew, the coward who betrayed his friends. She truly wished to ask him how he managed to do it, betraying them while shamelessly calling their names in moments like this, begging for their protection. Did he not feel even a moment's shame as they stood before him, shielding him from anger and questioning? If he possessed even a shred of conscience, should he not have simply ended his own life? Ibra suddenly pushed past Sirius, striding towards Peter without hesitation. She reached out and tore open the sleeve of his left arm. Instantly, everyone beheld the gruesome sight. A scarlet dark mark was grotesquely embedded in Pettigrew's skin. Once summoned by Voldemort, it would transform into a pitch-black symbol. Peter immediately emitted a choked sob, tightly shutting his eyes, his entire being stripped of its last veneer of disguise. The room erupted with gasps. Sirius turned stiffly, gazing at the repugnant mark, Ibra's accusations echoing relentlessly in his mind. He caused James's death. James's face turned pale as he staggered, nearly losing his balance. Evelyn quickly moved to his side, steadying him, while he instinctively clutched her tightly. He looked up at Ibra, trembling and pleading. What about Evelyn? She also? I don't know, Ibra replied softly, shaking her head. Remus looked at Peter with disappointment and pain, his voice quavering. So, yesterday's mission leak was your doing, Peter? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Peter screamed hysterically. His face streaked with tears and cold sweat, a pitiful sight. This is a setup. It was her. It was Ibra's doing. This mark was placed on me by her. I'm not. James, you have to believe me. I would never harm you. Before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed through the room. Crack. Everyone's hearts tightened. It was the sound of bones breaking. In the next moment, blood gushed from Peter's mouth, his body spasming for an instant, his eyes widening in horror, as if they might burst. Then, his head slowly drooped, and he fell silent. The room filled with stifled gasps. All eyes turned to Ibra. She crouched beside the corpse, her hand lingering on Peter's neck. Her fingertips retracted slowly, her expression eerily calm, as if she had merely eliminated a pest that needed disposing of. The air was deathly still. No one spoke. James clearly wanted to rush towards Peter, but was held back by Evelyn. Ibra gradually rose, the chaotic magic around her coalescing. She swallowed hard, forcing down the metallic taste of blood that threatened to rise. According to procedure, we should interrogate him. Moody finally spoke, his tone steady. You have no right to kill him, nor have you fully cleared your own suspicions. There is nothing to interrogate. I don't care if you suspect me. Ibra replied indifferently, her expression unwavering. Everything he could say, I can provide you. Moody's brow furrowed deeply, his tone laced with probing skepticism. What we need is intelligence regarding the war. What can you provide? Ibra smirked, self-deprecating. A list of Death Eaters. A list of the neutral faction, even methods to defeat Voldemort. Don't worry, Mad-Eye. I'm closer to the war than you might think. She paused, the curve of her lips deepening, the sarcasm more pronounced. After all, my best friend is the savior of the wizarding world. Chapter 13, Forgiveness. Sirius felt ensnared in a tumult of chaos. Peter Pettigrew, a friend he had known for 7 years, lay dead before him, and he had not intervened. Sirius was never afraid of death. He would readily proclaim that he was willing to die for his friends. He had always naively believed that others would feel the same. But reality struck him with a brutal blow. Betrayal had emerged. The blood-red dark mark seared into his vision, branding itself in his mind, making him feel nauseous. He even fantasized about resurrecting Peter, merely to confront him with the question of why, and then to kill him with his own hands. His thoughts inevitably drifted back to yesterday, the failed reconnaissance mission of James and Lily, a failure that felt strangely out of place. At that time, they all suspected a mole, yet no one dared to voice their fears. They were terrified that there truly was a traitor among them, afraid that their comrades, once allies in battle, could turn into enemies. Sirius had never imagined that the traitor would be Peter. Ibra's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. More than the fear of being wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban, Sirius was consumed by the thought that James was dead at the hands of Peter Pettigrew's betrayal. He harbored no doubt that if such a future were to unfold, he would lose his sanity. James was gone, and with his departure, a piece of Sirius's soul felt irretrievably lost. In a sense, James was one of the reasons he cherished this world. The sunlight, the laughter, and all the freedom and indulgence felt meaningful only because of James. He couldn't help but glance at Ibra, the young yet icy visage. For the first time, Sirius clearly recognized that she was an Auror and the head of the Auror office. Ibra was fixated on James, and Sirius followed her gaze. James gazed down at Peter's lifeless body, his eyes filled with anguish and disbelief. Sirius comprehended the tumultuous thoughts swirling within James's mind. He understood the unspoken words he longed to articulate. Was there truly no chance for redemption? Did he truly have to die? A dull ache gripped Sirius's heart. James harbored an unwavering softness and compassion for those he deemed friends. Sirius knew that if Peter had somehow managed to crawl to James in his final moments, tears streaming down his face as he begged for forgiveness, James would undoubtedly have forgiven him. Ivy's expression turned peculiar. Sirius anticipated that she would chastise James for his naivety or coldly remind him of the harsh realities. Yet, she merely hesitated before speaking. You know, in the future, when Remus and I attempt to avenge you by killing Wormtail, he cries and begs Harry for forgiveness. He says you would surely forgive him. Her smile was faint. I once thought that was merely his sophistry. Sirius noted that Ivy had once again invoked that name, Harry. Harry Potter, the future son of James. The ease with which she spoke suggested a familiarity with this Harry. Doubts began to surface in Sirius's mind. Why would he tell her that Harry was her brother? Yet, James found no solace in this revelation. On the contrary, his countenance darkened even further. Ivy suddenly pondered whether, if Harry were present, he would take it upon himself to end Wormtail's life. Would he, too, be as merciful as James? Would he choose to grant Peter Pettigrew another chance? The two worlds differed subtly in their intricacies. What if the Wormtail here could truly seek redemption? But Ivy understood that she would not take that risk. She dared not gamble. Even if her conscience would ache later, she would not regret it. Just as, when confronting the remnants of the Death Eaters, there would always be some elderly wizards, their hair white with age, pleading with her to spare their children. She had truly struggled with this, her conscience constantly unsettled. Even knowing those people deserved their fate, Ivy felt a wave of suffocation wash over her, turning on her heel to head toward the stairs, pausing at the first step. Suddenly, she turned back to look at James once more. He made your child an orphan at just 1 year old. He caused the deaths of you and your wife. If this brings you any comfort, I must tell you, he showed no mercy to your child until the very end. He has caused the death of many. She wished to alleviate some of James's pain and confusion. If any soul deserved torment, let it be hers. James's eyes widened in shock, his breath caught in his throat. Before becoming increasingly rapid, the others fell silent, their gazes fixed intently on the two of them. It was then that Ivy noticed Evelyn was also watching her. Gratitude reflected in the girl's eyes. Ivy's gaze drifted to Sirius, and for the first time, she realized she could not decipher the emotions within his eyes. Almost as if fleeing, Ivy retreated to her room. The moment she closed the door, she felt a profound, suffocating sense of alienation. This was her Sirius. Yet not her Sirius. The essence remained the same, but the memories had been reset. He existed in a realm entirely different from her own. And yet, she stubbornly imposed the cruelty and suffering of another world upon him. Doubts flooded her mind. Had she erred? Should she truly bind him with her obsessions? Was he not meant to forge a new life in this world? Was he being forced to accept her message? Did he truly wish for it? Chapter 14, Substitute. A knock echoed through the air. It's me, Evelyn. I brought you some lunch. Ivy hesitated for a moment before reaching for the door. Evelyn smiled, lifting the tray in her hands. I recall you mentioning your hunger not long ago, did you not? Ivy stepped aside to allow her entry. Evelyn placed the tray on the bedside table and turned to her. So, have I broken up with James? It seemed that, among all present, Ivy felt the most estranged from her. Her reaction upon seeing Evelyn was one of sheer surprise. Ivy paused, then smiled gently. I genuinely like you, Evelyn. You are remarkably perceptive. She proceeded to explain the entire situation to Evelyn. To be honest, this explanation is more acceptable than I had anticipated. Evelyn settled onto the carpet, nodding thoughtfully. I'm not surprised. Without me, James would be with Lily. She paused, a hint of teasing glimmering in her eyes. And that also explains Harry's existence. You know, when I calculated Harry's approximate birth date, I was genuinely taken aback. After all, I currently have no intention of becoming pregnant. Ivy smiled slightly, but merely resumed her efforts to torment the custard in her bowl with her spoon. Evelyn regarded her intently before speaking slowly. You must be enduring quite a hardship. Ivy's hand froze, her voice flat. Everyone is struggling in their own way. I'm a bit apprehensive about the story you are about to tell us, Evelyn said, her brow furrowing, her tone lowering as it became evident that it would not be a cheerful tale. Even if we win, it may not have a happy ending. War never has a good conclusion, Ivy murmured, her mind drifting back to that great battle, the young lives lost in pools of blood. Each death an indelible image that could never be erased. The survivors were not heroes. They were merely the fortunate ones. No one could emerge unscathed from war. Everyone was fighting to heal their wounds. Do you have a way to return? Evelyn suddenly inquired. Ivy shook her head. I don't even know how I got here. But if you found a way, would you want to go back? Ivy's hand finally stilled as she lifted her gaze to meet Evelyn's. What I mean is, Evelyn smiled, blinking playfully, I quite like you. If there is no compelling reason to leave, why not try to enjoy this second chance? You know, James still firmly believes he pursued me. Evelyn stood, adjusting her dress. Now, I must go give everyone a heads up, especially James and Lily. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back, adding, oh, and at least eat that poor custard. It was personally prepared by Mr. Black. Once Evelyn departed, the room fell silent once more. Ivy lowered her gaze to the bowl of custard that had been so mercilessly mangled, but ultimately, she scooped a spoonful and placed it in her mouth. When Evelyn returned to the dining table, she found everyone watching her. You were gone a long time. Is everything all right? James's face was still pale, as if he had yet to recover from a deep shock. Evelyn shook her head. I'm fine. The atmosphere at the table was heavy with an almost suffocating tension. Moments ago, James and Remus had personally buried Peter, while Sirius had refused to partake. The events that had transpired left a shadow in the hearts of all present. A companion, with whom they had shared countless moments, had betrayed their trust and perished before them in an instant. Anger barely had time to fully surface before it was brutally cut off by death. Evelyn pressed her lips together before speaking up. Ivy told me that Harry is your child with Lily. At that moment, James swore he felt a surge of panic. A genuine urge to dash against a wall like a house elf seeking refuge, to collide with it forcefully. Cough, cough, cough. A cacophony of coughs erupted from the dining table. As nearly everyone was taken aback by the chilling revelation, tears brimmed in the corners of Sue's eyes. It was the first time she comprehended the weight of that term. James's expression mirrored her own shock, while Lily gazed at her with palpable dread. Her heart softened at the sight, prompting her to quickly retract her earlier mischievous intentions and offer a swift explanation. No wonder she claimed to hail from some distant future. Dorcas nodded in sudden understanding. So, what role does Sirius play? A mere substitute? Fenwick interjected with a raised brow. In truth, Ibra had indeed mentioned Sirius to Evelyn just moments earlier. Yet, Evelyn instinctively opted for silence, her eyes surveying Sirius's countenance. He offered no reply, merely rolling his eyes at Fenwick before redirecting his focus to his plate. Silently, he sliced through the steak, his jaw clenched tightly, the veins in his hands conspicuously prominent. For the first time, Evelyn witnessed him suppressing his emotions due to a girl. Clearly, he cared, did he not? She let out a soft sigh, casually remarking, I feel pity for Ibra. She must love her Sirius from that world dearly. She took satisfaction in seeing the veins in Sirius's hands tense abruptly. A vague fury ignited within him. Since yesterday, his attention, whether willingly or otherwise, had been entirely ensnared by Ibra. He spent the entire night ruminating. Why would he even consider romance? Why pursue a girl so much younger than himself? He realized that Ibra must hold significant importance to him. The ring was not merely a symbol of identity, but bore connotations of inheritance. In the Black family, it was customary for someone to place the ring on their wife's finger post-marriage. If that were indeed the case, it would signify a profound bond between them. Much unlike how Orion had never bestowed a ring upon Walburga, marriage had never been a consideration in Sirius's future plans. The dismal union of Walburga and Orion had long proven that such ties were shackles, and he would never repeat that mistake. Perhaps their lineage was simply incapable of love. Throughout his life, Sirius had received countless love letters. Mary often jested that with his looks, he could easily attract any girl he desired. Yet, he had never pursued anyone nor accepted any invitations. He was acutely aware of the superficial reasons behind his admirers. He loathed that shallowness. Walburga's choice of Orion, ostensibly rooted in idealistic purity, was largely driven by the latter's handsome exterior. Sirius held no disdain for his own appearance. Even if the visage inherited from Orion further fueled Walburga's pathological desire for control over him. However, he detested the notion of being loved solely for his looks. It felt like a verdict, as if apart from this facade, he possessed nothing worthy of affection. That was a legacy he sought desperately to escape. Thus, he found himself increasingly intrigued. Why had Ibra fallen for him? And why had he developed feelings for her? Regardless of the reasons, he had accepted this reality. In fact, he found himself instinctively wanting to care for her. She was in so much pain. Her suffering evoked a morbid sense of satisfaction within him. Every ounce of her agony stemmed from her love for him, a fervent love. And Sirius craved that intensity. He yearned for everything that resembled the sun. For such warmth could dispel the icy gloom that the Black family had instilled in his very bones. Yet now, he was informed that this love was not meant for him. He was merely a substitute for another version of himself. In that instant, he nearly rushed into Ibra's room to confront her. However, as images of her panic-stricken eyes, her tears, her hallucinations, and the grotesque scars adorning her arms flooded his mind, he found himself at a loss for words. He had no standing to question her. She had never explicitly conveyed anything. Her actions were mere instincts born from intoxication and despair, and in her moments of sobriety, she deliberately maintained her distance, even refraining from engaging him in conversation. Ibra seems to have an eating disorder. Could you please help prepare some egg custard for her, Sirius? Evelyn's voice pulled him from his tumultuous thoughts. He paused momentarily before softly responding, sure. Chapter 15, Purity. Ibra clearly understood Evelyn's insinuation. Deep down, she realized that if she truly wished to secure Sirius's affection, the method was not complex. He could willingly hide in dark, damp caves subsisting on rats to fulfill his role as a godfather. He could willingly confine himself within the Black ancestral home just to see Harry. He could bear the burden of James and Lily's deaths, permitting himself to languish in Azkaban, enduring the soul-sucking torment of Dementors. Responsibility, born from love, could compel him to willingly relinquish his freedom, even his dignity. Likewise, she could entice him to love her out of a sense of obligation. Ibra had yearned for far too long, suffered for far too long. After endless torment, she gradually realized that rather than desiring his love, she simply wished for him to live. As long as he was alive, as long as he remained the same Sirius. That would suffice. She endeavored to convince herself that her love for Sirius was noble. Yet, all of that shattered in an instant when she glimpsed Sirius laughing with Marlene. He beamed with such radiance. Ibra had never witnessed him smile so joyfully. The smiles she had seen were always tinged with pain and gloom. She suddenly recalled that during their first meeting, when he complimented her hair, he had mentioned Marlene. She instinctively fixed her gaze upon Marlene, so beautiful, her golden hair shimmering, devoid of any anguish or shadow. You've arrived? Headmaster Dumbledore should be here soon. Evelyn smiled at her, her tone lighthearted, as if oblivious to the tension. We were just discussing James's foolish antics. He once dragged Marlene and Sirius along to Hogsmeade to impress Lily. In that moment, all of Ibra's rationality collapsed. She felt on the verge of madness. To hell with nobility. To hell with restraint. Sirius looked at her, only to see her calmly glance at him and Marlene before nonchalantly taking a seat, never casting another glance his way. Sirius found it almost laughable. She remained utterly unfazed, as though in her heart, he was not even worthy of being a substitute. Sirius couldn't help but wonder if, in her moments of clarity, she even despised his face. Just then, the door creaked open, and Dumbledore entered briskly alongside Professor McGonagall. Almost as soon as they stepped into the room, Ibra abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with wariness. Dumbledore halted, quietly locking eyes with her. "Miss Ibra Potter?" he inquired softly. Ibra smiled, though the expression was distant and guarded. "Long time no see, Headmaster Dumbledore." A hush fell over the room as everyone held their breath, watching the exchange. Dumbledore took his seat at the head of the table, while Professor McGonagall settled at his left, her demeanor grave. "You seem to hold a dislike for me," Dumbledore stated, his voice low and devoid of inflection, yet possessing an undeniable weight. "From a certain perspective, I hold you in high regard." Ibra spoke slowly, her gaze cold and indifferent. "Yet from another perspective, I yearn to shatter your office before your very eyes. Alas, in my world, the opportunity has long since passed, for by then, it had already become Professor McGonagall's office." As her words hung in the air, many present furrowed their brows at her impolite remark. It seemed I had finally reached retirement. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly, perceiving the underlying message in her words. Ibra did not counter. It had been far too long since she last saw Dumbledore. Long enough that she nearly forgot the resentment she harbored towards him. She was acutely aware of the torment, isolation, burdens, and scars that Harry had endured during that time. As his friend, as his family, she cared more deeply and felt greater pain than anyone else. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was an exceptional politician, a cold strategist. He had indeed exchanged his life for the victory of the magical world, a fact Ibra could not deny. Yet, she still resented him. She resented his love for Harry, which she deemed impure, tainted with calculation and manipulation. Harry once regarded him as a mentor, a spiritual leader. She had genuinely believed that he loved Harry unconditionally, just as Harry cherished him. It was only later that she understood love comes at a cost. Her unconditional love for Harry did not imply that everyone would feel the same. Harry perfectly inherited James's compassion, perhaps even deeper. He attempted to forgive everyone. Even in the final battle, he still sought to make Voldemort repent, to salvage the shattered soul of the Dark Lord. But Ibra could not. She was incapable of it. She had pledged her loyalty to Harry, and she could not forgive anyone who had caused him harm, even under the guise of protection and love. Pain could never be offset by love. That would be a desecration of love. Love is love. Any negative elements mixed and render it repugnant. The love and hatred she offered must remain pure. Dumbledore spoke slowly. "Alastor has mentioned some of your deeds to me. It appears you are an exceptionally capable young woman. Perhaps it would be prudent to cease this probing and stop the circumlocution." Ibra coldly interrupted. "I do not know why I am here, nor how to return. But for now, I must survive in this place." She locked her gaze onto Dumbledore, showing no signs of retreat. "I am utterly opposed to Voldemort. He has inflicted irreparable harm upon me, my family, and my friends. Therefore, in any world, I shall resist him and slay him. In my world, the war has already ended. You are fortunate. I will provide you with methods and reveal how to defeat him. Moreover, I am willing to assist you." "You are quite confident, girl," Moody gruffly remarked, staring intently at Ibra. "But do you truly understand war? I have said it before, I am a friend of the Savior." Ibra met his gaze. "I entered the Auror department at 17 and became the head of the department by 19. I did not live in a peaceful era following the war. We ended the war ourselves." As her words settled, the room fell into a sudden silence. Incredulity, shock, admiration, and profound confusion intermingled in the expressions of those present. 17? Frank could not help but exclaim, disbelief etched across his face. "You were just a child then. How could we allow a child onto the battlefield?" Ibra smiled lightly, a hint of irony in her expression. "Of course, because most of you were dead." Silence enveloped the room, the air seemingly thickening. Wow, that was a blunt death notice. Fabian attempted to feign ease, making a face at her in an effort to lighten the mood. But it will not happen in your world again. Each year on the anniversary of our victory in the war, I must see your names on the memorial list. Time and again, I grow weary of it. As she spoke, her gaze gradually shifted to Dumbledore. Throughout, he had not interjected, merely observing her with a calm demeanor, as if waiting. Tom Riddle created Horcruxes, which is why he is powerful enough to evade complete destruction. The crowd was initially taken aback, then confusion spread across their faces. Only Dumbledore's expression darkened, his gaze growing inscrutable. To put it simply, Ibra explained slowly, Horcruxes are created through exceedingly vile means that tear the soul and embed it in an object. Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord you speak of, is an exceedingly cowardly fool. He created multiple Horcruxes to evade death. As long as his Horcruxes exist, he can resurrect time and time again. Madman, Dolohov murmured, his face pale. A wave of suppressed curses filled the room, laced with fear and anger. Everyone understood the implications of this reality. Voldemort was not only difficult to kill, but could potentially exist forever. Should their resistance fail, the magical world would suffocate under his dark reign. At present, he should have only created 5 Horcruxes. Ibra continued. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, the ring of the Gaunt family, and his own diary. Chapter 16, The Pensive. The meeting lasted for an extended period. Most of the time, it was Ibra speaking. Yet her focus remained solely on the locations and order of the Horcruxes, deliberately avoiding any mention of her past. She did not utter a word about her story with Harry. That memory was far too lengthy and burdensome. Even a slight revelation would entail countless details, too extensive to recount. Dumbledore clearly did not fully trust her. Ibra sensed that his blue eyes were constantly scrutinizing, capturing the portions she intentionally omitted. Tomorrow, I will first retrieve the locket. At the conclusion of the meeting, Ibra casually declared, it requires 2 people to access it. You may send anyone you wish to accompany me. She was well aware that 3 of the 5 Horcruxes were relatively easy to obtain. In another world, lives had already been sacrificed to reveal their locations. The cup and the diary posed the greatest challenges, one heavily guarded in Gringotts, the other held by Malfoy. Sirius sat there, feeling a tumult of emotions. This meeting had brought them hope. They finally knew how to defeat Voldemort. Yet at the same time, Ibra remained an enigma. She was calm, rational, and articulate, yet distanced herself profoundly, as if everything were merely a mission, devoid of any personal connection between her and them. In a fleeting moment, Sirius even wondered if she already knew how to return to her world. For her, there was nothing here worth longing for. I will go with you, Evelyn spoke first. If anything unexpected occurs, I can heal you. Ibra was about to agree when Sirius interjected, seemingly nonchalant. I should go instead. You have to work at the Auror department tomorrow. He and James had always been well off, almost full-time members of the Order of the Phoenix, while Evelyn, determined to become an Auror, had indeed been quite busy since her employment. Evelyn paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Ibra, what do you think? Ibra briefly met Sirius's gaze, then lowered her eyelashes, softly uttering, I am fine with either option. That would be best. Edgar nodded with a smile, affirming. You are most familiar with Sirius. Your collaboration should be more seamless. After all, you are lovers. We are not. Ibra interjected coldly, almost instantly denying it. I have no connection with him. The atmosphere froze in that moment. Sirius's gaze was fixated on the necklace around Ibra's neck. Then why did I give you the ring? He asked. He bit his lip, swallowing the latter part of his sentence. Then why did you say those things last night? Why did you hold me and cry? And why do you always have illusions about me? Curiosity, confusion, and a yearning for answers hung heavily in the air, yet none were forthcoming. Ibra remained silent. Finally, Dumbledore spoke, his voice gentle, yet imbued with his characteristic penetrating quality. Miss Potter, thank you for all the information you've provided. However, if I may be so bold, what about yourself? Your story? I don't believe concealing my story would affect anything, Ibra evaded. But we must understand why your surname is Potter, Gideon interjected. Along with the details of the war and how you intend to obtain that Horcrux. You have only shared its location with us, lacking any specifics. We wish to trust you, but at present, you are an enigma to us. This time, Ibra did not retort. She merely furrowed her brow. My story is too long. I cannot convey it in a brief moment. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested discreetly, you could utilize the pensive to present us with the memories you deem significant. Ibra's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. That would conveniently allow for verification of their authenticity, wouldn't it, Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore merely smiled, offering no denial. To some extent, this is more reliable than Veritaserum. The consensus in the magical community is that wizards can be trained to resist Veritaserum, but memories cannot be fabricated. Ibra only realized long after her admission to Hogwarts, that being able to fabricate memories was an unusual ability. Instinctively, her gaze drifted towards Sirius. He was engaged in hushed conversation with Marlene, leaning in close. In her world, Remus had told her that Sirius had never had a girlfriend. But this was another world. If he were like James, could there be differences? She felt herself spiraling into madness. She had to save herself. He could choose not to love her, but he could not fall for someone else. She could not bear to witness him loving another. My mental state is quite poor. I cannot fully control my memories. The images you will see may be rather disordered. Ibra feigned difficulty. That is acceptable, Dumbledore reassured her, yet he persisted. Perhaps you need not rush to retrieve the Horcrux tomorrow. Let us clarify everything first, Miss Potter. Ibra slowly nodded. Chapter 17, Fussy Eaters. Dinner marked Ibra's first meal with the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius noticed that she had hardly touched her lunch. Apart from the egg custard, her plate remained nearly untouched. It was no wonder that holding her felt akin to embracing a wisp of cotton. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had already departed, and Moody had to return to the Auror department to report on the previous mission. The remaining members were all younger individuals. Evelyn and a few others had even collectively taken the day off for tomorrow. Care for a drink? Edgar suggested, raising a bottle with a hint of self-mockery. To our impending demise. Dorcas rolled his eyes in disdain, but refrained from voicing a rebuttal. Ibra remained mostly silent, but when Edgar poured the drinks, she honestly extended her cup. Sirius intended to speak up to stop her, opened his mouth, but ultimately could not voice his objections. He suddenly realized that he seemed to lack any ground to prevent her. Before long, everyone noticed that under the influence of alcohol, Ibra appeared to have become much more animated. The cold mask forged from trauma temporarily slipped away, revealing a version of her that seemed closer to her true age. James frowned at the broccoli on his plate, casting an accusatory glance at Frank. Why do you always make broccoli? Frank was evidently accustomed to this complaint. Because, obviously, Alice likes it. This was not James's first grievance, nor was it the first time he had heard such a response. Sirius chuckled, nudging his plate towards James. James blew him an exaggerated kiss and unceremoniously extracted all the broccoli from his plate, dumping it into Sirius's. Why can't you learn from Sirius and not be so fussy? Lily couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just as Sirius was about to reclaim his plate, suddenly, a slender hand silently reached over and deftly speared a piece of broccoli off his plate. He was taken aback. It was Ibra. He clearly saw that not a single piece of broccoli had been touched on her own plate. At that moment, one hand supported her head, her gaze slightly unfocused, while the other lazily reached over, nonchalantly extracting piece after piece of broccoli from his plate. Many eyes were drawn to this scene. Do you like broccoli? Evelyn asked curiously. I absolutely do not. Ibra wrinkled her nose, expressing her distaste quite naturally. Then why are you taking mine? Sirius couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Don't you also hate eating it? Why pretend not to be fussy when you clearly are? Her tone was familiar and assured. Sirius was certain that Ibra was not fully coherent at this point, for she had publicly declared their lack of relationship earlier in the afternoon. Fussy? Remus evidently did not believe it. Sirius is the least fussy eater I've ever seen. Ibra chuckled lightly, her voice slightly slurred from the alcohol. That's because he pretends to like whatever Walburga hates. Ever since he was a child, he would feign enjoyment just to annoy her. The others at the table turned to look at Sirius. He hesitated for a moment before nodding uncertainly. Merlin, James exclaimed. Then why didn't you tell us when you arrived at Hogwarts? I got used to it, but I still don't love eating. However, I can manage, Sirius shrugged nonchalantly. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Ibra. He had never thought much of these matters, yet he had not shared this with anyone. So why had he, or the version of himself from that world, confided such details to Ibra? Sirius realized that she understood him remarkably well, more so than he had anticipated. Ibra nonchalantly speared the last piece of broccoli and decisively pushed her steak from her plate towards Sirius. What will you eat? Sirius frowned. Ibra merely shook her head, disregarding his displeased gaze. Isn't anyone going to address what should be done with this broccoli? Fenwick raised an eyebrow. I miss Ron a bit, Ibra suddenly remarked, staring at her plate. Your friend? Yesterday, when you were drunk, you even called Moody Ron, Evelyn recalled. Uh-huh. Ibra seemed in good spirits, cheerfully adding, he also hates broccoli. But we make him eat it. Hermione says he has an unbalanced diet. She then shifted her gaze to the Pruitt brothers, her eyes lighting up. Oh, I almost forgot. You are Ron's uncles. Molly's children? Goodness, she already has 5. Will Ron be the 6th? Iblara nodded cheerfully. Eventually, she would have 7. As if recalling something. Her voice abruptly faltered, and the smile on her face vanished. Gideon, oblivious to the change in atmosphere, continued with enthusiasm. Molly just gave birth to a pair of twins in April. Fabian and I even made a special trip to visit her. Iblara's complexion immediately paled further. Sirius noticed her distress, yet chose not to confront it. subtly steering the conversation in another direction. However, he sensed that Ibra had descended once more into melancholy, silently pouring herself another drink. Unable to bear it any longer, he reached out and grasped her wrist. The previously talkative Duchess fell silent, watching the two with keen interest. Ibra lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes. Sirius anticipated a retort or complete indifference from her, yet she merely nodded gently, surprisingly compliant. All right. Shall we head back to rest? Sirius ventured tentatively. Ibra nodded again. In the next moment, before Sirius could fully comprehend, Ibra leaned forward. A soft kiss, imbued with a hint of jasmine and the scent of alcohol, landed on his forehead. Good night, Sirius. Sirius was left utterly speechless. Yet Ibra, as if nothing had transpired, swayed slightly and headed upstairs, completely disregarding the astonished stares of those around them. Egidborn let out a whistle, while the others exchanged teasing glances. Ibra must just be drunk. Don't take it to heart, Evelyn said softly. It was only then that Sirius snapped back to reality, swallowing hard and lowering his gaze. It's merely the effects of intoxication. Her inebriation led her to indulge herself, confusing him with another Sirius. He was at a loss for his feelings, only aware of a peculiar sensation. Despite being the Sirius she knew, another version of him seemed to exist. Ibra was acutely aware when sober. Yet under the influence of alcohol, she would reveal such affectionate tenderness towards him. Evelyn was right. Ibra indeed held deep affection for that other Sirius. Whatever he expressed, she would acquiesce. She remembered all his quirks with remarkable clarity. This induced a near delusion in Sirius, making it seem as though she truly loved him. Yet the moment he contemplated that this love was not meant for him, a tide of indescribable melancholy surged within his chest. He lifted his glass and took a hefty swig, the sharp liquor coursing down his throat, bringing forth not numbness but a more tumultuous emotional turmoil. Evelyn raised an eyebrow, refraining from reminding him that he was drinking from Ibra's glass. Chapter 18, Memory 1. Ibra initially claimed her muddled memories were merely an excuse, a means through which she could seamlessly intertwine her recollections with Sirius. Yet when she truly began to extract her memories, she realized it was not just a pretext. Her memories were indeed tangled beyond repair. This was likely a form of post-traumatic consequence. After all, during her most harrowing days, she had fabricated numerous false memories for herself, particularly during her 7th year. Hufflepuff had always been the house with the most muggle-born students and, consequently, the house most tormented by the Caro siblings. If the upperclassmen were unwilling to inflict harm upon the innocent lowerclassmen or to use those children for practicing dark magic, they would face punishment from the Caros. Almost every time, the first to be chosen to endure the torment was Ibra. Those days were excruciating. Countless cruciatus curses were repeatedly cast upon her. The pain was unbearable, as both her soul and body suffered, leaving her on the brink of collapse. Yet she needed to endure. Those children looked at her with fear in their wide, innocent eyes. Just like the children in the orphanage, she was the prefect of Hufflepuff. She could not falter. Harry was still alive. She could not give in. Thus, Ibra began to fabricate memories, to conjure love, to imagine that Sirius was still alive, to envision that he loved her, to picture him whispering in the dark for her to hold on, to fabricate Harry's return, to imagine that Voldemort had been defeated. Like a madwoman, she repeatedly immersed herself in these self-deceptive fragments within the pensieve, enduring countless days and nights. She felt grateful for the room of requirement. After all, it even contained something as useful as a pensieve. At this moment, Sirius gazed at her, his eyes locked onto her furrowed brow, etched with pain. Is this going to hurt? He turned to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, equally concerned, observed Ibra and slowly shook his head. Under normal circumstances, this should not be a painful experience. Finally, Ibra concluded the memory extraction, her forehead slick with cold sweat, her expression frail. She panted slightly as she placed the shimmering memory into the pensieve. I can't even organize them chronologically. She tapped her temple, attempting to alleviate her headache. They're truly chaotic. Feel free to take a look. Dumbledore waved his wand, enlarging the pensieve until it spanned the entire conference table. You may begin. I'm going to rest, Ibra announced as she rose from her chair, her tone indifferent. I've saved breakfast for you on the table. Sirius straightened slightly, reminding her. Thank you, but I'm not hungry. Ibra continued her stride without pausing. I made it. For some reason, Sirius instinctively added. Her movements hesitated, and after a brief silence, she resumed her course towards the dining table. Meanwhile, the others' gazes had converged on the pensieve. Countless fragments of memories drifted chaotically within, floating aimlessly. Where should we begin? Moody inquired with a furrowed brow. Let us start with this one. James casually touched a memory fragment and buried his head into it. The others nodded in agreement, lowering their heads in unison. The moment Sirius stepped into this memory, he was jolted back 2 steps in shock. He recognized this place, Hogwarts, the very school he had just departed from. Yet he wished it were not so. The Hogwarts before him lay in ruins. Stone pillars lay shattered, walls cracked, debris scattered throughout the hall. Remnants of bricks and stone littering the ground. The once orderly long tables and chairs were in tatters, stained with blood. He preferred not to investigate further. Countless unfamiliar wizards congregated in the decaying hall, most of them bloodied, their robes torn, expressions a mix of relief and confusion. As if they had narrowly escaped death, yet were uncertain of their future path. Sirius soon spotted Ibra. She appeared anxious, hastening towards a young boy. Sirius almost instantly recognized him, Harry Potter. He bore an uncanny resemblance to James, save for those eyes. This is, Lily stared at the boy, her expression one of disbelief. James was equally taken aback, then abruptly turned, nervously glancing at Evelyn. Evelyn gently grasped his hand, offering him a reassuring smile. Lily murmured, "So? My only genetic trace remains in Harry's eyes? How utterly unfair." Sirius smirked, patting James on the shoulder, mercilessly mocking. "Your genes are rather domineering, aren't they?" I'm beginning to feel sympathy for Evelyn. I had thought that her exquisite visage would be passed down through generations. Am I truly so unattractive? James immediately turned to Evelyn, seeking affirmation with a wounded expression. Evelyn quickly shook her head, offering reassurance. "I love you." Sirius, with a mischievous grin, interjected, "Just a reminder. She didn't say you were handsome." James's expression grew even more forlorn. Evelyn shot Sirius an exasperated glance. Remus couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, with Sirius's looks, "He is certainly in no position to judge anyone's appearance, James." The light-hearted banter among them alleviated the previously heavy atmosphere somewhat. Meanwhile, Ibra had tightly embraced Harry, who reciprocated the gesture, burying his face in her shoulder. Their embrace felt like a drowning person grasping the only piece of driftwood, as if they were each other's entire world. "Oh, you're not going to bear the burden of being the boyfriend who ran off with James's child, are you?" Marlene raised an eyebrow with feigned interest, casting a half-joking glance at Sirius. Sirius's expression stiffened, and before he could respond, they heard Ibra's voice. "You scared me to death." Ibra's voice trembled, nearly a wail. "I truly thought you were gone. When Hagrid brought you back, you were completely motionless. Harry Potter. You promised me you would survive to be with me. You can't leave me first, you know." Harry let out a near sob of laughter. "When I was pretending to be dead, my greatest fear was that you would take it seriously, that you would recklessly confront Voldemort. I wanted to rush out." Ibra admitted through her tears. "Hannah and Hermione held me back." She clung tightly to Harry's clothes, hesitating before speaking. "Harry, there's something." Harry slowly released her, looking at her in confusion. Sirius and the others could clearly see that his eyes were red, streaked with unshed tears. "Professor Lupin and Tonks. They sacrificed themselves," Ibra whispered. Harry's tears burst forth anew. "I know. I saw it with my own eyes." He sounded utterly devastated, his voice hoarse. "Merlin. Ibra. What about Teddy? He.S. just like I was back then, even younger, not even a month old, just born." "We are here for him, Harry," Ibra said, striving to steady her voice, gently comforting him. "And Andromeda, his grandmother. We will help look after Teddy, and you will be the best godfather." "But I can never be better than Sirius," Harry mumbled in anguish, and only then did he realize the weight of his words. His eyes widened in horror as he looked at Ibra. I didn't mean to." "It's all right." Ibra's face turned pale. Yet she forced a reassuring smile. "Before me, you can mention his name. I have accepted it. I accept that he is gone." The members of the Order held their breath, watching this exchange, trying to grasp the implications of their conversation. "Wait, Professor Lupin? Is that Remus?" Amelin was the first to react, her face filled with shock. "And Tonks? That is, your future wife?" James turned incredulously to Remus. "What about your childhood sweetheart at Durmstrang? Surely, she doesn't go by Tonks?" Remus's expression was tense and rigid, his voice trembling. "Merlin, how could I ever marry another woman?" Sirius's face bore an even stranger expression. "But Ibra just said that your son's grandmother is Andromeda, and she only has one daughter now, Nymphadora Tonks." Remus's face turned ashen. Help me." He recalled Nymphadora Tonks, having seen her at Andromeda's home one summer, when Sally was present too. "So what on earth is going on?" James exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Merlin, I'm going to have Evelyn lock you both up. What is happening?" Fabian also realized something. "Sirius, are you about to become Remus's uncle?" "Merlin." Sirius was somewhat in despair. "I must keep Nymphadora far away from you. How on earth did you two get tangled up together? I want to know too." Remus exclaimed, his hands trembling. "Promise me, don't let Sally know until I figure this out." Moody regarded them with disdain. "What are we doing? Watching these kids' romantic entanglements?" Just then, a woman's anguished cry pierced the air, sharp and haunting. Everyone's hearts tightened. and they immediately turned toward the source of the sound. Ibla and Harry exchanged a glance, their faces reflecting the same sorrow. As their perspective shifted, the members of the order beheld a red-haired woman kneeling in despair, tightly clutching a boy in her arms. She pressed her face against the boy's hair, tears soaking his forehead. The boy's complexion was pale, his chest motionless, clearly devoid of breath. Molly? Gideon rushed forward, wanting to help Molly Weasley, entirely forgetting that this was merely a memory. His hand passed through Molly, leaving him frozen in place. Fabian approached as well, his earlier light-hearted demeanor replaced by gravity. Sirius recognized Molly Weasley. He had seen her before. Yet now, she appeared significantly older than he remembered. She wailed heart-wrenchingly, clutching the person in her arms tightly, refusing to let anyone touch him. Go away, all of you. Don't take my Fred away. Please. Merlin, why is it my child? Why must my child be the one to die? Everyone froze, and Fabian and Gideon let out sobs. Gideon fell to his knees, his hands shaking violently. Fabian's face turned ashen as he stared fixedly at Molly and Fred. The members of the order were all too familiar with the name Fred. The Pruitt brothers were immensely proud of their sister's twins, frequently mentioning their names with pride, as if they were their legacy. Now, in Ibla's memory, they learned of the tragic fate of a child who was only 6 months old. This news felt more horrifying than their own demise. Ibla approached a beautiful red-haired girl, who was sobbing uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking, her eyes fixed on Molly with deep concern. Ginny, Mrs. Weasley, she. Mom seemed to have accepted it, Ginny replied, her voice choked with emotion. But just now, Dad and Bill tried to take Fred away. And Mom completely broke down. As she reached the end of her sentence, she could no longer hold back, burying her face in Ibla's embrace. Ibla immediately wrapped her arms around her, gently stroking her hair, but her gaze remained sorrowfully fixed on Molly. Ginny's voice, soaked in tears, echoed, Ibla. Our family is no longer whole. There will forever be a scar on Mom's heart. Ibla lifted her eyes to look at George, who was kneeling beside Fred. At that moment, his gaze was vacant, tears silently streaming down his face, yet he remained speechless, as if his soul had departed along with Fred. It will be all right, Ibla assured Ginny, holding her tightly, whispering that everything would eventually be well. Sirius stared blankly at the scene. The girl stood tall, using her slender shoulders to support another girl of similar height. Yet she was not merely supporting Ginny. Sirius keenly observed that many in the hall were looking at her, faces filled with sorrow, despair, and pleading. In the desolate remnants of Hogwarts, Ibra served as their pivotal anchor. A round-faced boy stumbled over, his eyes wide with panic as he urgently inquired about something. Ibra barely had time to apologize as she patted Ginny's shoulder, entrusting her to a brown-haired girl, before dashing off in another direction. It was then that Sirius noticed the grotesque wound on her arm, still oozing blood, crimson droplets cascading down, showing no signs of ceasing. In that moment, he finally comprehended. He understood why Ibra had transformed into her current self. She had shouldered an overwhelming burden of sorrow for others, swallowing an inordinate amount of pain that was never meant to be hers. Time and again, she had promised others strength, instilled hope, and offered reassurance. Sirius suddenly felt an urge to ask Ibra, "What about you? Are you truly all right?" Chapter 20, Memory 3. Sirius and his companions emerged from that memory. Instinctively, Sirius glanced at Ibra, who was seated at the dining table, struggling to chew a piece of toast, as if forcing herself to swallow the food. The food on her plate bore signs of having been touched, and Sirius inexplicably felt that Ibra appeared particularly docile at that moment. "Is Molly all right?" Fabian asked, his eyes reddened and voice trembling. Ibra paused, seemingly realizing which memory they had just witnessed. She nodded. "For now, she is well. Bill and Percy each have a daughter. As you know, Molly adores little girls. She is currently preoccupied with caring for their children, leaving her little time to dwell in sorrow." Fabian and Gideon exchanged glances, their expressions softening slightly. Gideon remarked, "Merlin, Bill and Percy are still just children themselves. Who would have thought they would have children in the future?" Ibra chuckled softly, then turned to Remus, "Rest assured, Teddy is also well. Andromeda has been diligently caring for him, and Harry and I often visit." However, Remus's expression did not relax at Ibra's words. Instead, it grew more intricate. I married Tonks. Do not worry," Ibra nodded. "She does not care that you are a werewolf. Moreover, Teddy, like his mother, is a metamorphmagus." Remus swallowed hard, still hesitating to ask, "What about Sally?" "Sally?" Ibra furrowed her brow, evidently perplexed. "Who is she?" "Remus's childhood sweetheart from Durmstrang. Also a metamorphmagus," Sirius explained on his behalf. A brief silence enveloped the air. Ibra was well aware that metamorphmagi were a rarity in the wizarding world. It was implausible that she had not heard of her. After a moment of hesitation, she murmured, "Perhaps she is in a situation similar to Evelyn's?" Remus exhaled a long breath. Merlin, you truly frightened me just now. All right, can we continue? Moody crossed his arms and huffed disdainfully. No one contradicted him. Then let us proceed with this memory, Moody stated, casually touching the one nearest to him. Pitch black. This was Sirius's immediate impression of the memory. The room was enveloped in darkness, devoid of windows, reminiscent of an attic. The sole source of light was a half-broken, flickering candle, casting erratic shadows. With tendrils of black smoke swirling through the air, carrying a stifling scent of wax. Ibra had her eyes closed, her hands clasped in a posture of prayer. Her expression was devout, yet laced with hesitation as she whispered, "Please forgive my transgressions." She was just a child then, Amy Lynn gasped softly. What is she doing? Edgar could not help but ask. It appears she is confessing to God, Lily pondered, explaining, it is a belief from the Muggle world. Muggle-born? Marlene raised an eyebrow in surprise. I initially thought she meant she was not James's daughter, but rather a distant relative of his. Ibra ceased her prayer, slowly opened her eyes, and grasped the candlestick to push open the door. She descended the narrow staircase, the walls peeling and worn. The members of the order followed closely behind her until they arrived at a heavy wooden door. Creaking, the door swung open with a soft sound. Bathed in moonlight, they beheld the scene within. It was a spacious dormitory, crammed with small beds almost touching one another. The bedding was old, frayed, and the corners exuded a faint, musty odor. Cuddled within the beds were small figures, some children barely 6 or 7 years old, while others were slightly older, their breaths rising and falling in the dim night. Is this an orphanage? James hesitated to ask. Most likely, Dorcas surveyed the surroundings, a glimmer of pity in her eyes. So, Ibra is an orphan? Ibra navigated between the beds, her footsteps light, as if on a silent patrol, quietly gazing upon these children. Suddenly, a small hand grasped her skirt. A 6 or 7-year-old girl peeked out from beneath a large blanket, her bright eyes fixed upon her. Ibra, sister, the little girl whispered. Ibra immediately squatted down, setting the candlestick aside, stroking her hair gently, her voice tender. Annie? Why aren't you asleep? Annie lowered her voice, as if sharing a secret. Why are you still awake? Is it because you're too excited about school tomorrow? Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks bore the innocence of a child, pure and endearing. Ibra couldn't help but smile, nodding in agreement. Yes, I'm too excited, so I can't sleep. What about you? Annie blinked and inched closer. Me too. Ibra, sister, I'm so excited. Why is that? Ibra inquired playfully. The headmaster told me today to secretly come to his office tomorrow at noon. He said I've been very good lately, and he wants to reward me with a piece of cake, but I mustn't tell anyone. She beamed with untainted joy, as though sharing an immensely wonderful secret. Yet, Sirius saw Ibra's expression freeze in an instant. Her hand, resting on the blanket, slowly tightened, her fingers paling as they gripped the sheets. I haven't told anyone, but I want to tell you, Annie said earnestly, her eyes shimmering. Ibra, sister, can you please go to school a little later tomorrow? I want to bring that piece of cake out and share it with you. Her tone was so serious, as if making the most significant promise. Ibra's eyes immediately glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. You want to share with me? Of course. Annie nodded vigorously. I like you the most, Ibra. Sister, you always give me cake, and this time I can finally get the cake on my own, and I want to share it with you. Unable to contain herself, Ibra enveloped her tightly in her embrace, gently swaying her. Sister will return during the summer vacation, and then I will bring you lots and lots of cake, all right? Annie nodded obediently, wrapping her arms around her. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Alice furrowed her brow, lowering her voice to glance at the others. Ibra's expression is rather strange. Isn't she moved? Fenwick blinked in confusion. Sirius remained silent, merely observing intently. Ibra tucked Annie back into the blanket, bending down to place a soft goodnight kiss on her forehead. In that moment, Sirius felt a surge of warmth in his chest, inexplicably flushing his cheeks. Why are you blushing? Remus observed, unable to resist a teasing remark. Sirius rolled his eyes at him and turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Ibra picked up the candlestick and turned to exit the room. Sirius noted that her footsteps seemed more resolute than before. Members of the Order of the Phoenix followed her as she traversed through the building, crossing the spacious courtyard towards the structure opposite. Where is she headed? Ducas inquired in a hushed tone, a hint of unease lacing his words. The answer soon unfolded. Ibra halted before a door, the plaque reading, Headmaster's Lounge. She raised her hand and gently knocked twice. Silence ensued. She knocked again, twice more. Who's there? A voice from within emerged, impatient and nasally, tinged with irritation. It's me. Headmaster White, Ibra replied softly. Moments later, the door creaked open. A middle-aged man stood at the threshold, his appearance respectable yet slightly portly. Ibra, what brings you here? He scrutinized her from head to toe. Sirius furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling malice in the man's gaze. "I've missed you. We're parting ways tomorrow. And I can't bear the thought." Ibra smiled as she stepped closer, her voice tender. White's face twisted into a lewd and ambiguous grin. He let out a self-satisfied hum. Eagerly reaching to touch Ibra, she leaned back slightly yet maintained her smile. "At least let me in first?" "What does Ibra intend to do?" Fabian looked on in confusion. Sirius and Evelyn's expressions darkened, their breaths quickening. "That headmaster is a damn pedophile." Sirius spat through clenched teeth, fury igniting in his eyes. Had it not been for the memories before him, he vowed he would have smashed that loathsome face in. The others, recalling earlier details, shared the same grim countenance. "What does she want?" Fear tinged Fabian's voice. The door swung shut. Inside, only the heavy breaths of White and the rustling of fabric remained. He reached for the buttons of his nightgown, while Ibra sat quietly on the edge of the bed, gazing up at him, suddenly speaking. "Headmaster, you must atone." White paused. Bewildered, "What are you saying?" "You must repent for what you have done, and for what you wish to do to other children." Ibra enunciated each word deliberately. White's expression shifted from flippant to dark. "Do you think you can escape me by going to school tomorrow?" "I'll tell you," before he could finish. His gaze became vacant. Ibra's tone remained calm. "You must atone." "I must atone?" White echoed, bewildered. "You must end your own life to atone." Ibra spoke in a low, persuasive whisper. "How is that possible?" Lily recoiled in shock. Some young wizards might unleash their powers in extreme emotions or danger. Perhaps Miss Potter was triggering a hypnotic or suggestive state for self-protection. Dumbledore explained nearby, his voice laden with an unspeakable weight. Then, everyone witnessed White grasp the fruit knife from the table and plunge it into his own chest. Blood erupted instantaneously, splattering in vivid crimson across the sheets and floor, even staining the hem of Ibra's nightgown. Ibra remained motionless, still clutching the candlestick, staring blankly at it. "Will God forgive me?" she whispered. The room fell into a profound silence, no one responding. Chapter 21, Memory 4. Just as Sirius and the others broke free from that heavy memory, Fabian inadvertently touched upon another, drawing them once more into a new recollection. This time, they finally pieced together the origin of Ibra's surname. It was merely a matter of two orphans finding warmth in one another. Beneath the sprawling branches of a tree, two children laughed with innocent joy. Lily observed them, her complexion gradually paling. Sirius comprehended her sentiment entirely. Witnessing the hardships the children faced under their sister's care would tug at anyone's heartstrings. The oversized, tattered clothing that barely clung to their frames, begging for food from friends in the orphanage due to hunger, all silently revealed that the future savior, Harry Potter, shared a tragically similar childhood with Ibra. No one could extract themselves from these memories with a smile, even though the second recollection appeared filled with warmth. The truth lurking beneath it remained heartbreaking. By the time everyone fully returned to reality, it was nearing noon. "Let's all take a break," Dumbledore announced. Sirius instinctively glanced at the dining table, noticing Ibra's absence. He guessed she had likely retreated to her room. A strong urge surged within him. He yearned to see her. The two recent memories, though perhaps distant for her, felt freshly experienced by them. Sirius believed that anyone with a conscience would feel profound sympathy for her. He distinctly sensed that compassion morphing into a tangible ache, gripping his heart tightly. She should not have to endure this. She was already facing the grotesque and brutal realities of war. Why must her childhood be so wretched? Although they had yet to fully grasp the truth, and the future remained uncertain, Sirius felt he had at least gained a new understanding of Ibra. "I'll go fetch Ibra for lunch," he suddenly declared, rising and heading straight for the second floor. The others remained silent, still reeling from the weight of the memories. After a while, a guard finally spoke. "I greatly admire Sirius for his concern for his companions, but I must ask, where is lunch?" Evelyn couldn't suppress a laugh. She could swear it wasn't intentional. Yet, upon looking up, she found others laughing too, prompting her to join in unabashedly. Frank sighed in exasperation. "I'll handle it. I'll help." Alice gently chimed in. "Me too." James immediately raised his hand, eager to assist. "Sit down." Voices of opposition rang out, and he barely caught who was speaking. "I want to help too." Fabian imitated James, enthusiastically raising his hand. "Well, then you can." Frank nodded in agreement. Fabian's expression instantly fell. Gideon patted his shoulder, stifling a laugh. "Come on, I'll go with you." Sirius knew he was merely seeking a flimsy excuse. Yet even the most pitiful excuse was better than none at all. He hesitated for a few seconds before Ibra's door, ultimately raising his hand to knock. The door creaked open, revealing Ibra, her eyes wide with surprise. "I don't know if God will forgive you," Sirius blurted out, his voice more urgent than he had anticipated, "but Merlin would surely commend you for your actions." In that instant, upon seeing Ibra, all the carefully considered words in his mind evaporated, leaving only that clumsy consolation. Ibra appeared momentarily stunned before swiftly regaining her composure, exasperatedly pinching the bridge of her nose. Merlin, I even included that memory. She sighed, stepping aside. Come in. As expected, Sirius noted the bottle of fire whiskey on the table, along with the lingering scent of alcohol in the room. Living off liquor every day? He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with unmasked reproach. I learned it from you, Ibra replied with a slight smile, sitting on the edge of the bed and taking another swig from her glass. Sirius paused, his brow furrowing deeper. Does he often do that? You used to drink quite a bit back then, didn't he? Never mind. You probably cannot recall that memory. As he spoke, Ibra took another sip, her gaze locking onto his with a provocative glint. The first time I drank was because of you. Sirius detested how she always referred to him as you. It was not an action he had taken, yet she insisted on attributing it to him. What made it worse was that he was acutely aware of this. Yet he repeatedly found himself embodying that identity. Every time he laid eyes on her, waves of guilt would inevitably wash over him. Do you love him? The words slipped out before Sirius could contain them, startling even himself. Ibra blinked, raising an eyebrow slightly, a hint of drunkenness in her eyes. As if she did not comprehend his inquiry, Sirius swallowed hard, rephrasing his question. Do you love me? This time, Ibra laughed, responding without hesitation, as if it were an obvious truth. I love you. Of course I love you. Sirius gazed at her, seeing his reflection clearly in her eyes. But was that truly him? He slowly crouched down, his gaze falling upon the necklace around her neck. At the end of the silver chain, the ring swayed gently with her breath. Ibra did not resist. Instead, she completely relaxed, leaning back on her hands, granting him permission to approach. Can you see clearly like this? She tilted her head, teasingly asking if she should come closer. After a pause, she added softly, Sirius? That name echoed in his ears like a fiery firework. Sirius's throat tightened, and he inhaled deeply, resting his hand on the edge of the bed as he leaned closer. With his other hand, he cautiously reached out, brushing against the cool ring on her necklace. Within the inner circle of the ring, he clearly saw the inscription, Sirius Black. Did he give you that ring? Sirius's voice was barely above a whisper. Yes, Ibra smiled lightly. You gave it to me. Not me. Sirius averted his gaze, softly correcting her. It was him. He deliberately emphasized the word him. Ibra stared at him, her brow slightly furrowing in confusion. Sirius raised his own hand, adorned with the ring, displaying it to her. Look, this is my ring. He could not fathom why he felt the need to explain. Perhaps he merely wished for her to recognize the distinction between him and him, that they were not one and the same. But the next moment, he noticed a veil of tears quickly clouding Ibra's eyes. She sniffed, her voice tinged with hurt, her eyes reddening. You took it away? I. Sirius panicked, suddenly realizing that he might have made Ibra cry. The ring he gave you is right here. He pointed frantically at the ring dangling from her necklace, attempting to clarify. You're deceiving me, Ibra insisted, her gaze fixed firmly on the ring on his hand, tears shimmering in her eyes as she choked out her accusation. You did take it away. Don't cry. Sirius was thoroughly flustered, his eyes wide with fear as he pleaded, please don't cry. He had never dealt with a girl's tears before. That was not within his realm of expertise. Ibra bit her lip, taking a breath, her voice laced with wounded inquiry. Return the ring to me. You gave it to me. You can't just take it back. Sirius hurriedly removed his ring and extended it towards her. Yet, Ibra reached out her right hand, her expression resolute. Put it on. Sirius froze, his throat constricting. And after a moment, he slowly grasped her hand. Her hands were unexpectedly soft, completely at odds with the delicate fingers that wielded a wand to cast those wild spells. Which finger should I place it on? He asked, breaking the silence. You last word on my index finger, Ibra gently reminded him. Sirius paused, his fingertips slightly adjusting as he slid the ring onto her middle finger. He lifted his gaze, cautiously observing her expression. She did not display any displeasure. Instead, she looked down at the ring on her hand with satisfaction. Sirius let out a silent sigh of relief, just as he intended to withdraw his hand. He was suddenly enveloped by warm arms around his neck. Ibra leaned closer, her lips lightly brushing against his cheek, leaving a lingering warmth. Next time, you mustn't take my ring away, she whispered softly. With that, she released him, leaving Sirius frozen in place, his heart racing uncontrollably as he stared at her in bewilderment. Ibra admired the ring on her hand before finally raising her gaze to Sirius. What brings you here? It was then that Sirius abruptly recalled his original excuse. To call you for lunch, he muttered, his voice trailing off, sounding somewhat unnatural. However, Ibra seemed in good spirits, nodding cheerfully before standing up and heading downstairs. Sirius quickly followed her. The dining room was in disarray. Fabian and Gideon bore suspicious black smudges on their faces, and their hair emitted a faint, burnt odor. You're here. We were just, preparing lunch. Frank managed a strained smile as he dumped a completely charred mass from the pot into the trash bin. Ibra turned her head, her gaze slowly landing on Sirius. He felt as though he was under a silent condemnation. I'll help. He hastily averted his gaze, almost fleeing towards the kitchen. What do you want to eat? He asked casually as he walked. There was a long pause behind him without a reply, just when he thought Ibra would remain silent. She sighed lightly. I want to eat Molly's onion soup. Chapter 22. Memories. 5. Molly Weasley felt rather accomplished, after all. She was managing to take care of 5 mischievous boys at home. Although 2 of them were still in their cribs, their playful nature had already begun to manifest. They could even shatter the household vases with their uncontrollable magic. Molly had no doubt that as they grew older, she would have even more headaches. Knock, knock. The sudden sound of a knock on the door made Molly tense up. She quickly ushered the children inside, gripping her wand tightly as she stealthily approached the front door. In these fearful times, she could not ascertain who was outside. She could only silently pray that it was not Death Eaters, that her family was not being targeted. Molly. It's me. A voice from outside called, followed by an annoying taunt. I caught you writing love letters to Arthur when you were 11. It said, my dear little. Bang. Molly yanked the door open, revealing her 2 brothers standing on the doorstep, grinning mischievously, a sight that made her want to knock some sense into them. In the next moment, they both enveloped her in a tight embrace. They hugged her so fiercely that she could hardly breathe. Molly struggled to push them away, her voice laced with anger. Arthur said you've been taking a leave of absence from the Auror office for days. I couldn't reach you at all. What have you been up to? Playing hide and seek? Scaring me? Gideon immediately stepped back, pushing Fabian forward as a human shield. Molly scrutinized them closely. They were unscathed, still wearing those cheeky grins. Though her anger had not entirely dissipated, the relief of seeing them overwhelmed her ire. And she let out a resigned sigh before embracing them again. Merlin, I was so worried about you too. We were worried about you too. But some unusual things have been happening lately, and we've been in a place where it was inconvenient to contact you. Fabian gently patted her back. So, what are you here for? Molly stepped back slightly, gazing at them with a hint of confusion. Could you assist us in preparing 2 bowls, no? 2 pots of onion soup? Gideon chuckled awkwardly. From the look in Molly's eyes, Fabian sensed that she must have perceived them as 2 complete fools. By the time the 2 returned to the Order of the Phoenix with the large pots of onion soup, lunchtime had long since passed. The atmosphere at the dining table was decidedly strange. Sirius could keenly feel numerous gazes fixated upon him, particularly on his hands. Another portion of the stares landed on Ibra's hands. Yet, Ibra appeared utterly oblivious, hastily consuming a few bites before swiftly retreating to her room. Is there something you wish to share with your classmates? As the door clicked shut, a guard eagerly leaned towards Sirius, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Sirius feigned ignorance. No. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that someone seems to have misplaced something. Ducas shot him a meaningful glance, his tone teasing. Don't you feel as if you're missing something? Sirius merely managed a stiff smile before promptly rising. I've finished. Dumbledore savored a sip of the onion soup, remarking, I can comprehend why Miss Potter is so fond of this soup. However, Moody wore a face of impatience, clearly disgruntled by the delay in lunch due to the onion soup, and suggested they stay up late to review memories. No one opposed this, except Professor McGonagall, who stated she had to leave early to return to Hogwarts. The group randomly selected a memory. The scene gradually materialized. Sirius immediately recognized it as the Gryffindor common room. The flames in the fireplace crackled, casting flickering orange-yellow light upon Ibra and Harry's faces. Ibra's right arm was wrapped in thick bandages, and she appeared haggard and frail, as if she had just endured a heavy blow. She and Harry sat side by side on the carpet in front of the fireplace. So Voldemort believes, due to some ludicrous prophecy, that a newborn child will defeat him? Ibra's voice dripped with icy sarcasm. Why would anyone willingly follow a person who fears defeat? Harry rested his head on her shoulder, his gaze sorrowful and lost, fixed upon the flames before them. Dumbledore said there are 2 children who fit the prophecy, born in late July, whose parents have defeated the Dark Lord thrice. His voice trembled softly. Besides me, there's Neville. He took a deep breath, as if uttering this sentence had nearly exhausted him. But he chose me, Ibra. He did not choose Neville. In that moment, I pondered. If Neville had been the chosen one, perhaps my parents would still be alive? Neville has his grandmother, the entire Longbottom family, and what about me? After my parents died, I became a complete orphan. As the name Longbottom fell from his lips, Alice and Frank's breaths quickened involuntarily. The 2 instinctively clasped each other's hands, their gazes simultaneously directed at Dumbledore. Could Neville be your child? Fenwick inquired softly. Frank rubbed Alice's hand with his thumb, his voice somewhat dry. That was my father's name. Alice and I indeed discussed, if we have a son in the future, we would name him in his honor. In the memory, Ibra gazed at Harry, slowly extending her arms to embrace him tightly. Sirius even noticed blood slowly seeping through the white bandage on her arm. Yet I am also relieved, Harry choked out. Relieved that Neville does not have to endure a life like mine. Though his parents were driven mad by the Cruciatus curse, at least they are still alive. His voice faltered. Being alive brings hope. Only by living can there be hope. In the next moment, Harry seemed to completely break down. He abruptly turned, clinging to Ibra. Weeping loudly, Ibra, I caused Sirius's death. It was my fault. He went to the Department of Mysteries to save me. No, Harry. Ibra immediately interrupted him, lifting his chin to meet her gaze. In that instant, Sirius distinctly saw her eyes appear hollow, as if caught in hesitation and struggle. It was my fault, Ibra murmured. I should have caught him. I could have caught him. But I am the source of it all. Had it not been to save me, he would have stayed at number 12, Grimmauld Place, not risking exposure as a wanted man. Her voice was weak, yet resolutely firm. Trust me, Harry. If Sirius had known you were in peril and he was absent, he would have suffered more than death. As her final words echoed, the memory began to slowly unravel. After the memory concluded, the room fell into a profound silence. Frank and Alice clung to each other, offering mutual support, still engulfed in the recently witnessed scene. James's mocking tone shattered the silence. A prophecy? Voldemort actually believes he could be defeated by a child? What kind of fear of failure does one have to possess to believe such nonsense? He instills terror in the world, yet allows a child and a few words of prophecy to become his genuine dread. Moody snorted heavily. Stop wasting time. Let us proceed. Chapter 23, Memory 6. The moment Sirius entered the memory, he instinctively held his breath. He saw him. The man appeared even more emaciated than he had imagined. His complexion pale, and his eyes shadowed with prolonged solitude. Yet, recalling Ibra's words about his years of confinement in Azkaban, such a visage seemed hardly surprising. He clutched a photograph tightly in his hand. Everyone in the order recognized it immediately. It was the group photo they had taken not long ago. His fingers caressed the faces of each person in the photograph, the motion slow and solemn, ultimately lingering on James's face. A solitary tear slipped silently down his cheek. Sirius was not surprised. In any timeline, James's death was cataclysmic for Sirius. The members of the order in the room fell silent, uneasy at witnessing Sirius's raw anguish. Merlin, who would have thought one day I would be gazed upon so tenderly by you? James jested, opening his arms wide towards Sirius. Sirius rolled his eyes, but nonetheless reciprocated the embrace. At that moment, the memory was interrupted by the sound of light footsteps. Sirius looked up to see Ibra approaching. She appeared much younger than she did now, her eyes still bearing the carefree innocence of youth. She flashed him a radiant smile, her voice lively and effervescent. Sis. What are you up to? Wait, is that Ibra? Igard gawked, pointing at the girl in the memory. She seemed at least 3 Jameses younger than now. The metaphor was odd but surprisingly accurate, and the others nodded in agreement. Sirius gazed intently at the youthful Ibra. He had not anticipated her to possess such a character, vivacious, fervent, exuding unrestrained joy. Or perhaps, he had not realized she once was this way. The Sirius in the memory instinctively raised a hand to wipe away the tears on his face, but Ibra reached out to stop him. She crouched down, tugged at a bit of his sleeve, gently wiping away the traces, then tilted her head closer, blinking her eyes and asking, "Are you sad?" He was clearly taken aback. His mouth agape, yet before he could respond, Ibra suddenly sidled up and swiftly snatched the wine glass from beside him. Drinking too much alcohol is detrimental to one's health. She chuckled triumphantly, deliberately winking at him. Wow, it was Ibra who uttered that line. Egrad muttered softly, only to be sharply nudged by Dorcas. At least it allows me to momentarily forget my troubles. He refrained from reaching for the wine glass, instead leaning back. Weariness and a hint of self-mockery etched on his face as he gazed at her. Ibra pouted, directly seating herself beside him, unabashedly fixated on the photograph in his hand. Your comrades? My friends. The memory of Sirius traced the faces in the photograph with his fingertips, his tone heavy and melancholic. Benji Fenwick, perished in battle. And we could not even recover his remains. Dorcas Meadows, killed by Voldemort himself. The Pruitt brothers, slain by Death Eaters. Marlene McKinnon. She and her entire family were murdered by Death Eaters. Egrad Bones, he along with his wife and children were killed. Wow, Egrad's complexion drained of color in an instant. He said dryly, couldn't we have been given some forewarning before the death toll was revealed? A profound silence enveloped the gathering, the air seemingly solidifying. Though death had yet to arrive, it loomed perilously close, casting a shadow over them. Congratulations, Mad-Eye. Fabian had long anticipated his demise. Mustering a feeble smile in an attempt to lighten the mood, it appears you and Emmeline have survived. For now, Moody shook his head. I truly wonder which is more alluring, death or madness, Alice sighed softly. The memory of Sirius cast his gaze downward, his expression somber. My fate should align with theirs. I ought to have perished on the battlefield, rather than being trapped in this damned grim old place. Yet I sense that Harry would prefer you to be alive. Ibra gently shook the wine glass in her hand, teasing him. You ought to return the glass to me, allowing me to wallow in sorrow. To suffer through an entire afternoon, Miss Ibra Potter. Sirius raised an eyebrow at her movements. That's agreeable. Ibra surprisingly acquiesced. However, he remained still, his eyes warily fixed on her. Ibra shook her wine glass, scrutinizing it for 2 seconds, her brow slightly furrowing, before tilting her head back and downing the contents in one go. Cough, cough. The strong liquor choked her, and Sirius sat upright abruptly, gently patting her back. A hint of exasperation in his expression. There's no more drink, is there? Ibra looked up and flashed him a smile, mischievously shaking her now empty glass. Sirius noted that. In his memory, his gaze darted to the liquor cabinet behind them, yet he said nothing, merely spreading his hands in a gesture of surrender. Quite clever, Mississippi, he murmured. You've won. Ibra lifted her chin, her face flushed from the alcohol. She leaped onto Sirius's legs, pivoted with finesse, and snapped her fingers at him with a triumphant grin. You think I'm impressive, don't you? Sirius stood frozen, his eyes fixed on her. Yet he offered no reply. At that moment, Ginny's figure suddenly entered the scene. She casually picked up an orange from the coffee table, shaking her head, her tone laced with friendly disdain. You are undoubtedly the most impressive, Miss Potter. Ibra turned around, arching an eyebrow and smiling at her. Have you fallen for me? Yes. Indeed. Ginny could not suppress a laugh, feigning exaggerated enthusiasm. Who wouldn't he love you? Sirius's attention, however, remained fixated on his own face. He observed himself gazing at Ibra, a genuine smile gradually forming on his lips. It was a smile born of sincerity, devoid of sarcasm, concealment, or reluctance. Chapter 24, Memory, 7. As they emerged from the memory, a rustling sound caught their attention. Ibra stood holding a bottle of wine, looking somewhat surprised at their presence. Seemingly poised to return to her room, she cast a quick glance at them. Your expression seemed rather peculiar. Which memory did you just witness? She chuckled, interrupting their impending responses. Never mind, I don't care anyway. Please hurry, do not delay my quest to collect Horcruxes. Your personality has undergone quite a transformation. Sirius suddenly remarked. Ibra turned her head, casting him a deep glance before continuing to walk away. Merlin. I can even gauge from her demeanor towards you whether she is intoxicated or not, Egrat observed, shaking his head at Sirius. Sirius lowered his gaze, leaning back without uttering a word. He felt lightheaded. Viewing memories was indeed an exhausting endeavor. They continued to watch numerous memories until late into the night. They witnessed many tales involving Ibra and Harry. From a conversation between Ibra and Harry, Sirius gleaned the reason behind Harry's title as the Chosen One and the truth behind his own imprisonment. Sirius had always understood that war could devastate and alter many facets of life. But he had not anticipated that his trust with Remus could also teeter on the brink during wartime. Moreover, he and James had both misplaced their trust in the wrong individuals. Sirius fully comprehended his own thoughts. Initially, he had not voluntarily entered Azkaban. He firmly believed that, given the choice, he would have embraced his responsibilities as a godfather to care for Harry. However, being confined in Azkaban, in some ways, he was indeed punishing himself. He could not defend himself, nor did anyone stand ready to advocate on his behalf. Walburga, even knowing he could not ally with Voldemort, would never rise to his defense. As for Regulus, Sirius was uncertain of Regulus's fate, but he hoped he was not residing next door to him in Azkaban. Just one more segment, and then we shall retreat to rest, Moody urged, hoping for some useful information. In a dimly lit environment, surrounded by many individuals, spells intertwined. Sirius could not discern where they were, but Evelyn clearly recognized it. This is the Department of Mysteries, she asserted with certainty. Sirius knew she had previously worked as an unspeakable there for a time. Within the memory, he saw many familiar faces. He was engaged in a duel with Bella. And very close to him, Ibra was clutching her right arm in agony, blood pouring from the wound. Her left arm was equally drenched in blood. Harry and Remus were not far, amidst the chaos. Among the throng of adversaries, Sirius also spotted several familiar faces. Moody was evidently captivated by the unfolding scene, eagerly noting the faces and names. We can enhance the Death Eater roster, he declared. Why not simply ask Ibra for a copy? James paused for a moment before speaking up. Moody halted, inhaling sharply, and rolled his eyes at James. Mad Eye has already begun to lose his wits. Gideon chuckled mischievously. The atmosphere remained relatively amicable, as it seemed to be merely an ordinary skirmish, until he momentarily lost focus in the fray. A flash of red light erupted from Bella's wand, striking him. The memory of Sirius stumbled backward, nearly falling into the curtain behind him. This is bad. Emmeline let out a piercing scream, drawing the attention of all present. The Ministry of Mysteries had yet to decipher the function of this curtain. Yet I recall a silent one who ventured within for research and subsequently vanished without a trace. When I first transitioned into a silent one, I was cautioned to maintain a safe distance from this very curtain. Instantly, tension enveloped the crowd as they turned their gazes towards Sirius, lost in memories. Realization dawned upon him as he recalled the prior conversation between Ibra and Harry. The Ministry had failed to capture him. A torrent of thoughts flooded Sirius's mind as he grasped the significance of this scene. It marked the final chapter of his life. Ibra swiftly became aware of the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, she extended her arm to grasp him, but Sirius noticed that her abrupt movement exacerbated her injury, causing her to flinch. Their fingertips brushed for a fleeting moment before they separated, and Sirius fell backward. He clearly discerned the myriad emotions playing across Ibra's face: fear, shock, anguish, and an undeniable sense of regret. He disappeared behind a curtain, while Ibra nearly lunged after him. Following close behind was Harry, who watched the scene unfold in despair, his voice rising in a heartbreaking wail. Remus seized Harry tightly with one arm, while the other gripped Ibra, exerting such force that it nearly toppled her to the ground. Sirius observed Ibra's bewildered stare. She witnessed Harry's devastation and Remus's rational restraint born of sorrow. Gradually, she began to look at the curtain with a mix of longing and desperation, as if awaiting his emergence. The hope in her eyes morphed into a complete breakdown akin to Harry's, and she trembled, lowering her gaze to her fingertips. Sirius saw the silent tears begin to fall from her eyes. The memories crumbled. Not everyone is afforded the chance to witness the scene of their own demise. Sirius felt little fear or trepidation regarding his death. Rather, it was the others who began to sniffle in grief. Then, he felt himself enveloped in a tight embrace. It was James and Remus, rushing to his side. The three of them formed a tight huddle. As Sirius struggled to lift his head, he noticed the redness around nearly everyone's eyes. He surmised that the shock of his impending death, so stark and manifest, coupled with the incredulity and tears of those around him, rendered his demise all the more palpable. After all, news of other deaths had merely been whispered in passing. Moody, however, exhibited no such sentiment. He merely glared at him with evident anger. The moment their eyes met, Moody huffed, "Black, you need to remain vigilant at all times. You and James are not permitted to die this early, do you understand? Don't leave me all alone." Remus's voice trembled. Meanwhile, James gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. "We all need to live to be 200, all right?" Sirius chuckled, momentarily setting aside his usual nonchalant demeanor, and hugged them back with vigor. Agreed. Chapter 25, Memory 8. No one felt inclined to prepare dinner, so James and Evelyn resolved to step out and fetch some food. James had been in a somber mood, and Sirius suspected that Evelyn sought to comfort him during this time. Uncertain of why he found himself once more standing at the threshold of Ibra's room, he hesitated there. Perhaps it was merely his insatiable curiosity about her, a being from the future, undeniably in love with him, shrouded in enigmas, and possessing remarkable strength. Sirius found his attention irresistibly drawn to Ibra. "If I were you, I would knock instead of lingering at the door," came Ibra's voice from behind him. He turned abruptly to see her leaning against the balcony railing at the end of the hallway, a half-burned cigarette delicately pinched between her slender fingers. "Is this what he taught you?" Sirius instinctively asked. Ibra furrowed her brow, looking at him. "Why do you always refer to the future you as him?" Sirius fixed his gaze on her, advancing step by step. Ibra's heart raced involuntarily as she watched him approach. He halted just before her, close enough to see the glimmer in her eyes, and sighed. "Why is it that when you're sober, you can distinguish between me and him, yet when inebriated, you confuse me for him?" Ibra was certain she wasn't drunk. She had simply felt an impulse to see Sirius that afternoon and had stood by the cabinet staring at him. After they had broken free from the memories, she had casually grabbed a bottle of wine as an excuse. Alcohol was merely a catalyst urging her to confront Sirius. Yet she believed no one else could ever lead her to confuse him. Ibra pondered for a moment before grasping the meaning behind Sirius's words. She was sure that Evelyn had concealed some details during their exchanges. She opened her mouth to offer an explanation, but found herself at a loss for words. Frustration washed over her. She felt it would have been better to be intoxicated. "It's not your fault," Sirius suddenly interjected. Ibra instantly understood his implication, her complexion paling. It was he who had been reckless. She should not have allowed herself to be distracted during battle, nor should she have underestimated the danger. Sirius noticed her changing expression but pressed on, feeling compelled to guide her. Even if the one she loved was not him, they shared the same identity and visage. He could see that she had tormented herself for far too long. The Ibra of memory would have recoiled in pain. Why, then, did the Ibra before him, battered and bruised, continue to forge ahead? Sirius believed he could deduce the answer, yet he dreaded its truth. For if it were indeed so, She was suffering far too deeply. Ibra remained silent, trembling as she raised her hand to take a drag from her cigarette, seeking calm. Sirius searched for her eyes amid the exhaled smoke, but she cast her gaze downward, rendering her emotions unreadable. "Have I ever instilled any good habits in you?" Sirius asked. His brow furrowed, and his tone tinged with irritation. He was familiar with the scent of tobacco. He felt himself to be a rather irresponsible individual, having shamelessly fallen for a girl 21 years his junior and evidently failing to provide her with any benefits. "It's not your fault. It's my own misguided coping mechanism," Ibra instinctively defended. Sirius felt only greater anger. "I saw my reflection in your memories," he replied coldly. "Truly old and ugly. What do you find appealing about me?" Ibra raised her gaze to meet his, the glow of the cigarette flickering in her eyes. "It's not about liking. It's love. I love your soul." It struck him like a sudden summer storm, like a flash of lightning that snuffed out all light, like fireworks bursting unexpectedly in the midnight sky. Sirius felt his heart begin to race uncontrollably. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely believed she was speaking directly to him. The next instant, he realized he was filled with a profound envy for himself. He had no doubt that he would fall for Ibra. There was no version of Sirius Black across any timeline who could resist such a deep-seated emotion. "I believe you are merely too young, deceived by hormones." Sirius averted his gaze, a flicker of guilt crossing his features. Ibrahim chuckled lightly. "Trust me, there was a time when I wished that were the case." Chapter 26, A Joyride. 1. Being in Ibrahim's company was not a source of annoyance. She simply stood quietly, leaning against the railing, gazing outside. Sirius, stationed not far from her, felt a tinge of boredom. "Do you want to take a walk with me?" Ibrahim suddenly turned to him. Sirius raised an eyebrow in response. "You want me to take you for a ride on my motorcycle?" Rather than a question, it felt more like an invitation. Sirius glanced back into the house. "I doubt Professor Dumbledore and Moody would approve of you wandering off." "I don't require their approval." Ibrahim rolled her eyes, then turned to Sirius. "The only opinion that matters is yours. Have I ever taken you for a ride before?" Sirius inquired suddenly. Ibrahim shook her head. He was not surprised, for it seemed he had lost his freedom upon leaving Azkaban. With a penetrating gaze, Sirius regarded her for a moment before retreating indoors. "Wait for me." Moments later, a leather coat imbued with the scent of sandalwood and tobacco draped over Ibrahim's shoulders. She turned to him, and Sirius offered a smile. In the next heartbeat, he vaulted over the railing with a fluid grace, positioning himself on the outer side, leaning slightly inward to meet her gaze. "Let us go? I shall take you to chase the wind." He then released his grip and effortlessly leaped to the ground. Sirius looked up at Ibrahim, a somewhat provocative smile gracing his lips. "You should be able to climb over, right?" What greeted Sirius was the coat he had just draped over Ibrahim, followed by a light thud as it touched the ground. The coat was quickly reclaimed. Ibrahim, her face alight with joy, appeared before him, prompting Sirius to smile involuntarily. The modified motorcycle soared through the air at breakneck speed. The two soared aimlessly through the sky. Initially, they maintained a considerable altitude above the ground, opting not to use the disillusionment charm. The cold wind whipped against them, yet Ibrahim refused to cast a warming charm upon herself, merely tightening the coat around her frame, huddling closer to Sirius's tall form to shield herself from the chill. After a moment of hesitation, she slipped her hand beneath the hem of his coat, pressing it against the warmth of his sweater. Sirius felt his body momentarily stiffen, but he did not deter her. "What month is it now?" Ibrahim suddenly pondered, realizing that in her world, it was only June. Yet even if June was not the warmest month, it should not be this frigid. "December 18th, Christmas is approaching." Sirius's voice was somewhat muffled by the wind. Ibrahim adored Christmas. She cherished the festive atmosphere it brought. The warmth of a crackling fireplace, Christmas pudding, gingerbread houses, rich cream cakes, eggnog, and hot cocoa topped with marshmallows. Perhaps what she loved most was that Christmas marked a rare time when Harry was free from danger, a period of pure joy and warmth. "I love Christmas," she declared, resting her chin on Sirius's shoulder, her voice tinged with excitement. "Is it the alcohol that has you so animated, or have you simply heard it's Christmas?" Sirius questioned, uncertainty lacing his tone. Ibrahim playfully swatted him. "Let us fly down to a Muggle town. I want to see if there is any semblance of a Christmas spirit." Without a word, Sirius swiftly guided the motorcycle downward, casting both the disillusionment charm and the confundus charm as they descended. From above, Ibrahim could clearly see numerous Christmas-colored lights twinkling below, and sensing her delight, Sirius maneuvered the bike into a narrow alley to park. Ibrahim leapt from the bike with exuberance, her eyes eagerly fixed on his actions, silently urging him to hurry. Sirius stole a glance at Ibrahim as he parked. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer reminiscent of her former self. Perhaps due to the winter season, sunlight was dwindling, and many Muggles had begun decorating their Christmas trees and adorning their homes well in advance of the holiday. Some shop windows displayed Christmas trees already lit with colorful lights. Sirius was unsure which town they had arrived in, but it appeared to have recently experienced snowfall, the ground crunching beneath their feet. Ibrahim seemed enchanted by the sound, deliberately stepping into the deeper snow, reveling in the delightful crunch it produced. Sirius walked alongside her, observing as she immersed herself in the joyous atmosphere. He felt it was the happiest he had seen her in days, perhaps since he first laid eyes on her. How lovely! She turned to him. Her cheeks flushed from the cold. In my world, it's only June. Christmas feels a long way off. As she spoke, she bent down and scooped up a handful of snow, diligently attempting to form a snowball. Her fingers visibly reddened with the cold. Do you like Christmas? Sirius found himself asking a rather obvious question. Of course, don't you? Ibrahim tilted her head toward him, then hurled the snowball at his shoulder. The snowball shattered upon impact, leaving only a sprinkle upon Sirius's coat. He felt a twinge of annoyance. It was always like this. She casually spoke of his preferences as if understanding him was her forte, as if his habits had seamlessly woven into the fabric of her life. Yet he despised revealing his likes to anyone. Sirius acknowledged his discomfort. He had always believed that those who cared would naturally discover his inclinations. But then Ibrahim appeared, possessing an all-encompassing knowledge and affection for him. He felt a moment of disorientation, often thinking they must have known each other for ages. Yet he realized he hardly knew her at all. Sirius reminded himself that this understanding and love were not directed at him, but rather at another version of himself. This thought only deepened his frustration. Was there not a single aspect of that other Sirius that differed from him? The second snowball struck Sirius, landing higher this time. A flurry of snow cascading onto his neck, causing him to involuntarily shiver. You seem distracted, Ibrahim remarked, pouting slightly. You cannot zone out while you're with me. Sirius was certain she was still under the influence of alcohol. Otherwise, she would not be displaying such vivid expressions before him. He began to feel uncertain. He was unsure how long Ibrahim could maintain this tipsy state. What if she gradually sobered on the way back and decided to toss him off the motorcycle? Sometimes, Ibrahim marveled at her own ability to discern emotions in Sirius's gaze. The thought of confessing her sobriety vanished entirely, as she realized that she did not always need to be intoxicated to face him. She merely required a certain state of mind. Upon hearing Ibrahim's words, Sirius raised an eyebrow, then quickly scooped a handful of snow to toss at her. He did not pack the snow tightly, and it scattered more in the air. A flurry of flakes hitting Ibrahim's face. Seeing her laughter grow even brighter, he was met with the next instant, a snowball striking him squarely in the face. You're in trouble now, Sirius declared. Ibra took 2 steps back, a hint of caution in his demeanor as he remarked, Please maintain your gentlemanly composure, Mr. Blake.